riding with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Well, now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like, just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I just tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the raps ain't no regrets. I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front. Glory to G.O.D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Hey, hey, hey. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to United States, the world, the universe. It's another open panel show. Keyword of the day is stamina. You got stamina or you don't? We're doing it all night, all day, all morning. Salute to everybody that participated in the karaoke night last night. I'm sure we'll probably cover that soon, but I appreciate everybody who showed up last night. I probably will be making my debut next week for the karaoke night. So yeah, we're you know, appreciate everybody. Currently walking up the street right now in Chicago. I'm on the block with it. Uh, you guys know my situation. I'm getting out of this hellhole of a city. The migrants been moving in. The BDs and GDs going to war with them. The Latin Kings. Everything's going crazy in Chicago. Still a beautiful city though. I was in Wrigleyville last night. Saw um saw the Beetlejuice movie. It was mid, but wasn't bad. Uh, Stepped out, got a drink or two. Saw some fishnets and halter tops. You know, regular shit. Regular shit. But yeah, we're the link is in the description. Oh, we early. We got Angel in the building early. Let me salute to the chat. Bob is in the building. Morehouse man Bob, salute. We got Gavin, salute. Salty Rider, salute. Uh, Nobody cares, salute. The Brown John Galt. Wow, we're gonna cover the whole rainbow with these John Galt burner accounts. And of course, the multi-talented, highly blessed, the highly favored, beautiful, sexy Portia J. Portia is the glue for this channel. If Portia wasn't involved, I don't think we would be at where we're at right now. She's the glue that keeps us all together. So if you guys appreciate these long live streams, you guys appreciate these damn, smell like weed in there. Damn, that old lady's smoking down. So if you guys appreciate these long live streams, these open panels, these news stories, the finance, if you appreciate the content we're bringing over here, I appreciate everybody who sends me a cash app, but what I appreciate more is when you guys send Portia a cash app. You can send it to her at $ Portia J with an E at the end. And because she really does all the work. You know, I get up here, talk my shit, you know, doesn't take much, but Portia does the real work. The editing, keeping us abreast of all the information, keeping us all in contact with each other. You know, Get Crack lives on a Tibetan mountain in some monk sanctuary. You know, John God always on the run, man. John God always moving and shaking. You know, me, I could be in any state at any point. So for her to be able to keep us all together, keep us on the same page, it's a lot of talent. It's a lot of effort. Just want to make sure I appreciate her. Let her know. We appreciate you. Let's see what we got. Oh, we got Lindy Lou in the building. Hey guy. Hey. Oh, that's a beautiful little dog. You guys want to see my walk? Hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me see. You guys want to see my walk too? Yeah, I'm just taking a little morning walk right now. We in Chicago with it. Oh, there goes like a little homeless. I'll show you guys all the homeless people too. And You'll see him in a second. Angel, you there? Momo, you there? I can't really see who's on the screen. Oh,
Yeah,
DG, you
Yeah,
there
what's up?
too?
I'm here,
Yeah,
HP.
I'm there.
Okay, okay. DG, you there too? Okay. Duale.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh man.
I'm there on Square.
Shit. Oh shit.
Well, well, there's really no problem of him like laying on the grass. Why do you think Phineas and Ferb in that Lazy Day summer episode they laid it on the grass against the tree?
Yeah, you see Angel, he's over there laying in the grass.
But if
He's
he
got
wants to
Yeah,
like spend his like Saturday morning, then like, hey, if that's like how you are like wanting to relax or start this morning on a Saturday, Diwali, then I see no problem.
yeah, nah, I
yeah.
don't
I enjoy this afternoon, and
yeah.
I am swimming pool with the children. Just taking a break now. They broke my
Oh, you're
back.
taking a you're taking a break? Oh, you broke your back?
Yeah, from them. No, from 8 o'clock, from 9 o'clock until now, we are swimming. This is very hot.
Mm.
Yeah,
I didn't know Muslims could
and I'm
swim.
thinking like,
I didn't know Muslims could swim.
dude, uh, you call me a pirate. We fish
Oh
ships.
yeah, oh yeah, you are a Somali pirate first, then a Muslim. Yeah, yeah, you better be able to swim.
What
You better be able to
are you
swim.
talking about? People fish, but we
Yeah,
fish ships and cargo.
yeah, we in the trenches with it, man. We in the trenches with it. It's all good though. You know, we in the trenches with it. Yeah, man. It's like all I ever smell is weed now. I don't smoke anymore, but even this early in the morning, I'm just smelling weed everywhere. Yeah, it's crazy.
Karma.
Um,
Okay.
uh-oh. Yeah, Angel, don't ever smoke, man. It's a nasty drug.
Karma. Karma.
It
No, it's still alive.
does feel good though. I'm not gonna lie. It does feel good. Feels really good. Oh, they got
You
the
know,
junior car.
I had never smelled weed until like last year or something. I was in Atlanta and I was at a shipper, and one of the employees, I was near his car for whatever reason, and he rolled the
Yeah,
window down a little bit, and it just smelled like a skunk. I was like, "What is
yeah,
that?
yeah,
Is
yeah.
that
That's
weed?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it straight up smelled like I'm very sensitive to smell, sort of
yeah,
sensitive to smells, and it's just I couldn't handle something like that because it really stank really bad.
yeah. That's that. That's that Zaza. That's what the kids call it nowadays. That's that Zaza. That, you smelt that? Ooh wee. You know the crazy part though is like, Momo, when you actually smoke, the smell isn't that. It's not that bad when you actually smoke. But when you don't smoke, man, that smell is retarded, man. It's like, god damn.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
had never smelled it. It was really intense. It was crazy. I was like, wow, people smoke that?
yeah. Damn, I hope I don't get in a shootout over here. Hold on a second, John. Hold on.
No, presumably, I guess when you burn it, like it doesn't have that flavor because that would be crazy.
Yeah, it is a lot. It is it. Yeah, Momo. Maybe when you retire, you could try it. But man, honestly, you're not really missing out. It is good, but it's you're not missing out though. But it's so much more powerful now. That smell it's intense. It's really intense. It's crazy. Yeah, it's wild. The link is in the description.
Well, and for the job, you don't. you don't want to have any sort of substances that, especially that get into hair follicles, or
Yeah,
because that can
yeah,
really get you done for good, basically.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Because you never know when either your company or a friggin' station is gonna pull you in and just give you a randomized. You know, you never
Yeah,
know.
yeah. You should be okay though. Just being around it, you should be okay. But I've
Yeah,
heard,
well, that was the only one time that I had actually like directly smelled it. So, but
yeah,
it was just crazy. It was intense. I'd never seen anything like that.
damn.
As far as like, because I've smelled skunks. I think it was stronger than most of like the road
Good
skunks.
morning.
Those are pretty stinky, but I think it was more intense than those.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It was pretty wild. Whew. Let me see if I can go to. Let me see if anybody's up this morning in the park.
Well, I'm in Denver, so this was like, wasn't this one of like the first epicenters of weed in the whole country as
Yeah,
far
it
as like
was.
the
Yeah,
legalization process?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Denver was like one of the first states that legalized it. Yeah. So Denver's got it good. They got some good shit out there for like dirt cheap. But yeah. Oh, we got Lindy Lou in the building. Oh, Lindy
I think
Lou.
I can
Oh,
tell in the driving because some of the drivers here are like really slow and like they're kind of stupid as shit. But yeah,
yeah, laughing like Saget. I'm off today, man. I'm taking a little break. I got some PTO, so I'm gonna be off for a minute. When I actually drive down to Texas though, I'm gonna make sure I'm live streaming because it's like a 13-hour drive, so y'all gonna help me get that
when are you
that.
taking the PTO to do the move? Soonish?
Yeah, yeah, this Monday.
Oh, that's right now. You're gonna couple
Yeah,
days. Okay,
yeah,
cool, cool.
yeah, yeah. Humboldt Park. There's a lot of there's a lot of Latinos in this area. Let's see if they are they over there playing ball early? Oh, they playing ball early. Damn. Okay. 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 And the Latinos over there playing ball. Let's see who's up. Yeah, I'm over Chicago, man. It's gotten out of hand. It's good early in the morning like this. But if I showed y'all the debauchery last night, man, let me tell you, this just at Wrigleyville. It was crazy. It was crazy. This is I'm in the Humboldt Park area. It's not it's not the hood, but you know,
It's
you don't want to
outside,
be.
outside.
Yeah, I'm outside. You don't want to be banging over here. I'll say that much. You don't want to be banging over
Mhm.
here, cause it can get nasty. You don't want to
You
be
have
banging.
your peace with you,
Yeah.
or you are not armed.
Oh no, no, no. I got that. I got that. I got that. Goddamn it on me. But
Oh, okay. My God.
yeah, I got that. I got that. Goddamn it on me. But it's early though, so shouldn't really have to worry about nothing. They over there playing basketball,
Mhm.
soccer. They playing soccer too. It's
Oh,
a lot,
soccer is
lot of
good.
yeah, 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 yeah. It's
Mm. Latinos.
it's a lot of Latinos in my neighborhood.
Mm.
Not Mexicans though. It's a lot of like Puerto Ricans, Dominicans.
Venezuelan.
No, 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 no Venezuelans, no Venezuelans. They down, they more down south. You don't really see them over here. Chicago's like super segregated, man. You don't really, even with the
But
Latinos, they don't really mix with each other like that.
can you differentiate them?
No, I can't. I can't. I can't, but they can.
But yeah, like normal Americans would not be able to, but yeah,
Yeah.
you can tell. There's different dialects and there's Spanish and
Yeah, they can
they eat
tell.
different food. I can tell. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I can't tell, but they can tell. They can definitely tell. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like they keep all that. They do like football out here too. Yeah. Oh, we out here with it. We out here. Little nice little morning walk, you know. Angel, you ever take walks in the morning?
Every now and then, but most of the time I bike.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. You are a biker. I forgot. That's when you got hit by that car. You were riding your bike, weren't you?
Back in 2019, yeah.
Yeah, that son of a bitch, man. Did he take off too, or did he at least stop?
He didn't stop the sidecars and people that got out and carried me from the on the road onto the pavement side of the grass where the sidewalk is.
Yeah,
Tried to like getting him down, but the car was too fast to for the people that rescued me from the road to catch up. So,
yeah,
but the police ended up like finding him somehow, and I think someone may have taken a picture of the car in advance, but the driver's insurance ended up having to pay afterwards.
oh wow, that bastard. Damn, I wish I could. I wish. I don't know,
Well, so
cause
you did a hit and run.
Yeah, it was a
You
hit
did
and
hit and
run,
run.
Momo.
Wait, so did he get charged with like battery or anything like that? Like,
I don't know what the charges were, but I never actually pressed any charges. I was just like at the time trying to get to the nearest Walmart to get movie material, but when it all happened, I was just in the moment of like trying to get to a hospital as soon as possible because of how bad my right ankle and leg felt. So I was just
yeah,
trying
yeah.
to get it fixed, but the insurance and the driver's license, the license plate of the driver were given to me by police, which I later on took when I moved down here to find an attorney who got in contact with the insurance, and the person's insurance had to pay 50,000 towards me.
wow,
Yeah,
fifty
there's some
thousand.
restitution, some owed restitution. Yeah, it's
Yeah, you
good.
should probably should have
I mean,
paid
at least
more.
you didn't get too bad of an injury. I guess that's a good thing as well.
But it did like make it hard for me to travel the remaining of the time, especially getting the material I needed to finish packing a week before. I had actually was supposed to catch a one-way Greyhound here to Arizona.
Well, yeah, because your leg is injured, so you couldn't bike or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I ended up having some additional people assist me throughout the time, and they limited my usage of my feet so I wouldn't sprain it any worser.
Wow, there's a pre-calculus book on the ground. Wow. Anybody need a pre-calculus book? Wow. Somebody just left it. Angel, you know about pre-calculus?
And they
Not
just lost
really.
$100. Those textbooks aren't cheap.
I know, I know. I almost want to pick
No,
it
I
up and
don't know
sell it.
anything about pre-calculus. Unfortunately, HB.
Yeah, we might have to get Portia to do a math segment for us. Damn, that dude is Jesus Christ. Yo, Momo, I'm telling you, man. You walk around in Chicago, all you'll do is smell weed. This dude, yo, his shit smelled exotic. His
Do
shit
you have
smelled
whole
exotic.
blocks that sound like the? You got whole blocks that are smelly, basically.
Yeah, basically. Well, it's like people are driving around smoking, so you can smell it like everywhere. Like this dude just walked past or just drove past, and he's smoking right out the window. This shit smells so good. That one actually smelled good. That shit smelled like some I don't know what it was, some cherry pie or something. I don't know what the hell that was.
Breeders, they could crossbreed and do all sorts of genetic stuff so that it
Hmm.
smells like candy or whatever.
Yeah, no, they
So
can
they're
make it
trying to
smell like
figure that.
anything nowadays. God damn, this shit does get. It's just I don't know, man. It's wild. Oh, there goes the little kids park over there. I'm not gonna show the kids. Ah, it's been a nice little walk. But yeah, I'm gonna have to get off of here soon. I gotta I'll be in the back though to let everybody up and stuff, but I gotta do some packing, getting things situated for this move. Uh, been in Chicago for too long. Momo, I was thinking about getting in the tanker. I gotta get my
Maybe fuel hauling or it's like I don't know, it's something else.
yeah. I gotta get my endorsements though. So I gotta do you have all your endorsements, Momo?
No, I don't have any endorsements. I would say because when I was in school, other people were doing it. The quizzes or the tests seems pretty easy. There's
Yeah,
some
no,
apps that can help you like drill it so that it's very you'll just get it out of the park real quick.
yeah,
But
yeah,
no, it's just I wanted to focus on like driving and learning all the roads and everything. And I ended up liking just dry freight. I think
yeah,
because of like schedule, because I can really. I think when I think of other stuff, like all the other modes of trucking, I think like OTR dry freight has the most flexibility for like imposing your own schedule on the dispatch
yeah,
instead of the
yeah,
other way around. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. No, I get that too.
And I find a lot of value in that personally.
Yeah, nah. Like you just doing like dry van freight, like bro. I mean, there's there's basically nothing you could do wrong with dry van dry van freight. Like you you really don't got to worry about getting times. You get so many miles too. Like
Yeah, that's another aspect that I like. It's keeping it real simple. It's just
yeah, it's
basic.
super simple.
I
It
know
is
there's
super
more money
simple.
elsewhere, but for since I've like perfected, I have perfect record and I have very good metrics. I
Yeah,
can basically max out at least for what is possible for regular dry merchandise.
yeah,
I can
yeah,
do well enough for myself. Like I don't need to then add all the stresses of everything else just to make an extra 30,000 or something like that. I don't
yeah,
really need it. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I mean, 30, 40,000 extra though. It's some nice skrilla.
Yeah,
It,
it's
it,
definitely nice. But I think for myself, like just for personal valuation, it's like I think I value being able to drive my schedule and to if I want to stop it and see like Mount Rushmore or some shit like that. That has like not a direct financial value, but it has this extra like metaphysical value that is like it's more than like $70,000 almost. So it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
and I just make like for where I'm like I have no expenses. I don't even own a car, so I don't have any. Essentially, have zero bills.
yeah, yeah,
I'm just stacking cash and like building cap. You know, I'm just building all assets. I don't necessarily need to push anything anywhere because especially with like the relaxed way of driving and doing the simple freight, I can actually start to learn, you know, trading and like putting, looking at charts and stuff to see, to expand my wealth that way rather than like adding extra labor to myself. You know what I mean?
yeah. Nah, I'm not gonna lie, Momo. You definitely got it all the way figured out, man. Like your your method is pretty solid, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like no expenses, no nothing. It's like you got no attachments. So for you, it's just like
Yeah.
it's
Exactly.
it's like you're like free, man. You ain't got no chains on, man. It's like I'm still
Exactly.
I,
Exactly.
I still got a couple chains to this world, man. So I kind of got to play it how it is. I'm trying breaking the chains though. I'm trying to break the chains, but there's just certain aspects of this world I can't let go.
Yeah, I mean everybody has their own unique pathway. So it's you just gotta figure out how to resolve it for yourself that
Yeah,
harmonizes with your nature best. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. And I think that with the tanker, especially in Texas, like there's a lot of work for it, and then I can
Oh
eventually get
yeah,
to.
I hear of a lot of. I heard of some guys who were like running like they were running tankers and they only had to work like 6 months in the year to make like 100,000, something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah,
I was
yeah,
hearing people, yeah. It's a good place to be a tanker driver for sure.
yeah. And I think that's kind of more what I'm looking at is, you know, just moving around, getting into the oil, gas, getting into that industry. Hopefully I don't blow myself up, but it's part of the it's part of the you gotta take some risks sometimes.
Yeah, I mean that's just the part of the trucking game. I mean,
Yeah,
you just do everything to be as safe as you can. That's all you can do, really.
yeah,
Yeah, I
really.
saw this one of the first, like in my first year, second year, I saw some crazy thing that really it's like there's only so much you can do. And then there's other aspects where it's like sometimes you just have to, well, you just have to leave it to prayer. You have to hope God helps you. And I was in Iowa and I was in Iowa and Nebraska. And
Hmm.
I was just like, I was just waking up and it was like, for whatever reason, I would say thanks to God, I was like waking up at 7, but I looked at the clock and I looked at like the tablet and I'm like, I think I'm going to sleep in a bit. And because I usually don't sleep in, but I was just, well, for whatever reason, I was like, all right. And then I wake up at 9:30 and then I go to get like the empty and to proceed. And when I was going, so I was like going on like up I-25 or something. And what
Hmm.
had happened is like the literal like 30 minutes prior on the same route that I was going up, what happens is I start seeing when I'm going north, I start seeing flip trucks,
Yeah.
flip truck. I see like 20 flip trucks in a row going up like a period of like 100 miles. And what had happened is this freak like 1 in 100 years storm of a very specific name. I forgot what it was, but it forms like this huge 100-mile wide wind wall, and it
Hmm.
goes over like a point of like 50 miles or something. Like it, kind of like a huge wave, like a tidal wave, and it's brief, but it has like 100-mile-an-hour gusts. So that route that I was going, if I had woken up earlier, I would have gotten basically flipped, right? Because 30 minutes prior, this 100-mile-an-hour wind wall came through, and it was in the perpendicular angle for the north-south corridor. So all these trucks, they were all flipped over, 20 trucks basically.
God.
And I just missed it like that by a hair. And it's because I, woke up a little late, or I woke up and then I slept in a bit. So yeah, sometimes you got to leave it up to God.
Yeah, nah, seriously. That's when I first started driving. That used to always be my biggest fear. Like, it was never the weather, it was the wind. I'm like, yo, what the fuck do you do if you get caught in a 100-mile-per-hour winds or it's a fucking tornado or something? I'm trying to look it up and shit. There's no blueprint on that. There's no teaching in that. There's nothing you can really do. So you just
Yeah, I mean, I got some apps
fucked.
and I look at like weather stations and wind stations, but some of the things are very unpredictable and they can just come like boom, and it came out of nowhere. So yeah, it's like yeah.
Yeah, there's but yeah, no, that when you start I always call that the graveyard when you're driving and you see all those trucks flipped on their sides on the side of the road. Like, damn, I'm driving through a graveyard right now. This shit have your knees shaking. Like,
Yeah,
woo!
and that's why like Wyoming has recently like locked down on being more strict with, because they in the past Wyoming would like put up a warning, but they weren't like super strict on like forcing a shutdown due to wind.
Yeah.
But recently they started like they changed something where if you don't follow the warning strictly and you flip, you get fined extra. So you lose your job and then you get fined like 20,000 or whatever, some shit like that.
That's
So it's like, yeah, I mean, wind is because it's crazy. If you got wind gusts that are 60 plus, you gotta
you gotta get out.
You gotta just shut down. You gotta angle it. You gotta find a little pocket to hide or something, because it gets intense.
Damn, I can't even see the screen. Hold on. I think Stanley's in here talking. I have emailed you. Oh, okay. Laughing like Saget. I'm gonna be in the Dallas Fort Worth area. Yeah.
Because with gusts and wind, like I'm pretty good with dodging wind, but I've certainly been hit with a few gusts that have really been clench worthy, where it's like comes out of nowhere, boom, and it's like, holy wow. And you're just there clenching like, damn, that was crazy. I've been hit with a couple of those.
Yeah, that shit. Especially if you're empty too. Now if you're empty, that'll make you contemplate life right there.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh man. Hey, can I toss this in there? All right, thank you, man. Oh yeah, no, I want to throw it on the ground, man. Yeah, no problem. Yo, crack.
Hey, what's up?
Good morning, man.
Oh, what's up, crack?
What the hell's going on? I think I had my first real sleep last night in a long ass time. Probably like a
More than
month.
like a month?
Yep. Jesus Christ. I'm like,
congratulations,
what the fuck?
man. You deserved it.
I did it, man. I got you to 800 something.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
I'm glad you slept. I was hoping that you would sleep for days.
I was like, oh, this karaoke getting tons of people now. Huh? Don't need to worry about this anymore. They finally showed up. Oh, good.
No, it was crazy last night. Oh my God.
I was like, well, should I turn up? Nah, I'm gonna get turned, and it's gonna be like over.
Yeah, Master Kim came up and he gave us He did a little bit of Prince. He did
Oh yeah, I saw
Group
that.
Me Baby. Like he did, yeah, it's crazy.
I saw that. I saw
Yeah,
that.
I still think Bob was damn good. I mean, Blacks was pretty good, but damn, Bob doing that piano shit is like, nah, man, you can't top Bob still. You can't top Bob.
Well,
Ah.
Ray
Bob
Charles,
did.
the
He brought
glasses.
it
I'm like,
home.
oh shit, you can't top him.
Doesn't Bob like play the piano? Doesn't he actually
He
play
probably
the piano?
does. He looks like a piano
Yeah,
player.
yeah. I think
Do
he's
y'all
like.
want to see Bob from
I
last
think
night?
he's.
Those of you
I
that
think he's
missed.
like got a grand piano. You might as
Oh,
well
he
just
probably does have
replay
a
it.
grand piano.
Yeah, I
Oh
think he has a
yeah.
grand
How else
piano.
is he gonna pull those classic white bitches without a grand piano?
Yeah. Gotta.
He ain't gonna. He
Oh,
gonna pull out no like. Oh, here's my Goodwill piano from like that I got from
nah.
some garage sale piano. Nah.
He's got like this big ass white. I don't know what it's called. He's got one of those like $20,000 pianos, man.
Yamahas are pretty good. Yamahas are pretty good nowadays. I don't know. Yamaha's probably the low end.
The white John Galt said we
Yeah,
stole
White
his,
John Galt is getting on my nerves.
I
Oh
think
yeah, you timed him out finally, huh? You got
Sure
Portia,
he
did.
always tries to poke everyone. He pokes me. He says, "I'm in love with Grace. I'm in love with Grace." Or he pokes like John. John ain't reading chat. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah,
You can't poke John, bro. You can't poke the
yeah,
black John Galt.
yeah. This is
But you got the
yeah.
Porsche. You got the Porsche.
What's crazy is I'm pretty sure he says he's the white John Galt, but I think John Galt in Atlas Shrugs was white. I don't know though. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he was white. Well, actually, I
Yeah.
probably didn't even. They don't even imply any race in that book, so it could be anything. You could
Yeah,
be
he could.
anything. Yeah.
He could be. Jesus. Yeah, they probably. Yeah, yeah. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. See.
Yeah,
Oh
and then he
man.
made
And
Brown
Bob.
John Galt.
Yeah, I think he made a burner account. Yeah. Another one. Another one. Wow.
You need to have at least several like cool trolls, and I kind of like the white John Galt, but it gets repetitive. You know, you need to up your
Yeah.
game, the white John Galt. If you're gonna make snide remarks and shit, like
Yeah. You know,
you gotta be a little.
I don't mind like the criticism, but at least like hit the link if you're gonna be so critical, you know? Like that's why I like I like Stan Lee's criticism because at least he'll tell it to you, you know.
Yeah, he'll tell it to you to your face.
Yeah, right. These troll guys, sometimes I wonder what's really the agenda behind them. Like what do you get out of just trolling in the chat? I don't get it. But I don't think he's that bad.
Yeah, it's not that. It's just something like whenever we're up all day, you know, like
Oh
yesterday,
yeah.
like
Nah,
24
nah.
hours, and
Yeah.
then I was here all night, and then like now I'm still here right now this morning. I probably took an hour nap, if that, and so
Yeah.
you know, some of that stuff, it just gets irritating. And the one thing that you need is energy and positivism and things like that. And it's just like
Yeah.
sometimes I just don't want to see it. So like I timed him out a few times because it's just like you
Nah.
throwing me off my square.
Oh, a few more times? Oh, he was
Yeah.
that annoying to you?
Yeah, because it's just like, hey, like I ain't doing it. Not today. I ain't.
Nah,
Oh, man.
Portia. You know what they say. Sometimes you gotta cut the short shit short. I get it. Trust me. You gotta cut the short shit short.
Yeah, because yesterday I was trying to find timestamps for the whole Grace and whatever drama, and I guess it was too loud on the other tab, and then it just bled through this tab. It's like my mic. It was like, oh, hey, look, he's listening to Grace.
Yeah, that was.
He's like,
I was
oh,
wondering.
he's still in
what
love
was
with Grace.
going
He's
on.
still in love with Grace, and it's like, oh my god, this again. This guy is
Yeah,
always doing this shit.
Nah, if
The
we're talking
same
about
shtick. The
if we're
same
talking
shtick.
about we're talking about Ava, there's a possibility, but nah, I'm not buying that you were ever in love with Grace.
I mean, you know, I like her personality, and once I found out she was a Scorpio, oh, that's why. Because I said this before. Every girlfriend I had, just a friend, a female friend I had, it was just like they all turned out to be Scorpios. I don't get it. With me, it's just like I attract them for some reason.
No, I usually try to avoid them. The Scorpios.
They're fun, man.
I know.
They're fun.
I know.
They're crazy, but they're fun. Yeah. They're crazy.
Yeah, it's like the balance of fun and crazy. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, I'm too old for that shit now.
Yeah.
Back in the day, though, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Scorpios.
Really?
Well, I mean, they're really good, but they're just as crazy as they are good. It's like 50-50. You gotta be careful. Like a Scorpio will get you up out of here, man. Like she'll Lorena Bob at you. Like seriously, a Scorpio will. So you gotta, but you know, as long as you treat them right, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. Yeah.
That's what we were. We were talking about that, and I was trying to figure out how this works.
Excuse me.
See, that's the idea, bro. That's just how you get women to chase you. Yeah.
Even if you did, who cares? Like, who really cares? I think it's like funny, but like for people that are taking it so serious, it's like, bro, come on, man. Are you really?
Because you always have to leave the door open for people.
I know. That's funny.
That's how you get the females, you know, because like you know, you don't hit off the bat right away. Sometimes if you want to chase like the females, you make them chase you. That's the whole game.
Nah.
When you bring tough guy up here, you'd be like, oh, the game.
Yeah, tough guy.
Man, I had a whole interview with Tough Guy with Stanley on here. I was like, man, we got to clip that whole segment too with the pimps and shit.
Yeah. Because, I mean, the Tough Guy, I'm not going to say what Tough Guy says doesn't work, but the thing that I don't like about what Tough Guy is saying is he's making it seem like he's not putting hands and feet on these girls. It's like, bro, I know good and well you're putting hands and feet on these women.
Oh, is that your thing?
Yeah,
okay,
He's got to put he's slapping them around.
He is black, so
yeah. Like, yeah, it works if you slap him around. Yeah, it works then. What if you're a non-violent person though? What do you do in that sense?
Did he wear a white glove like those Venezuelans before he slapped it, bitch?
Like, what do you do then? What if you don't want to slap women? What do you do then? But you know, there's ways to go about it. But yeah, I know.
Right. Anyway, let's play Bob's little rendition now.
Yeah,
that's the shit. Let's play it.
That big barbecue.
Yeah, the volume is the volume at max. Man, we gotta
can you hear it?
Yeah, I don't remember it was this low. You sure it's maximum volume? Fuck.
Oh, hold on.
Make sure all the StreamYard's volume is maxed. That's maxed. Everything's maxed. Garion, man, a lot of haters for you last night, Gary. I saw.
Nah. You actually,
haters everywhere.
He actually has a good voice. Pause. He actually has a good voice. So.
The lag was killing me yesterday, man.
Oh, it was. You were way lagged. Yeah.
Okay, hold on now. Let me make sure everything is good here.
That's a great idea.
I'm so happy that you called, and we have Omar up in here too. So it's great. So we have "Messing Around" or "Mess Around" by Ray Charles, sung by the one and only Bob. Let's go.
You can talk about the Everybody do the mess around. Come on, sing with me. Everybody do. You can bet your soul. They didn't boogie with steady roads do the mess around. The mess around. Do the mess around. Everybody do the mess around. When I say stop, don't move a peg. When I say go, just shake your leg and do the mess around. Mess around. Everybody do the mess around. Now let me hear it. Come on, everybody back.
Bob was killing it during this though.
Are you gonna throw a hit or mess around? I don't know how to mess around. Go and mess around. All right, that's great. Yeah, the trumpet. Yeah. Mess around, boy. Now this band's going to play from 9 to 1. Everybody's here. We're going to have some fun doing the mess around.
Why is he pulling a Ben Shapiro?
They're doing the mess
The best
around.
part, man.
Everybody's doing the mess around. It's that simple. Now you see that girl with the diamond ring. She knows how to shake that thing. Mess around. I declare she can mess around. Mess around. Everybody do the mess around. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Woo! Wow! What a show! What a show! Oh my goodness! That was great.
I haven't had that much fun in a little bit. Thank you for it.
That was amazing. I don't know how y'all gonna top that.
Who's next?
Omar.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, how do I get the music on the screen? Do I have to add my my stream thing to you guys? The presenting?
No, you can just tell me what you want it to be.
Well, okay. The instrumental from Danzig Mother, but I'm not gonna sing Danzig Mother. I'm gonna sing the Misfats Butter.
What? Oh, okay.
What's that?
Butter spread on my toast every day, from a cube or from a spray. Is it Olean? Is it Parquet? Butter and butter. Can't you keep my heart from working right? No blood's flowing without a fight. Oh, butter.
Come on.
Doctor, I can't seem to feel my left arm or right. Cholesterol has made me a sight. Oh, doctor. Not about start eating light, but you want to eat large with me. I can.
All right.
Oh
so
yeah, wait,
Bob.
Portia.
Huh?
Wait, Portia. Is Samuel Giroux in the chat? Samuel Giroux, are you in the chat? Samuel Giroux.
I didn't see him.
I haven't seen him.
Okay, well, I just wanted to let them know I appreciate you for that Cash App yesterday. Even though I wasn't on the panel all day, I appreciate that. But yeah, man.
Duale is having a picnic. Look
Yeah,
at him.
Duale. Wow. Look at Muslims in the park. This is scary. Look at him. Hey, what are you eating? Some yogurt? Yeah, queer. You little queer. Look at you.
They be hating on a man eating yogurt, man.
Yo, man, a grown man should not be eating no goddamn yogurt. What are you trying to?
That is iced tea.
Are you trying to fix your pH balance or something? But you got
The only people who eat yogurt are kids and old people, man.
Right. What's your coochie stank? Trying to fix it.
You got gut problems or something?
Right.
That's iced tea.
Yeah, I mean, I know he probably drinks that drink, that yogurt drink. What was that copper?
Look at Duale just hanging out in
some chip.
Germany.
Copper.
Just hanging out in Germany. What's wrong with you, man?
He's hanging out in the Black Forest. He's hanging in the Black Forest, man. What the fuck?
Turn the forest into a dark forest.
Yeah, river. How's that River Danube doing?
Rhine.
Yo,
it's called Rhine.
Oh, it's the Rhine River you go on next to? All right. Yeah. Is that tributary?
You gotta Duale, don't get dysentery out there for drinking all that river water.
Duale eats like he's from Somalia too. Look at him.
What the fuck does that mean?
Right, he eats like it's his last meal.
So how them Nuremberg laws going? You reach your blood quota yet, bro?
Right, Stanley, right? That's what he eats like he's from Africa, bro. You eat like you've been eating with your hands half your life.
Duale, save some for your kids. That's all they're gonna get. That's all they're gonna get for the rest of the week, man.
Halam.
Come here, Papa. Come.
What's he calling his kids?
Yeah.
So chewing like a squirrel.
Come here.
Duale's eating all their food.
All jokes aside, Duale is a great dad.
Yeah. Good family, man. See?
Yeah.
Raise your kids right. Don't be raising like those white boys we saw yesterday. Like, what the fuck?
No.
Shit.
What are you doing? That is my daughter. She is swimming.
She wasting the water.
Yeah.
It's like we're in Dune or something. Stop dropping the water everywhere.
Right.
He is. I mean, the Iraqis, they are based off Muslims. So.
That is true.
Arrakis.
That is true.
Arrakis.
Okay, baby.
Wait, hold up. Real question. Do you think in Arrakis they got wet pussy over there? Because they got to save water. So.
Whoa, good questions. Good questions. I'm sure. Yeah, you know.
If you make a girl squirt, does that go against the religion? Because you're wasting water.
Oh my lord!
It's kind of weird to say that after. You know what? Let's get Gary up out of here.
Yeah.
I guess.
If you read later Dune books, it gets pretty pervy though. Frank Herbert's a perv.
I mean, we just saw the daughter. It was just.
I wasn't even thinking, Portia. That's you. I wasn't even applying that to.
I know you're not applying it, but it's just weird. Immediately after seeing a little girl.
Yeah, there was a child on the screen.
Well, forget I said anything. If that's how y'all taking it, forget I said anything.
No, Gary. You asked these questions.
They must be
trying to change the conversation.
Well, Gary, you know they in Dune they had those suits that kept the moisture inside them. So I'm only assuming that it's probably fire too.
Universal Joe says you got the Somali head.
Yeah, no. You know the Somalis are The Somalis are direct descendants of Yaqub. That's why their heads are like that.
Yaqub. Is that how you say it?
Yaqub.
Y'all
Yaqub.
can't tell me.
Are you breaking up? Hey, HB, you're breaking up. You breaking up?
Am I breaking up? Am I
A
breaking
little
up?
bit, a little bit. So be warned. Be warned.
I'm in the trenches. I'm in the trenches right now.
Yeah, HB, I saw you walking around. Where were you?
I'm in Chicago, man. Looking for a bus down. Yeah, I'm in Chicago, man. I'm in. If you really want to know, I'm in Humboldt Park.
No.
Yeah.
Humble Park.
Humboldt Park. Yeah. Yeah, it's a
There's
little.
nothing humble about Chicago, man.
Nah, there's nothing. Nothing. That's a Humboldt Park.
Chicago.
Not at all.
I thought you were in Texas. What the heck's going on?
Not yet. I'll be in Texas next week.
Oh, okay.
Almost.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna be going on a date with Alexis, Texas. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Alexis, Texas.
Alexis,
Yeah,
Texas. She's still
fog.
around.
Karma.
The
Yeah.
fog.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not taxi.
Who is that?
I will come back.
You don't know who Alexis, Texas is?
Let me
She's
look
an
it up.
acrobat.
Yeah, look her up real quick, portion. Look her up.
Yeah, she's an acrobat.
Yeah, sure. Acrobat. And here comes Universal Helium Jones. Like, what the fuck is the helium voice?
Hey, Universal
Is
Jones.
my voice right now? Go ahead.
Did you give a review of your blankie?
No, I can. I did not.
I mean, not you did something though.
Yeah, I did
'cause
something.
You had it
else.
on.
Yeah.
You were all dancing around, jumping around, didn't it? I mean, I think that's the review that you need.
You used it as a shroud?
Oh, of course.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he was wrapped up in it.
Was it worth it? Was it worth it?
It was worth it. It was worth it.
Wow.
So I would say it was definitely worth it.
Wow.
I would say it didn't come with the weed smell or smell like her, but it's good. It's good quality.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to work on that. We're gonna have to work on that.
But we
You have to work on that.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Fall is here and
I love this
winter is
commercial, though.
coming,
It's real good.
and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition
I like
where
how
Lowe
John
will
is
roll
like
around
10
in
times
it,
darker
blow
than the
smoke
actual
from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
So there you go. Now this is a good. I will say this is a good blanket. It's nice and plush. It will keep you warm. It's a good size. I'm a big dude, 6 foot 250. It's a good wrap around, so we good.
Yeah, but you are, and I think this is why it's good to have product reviews to help Low out. Because what I'm thinking is she probably did smoke on it, probably did spray her. She definitely sprayed her cologne, and I'm for sure she stepped on it with her feet. But
Oh, God.
if you can't smell any of that, my
defeats the
suggestion
purpose.
to Lo is she's gonna have to vacuum seal it. Like
Yeah,
it's a
she
brick
didn't.
of-
She just threw it in the box. Yeah.
Yeah. She's gonna have to vacuum seal it like it's a brick of dope. And
You're out here treating it like it's gamer
God
girl
damn.
bathwater.
yeah,
It did come with a nice little note, and I did get one of those stickers too, by the way.
yeah. We're gonna have to get her to vacuum seal these things.
No, what about hold on. What about scratch and sniff stickers?
What about them, Gary? What about them?
I'm saying that as a potential product that she could sell.
They sell,
Oh,
It would have to get freaky for it to really sell, but
Mm.
I don't think she's ready for all that.
But I gotta show you guys something. Look at this. Look.
Little koi pond.
A little koi pond.
I'm in front of Crack's house right now.
Crack, you gonna let him feed the fish? You gonna let him feed the
Wow.
Yeah, go
That
feed
is
them.
beautiful.
Don't make them fat though. Shit.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Everybody outside today.
I wonder how they survived the winter.
They gotta take them out.
Yeah, I'm sure he takes them out. Yeah, man, Gary, you gotta start out. You gotta get up early, man. Get outside, get a little walk in, man. You know.
I was out
This is
earlier
Gary,
yesterday. Freaking, my body is
His name is
sore.
Gary.
And you know, it's probably like the afternoon for Duale.
This is Gary.
A naked white dude.
His name is Gary, Papa.
Get Gary and the naked white dude.
There you go.
Come here, Karma. Come.
Got penis out and everything.
Is this his bot Rick's? Did John do something with this? Portia,
I
did
was
John
gonna
do
ask
this?
the same question.
I reached out this morning to see. I'm assuming because I didn't do it. So,
Okay,
you know.
That's cool. We got bot Rick now too. So actually, we're getting more advanced every day we move.
Yeah. But I want to make sure it was him who did it, because if it was someone else that I'm thinking, then we need to have a conversation about that. So
who else would have done it?
We'll have a conversation about that. That's not on the panel. Exactly.
I see what you're saying.
Like everything doesn't need to be discussed on the panel.
Good ethical practice.
Come on out, you rapist!
Somebody looking up pianos. Yeah, Craig, are you buying a piano?
Universal Jones, I gotta ask you,
What's up?
What do you plan to do with that blanket?
Enjoy my Sundays in it. Think about low. Like, you know.
All right.
I don't think it's gonna get too freaky in the blanket, but
Okay. All right. You're not gonna let a couple shots off in it?
Oh God, come on.
Wait.
Not yet.
Come
Not
on,
yet.
man.
I gotta enjoy the plushness. You know, you can't be, getting it all sticky and then it gets
Yeah,
hard.
don't treat it like it's a sock or something. It's a blanket.
You could do or you could just like ball it up and smell it while you
Think about her.
Yeah.
Duale.
I will give her credit though. I will give her credit. This is a pretty nice, handly built quilt.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
She's got some talent. She's got some potential.
Yeah. I'm just glad.
What is this? TikTok.
Somali heads. No, so I dated this Somali chick, right? She was bad, but the head was just. I have a noggin.
It was a noggin, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I was just like, girl, your head is like.
Yeah, I'm
crazy.
telling you, they're direct descendants of Yaqub. And I don't care what nobody says, that Yaqub story, it makes so much sense. Like when
Are you
really
joking, man? You seriously believe this technology?
Not the science part, but like, bro, I'm sorry.
Yeah, like Yaqub was a real person, but I don't think he was like this.
Did he visit the
No.
Starship Enterprise? Like,
No. I do believe the white man was grafted into existence. Like I just
wow.
It was the Anunnaki who did it.
You gotta really
Anunnaki.
You gotta really look at it. Like they have all these like recessive genes, and then if you just think about just nature and shit, like to get a completely recessive gened animal into nature, it's like God rest her soul, but it's like Chippy. She's a goddamn Yorkie. To go from a a wolf to a Yorkie, you got to do a lot of you got to do a lot of breeding to get to
White
that
people were
small ass
aliens.
dog.
White people are
You know?
aliens, man. I'm telling you, those Nordic depictions of aliens and stuff.
Well, that's why Ava looks like an alien. Ava definitely looks like one of those tall Nordics.
White people are aliens. man.
No, I don't think they're aliens. They're still humans, but somebody specifically, like, those traits just aren't natural for the Earth. Like, it's, and I just don't believe in that whole your race, it depends on where you were born and stuff. Nah.
Interesting.
White people were made on Atlantis, man. The Anunnaki came to Atlantis one day and just made white people.
You know, weather changes over years. You know, like the weather patterns and shit change. Like, who's to say 10,000 years ago that up was down and left is right? And, you know, who's to say? How do we know? It's because you dig up some ice? Oh, yeah. Whatever.
It's because you found some bones somewhere?
I think they were bred into existence. Now, did Yakub do it? Probably not. But there's something to it, man. There's something to it.
So HB, you know about the Rh negative blood type, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty rare. So
Very.
if you have that Rh negative blood type, you're actually pretty rare, even for Europeans too. So, you know, the Basque, right? The Basque, they speak a language that's not even Indo-European. Like, they were there in Europe way earlier than most other Europeans. So, and they have a lot of that Rh negative. So
yeah,
if you think that, if you think so, the whites were, like, you know, engineered, it's probably from this started from this point. Yeah.
Oh, I told you, the Anunnaki came in, found these people, genetically engineered them into the white people we know today.
You don't even know. The Anunnaki, man. This is not some goddamn alien.
This is some ancient alien bullshit, man.
No.
Fuck
aliens, man.
I'm saying
Fuck
actual
aliens.
white people believe this, man. Actual white people believe their ancient ancestors were aliens or something.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. Look up Robert Seffer, man. He goes into detail.
Oh, that's where it comes from, bro. Robert Seffer does a good job. Like, yeah.
He believes white people are ancient and psychic and all that shit, man. He thinks
all that shit
got superpowers.
All that shit is to deny the
HB. He thinks white people are the X-Men,
bro. How?
You need to watch some of his videos.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. Watch some of that stuff. I love alternate theories. Yeah, I love.
Yeah, he thinks white people are these descendants of, like, some sort of psychic alien race or whatever, and that the lost continent of Atlantis, their home.
Yeah.
He believes that the reason Atlantis disappeared is because white people race mix too much.
Oh, okay.
Oh God. Oh God.
It's so fucking funny, man.
Yeah, see, I just don't I don't know. I think the answers they're not in the past, they're right now. Just look out into the ether. You'll see the answers. They're right there in your face. I don't know. I'm just on my soapbox this morning. But no, I just really do enjoy that theory of Yakub. It's I think I'm gonna tell it to my kids before sleep every night. It's gonna be a little nighttime story. The evil scientist, Dr. Yakub. He looked like Gary, or he looked like
Yeah, I totally look like
Duale. No. Gary, you barely look African, man. People wouldn't even be able to tell unless you say it.
Yeah, unless I say something, people can't tell.
Yeah. You can't even tell you're African. It's more just a joke than anything, but you don't even look African for real. Like, Laughing Like Saget's another one. He doesn't even really look African.
He's from Liberia, though.
I know. That's why he doesn't really look African. No,
Hey, Universal Jones, weren't you supposed to sing with Lolo yesterday?
No, we weren't going to do a duet.
Oh, okay.
She was supposed to hop on, but I don't know ever.
All right,
She
all
was
right.
busy
Are you
yesterday.
going to do a duet though in karaoke? One of these karaoke streams?
I will. I was gonna do
Angel,
one.
yeah, Angels and Virgo went off pretty well,
I was
considering
gonna do
all the
one
lag.
last night with T, but her sister
Mm.
hopped on, so
Her
we just
sister
all
hopped
kind of did
on.
one. Yeah, we all kind of just did
Yeah,
one
it got
collectively.
it started getting way lit. Yeah, tons of
Yeah.
people wanted to get on after a while. Yeah, so it was like,
Yeah,
oh.
it was completely full in the back. But Duale and Angel did one together.
I saw that one. Yeah,
Been
I saw
beyond
that.
that. That was
That was
very foolish.
that was in the top 3 last night for sure.
We need
No,
Stanley.
no.
We need
That was
Stanley to do
crazy.
Mary Jane. I'm in love with Mary Jane. We need Stanley to do something.
Why is it?
Get crack. Wake up, motherfucker.
Ooh, we got.
Welcome to the crack house.
Let's go.
So you know, the interesting things I want to mention yesterday was the oil. You know.
It's back up to 9 something.
No, the crude oil, man, crude oil.
Oh, I thought you said boil. My bad. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
not boil. Yeah, boil. Yeah, we're gonna still wait. So we can talk about more of that next week. But you know, Ryan, you remember when 777 said like buy Chevron and Ryan was like, crude oil's going back down to 66. Well, guess what happened? You know, he was right. It got pretty close yesterday to 67 or something about there. Because you have to remember, like yesterday we had another high unemployment print. So the market right now is really thinking we're going to recession. So that's where its mood is. That's the mood right now. It's gone back to that. And the other thing too is look at bonds. So bonds tried to hit that resistance level. The 30-year bond. This is 30-year bond. All right. So if it starts breaking out, then and the stocks keep dropping, then that means that for the next month, it's going to be terrible for stocks.
You think so? You think so?
Yeah, because that means they really believe recession is coming. So it's going to be such a bad mood for the rest. It's going to set the tone, right? It's just going to set the tone for the whole into election. So that'll be a good time to start buying stuff when the bad news keeps like building, because then they're just going to hammer it, right? When someone starts like putting a narrative out there and then another guy verifies it, it's just going to be like boom, 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 boom. And bonds are going to start rallying like crazy and stocks are going to start dropping, which is the normal way it should work.
Right.
You have to remember in 2021, it didn't work like that. Bonds and stocks were dropping because the Fed was raising the rates really high. So that was like one of the rare times where hiding in bonds didn't help you. Actually, it might have been worse because maybe bonds were actually really dropping much farther than the stocks. So that's why a lot of people got really wiped out that time. And this also explains why people are still hiding in cash. You have to remember, people are not fully invested in stock market yet. You look at Nvidia, you think like, oh, people are back in stocks. They're not. This is only a few people pumping this stock up right now. There's a lot of people still on the sidelines, man. So if after elections you flip the script, right? So you get too negative and then you become too positive, like you're getting too optimistic after that. Guess what happens? All those guys that were waiting in cash for a whole year or a half, they're gonna jump in. And those stocks will start. Crypto is gonna rise. Everything's gonna rise.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Get ready to buy the dip, guys, in the next month or and a half. All right. So we'll be watching.
Can you go to Chevron real quick? Because I saw it basically met that I think it was like the 135. It met that resistance at 135.
It's at 138.56 at closing.
But you see that other point right there, that other dip. It met with that 135 and then it raised back up. So I'm definitely watching it right now, because if it goes below that, yeah, it might be time to grab some more, or
Mm-hmm.
you know, because I do think it is you know, it's definitely gonna go back up, but you
Yeah,
know, I
you
could,
don't know when. That's the
yeah,
thing.
yeah, you don't
Because
know when though, yeah,
so
so
two things to remember: the inflation number, the CPI, is coming out next Wednesday. Okay, and then after that, right after that, the next following week is Powell's going to talk again that following Wednesday. Okay, so we got two big events coming this month
yeah,
left,
yeah,
and that's going to decide where things go. If either of those go wrong, see ya, bye bye. We're going down way low
yeah, until the election, pretty much,
to the election. Yep, we're going straight
yeah,
down to hell because
this,
it's like right here again. This is not a good place to be because you're going to have to drop back here again, and
yeah,
any bad news when it drops here, it's going to be free fall. There's no
yeah.
support after that. It's just going to be like see ya suckers going all the way
So,
back
so
down here.
as an investor, who do you really
Mm,
prefer to see? And I know you don't really care. Like you're an investor, you don't care who's in office. You're gonna make
yes,
money
that's true.
regardless.
That's true. That's
I
true.
understand, but for the, I guess for the overall market and the morality of the people, like it's such a
I I think if people's expectations are bad because they think it's due to Biden, then they'll get juiced up just because it's someone new until they get jaded again.
yeah,
So if that's the
yeah,
case, then yeah, you would rather probably have Trump for the extra juicing power.
right, right,
But that's about it. Otherwise, it's going to be the same thing anyway. Because I think Congress is going to
Arma,
flip, and because Congress really is the driver of it. So
yeah.
it's not really the president in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I know. But I think a lot of it is like
Because
psychology.
the best times we had like economies is not because we had a Democratic president. It's because you had a Democratic president with a Republican controlled Congress.
Achtung,
You see
Yeah,
what I
au.
mean? You have that
yeah,
balance in the Republican controlled Congress with the Democratic
Okay.
president. That gives you the best. Yeah.
yeah. I had to mute Duale. He's over there playing water torture with the
Because yeah,
babies.
like Stanley says, our political or Ryan maybe because Ryan keeps saying we love deadlock because that's how the founding fathers designed it. He's right. So
Yeah,
you kind of minimize the extremes. So you have the Democratic president with the Republican Congress that seems to be the best overall
right, right, right.
market condition. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm just a quick aside on that. The in reality, you don't avoid either extreme. You create a third extreme, which is deadlock. I mean, that
Yeah, I see what
deadlock.
you're saying.
I
Yeah.
mean, there's a difference between checks and balances when people are willing to compromise. If they're not willing to compromise, you get what we have today, which is a dysfunctional or unfunctional
Mm-hmm.
Congress.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, that's my little spiel.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point actually. I think Ryan
no,
thinks that's a correct thing to be in that extreme. Yeah, that's right. That is an extreme.
yeah,
Yeah, deadlock is
Well,
an extreme.
Ryan likes deadlock because nothing gets done. I mean, folks of that ilk, and I love Ryan to death. I love
Mm-hmm.
he is like
Mm-hmm.
the perfect conservative for me to talk to because we're kind of roughly the same age, so we don't really get upset. Um, the thing is there's a certain strain of conservative and definitely libertarians who like nothing done. They don't want progress. They think things are fine the way they are. If anything, we
Mm-hmm.
should go back to the
yeah.
1950s. And
You know,
that's the 1950s weren't that great.
no, no, no. Stanley, I was listening to you and Portia talk about that, and I kind of agree. I kind of feel like you said something that was like, you said something like in the army, it's better to like make a bad mistake and do something and not do anything at
Yes,
all. And I feel like
yes.
that's the issue with a lot of conservatives, man. Or well, I'm not gonna say conservatives. I'm gonna say Republicans. It's like they don't want to do anything. At least the liberals fuck shit up, but at least they doing something. at least they fucking shit up. The Republicans, they don't want to do anything. They're just like, let's just, kind of keep things the way that they are.
Well,
It's
in a
like,
perfect world, you don't want to. fuck things up. But
yeah, but you gotta at least respect that they're doing something. They're making some initiative. It's like, yeah, it might be the dumbest thing to do, but at least you're doing something. It's like Republicans, they're because even the idea of the wall, you and Portia, you guys were having a really good conversation about that, and I'm like, what's the point in building the wall when the laws are fucked up?
Well, now there's a whole political discourse around that. Republicans are basically saying we want the wall. We want to stop it cold, the immigration cold. Then we go back and look at the laws. And the Democrats are like, why go through the expense of building a wall? Let's just go ahead and fix the laws. And I really think the laws, I mean, it's a dichotomy. If the law says, hey, if you're granted refugee status, the government is obligated to provide housing, that's screwed up. A wall doesn't change the law and vice versa. And to be honest, I think a wall is a silly idea. The Great Wall of China didn't keep China, safe for, forever.
Yeah, walls get knocked down eventually.
Right.
So I kind of agree.
And the thing is going back to making the wrong decision but doing something. Shit, if Trump had completed a bunch of the wall, like most of the wall, what are you going to do? Tear it down? At least something would have been done. He half did the wall. And Trump doesn't build things anymore. He franchises. He puts his name on stuff. He doesn't build anything anymore.
Yeah.
So that whole narrative is messed up, and I never really go into anyone when they start, 12th man and his what did Obama build? Well, you know what? What does Trump build?
Yo, I thought it was funny too that Trump wanted Mexico to build the wall. Like, damn, you want migrants to build your wall? Ain't that
what? Let me put it to you this. That's funny. You know what? If he had gotten Mexico to build the wall, he might have swung me. He might have. I'm like, well, that motherfucker. I don't like the wall, but that's a bad motherfucker. If he can get another government to pay for his wall, I'd have been impressed.
Hey, so Mo, the thing is, there's a lot of bad news that's gonna keep coming for Intel, and so you have to understand, people run on emotion, and they'll go lower than what's the fair value for Intel. So don't be surprised if we hit that 13 area. That's why I told False maybe a couple days ago, 3 days ago, when he was on here, he said, when should I buy Intel? I'm like, not now. It can go lower. It really can. You don't underestimate people's fear, especially when the whole stock market starts dropping more. They'll start getting scared and panic sell anything. So that's why I put these two purple lines here. I show you this area between $9 and $13.50. That's a buy zone right here. That's gonna be your buy zone. So if anybody that wants to invest for the long term, this is probably a good pick. If you get that price, that's probably the deal of the century for Intel. Okay, guys, there you go. And
you know what? I don't think. I mean, this recession stuff has been in the air forever, and I can't remember. There was some major.
It has been, Stanley. They've been talking about it for years now. It's going to be a recession. It's going to be a recession. Yeah.
Well, someone like some major company, investment company or something.
Was it the
chief
liberals?
Economist. The chief economist kind of said, "Hey, you know what? I don't think there's going to be a recession anymore." So, I mean, people are still on the fence.
No, the economists don't really know anyway. Don't trust anyone. They don't know the shit.
Yeah,
and that's why they're
happened when it happened.
I kind of, honestly though, Stanley, I kind of think we're already in a recession, man. I
maybe a part of the company might be manufacturing. You might say so.
Maybe there's not any the economy's not shrinking.
No. Yeah, but they had to change the definition
Yeah,
of
we
it
had a
though.
technical recession. We did have a technical recession a
Yeah.
year ago. Yeah, a technical one. Yeah.
A year ago?
Yeah, we had
But
two back-to-back
but
negative
Hey,
growth in GDP. Yeah, yeah,
appreciate it. Thank you.
or three
Well,
quarters or
I
two
think the
quarters.
real recession is people's impression, and you know, if what is it? Impressions are everything, or whatever the
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think there is a recession between Americans' ears.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Come
Well, no,
on.
no, no,
No.
no, no. I mean, no, no. When I say I'm not talking brain power, I'm talking people think there's a recession. Therefore, there is a recession. And
No,
I
no,
mean,
no.
you have
We're
to
just
pay
talking about
attention to that.
we're just talking about the GDP. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, technically
Right.
we did have a recession.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
people think the economy's bad.
No, I'm not. Bad is subjective. Like
Yeah,
America's
but it's
economy.
real though.
Yeah, but like
Well, no,
bad
no.
is.
When people think that, it is real. They think it
Oh
into
yeah.
existence.
But we technically did have a recession. It's just that I think once you start, it is kind of like a dual-edged sword though, Stanley, because you don't really want the people to know that we're in a recession, because now that's gonna make it even worse. So I'm kind of like on both sides of it, where
Mhm.
I get that, yeah, you got to change the definition of a recession, because if people know how fucked up the economy really is now, it's gonna only all it's gonna do is make things worse. It's not
Well,
gonna make it
the
better.
problem with HB is like it's abstract because like who the fuck cares about GDP in the real world?
They
Like
don't.
Right.
Exactly.
if I
Exactly.
still have a job, I still have a job. If I'm not in a
Right.
bread
Right.
line, I'm not in a bread line. Why do I care
Right.
if like the GDP growth shrank two
Right.
back-to-back quarters? It's like who gives a
Right.
fuck,
Right.
right? You see what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
So
Right.
that's what
Right.
Stanley's point is. Yeah.
Right. And that's what I get. I understand that too. Like it's really not gonna affect the to a certain extent. But then you have all these other factors where it's like, you know,
Well,
the
I mean, honestly, I don't think we ever recovered from 2008, 2007, like that whole Great Recession thing. Like a lot of people dropped, from the labor market. They never came back. Those
yeah.
people are forever, they're on fentanyl and they're on the Grace Thorpe streams or some shit.
Yeah.
That's the other economy, right?
Yeah.
The synth economy, the pay pig economy,
Yeah.
the YouTube influencer economy, either that
Yeah.
or because there's tons of RV streams. There's RV streams. There's a bunch of drug addicts in an RV live streaming right now on YouTube, getting donations.
Yo.
Jesus Christ.
You think I'm lying?
No, I believe.
No. Bro, there's so many people that are like homeless streamers now. Like it is a whole and I mean, you never would have saw this back in the day. I swear to God, it's a straight up genre. It's like couples.
Oh man.
They're homeless streamers now, and it's a whole genre. And I think, for a lot of people, it's much easier to just live that type of lifestyle because of what happened in 2008. It's like,
Damn.
why even like I do get it though. Why even get into the market unless you got like 6 figures saved in your bank account? It's too expensive. So you might as well just stay homeless, stay homeless until you can save up. I honestly think it's a very smart idea. Just save up, live, be homeless until you got enough money to really live a middle class, because you really don't have a choice at this point.
Right. Country.
That's an interesting point that I don't know that I agree with. I was talking to someone the other day about having a kid. If you wait till you can afford to have a kid, you'll never have a kid.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're talking to us. You're talking to me and some other guys, Stanley.
Yeah, I kind of think the same way about, saving up money till you can live a middle class life. You don't go from 0 to 60. You kind of earn your way into it.
Yeah, I listened to I heard a Jew say that one time before too. They were like, why do you have so much kids and stuff? Well, God will bless me. God will bless me, my child.
God will make a way.
Yeah, God
So
will make a way.
marka ninka ciyaalka kala kaa qaaday laga xadi
Like I see somebody
soo
like
qaada hadda
Duale. I mean, he can't even speak
oray ma
English.
qalaabo
Look at him.
But
God bless America.
funny enough though, I'm not
doondoonaya turi
religious,
xagee jiri
but I think life does
reerna
work
hadna
that
fulin
way.
oran muraada soo qaado nin aadaan
All right, let me mute Duale. My bad.
oran muraada
Just
soo qaado
having, dude,
It's orchestrating
just
pirate
when
riot.
I got married and had a child, my sister, who probably knows me better than anyone ever, she was like, "You have changed." I was
Yeah.
nicer, I was kinder, I was more patient. And if you think I'm impatient now, you should have known me in my 20s. Um, Having a child, I got more creative. My priorities were set. It's funny how things fall into place.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree with Stanley.
yeah.
What
I do
is?
think there
See,
is.
RV homeless stream,
Oh
$2
God!
TTS,
Play
$4
some of this.
super chat playing. Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Play some of this
And I do
craziness.
and I do think though that it is kind of a trap once you start getting into this stuff too though, because it's like now you got it. Now you got it. You can't really be creative. Like this type of content is not creative at all. You're just homeless, man.
And it's
Live
insane
streaming.
because so this is why I bring up like we live in a weird world where our service economy is so large now. We don't need people to be in manufacturing or even doing any real job because that
Hmm.
service economy buffers you. So that's why when the Fed tries to kill inflation, they can't do it because when you kill inflation through interest rates, that only affects manufacturing. It barely affects service. So rents don't drop down really quick. And when rents don't drop down really quickly, what's going to happen is you have these people in the homeless like RV trying to stream to make money, and they can survive on that. And
Yeah.
and you don't see the so okay. If we want to kill inflation, you got to destroy the economy in some point. But if you can't really destroy it in any meaningful way, because people can like be like roaches and scatter to some other place, it's just like, how are you going to kill inflation? Because these guys are getting $2 super chats. They're going to go to Starbucks, buy something, or they're going to buy drugs, or I don't know what they're going to do. That drug dealer is going to go somewhere. That Starbucks barista is going to go somewhere, buy something else, and they're going to keep prices inflated because they're going to buy those like $18 carton eggs. And they'll be like, and the supermarket's going to be like, why should I lower my prices? These guys still buy my eggs.
Damn.
And inflation doesn't go down. So it's like, oh my God, I don't know what's going on, man. So yeah, it's seriously terrible.
Well, I mean, welcome to capitalism. People complain, and this is more a political, economical, philosophic point. I'm not, I don't have a solution, but I sometimes wonder, you can one side of your mouth say, America, love it or leave it. This is the best, the world has ever been, and that's probably true. However, you complain about oligarchs, you complain about inflation, you complain about all this stuff. Well, you know what? It's not a bug, it's a feature. Capitalism, and American capitalism specifically, there's risk reward. So why are we complaining about all this stuff when we think it's the best there's ever been?
Oh no. I don't think we're complaining. It's more so
Well,
we're
no,
just
not
prepared.
you, not
Oh,
anyone on this panel. I'm talking like
yeah, he's
even
talking
a
about
Trump,
in general.
even
Yeah.
a Trump
Oh
complaining
yeah.
about how horrible America is. Well, you know what? Number one, you helped create this America, Mr. Trump.
Yeah.
And number two, how can it be the best, but yet totally like evil at the same time? Which is it?
So yeah, it's a tough problem, and I really, when I look at that Occupy Wall Street movement and all that stuff that happened that time, it's a bizarre time, man, because there were all these people in the bottom of Wall Street or Manhattan down somewhere, and they were complaining, and you saw these these wealthy people up on like the high rises. They're drinking their champagne, laughing, and I was like, "What the fuck is this real life? is
Well, you
this
know what
real
the
life?"
irony is? The irony is like the chief occupier, Tim Pool, is rich as a
Mhm.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
He's literally living in the woods of West Virginia in a $1 billion compound with his private skate park.
You know, they're still down there protesting. I don't know if you know that. When I left New York, there was a
Really?
big protest at the Citibank headquarters. Yeah,
Mm.
up on the like,
Are they
Midtown.
old and gray like hippies? Occupy
No, I
Wall
think
Street
it's the same.
hippies?
You know, the same kind of demographics there.
Wow.
Anyway, let me get back to Bitcoin a bit here before I leave the segment. You know, I told 12th man, like, do not buy the dip, do not buy the dip, do not buy the dip. Yeah, I mean, I could tell right away looking at this chart, and you know, CKJ3 came on, or Dennison, and you know, I said, like, look at this chart. Would you buy these dips? No. I mean, look at this. This was a very good. I would call it in Wyckofian terms a spring. So you got a really good dip buying happening here. You got this nice green bar a couple days later, but guess what happened? Like this later high up here couldn't even get to the top of this blue range I drew and the previous highs. And once it started dropping again, I'm like, yeah, it's gonna crash. And guess what happened yesterday? We're back at 54. I hope he didn't buy these dips, because it's probably gonna go to 45 again. This red line. So if you're looking to buy Bitcoin, watch the 45 area. If it fails there, you might have a flash crash to 31, because you know how volatile crypto is. Because unlike the stock market, the liquidity can be yoinked out of the crypto world very quickly, because a lot of people that buy and hold in Bitcoin are not in the market. So what drives the price are people trading. So in the regular stock market, you know, you will have a mixture of long-term holders and traders, but in the crypto world, it's really just traders driving the price. And that's when someone came on and complained, how come you say it's not manipulated, Rashu, when the price acts like this? Well, the long-term holders don't care about like the short-term like volatility, you know. They really believe it will be millions of dollars or whatever in the future. They won't care about this. But you, as a person on the street looking at Bitcoin waiting to buy, you're thinking it's really like, Jesus, this is manipulated. So in a way, both of them can be true. There's a long-term holders that don't care about what the traders are doing, and the traders take advantage of that by manipulating. And you got all these institutional investors like JP Morgan that have ETFs in Bitcoin manipulating the price too now. So it's easy for them to manipulate the price when the liquidity is so tight in crypto. Anyway, that's my 2 cents there.
Can you use Bitcoin as collateral for something like a loan?
Man, I think people have tried to make crypto do stuff like that, but as far as real world applications, yeah, still no.
I mean, ultimately, you're going to have to come back through a middleman or a middle currency, and that's going to be the dollar.
Yeah.
And so, if it is going to be collateral, ultimately it's dollars.
The only way, John, would be if you buy and sell between some guy that's a real believer in Bitcoin. Get what I mean? They'll just transfer the Bitcoin directly to their address and no middleman, and that takes some effort though. There are few and far between of those types still.
You remember there was a big home sale, I think it was San Diego somewhere, maybe La Jolla somewhere.
Right.
And they touted it as a Bitcoin sale, but I don't think the guy took Bitcoin for the, I think he had to cash in or convert to Bitcoin before he could complete the sale.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Anyway, and the white John Galt's like, "Oh, get cracker, you pay pig. Remember, blah blah blah." It's like, oh my god, you think pay pigging matters, man? You think any of that matters? I'm talking about volatility here. If I drop $1 in Grace's like chat or $10 or $100, $1,000? Does that matter in the overall scheme of the economy?
It matters morally.
More. Oh yeah, more. That's always people bug. Yeah, on my case for that. It's like, oh, I'm enabling them. I'm enabling them. Well, hey, I want my TV, man. I want my entertainment. If I didn't pay, who would, right? It's like you guys aren't paying. You guys,
dude, you are literally a puppet master.
Yeah,
he's the
I'm the
market
market maker. Yeah, I'm the market maker. Because I was surprised you said Ben was asking you about me. It's like, come on, this guy.
Dance, puppets, dance.
Yeah, dance. Anyway, that's good. That's good for the day. All right, John, what's up? How you doing?
One day at a time. One day at a time. You know, I got this guy. He's been my Airbnb guest for about 2 weeks now. And every day I wake up about 8 o'clock. Well, I'm up and by 8 o'clock, he'll send a message through Airbnb. He extends for one more day. And he's been doing this shit for 2 weeks now. You know, fucking amazing. Like, you know what I tell you, like people are living day by day now. And, you know, the whole short term versus long term, monthly, yearly leases. And this is a guy that works, you know. He's paying $62 a day plus whatever Airbnb charges him for the fees, you know. And I think that this is how, you know, a lot of people are going to live today, you know, down in the lower end. Anybody follow, what's the guy, Andrew Tate? Anyone follow him at all?
Not consistently, no.
I mean, we've all
This show is all the moral rot.
I thought, I don't. He's that red pill guy that got arrested or something in
Yeah.
Romania?
They arrested him in Belgium or somewhere. Not Belgium, Belarus or somewhere.
I think it's Romania. I think it was Romania. It was like they were like saying he was like had underage girls in his place or some shit.
Yeah, trafficking.
Yeah, but you know, I always take that with a grain of salt too, because those countries are corrupt. If someone really hated you, yeah, they could try to pin you with something fake. But I don't know. Either way, I don't like him. I'm not gonna defend him because like he's a red pill guy, and you know, so.
Well, I don't follow him enough to know to have
It's a grip. Let's just put it that way. I think he's a grifter. So either way,
absolutely.
Everybody's out here trying to make money. A lot of people, I ain't gonna say everyone, but a lot of people trying to make money, you know, talking. Some people are more talented than others, and I think he's fairly talented, you know, in some ways. You know, he doesn't have a following for nothing. So here's a video, though, that I saw him, and he's making a couple of points. I said, that's kind of interesting. Regardless if you like or dislike him, take a listen.
So when you have something like immigration, what it basically is the super rich people saying, I need more brokey time and energy. But the brokies, the native brokies, want too much money for their time and energy, or they want healthcare, or they want work standards, or they want pensions. No, I need pure slavery. I need slaves. So government, we would like you, using their money, we're going to give you lots of money to let in lots of immigrants so that the brokey bubble inflates with super brokies.
Super brokies, right. So draw one. Yeah. How racist can I make this drawing?
As racist as possible, please.
Right, sure.
Super brokies, so that we can get the super brokies to do what we want, so I can get further up the rich scale. That's effectively what's happening. Now, when they bring in the super brokies, this is very bad for the brokies, because the brokies now are less valuable. Their time is worth less. Their wages go down. Plus, they have to live amongst the super brokies. But the rich people don't care about that, because the rich people don't live anywhere near the super brokies. The rich people live separate. So the rich people are asking the government to bring in all these immigrants so that they can get richer. The poor can end up poorer, and the poor areas become terrible, and the rich places stay fine. What's actually interesting is the brokey bubble is expanding in real time because they're inflating the currency, because the government also has a secret deal with these super rich people here. Put a star here and a star here. And that deal is to print unlimited money so anyone who owns assets gets to get richer than ever before. So this is happening, which is also expanding the brokey bubble. And now we're at the point where they're actually starting to take the middle class and the people who used to be a little bit rich, and they're getting added to the brokey bubble. So the brokey bubble is now expanding out, and the kind of rich people are now becoming broke, because having $3 or $4 million used to make you rich. Now it makes you a fucking peasant. It means nothing. And before you know it, you're living amongst this guy with a knife. So when you have
Anyway, I thought that was kind of interesting. I think he summed it up fairly well. Kind of things we've seen in Venezuela for the people who can't make heads or tails of these things. I think he kind of summed it up. Sans a shirt, by the way. He could have had a shirt on to be a little bit more effective in making his point, but I think he kind of summed it up. I know Stanley's in the audience. Is he? He's on the chat as well. What do you think about that, Stanley? Wow, Stanley mutes. Let me show you.
Okay, look.
Yeah,
look. I mean, all these guys, they're going to give you the truth at the beginning. And then once they do, you're on the subscription model and you're going to start donating to them. And they're going to keep repeating more truths. And that's about it. But the real thing is, like, you got to find your own way in life. And Latino for Trump, he used to be like the type of person, he told me in one of those late night streams, like, he used to be the type of person that would blame someone else for his problems. And only until he listened to Candace Owens, he changed his mindset. So whatever grifters there are out there, I see value in them, like Alex Jones, whatever, because they promoted some kind of truth. And they're really good at entry level, waking up your mind. But after that, you got to do your own thing, because if you just stay on their plantations and keep giving them money, you're not going to get anything more, because they're going to repeat the same stuff again and again. And unless you apply things to your life that will actually change your life, because the system is rigged against me. What are you going to do about it?
Right.
You're going to keep whining. You're going to sit there and keep whining. I'm going to pay pig someone who whines for me too. What is that? That doesn't change my life.
Right.
I'm just
but
going to get
it validates how I feel, and it gives me connection.
It validates. That's it. But so Latino for Trump, he took what Candace was saying and he changed his mindset, but he didn't stay on doing anything with Candace or anybody else. He didn't get into a cult, right?
Right.
He moved on. That's it. That's what you should do. So
but most people in today's world, I would say, are not even conditioned to abstractly think or critically think beyond that. So they stay at that surface level, and they'll find these people with some notoriety who validate how they feel, and it gives them some sort of significance and belonging. Like when I came on a few days ago and I was talking about Linwood and that mentality
I remember.
Of the compensatory code system concept. Like, I've gone through that, but I always had a counter thought, like, okay, what does this really look like? And how are the people around me responding now that I'm applying the stuff that's in this book or on this radio show? And I realized a lot of people were moving away from me because I was going way too extreme on dealing with racism. And it made people uncomfortable. And this was before kind of Black Lives Matter, and then it became a thing where more people were even comfortable saying things like white supremacy out loud. But I've gone through those phases. I've gone through Candace Owens, I've gone through Red Pill, I've gone through all those things, but I've always figured out, okay, what can I chew from this and then spit out the bones with the rest of it? But I don't think most people are there.
Yeah, that's a really hard game, because most people's mentalities, they won't get that far. It's kind of like Righteous Muffin, with his anti-Jew thing, like anti-stock market thing. It's like, okay, that it's rigged in the stock market. Why don't you make money off of it though? He won't.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button to X out. The joke I made about that video being homoerotic, I think objectively it was. And number two, you know what? That whole economics explanation, that's basically feudalism. I wasn't impressed.
John, you're muted. Are you talking?
I thought it was interesting. Saying just shirt, again, I think that, we're so divided in America today that if there's one vulnerability in your message, whatever you say gets shot down. And, he should know that better than anyone. That you're going to have to be presentable for the people that are looking for holes in your argument, and coming on without a shirt, presented just that for them,
Well,
John, I wonder if
is,
that's a part of his grift, though.
Don't put holes in your argument. I mean, honestly, if you know people are going to put holes in your argument, think out your argument and try and plug as many holes as you can.
Yeah, well, I think again, it starts with putting the shirt on, probably because that's where you let off with. And so to reach a lot of people today, you just have to have a very button down message.
Why should we take him seriously?
Well, that's fair.
Because others do.
That's fair. If you see someone without a shirt on talking, you're probably not going to listen to him as if he had a shirt
no
on.
shirt, no service.
Right, I'm not disagreeing with you.
I agree with that, but there's a demographic, and they're young.
Okay, I don't care about the demographic. The two things about this: we are not dividing. We have always been divided, and people just don't see. A nation divided is not a new phenomenon in a country with basically 50 different governments. We should stop acting surprised that America is a divided country, and realizing it is part of solving the problem. Don't be surprised. Read a history book. You'll know this isn't a new phenomenon.
Good point.
How did you guys enjoy the karaoke last night? I thought it was pretty cool.
It was cool. I like the fact that T's channel came over and did that simulcast. I thought that brought a good new audience, new flavor in.
Man, that got me to thinking. I mentioned it to T last night. If you even talk about, if you show, what, say what's the guy, Andrew Tate? What he talking about? If you figure, if you take any credence to what he's saying, and he's saying that we're all in this brokey bubble for the most part. I don't think anyone is elitist wealthy here. So I was saying to T, hey, if you're going to be in the elitist, if you're going to be in the brokey bubble, why not be the strongest damn brokies you can be?
Hey, you see this? Nate's dad was one of the best chess players, and he was the CIA. Hey, come up here, Nas. You got some backstory on this guy? Hey, I love it. I love it.
Well, that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the whole what's that Fresh and Fit guy? One of them was what, Homeland Security agent?
Myron.
Come on, man. Come on, something stinks, man.
Well, all I have to say is apparently he was too busy playing chess to raise a decent human being.
Oh,
I think there's a big difference between CIA and Homeland Security.
What's your best opening, Stanley? What's your favorite opening?
I'm not that good a chess player. I just move a pawn forward. That's it.
All right, Stanley. Yeah. Hey, Stanley, have you ever played Go?
I think I might have, but I'm not much into board games and card games.
Go was really hard for people to make AI for. You know that? Chess is easy to make. Yeah. And the funny thing that I read this stupid fiction book called Shabumi once. It was about this half Asian, half white guy, and they described Go as a game for philosophers and chess a game for accountants. And when I looked at it that way, I was like, that makes sense. Eastern, the Eastern game Go compared to the Western form of chess as it is now. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It does.
Well, I guess I've never played Go. I'm thinking it was a board game.
No, so the Jewish guy in middle school that taught me the stocks, he liked Go. He really liked Go. Yeah.
What's up, Master Kim?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hey, man,
What's
great
up?
show last night, man. And I hate to sidetrack the dialogue, but I'll tell you what, seeing Get Crack out there singing, and then Bob, I think pushed.
I wasn't on, bro. I was asleep.
The week prior.
The week prior. Yeah.
Crack can't get out, and again, everyone's doing it just for fun, right? And some people could really throw, right? But obviously, if Get Crack could do it, and this guy's a PhD holder. And then you see guys like Bob out there, commercial pilot's license, which is a STEAM school. It's if these guys are out there having fun, what's everyone else's excuse, right? So I got on there, sounded like a fool, but had fun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, people are so like tied to their egos and shit. It's like, man, I don't give a fuck, man. That's just me though. Look at me. I'm like, hey, yeah, I'll meet up with Ava. I don't give a crap. It's like, what the fuck?
Can't wait to
Well,
get to the
hey,
kilo of crack.
I'm too old for this shit.
no, well, out of all fairness, Get Crack, I mean, you got game, and that changes everything. You got game, then of course you approach things like that. No
Yeah.
big deal, right? So a lot of people don't. So that's very important that you distinguish that. Although you're simplifying it, but you also got to have game, and you got game, and therefore whether it be Ava or ABC, game is still
Well,
part
you
of it.
know,
That's
I
important.
think that's an interesting point like that's being brought up here because a lot of people are afraid to fail. That's a big in the mindset, if successful people fail and a lot of people like are afraid to embarrass themselves just for a little bit on a karaoke, how would they react in real life? Right?
Yeah, well said.
Yeah. So I mean, that is a clear distinction.
It was absolutely funny. I mean, even hearing American Man, he was dope. I mean, and it isn't. I think what's more important isn't the horrible quality of the singing, my case in point, but just like Get Kraken said, just having the balls to say I don't give a f. And then on top of that, if I'm going to look foolish, well, heck, I've been looking stupid in front of this panel for 2 months straight. So what's singing some lines? At least you guys know I
Yeah.
like Prince,
Yeah.
right?
Right. Yeah. Hmm.
And then there were some surprises. People out there kicking it. I was like stunned. I did feel when Portia said, "Hey, we're having our end moment," and then they Quan, that rapper that died, unfortunately. I felt like like if you go to a white wedding and they're playing the chicken dance and you don't know it, you're gonna feel stupid. I felt like it was the reverse. Like, what? Who is this? I feel stupid. I need to look this rapper up and understand more of his music because everyone knew this guy. I've never heard of him a day in my life, unfortunately.
The Rich Homie Queen, you never heard of him, Master Kim?
No, I for whatever reason,
Virgo didn't know either. She was like, I listen to EDM now. I don't even listen to rap anymore. That's because I'm the same way. I was surprised actually she even switched to EDM because for me as a old like trance or electronica person, I thought trance electronica people left the EDM scene too because it got too mainstream. It's like this is crazy. Like you got someone like her who was into old school stuff switch to EDM. That tells you something about the modern day rap scene. It's like what the fuck. It's like okay,
Master Kim. All I have to say is one day you'll be old enough that you won't even bother looking this sort of stuff up.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm already there now, but I guess I was just disappointed. Like, how are these big things circling around me? And I just was completely aloof to it.
Well, how about your kids? What do your kids listen to, Master Kim? You got 6 of them.
So I shame them for listening to trap music or whatever.
Oh, really?
I shame them
Okay.
in a little way. I try to, but they're going to listen to what they listen to, especially here in Georgia. I mean, Georgia's very funny. This is where Stanley can step in. You'll find some country ass white boy listen to country, but then he'll flip the script and listen to the deepest hip hop trap beats and know every word for word. It's versus that never used to exist, but now it's
he'll be crip walking in his cowboy boots.
Oh my god. We gotta have country line dancing night. It'll be like, what the fuck they doing? The sea walk?
but it's the same up in Michigan, up in Wisconsin. You go to these white boy weddings, the girls are throwing their hands up to this trap music. They're playing their traditional white people music, or a lot of heavy influence of country, but then they flip the script to the trap beats. It's stunning to see those two equally embraced, by the way, not faking the funk.
Right.
I mean, they're throwing their hands up and enjoying word for word with the lyrics and stuff. Stunning.
But in a way, places like Georgia, and Georgia is really kind of my example. That to me is the best of America. When you can crip walk in your cowboy boots, there's something I read about the other day. It's like country rap, like country music is gonna, somehow or another, there's gonna be an amalgamation of rap country style. I mean, to me, that's beauty. It's like, you know what? two sides that can kind of appreciate, and then they, for want of a better term, get married and create a third thing. To me, that is beauty. But I'm kind of a culture person, so.
Hey, you were gonna start listening to bluegrass, your bluegrass CDs
Oh,
again.
dude, I've been listening to bluegrass for years,
I
like
think
decades
bluegrass is
now.
pretty damn good. It's really
Oh
underappreciated.
fuck, I love
Yeah.
bluegrass.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, do you remember NPR used to have that Blue Plate special
He told,
show?
yeah. I think
That was
Stanley was
great.
mentioning that. Yeah.
Oh shit! It
Well,
was
no,
like
there
East
was
Tennessee.
AMU in DC. John probably knows it.
Mhm.
Stained Glass Bluegrass was a show. They might still have it. That was a show they used to have on Sunday mornings. And believe it or not, my father-in-law is from like Northern Virginia. He can't stand bluegrass.
Oh.
So, I'd be listening to all these banjos on Sunday morning, and he'd knock on the door and walk in and go, "What the fuck are you listening to?" I'm like, well, Ray, you know what? I would imagine you grew up with this sort of stuff. And he's like, yeah, turn that shit off. He just wasn't into it.
Nas.
Yeah,
are you
what's going
there?
on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Great.
We
Yeah,
got
what's
the San
going on?
Francisco gangster. Oh,
Yeah, my
yeah.
shit is always messed up. I don't know what's going on with my stream yet.
We got the San Francisco gangster up.
Yeah, it was. Hey, Crack, you tried Bon Joon, the Korean fried chicken spot?
Mm-mm.
It's in South City, man. I had it
Oh, yeah, I
yesterday. That
like
shit
that.
was
South
amazing,
City.
man.
Oh shit. Is it Szechuan? What style?
They have 3 different styles, man. I was a friend's house. They ordered it, man. That thing was amazing. Man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's 3 locations, I guess. All in South Bay.
You said Bon Chon, right?
Yeah, Bon Chon, yeah.
Yeah. There are a lot of them in New York. A lot of different Korean fried chicken places. Yeah.
Yeah, so with Tate, his dad was one of the best black chess players in the world. He worked for CIA. The motherfucker was so smart. He learned Russian language in 3 months. And then he was in the military. I knew Tate from way back because I followed boxing and kickboxing. He was like, his kickboxing record is 87-7, I think. He was one of the best kickboxers. And his brothers, and he was a European champion too. So they were both good fighters, man. I know him from way back. Yeah.
Yeah, the CIA makes a big difference.
It does make a big difference, man. He has he has a university with 350,000 students. It's $50 a month online. So it's like he has a very big reach to people, man.
You said what? He has a university.
Online university, $50 a month. Like he's like
Really?
teaching people about crypto and shit like that. Yeah, I've listened
Really?
to their Discord before. When he started online, he had like fucking 5,000 students. Last 3 years, he got up to 350,000 students. Yeah.
Wow, that is amazing. I haven't followed him much, so I didn't know much about him. Wow.
No, I followed it. Like I said, he fought a bunch of Armenian fighters back in the day, so like I kind of knew about them before he was online. But then he developed. Yeah, he became big like last couple of years. Yeah. But the CIA does kind of fuck with you with the brain. You don't know who's he with.
Yeah, when you say Homeland Security agent,
that's Myron. Myron was a Homeland.
yeah, that could be anything. That may not be.
Myron was working on human trafficking from. He was working on the border in Laredo, I think, in Texas.
Yeah,
you can just be an agent or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. That was Myron. I was talking about
the thing. His story. Yeah, his story was that like when he started his podcast and they found out that he was in there, he was like they gave him an ultimatum like leave, stop doing that, or leave. And that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, because he that's why he changed the name, because he couldn't use his real name because he was still with the feds when he started the podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the feds typically aren't going to let you be podcasting and stuff like what he talks about. I mean Joe Mobley does, and I think he's attached to the government. But
oh, really?
Yeah.
What part of it? Oh, okay.
I mean Joe Mobley, I wouldn't be. I can't speak for Mobley, but from what I've heard him talk, I would imagine that he has a security clearance. He lives out in Virginia. He has to cut himself short when he's talking about certain things, and then he knows certain things that let you know that he has some high level understanding of the way the government works in DC. So the intelligence aspect of it. I'm imagining that you can talk, but you just can't talk that way. you know, the way he's talking. You know, what the Fresh and Fit show was or is. I wanted to ask you guys, what do you think about Hunter Biden taking a plea and seemingly serious charges here? A tax case. Hunter Biden pleads guilty in tax case hours after jury selection for trial was to begin. I'm not sure if Bush has talked about this or not, but this is interesting. Hunter pled guilty to all 9 counts in his criminal tax case in L.A. federal court on Thursday afternoon, hours after jury selection was due to begin for trial. He faces a maximum possible sentence of 17 years in prison, but is likely to receive a less severe punishment than that due to federal sentencing guidelines. What do you guys think about that?
He's not going to do time.
Yeah,
See,
I think it's just an accounting exercise. Is all this is. You know, ultimately Biden's going to pardon him as he should. You know what I mean? So,
No.
yeah,
Biden should not pardon him.
it's his own. It's his son.
That would be a huge.
It'd be the devil
image
not to
mistake.
pardon your own damn son. You know what I mean? Well,
Dude,
we're already expecting it anyway.
Biden is not Trump.
Hey, what's up, Nas? How are you, sir?
So you don't think
How you
you
doing,
don't think, you don't think that Biden should pardon his own son?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to impact either way because we're already expecting it. So when it happens, no one's going to get jumpy about it.
I mean, what legacy does Biden have to uphold? I mean, he'll go out.
Law and order. Law and order. That's his going to be. No, and I'm not really even being hyperbolic. I think that would send a hugely bad message. I mean,
Yeah, it
you know
does.
what? It's like when when my son was growing up at the beginning of the year, because my son, you know, he has a good sense of humor. He can be a little acerbic, funny enough. And I would always tell the teachers, like at the beginning of the year, you know what? I am always going to be on your side. You know, if my son goes and says, well, the teacher did this, first thing I'm going to ask him is, what did you do? Okay, I am not. If your kid fucks up, your kid should pay the price. You know, mitigate it if you can, but pardoning it, in my opinion, and I'm sure Master Kim is right and I am wrong. However, I wouldn't pardon him. Pay the price. You did the crime, do the time.
You know, I'm just being diplomatic. I'd like that faggot to be thrown in jail, but I know you're on the panel, so I'm just trying to be diplomatic. But
Well,
it's
you know
almost-
what? I might be to the right of you on this.
Yeah, and a lot of it is, you know, in my point of view, which
He's
I
gotten
could be
enough
wrong.
special treatment, is my point.
Okay, bam, right on, and you're right, and there's no need for it to end with him getting a break like this because everyone is
Right.
watching. That's
Right.
well said, Stanley. You're right.
I think he's going to be pardoned, either officially or they'll just slap him on the wrist with no time,
Maybe Harris can do it.
which
If
is
she comes
effectively a
in.
pardon.
Jesus.
But what's interesting is that
That would be even worse.
what's interesting is though that this seems to be kind of setting it up for Trump to win, right? Like, why would he? Because I'm assuming that Biden would pardon him. So why take the fall now when you could, you know, if you're assuming that Kamala was going to get in office, then she could pardon him. But to do it now means that you may be skeptical about Kamala getting into office, so you go ahead and, you know, do some house cleaning now while you still have power and control. And you know, this tends to kind of point that they may be preparing for Trump to win by doing these things, these housekeeping type things here.
Hey, John, would this, and again, please forgive me, I don't have the law background, but if he gets pardoned, doesn't that also exclude him from future prosecution for other similar gangster stuff? I mean, wouldn't it, because he might catch more cases after the fact.
Well, I don't think he could catch any cases on these crimes going forward. And honestly, I don't think that a Trump administration would be able to do these type of things. I think to charge Hunter Biden, Biden may not necessarily be in control of things right now, but I think his administration would have to let this go forward. Someone in wherever the Southern District of New York or wherever they were would have had to run this up to the DOJ and say, is this okay to do this or not? And that would have been a political calculation, I would imagine. And it's just interesting that, he would take this fall. I think Biden is going to pardon him. But you don't think so, Stanley. Do you think Biden will pardon him, Stanley?
I don't think Biden will. I also don't think he should. From a very Catholic perspective, you know what? Even if it's your kid, they dude is like in his 50s. Hunter Biden is almost my age. I think he's in his 50s. You just have to accept punishment for the crime. I know it sounds odd, but dude, I think Biden would crash and burn in history if he pardoned his son for very obvious crime. Pardoning a family member is problematic in and of itself, but I think y'all are wrong. Biden will not pardon his son.
Do you think he goes to prison?
I don't know. I haven't followed the case. He hasn't, for all his problems, he hasn't been in trouble with the law that much. He might do a year in jail.
Wow, that would be interesting.
But can it get reduced again and again to some high, not a felony, but I think it's called a high misdemeanor? I mean, there's no violence involved.
Well, it's a tax crime, but 17 years to 0. I think, a message might need to be sent.
That would be a hell of a message.
I'm theorizing. You would have to ask Imperius about this. He's more that contract tax world. I'm just saying he will. I think he's going to do a little jail time, even if it's home arrest. As a matter of fact, it might be something like a home arrest because he might have Secret Service protection.
It's interesting. People around Trump, were sent to Rikers Island for, more or less process crimes. Some of these guys were really old. I can't remember one of the guys, maybe Trump's CFO or something like that. And, I just don't think that Biden is going to allow his son to spend any time in prison, considering Biden's health.
Hey, John, what if, from a tactical standpoint, it would? Because, and not that Stanley said this, but what if they do have to give some blood, and by giving the blood, it will stop any future investigations. The public will say, hey, enough's enough, right? The Biden dynasty and their wealth and their assets continue going on, and the future to the whole family, right? But they got to give up some blood. Almost
I've been hear about this, the guilty verdict on Hunter Biden, John, and it just is making me more and more support the soon to be again President Donald Trump, because his sentencing, obviously, if you guys heard, has been delayed once again till after the election, until November 26th. And I think that's about 8 or 10 days after Hunter Biden's first sentencing of 2. So who's really getting the most time here? And people will probably say that Trump should be
locked up, aka in prison. Well, really, all this has been towards Trump is a witch hunt from the very beginning, as everyone knows.
Any other thoughts on that? Stanley? Nas?
Have any thoughts, Stanley?
I don't think he's doing time for sure.
So do you think
I think, to be honest, pardoning him would play into a MAGA expectation. So, even on top of all the other stuff, I think he ought to just frustrate, the Trumpites.
And do you think that
he shouldn't do what Trump? He shouldn't do what Trump would do, pardoning all his cronies and sycophants.
Stanley, you sound like Stalin. You know Stalin's kid got taken hostage by Germans, and then he told them "fuck him," so they killed him.
How do I sound like Stalin? I think that's a stretch.
But if you're talking about,
I'm joking.
Stanley, if you're talking about Joe Biden, he said he is never gonna pardon his son, even with the 2 sentencings coming up. But do you think Trump?
Well, I didn't say never. I said shouldn't and won't.
Hey, hold on for a second. We got DJ MFB. What's going on, MFB? I saw your.
Welcome, Mike from Boston. Welcome back, my man.
Hold on, Angel. What's up, MFB?
What's up, man? Yeah, I'm back. I was out of range for a few minutes, but I'm back on my guy right now. I don't know if you heard earlier what I was talking about. Did you hear this? What I was talking about earlier?
I didn't hear it, but I saw your comment about you saw a man getting head in the car. Old man, huh?
Right.
Wait, what?
I explained that. Yeah. So
wait, what?
70-year-old man.
Oh.
His wife hired me, right? It's regular case, like regular cheating spouse case. Woman says, I think my husband's up to blah, blah, blah. So I come up here. I drove about 3 hours north to Pello, Mississippi, which is like right just south of Memphis, Tennessee. And so yesterday I wasn't even planning on working the case. I was planning on just going to my hotel, but I was going to put the GPS tracker on his car. So I went to where he worked at, and I realized I couldn't put the tracker on because where he worked at a hospital and where he was parked, I would have got caught. Like I tried to put the tracker on. So what I did was I waited for him to get off, and I was like, well, so I'll just go follow him to, hopefully he'll stop somewhere on his way home, and I'll put it on there. So I follow the guy. He goes to this secluded lot, like,
oh my god,
out in the middle of nowhere, like literally, like in the middle of nowhere. So he pulls in, and I see there's one other vehicle there, but I can't pull in there because if I pulled anywhere within eyesight of that place, he would have noticed me. So I had to drive. I drove 20 minutes around to the other side of the river where I could see. This guy was on one side of the river. I drove all the way around the highway to the other side of the river, where I was up from above him. I filmed him, and I could see what he was doing. He was in his car, and there was an old woman in there, about 60, at least 60 years, 65 years old. The guy was getting a blowjob.
I'm gonna die.
He was getting a blowjob, and I got.
Can we see video of it? Can we see video of it, MFB?
I can't show you video of it. No. But I can show you.
Did she take her dentures out?
She may not have had any teeth, Stanley.
I mean, first of all, they would shut down.
All I'm saying is I'm almost 60. You're giving me ideas.
Come on, Stanley.
They would. Unfortunately, I think they would probably shut your channel down if I were to play that. But so the guy so the guy I couldn't believe it. I was filming this guy. He was in the car with the woman for over an hour.
Dang.
It took me a while to figure out exactly what they were doing. I knew they were doing something. I knew they were doing like whatever they were, either making out or fucking or whatever. I didn't know it. Doing something, but I finally got the right angle so I could see through the window. And I was like, oh my God. And the woman, her head was in the guy's lap. And I was like, oh shit.
Maybe I wonder if we could blur it out.
Oh, John, no.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's your channel. You'd have to,
Yeah, send it to me, and I'll.
Oh, you motherfucker! Sick.
Hey,
Well,
MFP, was the honey kind of cute? I mean,
no,
was
she was in
average?
she was in her 60s.
Oh,
This
nasty,
is not. No, this was a very. She may. I want even maybe
nasty.
70s. I
I
may
throw
even
up in
say
a Ziploc
70s.
bag. Oh,
Yeah,
Well,
I'm throwing up
you can
already,
be in
bro.
your 60s and be attractive.
Yeah, you could be in your 60s and be wait.
I don't care, man.
I mean, Kamala is 60. She's not ugly.
You know, this woman is not even close to. This is. I'm telling you, this is not something that you'd ever.
Oh, this is like a Mississippi 65.
This is like some, even if you were as drunk as 12th man.
Yeah, negative 60 out of 10 for real.
Hey, so let me ask you this, MFB. What is this guy's background for his wife to be hiring him at this age?
Well, she called me about a week ago, and she said she said she was done. She said she knew that he was doing something, that she had a lawyer. She's ready to divorce him. She said, I'm done with him. I just want the evidence for court. She said, I'm done with him either way, but I know he's doing something. I just know it. And I was like, okay. So, but that was the fastest. I mean, literally, I got to his work about 30 minutes before he got off. And he drove straight from his job about 5 minutes across this bridge in his parking lot. Immediately, he met this woman. And it was I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe I found it. I mean, this woman said that her husband was, into all sorts of weird sexual shit, and she wasn't up for it. And she just was like, I don't know what he's doing. He's a weirdo, And I guess he admitted to her that he'd done some. He'd been with a man, I guess, at some point. He's all kinds of weirdo, weird shit, weird sexual shit, like threesomes, swingers. But she was right about one thing. It's so far that's all I've kind of doing. I'm waiting. I'm at the man's house. I'm near his house right now, waiting to see where he goes next.
And he's doing that at 70 years old.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's. I think he's 69 years old or 70. He's either 69 or 70, but he's an older, much older man. He's a son older than me.
Older men have needs too.
No. I'm just saying, like, there is hope for you guys. Never give up. Never surrender. You can be getting women out here at 69 years old.
Haven't you ever heard those nursing home stories?
Oh, like, don't go there. Don't go there, please.
But like, venereal diseases and some nursing homes.
And let me ask you this: what type of work does he do?
Bow. This guy works maintenance at a hospital, and he also has his own business on the side doing construction.
And boy, still hustling, huh? Getting them women. And you think about all these manospheres.
You take a look at his house in here in a second. I'm gonna drive by. I'll show you. He has a big lot of land. There's a lot of
being
this
married with
on the right over here.
Memory loss.
This right here is all his land. See this land right here? I'm gonna drive down there. He's got all farm animals down here and stuff. But this is a whole big block of right here. Is this guy's land? Like all this is all on the right side. Is all his land. We're way out in the sticks. This is way in the middle of nowhere.
What does he do with all that land?
He's got a bunch of tractors. He does, I guess, farming. I mean, I saw it down here. I think he's got some cows. You know what he does is he does a lot of those jumper things. You know those jumpers things for kids.
Bounces.
So, bouncy houses. Yeah, he does a lot of that. Like he brings
corn mazes. Does he do corn mazes?
I don't know. To see all this here, this is his land right here. All this right here, this is all his land right here. I don't know if he rents it out to somebody.
How many acres do you think that is?
I mean, it's got to be at least probably like 7-8 acres, maybe. I don't know.
Damn.
Maybe a little bit smaller than that, maybe 5 acres. But yeah,
I'm just not good at estimating that. That's a lot of land, though.
Yeah, but it's it's a decent little plot of land there. But the wife she owns half the property, so she wants half the money. She wants like legit split everything. She wants half everything, and she said that this will having this evidence in court will make it so that he won't fight. He won't. And she said that she knows that he's been doing this for some time. And I found a profile for this guy on a website called it's an adult adult friend like finder thing. It's called Meet Me. It's called Meet Me. It's like where I found the guy. Has a screen name on there is called what's his screen name was something. Wow.
Can you send it to us? Can you send that information to me?
Quick question also after you're done with John.
His name was what was his? Oh God, I can't. It was like something meat, like lanky meat or something. Some weird shit like that.
Can you send us a picture of that MFB?
A picture of what?
His profile on this Meet Me app.
Yeah. I can show you. All it is like there's nothing really there. There's not even a photograph of the guy. There's just if I run his name, I get a screen name that comes back and like a little.
In the heat of the night. Where's Bob? Where's Bob? Ray Charles, Bob.
Trouble in the world. Whatever the lyrics are. Now, I wish we could play that. That would be the perfect. As a matter of fact, that ought to be MFB's theme music.
Yeah,
probably.
Get you one of them old boxcar type, square cars. Hey, what town are you in MFB again?
I'm in a little tiny town called Okolona, Mississippi.
Okolona. Oh, I thought you said you were somewhere else. Okolona.
Tupelo is the closest.
What's the name of it again?
Tupelo, T-U-P.
Tupelo. Mike, come on, Mike.
Not Tupelo.
I was laughing at you about how you pronounce it. I was trying to look it up. I was like, what the hell? What city did he say? It's Tupelo, MFB. Get it right. You've been down there long enough to get the names right now. He's in Tupelo, Mississippi, by the way.
Yeah, he's cut out. He's cut out now.
Yeah, he's cut out. But anyway, he's in Tupelo.
After that, Tupelo.
Yeah, Wazoo. What the fuck?
he needs to insert that southern dialect module.
He's from New England, man. Come on, this guy.
He's like a fish out of water down there.
Haven't you heard of Tupelo honey? You know that's a
I haven't.
Saying
I've never heard that
pronouncing Tupelo right.
Tupelo honey.
Was it Joe? Wow. Not Joe Cocker. One of those old time British singers.
Okay, I look it up. Van Morrison.
Van Morrison.
Van Morrison. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Hey, Master Kim, you recognize this hat right here?
Just say Dixie Crystal.
Let me zoom in. Sorry.
Yeah, and let me zoom up to you wherever you. Let me see. Wait a minute.
Go down, John. Angle it down.
Did you go home already?
Yeah, I'm back in DC, Master Kim. Back in DC.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
I recognize that hat. What up, though? There were some fitted caps in there too.
Yeah. I get to that. I get to those. Thank you again, Master Kim. Master Kim came over here to the hood, Southeast DC.
hey, there's stuff for your pistols too, so that's very good stuff.
Yeah, Master Kim was over here in the hood here.
I did a cam. I dropped off a baggie and stuff.
No, I appreciate that. Appreciate it a lot, Master Kim. Indeed. Yeah, Tupelo, Mississippi. So we lost MFB, huh? Is that right?
John, did he say whether his clients are white or black?
I didn't ask him.
I'm kind of curious.
Why are you curious?
I mean, he didn't
I don't
say.
know. Mississippi is what is it? Out of the country, it's mostly white. Most of the blacks in Mississippi, if I recall, live in the cities.
Hey, Stanley, he was chasing around.
I'm kind of curious. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, he was chasing Arabs in Mississippi, like this last case.
Sure
so
was. Yeah,
he has bizarre cases. So
yeah, that is.
It
true.
wouldn't So a lot of you think it's a stereotype, thinking one way or another, he might be chasing someone like completely off. Like,
yeah. No, you're definitely right about that.
Because I mean, Southern culture, in a way, at 70, that wife should be relieved. It's like he's not bothering me.
But you know what, Stanley? I grew up in a small town in Alabama, not a big town. And I can imagine, because I saw things like that in my hometown, and a lot of it was the embarrassment, you know what I mean, to the woman. She riding down the street and she see her husband with some crackhead or something like that, and it's embarrassing. If it were a big city, he could go slip off in a whole house somewhere and come out not so bad.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I got you.
Yeah, that's what I imagine the issue is. He not embarrassed her for a long time.
She can't keep her man happy, that sort of thing.
Well, MFB did say that.
Well, he said he was a freak though. That's the problem. You marry a freak, it's like he ain't gonna be satisfied with anybody.
She probably thought he was gonna sell it out.
No, my God, you ain't changing nobody like
he
that.
Got freaky and he got old. He got freaky. Crack, I want you to comment on this. I keep telling people. Let me see if I can maximize the screen. I tell people I don't think that they should depend on Social Security. Many people probably already.
That's one of the reasons I left my work, because I was like paying taxes for Social Security, Medicare. I kind of don't believe in those things in a way, and I don't think I'll ever get a payout like my parents did. But
how did you like do your whole tax thing?
Like, it's payroll tax, so a lot of that stuff gets taken. So that's what annoyed me when I got my paycheck. They yoink half of my paycheck. I made a lot of money, but when you see half of it disappear before you even could use it, like if you took it away at the end, like tax day, I would be fine. I could take that money, put it into stocks, make my money, give it back to you at April 15th or whatever. But they don't do that. Like every 2 weeks, yoink, bye, it's gone.
Let me ask you
bye, it's gone.
Trump has said he's going to get rid of payroll tax. I mean, the people think that it's just
Trump's
for the rich.
Idiot.
Yeah, that's not going to happen because you have to have a good cash flow. The problem is you're funding a lot of programs. You got to have cash flow. You can't wait until every year to get paid to pay other people. That's the problem. They won't ever. Yeah, that's impossible. I think that's impossible.
So get crack. There's no way to opt out of that sort of stuff.
No. You'll get payroll. The government has to take it away because the company has to pay local tax and federal. They have to take it out of your paycheck. There's no way to avoid it.
So if all taxes were to be like taken off, what would that do? Would that be good or bad?
So Trump wants to do tariffs again, right? We're going back to the old system before Woodrow Wilson. That's impossible.
Idea.
That really is impossible now.
Because all it's going to do is make things more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, we could go back to that time, but it should have been done like a century ago, right? But it's too late. You can't. I mean, I don't know. You can't do that.
Trump has old white man ideas.
So the kind of taxes that is taken from your paychecks, even if he reduced it by 50%, that still would be a bad thing?
Yeah, because our government could collapse. Yeah. We have too many liabilities and we have to pay people monthly checks.
I think the whole reliant on the Americans has been too overdone, in my opinion.
Well, I agree with you, Angel, but the problem is the whole world is too. So if we stop paying Europe money, we stop paying, you know what, the whole world would collapse at that point. I don't think you'll like that, Angel. Like, I know people come on here like they're like, oh, great reset, let's reset the whole system. I don't think you'll like that. I don't think you guys are gonna like that.
Let me ask you this. It's always can I ask you this, the $5 an hour worker who wants these weird radical financial solutions. Like it would actually
can I ask you this? Trump obviously wants a no tax on tips for workers, but what would like a no sales tax on all purchases
That's not going
as
to
it
happen.
once was before? What would that do?
I don't know. Is that feasible?
No.
Oh man.
See, here's the other deal. You said it, Get Crack. The payroll tax, a lot of it goes to locals. Everyone wants to blame the federal government for all this stuff. Dude, there's local and state taxes. No one ever complains about that.
Yep. That's true. That's the real. That's why Twitter. That's why Elon Musk got Twitter out of San Francisco. Yeah. So because they had a grandfathered in deal with the old Twitter with Jack Dorsey to not pay payroll. So that's why that's expiring. He's getting the hell up out of there. Yeah. That's the
well, the bottom line, and it will go back. Hold on 1 second, Angel.
One at a time,
The
guys.
problem is not the politicians; it's the voters not knowing what the hell they're voting for.
Well, I obviously know what I'm voting for because I got a clear idea, but a lot of people may not see it as I do. Because look, I've heard reports over years that back in like the 70s or 80s that there was no like sales tax in certain states, but now every state
there still
almost
isn't.
has a
Florida,
sales tax.
there's still states that don't have.
Yeah,
sales tax.
Oregon doesn't have one. Yeah, Oregon doesn't have one either. Yeah.
But if Trump was to surpass a no sales tax nationally,
he can't do
what would that do in states that have the highest sales tax?
It's unconstitutional.
Yeah, he can't do that.
Will
Yeah, he
not
can't
be
do
able
that.
to do that.
Yeah, he can't do
Are
that.
you sure?
So Angel,
So,
because
but the Democrats can like tax the rich even more, even if it's not someone as successful as Elon Musk. But even if someone who makes more than like let's say $400,000 a year, you think that they should be like have the impossibility to like expand, succeed, or like
Okay,
grow their business?
you're making several different lines of inquiry. Sales tax, you went from sales tax to salaries and taxes.
Well, can I explain?
You're jumping all over the place.
Well, the point that I'm trying to make is if we can't like eliminate the sales tax nationally, then why should Democrats
There is no
keep trying?
national sales tax.
Oh
to
no,
eliminate.
no! Understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that there is. But I don't think you're understanding, Stanley.
Yeah,
Could
Angel,
be.
sales tax is a state imposed. Some states are 4%, some states are 7%, some states are 0%. Right? Sales tax is done at the local level, but not only the local level state tax. There's a local city tax as well.
Yeah, city, county. Yeah, everybody has their own. Yep.
So
That's
Trump
right.
might be saying something, and I don't know exactly what he's proposing, so I don't want to misspeak. But just like Stanley is saying, it's literally impossible. And I'm a Trump supporter, 100%, by the way. But please continue, Angel. You probably have more pieces of it that you want to explain, maybe. Sorry.
Yeah, like that's what I was just trying to explain without interruption, Stanley. Like what I'm trying to like get at, even though there isn't one, and even though it is unconstitutional, like why should Democrats still tax the corporations 28% as what Kamala Harris is saying in her economic plan?
Well, can I explain that? The 28% tax rate, corporations are people, so let's treat them as people. 28% tax bracket.
But what do you think that would happen to current businesses that are like climbing down? Like Macy's had announced closures recently, and there's been many others recently.
Well,
if the whole
that's
tax
kind of
because
interesting.
you think corporations are evil, what if Walmart closed all locations?
Let's talk
and
about
what
Macy's
if,
right quick.
What
I
if
promise I'll
Target
make it
closed
quick.
all locations? All these big box
Angel,
businesses. and like franchise places that we would go to. How would people go to get their electronics at Best Buy? Like,
but
nothing is
yeah,
always as reliant
yeah,
on online.
Angel.
Angel.
The problem with that, with the Macy's and a lot of stuff you're talking about, they're failed, but they're also it's outdated because of COVID. Because COVID kind of made people do online stuff. But the other reason, Angel,
business model.
Yeah, the other reason, Angel, is that like it's local issue too, because like Macy's is closing in San Francisco because, well, San Francisco is San Francisco, and Trump can't fix that, right? And the other reason too is like Macy's rents from other landlords, and they don't want to be on their lease anymore. Hey, it's not worth it for them.
But
and the landlord doesn't lower their rent.
You don't think this has to do with the tax that Biden put it on?
No. This is different. This is different. These are different.
Let's take a look at this article about Social Security crack. Since you mentioned it's one of the reasons why you left the workforce. Is that right? You saw the taxes.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Yeah, I don't believe it in it. That's why I don't want to contribute to it. I'd rather keep my money and just make my money with stocks, because I don't get payroll tax anymore, right?
And the interesting thing, it's interesting that you mentioned payroll tax. Many people probably don't know this. There's some that do, clearly.
Yeah, because they're not in the tax bracket I am. Like, once you get to that high tax bracket in a blue state, yeah, you'll notice right away. You're like, what the hell? I should be getting 10 G's. Why am I getting 5 G's?
There's a cap that you pay on Social Security every year, right? Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you make
there is a cap. That's true too.
If you make 700,000, if you make 99,000 or 150,000, the amount that you pay in Social Security is the same, correct?
Yeah.
Or you get refunded back if you overpay for that particular year or something like that, right? You don't pay more than set amount. Now that amount is high if you don't make a lot of money, but if you make a lot of money, it's low. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah. Yep.
Right. And so here is an article about the I'm getting all these calls here this morning. Social Security facing $63 trillion in unfunded liabilities. Social Security is facing $63 trillion in long-term unfunded liabilities. When you look at your paycheck, you probably see this OASDI, which stands for Old Age Survivors Disability Insurance. That's Social Security, by the way. The report looked at two things: how much money will be missing indefinitely, and how much will be missing in the next 75 years. The report determined that there will be a permanent $62 trillion deficit and about a $23 trillion shortage for the next 75 years. I'll read the bold parts for you. Officials explain that these numbers show how much less money they will have after the money saved up in trust funds runs out. The summarized shortfalls over the infinite horizon, as percentages of taxable payroll and GDP are larger than the shortfalls for the 75-year period. There is nothing in economics that says you should just look at 75 years and assume everybody's going to be dead the day after. That's the practice here in our country dealing with Social Security. It's like operating on half of the cancer, removing half the cancer, and telling your patient to come back in 10 years, and when they do, it's twice as big, and you're operating out on half. This is not the first report to spotlight the deteriorating fiscal state of the retirement scheme and other federal programs. In February, the Treasury Department released its financial report. It concluded that U.S. taxpayers face more than $78 trillion in long-term unfunded obligations. To make matters worse, the financial report is based on optimistic, indeed unrealistic assumptions, adding that the report suggests that the Trump-era tax cuts will completely lapse, income tax revenues will rise over time, and defense spending will not increase. Those are some of the assumptions built into the report. What I wanted to comment on here is that, people like crack, for instance, who can get out of the workforce and get out of the Social Security burden, he can do so. the upper income people are able to go upstream and get away from these things. Like crack doesn't pay into Social Security disability, but people with less ability than him will have to pay the whole way through, and they may not get anything. And that is kind of the, the part that I don't think most people are looking at it. They think that they're going to get Social Security at some point.
And I have a counter argument to this.
Yeah, sure.
Bottom line, well, two things. Number one, Trump literally says he will not cut Social Security or tinker with it, if I recall. The same people who read the report that you just did and they hear about, they may not get this, that, or the other. The same people who will elect to cut Social Security and impose tariffs and all this don't understand that they are squarely in the bullseye. Electing a Trump or electing someone who wants to privatize Social Security, it sounds good, but it actually is self-inflicted wounds 20, 30, 40 years down the line when they need Social Security.
Master Kim, do you think Social Security will be here?
It just confuses me why people don't do their homework before they vote.
Master Kim, do you even take into account that Social Security will be here regardless of who the politicians are? Do you think it'll be here?
Not at all. I don't pay attention to that at all, unfortunately. I'm not, towards my retirement, everything, zero thought about Social Security, despite that we all pay into it, right? And also one comment, and Stanley, this is in no way a hidden jab.
Because I know I'm going to come back because I have a
You say so many
counterpoint.
negative things about Trump. So when you do have something that's probably a very wise thing that you're sharing, it gets lost with all the other comments to a degree. So what you're saying is probably right, but it's hard to tell which is a goodie to listen to and take notes versus all the other times you trash Trump, because this might be something smart that you're saying.
Trump is trash.
Okay.
So don't. How about just make your point?
Oh, no, that was my point. It gets lost in all the gobbledygook of your Trump haterade because you do have some very solid points, but it gets confusing, which is genuine versus the guys that grew up scamming everyone.
You know what? I'm just going to let you babble on about my haterade. That's not a point. That is a jab.
No, I was saying that there are some probably meaningful points you have, but to me, it gets lost with all the haterade. That was, I guess, the
right. I don't think I have haterade. I don't think I have haterade.
Give crack. Lost in translation is maybe the proper term of what Stanley is saying about Trump.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
sorry, Master Kim. I just have to push back. It's not hate.
I think Master Kim is basically saying like because it's like they have a bias against you, Stanley, so that if you start mixing in Trump with what you're saying, they'll ignore everything you just said. Yeah, that's what.
All I have to say is I apologize, Master Kim. I'll suffer your jabs just to hear your point.
Righteous Muffin or Imperious would come.
Well, no, Master Kim is Master Kim. You are not Righteous Muffin. I apologize now.
Oh no, I forgot. We still love you over here, Stanley. But anytime you start going into the hate for Trump, those two will come and try and saute you.
Oh, they can't saute.
Well, that's what they always try to do.
So what, Master Kim, please continue. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that was it. I think you brought up a very brilliant point. I wasn't aware of maybe Trump's stance on Social Security. I am going to Google it now because John asked me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm flat-footed.
He is very specific. But see, here's my point, and I didn't make it very well, was Trump is somehow or another trying to thread populism, like blue-collar, white male populism, with supporting, big business. And
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
tricky.
Yeah. It's tricky. Yeah,
And
you're
that's
right.
why I keep saying MAGA is not as populist as people think it is. He's not a populist. He's a big business guy. He's a CEO.
I agree, Stanley. I agree, Stanley.
He is very, I keep saying Trump is the most American president we have ever had in our history. All he's trying to do is what, say, a Thomas Jefferson or James Madison. They want to keep, your word was hoi polloi, crack.
Right. That was John. He brought it up, and I was like, oh man.
I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, John was like, he brought that up. I was like, whoa, John.
They want the hoi polloi not to rebel.
Mm-hmm.
So they might have to throw out, hey, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna build a wall, or I will not touch Social Security. They got to thread that needle.
Hey,
So
John.
does
that tie back to what you were showing with Nate? That whole presentation. Well, not Nate. I mean, not Nate. I mean, Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate. Yeah.
Yeah, as Stanley said that, he's basically kind of repeating what Andrew Tate was saying.
Exactly, isn't it? But Stanley's not shirtless. He's not like they would agree on that point, would they?
They're basically saying the same thing.
But they're on different sides of the aisle, and yet, is it horseshoe theory?
Right.
It could very well be.
Yeah, because that's the problem. The hoi polloi are just being yoinked on the left and on the right. But either way, those political classes are not for them.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
you anti-Jew this, pro-Palestinian this, it doesn't matter. You're still the hoi polloi, bitch.
No. All I'm saying is we the people, whether we like it or not, we delegate a lot. We act like the politicians are a distinct group from the people.
You don't think so, Stanley?
Theory, I think it's true because we think it's true, which goes back to another point, but it doesn't have to be. Now, the thing is for the people we can keep the government the way it is. People just need to take the time to know, like when Trump says, I'm going to save Social Security, or, I'm going to raise tariffs. How do those ideas bounce against each other? Because I don't think you can do both.
Hey, John, so how do we get rid of the DC K Street lobbyists? We gotta and the social media and stuff, I feel like is really catering to those people. The marketing.
Well, yeah, I think those people have, from the corporate perspective, I think they've done a very good job of wedging themselves in. It's kind of like the middleman.
So how do we get rid of them? Because if we believe that's in Stanley's thing, like we have to be better, we have to be a better populace.
Crack, can you explain who the K Street lobbyists are, please? Sorry.
I don't know too much. I think John knows more. He lives there. John, can you explain what's K Street lobbyists?
There used to be one. I'm going to see if I can look him up. He was a big one, man, back in the day when I first got here. But now you don't see them.
Well, let me make it simple. You can do your 2, 4, 10, 20 years as a congressman and get hired into a lobbying firm.
Mm-hmm.
It's a revolt. Yep. All these, and see, once you, and I haven't thought about it in a while, but the thing is if you've been in Congress for a time, like a certain number of years, you still have floor privileges. So if you have been a congressman for, say, 10 years, you lose an election or you say, hey, I'm done with this, you go work on K Street, you still have floor privileges where you can go back to the floor and talk to congressmen, you can lobby. Well, you know what I'm saying, Crack.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it reminded me of something. So John, you remember Cam the King was like saying he had a lobbyist friend.
Yeah,
She was
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
come on. Like, what happened to that?
Yeah.
Like, did you have a falling out with Cam that you
No,
couldn't
I
do
didn't have
that?
all that. I think, you know.
I mean, you got to get Cam back on this channel because like he had
I was
that
just talking about
lobbyist.
him yesterday.
Yeah, and he was like, he had this friend. She lobbies for tech companies, and she was gonna come on here like do anonymous call in and explain like how that went. That would have been an interesting interview.
You know, Philippe worked on the other side. My friend Philippe, yeah, he worked for a senator and a congressman. Senator from Georgia and a congressman from Georgia. And so that's on the other side of the lobbyist, and he would tell you, man. He would tell me, he said, "Man, these people don't write laws. You know, the person you work for, he's not smart enough to write a law. Like, he'll add patterns and things like that." But
now, is Philippe? Well, if he was working for anyway, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, you know, he said, you know, basically the legislation would be brought to them, and you know,
Alex in other organizations.
No, well, you know, just say if you represented Georgia, if you were a senator from Georgia, well, who's going to have the most sway with that senator? It's going to be Coca-Cola, Delta, right? They may be in a, you know, I'm sure there's an airline trade union, there's a sweet drinks trade union, or whatever the hell it would be. So those people have lobbyists, you know, governmental affairs now is what they call it, I guess, that would come to DC.
Liaison, government liaison.
Yeah, but then they'll have like trade unions and stuff like that. The National Association of Home Builders. Every union, every industry has a national association of this. Even colleges have it.
Yep.
Parts of DuPont Circle, there's nothing but trade associations for universities. And I mean, all different, the nursing school lobbying association, general practice, doctors, dentists, orthodontists. I mean, the list goes on. Everybody,
court, they're all people.
Everybody is slicing up the market to lobby for their specific finite piece of the world. You know, if you're a plastic surgeon doing BBLs, there's probably a trade union trying to get lax regulations to do BBLs or to get insurance to pay for it.
Hey, John, can I add one thing?
Sure. Yeah.
There are lobbyists at the state level, in state legislature.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, list goes on and on, right? You know, wherever there's laws being made. Go ahead, Master Kim.
John, I want to add a comment about Coca-Cola. So obviously every year there's the Masters over in Augusta, Georgia, which is, you know, the granddaddy of the golf tournaments. And I don't golf, so I'm just probably using the wrong language. But Coca-Cola has so many tickets that they dial them out to, you know, special people here in the state of Georgia. So yeah, you know, getting back to lobbyists, just controlling so many of the Masters tickets. The Masters tickets are so expensive. Stanley, have you ever been to the Masters out over in Augusta by chance?
No, I have not. But you know what? Coca-Cola's right across from Georgia Tech. Maybe I'll walk over and get a couple.
Yep.
You know, if you go,
using that
go
as
ahead,
an example. Yep. No, I was just using the Masters as just an example of whether it be Delta Airlines, Coca-Cola, FedEx, or, you know, all these corporate players do in their lobbyists. You're absolutely right. At least here in Atlanta.
Yeah, everywhere. If you want to buy a ticket down on the lower level of almost any sports stadium, those are primarily corporate owned. You can buy them on the secondary market from, you know, middlemen. But by and large, corporations own those. I'll tell you, I went to a Nationals game one day, and there were a row full of seats. And I bought the tickets, you know, from a scalper. And it was down low where they served food and everything, you know, throughout the game. And so a guy was sitting next to me. He said, "All of these are my seats." I said, "What?" And he owned like a big healthcare company, and he just uses those seats for business. And in DC, who are you doing business with? Congress members. And I think that's kind of how the game is played. But so we were talking about lobbyists, and like, here's when I first moved to DC, this was the big guy. I mean, he was the one that was always being written about. They eventually sent him to prison. I think they changed laws and things like that where there aren't big known lobbyists anymore.
Wasn't he a Texas guy, Abramoff?
He may have been Texas, but he was in DC, where he was doing all his dirty work. I remember
that's a little pot shot at who.
Oh, he may have been involved with Bush or someone, though, if that's what you're talking about. Looks like, if you remember, all these names, Tom DeLay.
Oh, no, Tom DeLay is who I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Well, Abramoff might have been too. I don't remember the details, but I remember the national news. These guys were in the news for quite some time.
Yeah, he was very dirty, man, very dirty. And they had a lot of laws changed regarding him. So now I think it's just a cleaner way that the corruption is done, where you kind of don't see it. The companies more or less, they have these.
Well, the Supreme Court helped.
I mean, on the up at the high level, but I think down in where they make the sausage, the companies are more or less just writing the laws, and you'll be lucky to have a senator that has a good staff that will make sure that maybe the things go well for his state with that particular law, or represent his his constituency. What's
but
interesting?
I also want to add, it's not just the big corporations doing it. There are non-corporate lobbies. Mothers Against Drunk Driving. A lot of grassroots lobbies too.
Yeah, breast cancer and all those type of people.
Yeah.
I mean, the transgender people, they're very effective lobby. LGBT, they're very effective.
Moms for Liberty.
Maybe I'd never heard of them before. I'm reading the comments here. But Craig. So Craig mentioned, well, how do you get around all these things? If you look at that big bubble that Andrew Tate drew.
Yeah.
And I've talked about it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, when I was in school, like I took a lot of anthropology and things like that, history classes, and one of the interesting things they drew on the board was like the shrinking middle class. So you think the middle class is like a pyramid, right? You have you have a low class, middle class, upper class as a pyramid, but what it looks more like is an hourglass. You have a big hoi polloi, and you have like kind of like a big like upper class too, where they're hidden, but they're out there, and the middle class just keeps shrinking, and you just got this hourglass shape type of structure, and that's where communism thrives on, and that's why Vietnam, and all these countries, they collapse. It's like, you don't have a strong middle class. This is what happens. It's just like you fester extremism. And I kind of talk shit to my mom sometimes. It's like, yeah, you were the wealthy class. Your family was wealthy, but the thing is like you supported like the kings, you supported the nobles, and this is what happens.
Lord.
So this is what happens, right? That's why
Stop
I can't
being
blame
mean to your mother like that.
No, yeah. I mean, my grandfather, during the Japanese occupation, they gave bowls of rice to the poor. Like, my family was like not like an evil thing, like per se, right? But you support like the structure as it is, right? Overall, you support the status quo. So it's like it's gonna bite you in the ass eventually, and that's what happens. Yeah, you let communism affect. That's what it is. It's just like, yeah, I don't know.
I'm interested in your point about the middle class, though, and I don't want to get into it now.
I would love to get into it
Think about
because it is a topic that really interests me. At my position here as a landlord, I started off this morning, and I could show it to you if you would like to see it. But I've had a guy booking with me day by day by day.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Right. In total, he's probably paying $84 or something like that, with the taxes, but it's day by day by day by day. And that very well could be how he's making his money today. A lot of these people are making their money. I've talked about it. These algorithms is when they're working on the left side of that page here that Andrew Tate is talking about. they're working for the rich, right? And they are being ground down by the algorithms and things like that can really just, make them more almost like sharecroppers or slaves.
Yeah, you mentioned that before. Sharecroppers. I like that analogy.
Yeah. And, I've long said, man, if you don't know who your customers are, you don't have a business. You're just more or less sharecropping,
Well, I might be off base because I may be mishearing, but you can't have a nation of business owners. And I get kind of curious sometimes when people like everyone has to be a business owner.
Well,
someone has to work.
Don't get caught up in the word business. Let me see if I can rephrase myself. How about that? Like, if you do own a business and you don't know who your customer is or you don't set the policies, then in reality, you don't have a business. You hear oftentimes Uber drivers, I'm going to start a business. I'm going to be an Uber driver. They don't have any control over cancellation policies, how long they must wait, who can get in their car.
They're gig workers, not business owners. The term is literally gig worker.
If you tell them that they're not a business, they're going to disagree with you. So
you know what? They're dumb Uber drivers.
Well, but
the term is literally gig worker.
Well, look at me, for instance. I'll use myself as an example.
You drive Uber?
No, let me finish. Since we somewhat in agreement,
it's a joke.
Yeah, since we somewhat in agreement about Uber, but I have Airbnbs as an example. Just the other day, I had someone come in and they said something and they said, I want to cancel. Well, if you booked it directly with me, well, you already paid. Might as well stay, or you can leave. Doesn't matter to me. But when it's Airbnb, they're the middleman. He's really their customer, not mine. I don't know this person. I didn't bill this credit card. They did. Then he complains to that person, and then complains to Airbnb, and then they make the decision on who gets paid or who doesn't. In that sense, I'm just their whipping boy. I'm just down here cleaning rooms, providing places so their business can thrive. And from the beginning, I never liked that situation. I had friends that they just 100% dependent on Airbnb, paying the VIG, going along, and they don't know who their customers are. I try to make sure I get all my customers' phone numbers and things like that every time they stay. I'm not 100% consistent with it, but the point I'm making is, if you're going to come in my house, I don't give a damn if you come through Airbnb or not. I'm going to know who you are. You're going to be my customer. And I think a lot of people do.
The thing is gig worker. Worker that you might be. And I'm not talking about you. I'm really trying to stick to the Uber model.
Yeah.
You don't have to take the gig. And I think it's interesting as a property owner, in a way, it's almost like a socialism. If all the property owners said, screw you, we're not going to be your gig workers anymore, Airbnb's out of business. It's almost symbiotic, not quite, but it's not a strict wage slave sort of relationship.
Well, with Airbnb, definitely not, because you can add on a lot of periphery services. The customer may easily do business with you, and cut out the middleman himself. He has every incentive. But when you're driving for Uber, DoorDash, you're not going to call that person directly and say, hey, man, bring my food. I'm going to order and you go pick it up. There really is no way to cut out the middleman. So now you're really at the mercy of their algorithm sending you good payouts. I ride Uber so much. I got a video right now, maybe I can play. And I ride it so much, man, that damn near probably 20% of the time I get in the car, they ask me, how much did you pay? How much did Uber charge you?
Really?
Yeah, they don't even know what the fuck they're being, sent around for. They know what they are supposed to.
Well, yeah, there's an app, and I take Uber a lot myself. what they see as a driver is not the same thing you see as a customer.
Right.
And the two don't meet, by the way.
Right.
The apps aren't connected.
Right. Now, there's an admin side that Uber sees, and then there's the driver side. And so, in stock market, they would call, there is no price discovery. You're familiar with that, right? Correct?
Yep, there's no price discovery. I mean, that's what's happening right now, and that's why I promote trading, because like there's no fundamentals. Fundamentals don't rule the game anymore at all. So it's just about liquidity.
Price discovery for Master Cam.
So in an ideal market, you would try to find the actual value of a company, and you're not seeing that anymore. You see Nvidia, it's way inflated for what it's worth. You see Intel, it's underpriced now from what it's worth. It's just driven by emotions, and emotions are driven primarily by liquidity, because the market makers, they know when someone's like, oh, I'm leaving I'm going to sell my shares, and they'll take advantage of that, and they'll promote a liquidity situation where it's like there's less buyers, more sellers, and they'll drive the price lower than it should be. And that's what happens. Yeah. So Bitcoin is an extreme situation of that. That's why Bitcoin is so volatile, because a lot of the true believers, they just hold. They don't care. But the traders then take advantage of that to drive the price. And that's why it's so volatile. Yeah.
And so, how do you this is my only opinion, right? Most of us are going to be on the right side of the equation that Andrew Tate is talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as he goes on, he adds, what he calls the super brokies.
So government, we would like you, using their money, we're going to give you lots of money to let in lots of immigrants so that the brokey bubble inflates with super
Super brokies, right.
Who is the we giving the government money?
Well,
hopefully he means corporations.
Right, that's what he's talking about. He drew the arrow from the corporations to the government. I've gone through.
Okay, you know what? I got that.
Yeah, I've gone through.
Well, hey, this reminds me, John. You remember you were complaining about the church was like funding those houses?
They're corporations.
Now, so I would say like this, in an indirect way. What if you ripped out their 501c status, 503? So the government doesn't let's say the government wasn't directly funding those houses, but indirectly, because of tax breaks, they are funded in a way. So let's say we took away that church's charity status, and they had to pay normal taxes. Would they do that? Would they do that anymore?
Would the preacher be able to do that?
Conservatives would not allow you to do that, especially
that's right,
especially the libertarians. Libertarians like Ron Paul literally think welfare should be a church thing.
Interesting.
Dude, I know this shit. I watched one.
So that's why the point is like the right and left kind of keep supporting the same shit,
right?
Directly or indirectly.
Can I ask you this? Do churches even are taxed?
Angel, your mic is really bad right now, Angel. You gotta log off and log on again. Yeah, it's really bad. Your phone must be overheating like crazy.
I took his echo cancellation off.
I don't think that's gonna help. It sounds like a really, it's bad. It's bad. It's really like
it's really
overheating. The StreamYards is killing you. Yeah, StreamYards is killing you, man. Yeah.
I think the bigger thing, what I see honestly, is that I do agree, and what Stanley somewhat agrees as well, is that the rich more or less are inflating this bubble over here and drowning more and more of the middle class, and that's why you see the middle class is shrinking. And what this does is often, instead of these people, teaming up to combat the rich, either they're being ground down by the rich by engaging in the richest scams, or the richest manipulation with like Uber and DoorDash and all that to grind them down. Or they just start infighting with each other. And I think that probably would be the goal, is that as these two groups infight with each other, they don't even...
and the thing is like the Occupy Wall Street is the same thing. Like a lot of left brokies, a lot of the right brokies should team up. That's what Stanley's point is. Everyone's fighting against their position.
You think about these people, like, let's just say the trolls that come over here. They don't know how much they're doing the work of big business, big YouTube, big Google.
Yeah. They're fighting you, John. They're fighting you. They'd rather fight you, John.
Right.
But let me ask a question, though. Have you ever noticed that corporations never team up with the middle class? They always go. And there's a reason for that. Teaming up with the middle class. Now, I'm spitballing this. It's something I've noticed over the decades. You never hear about you never see a partnership between a middle class and corporations. It's always, you're going for the welfare mothers, you're going for Black Lives Matter, you're going for the base, the hoi polloi.
Yeah.
Well, I think
I have to think this through, but the bottom line is middle class people are probably the worst off if you factor everything in.
Yep, they are.
Well, you think about what what would you say ails the middle class people more?
Yeah, John, can I add to Stanley's comment?
They can't afford college.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Master Kim.
With respect to what Stanley was saying, also not only the emergence, but the absolute manifesting into the atomic explosion of DEI and ESG, right? So all these corporations, all they cared about is exactly what Stanley was saying, the hoi polloi or whatever that is, and I need to understand that definition of that word better. But yeah, that was just at Stanley.
Well, the interesting thing is, and I went through this, and I won't go through it again, but I talked about tailhook days. Way back in the early 90s, it was a good idea, just like CRT. The original idea was a new take, and everything gets blown up and misused, et cetera, et cetera. You can use a hammer to hammer a nail, and it can be useful, or you can hammer up someone upside the head, and that hammer is misused. Same thing with CRT, same thing with DEI. All I'm saying is that there are people getting rich off of DEI, and they're not in the middle class anymore.
Yeah, they're not.
Americans don't have a sense of proportion, and quite frankly, the middle class needs to assert itself a little bit more.
They do, and most of them are centrists. I think that's the problem. And
yeah, unfortunately.
And the thing is, like, they don't want to like side with the hoi polloi. They don't want to side with the rich, but they're stuck now because centrism isn't sexy, right? Politically.
Well,
I live that life.
I think that simplicity kind of keeps you out of the way of the corporatocracy and all of that. You drive a regular beat up car, 15 years old, like I do. You're not out here asking the banks for financing on the car.
Yep. Yeah.
And on it goes.
But see, I admire that. That's utilitarian, John.
Yeah, I'm utilitarian too. It's funny because like now,
the hell, if the car is working, why do
I don't have a Tesla, man, and it's funny. It's like everyone thinks I'm a Tesla now because HB is like, oh, I drove a Tesla and Ava pressed my start button. I don't drive that shit.
I started off giving you this example. I'll tell you one more time, and I'll equate it to this picture that Andrew Tate has up. So I told you this guy's been booking with me every day. Every morning he wake up by 8 o'clock. And he probably works DoorDash or Uber or something, and
right.
He will extend his reservation by way of Uber Airbnb. So I get the alert and I approve it, and it's like $62 or something.
Yeah.
By in doing so, he has to pay a little bit of the cut to the rich people, right? Every day he does this.
He does, yep.
The rich people get a cut. They didn't make the bed. They didn't provide the sheets, the towels, nothing. But he cuts them in on the deal. Okay, I said, cool. I raised the price high enough. I recognize what you're doing. I keep just gradually raising the price a couple of dollars here and there every time because I know he's going to keep extending. Right. And so, because I know housing is so hard to find here in DC, and then I'm just the other end of the spectrum that I guess is grinding him down.
Quick question though, do you have to clean his room? Does anyone
not while he's there, right? Not while he's there. Whenever he checks out, you'll feel good. That's right. But the thing is, like, if there were any trust left in America, he could just call me up. Hey, what's up, Mr. Galt? I need to stay here for a few more days. I get paid every day because you're probably driving Uber, and I think they cash him out in the morning or something like that. I don't know. Can I pay you every day? Can I cut out that part that Andrew Tate is talking about, that rich man? Why do we need to involve the rich man in our business dealings?
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, maybe he feels more comfortable bringing the rich man in and helping the rich man. I don't know.
It's an embarrassment, man. It's an embarrassment, right?
But I mean, either way it goes, shit, he's doing the same damn thing. Why not just pay me every day?
Because the rich man is abstract now.
Shit, because you'll treat him like shit.
No,
put him on YouTube.
Crack is correct. It's that the rich man is an abstraction.
Yeah, he abstracted himself out. You can't even see him anymore.
You don't have to,
he's behind technology. Technology.
Let's explore this. Let's explore this. Is your tenant a black man?
Probably. Let me see.
Yeah, let's look at it. You got the analytics.
Well, no, it's an honest question. I'm actually
no. I get it. I get it.
Before I even look, I could probably answer the reason why I say that is because, by and large, this is poor people behavior, and in DC, you don't. I've never had a white person live day by day like this. So before I even look, you know what I'm saying, and this is what I'm saying.
Well, no, your instinct is probably right.
And this is what I'm saying. Like the biggest downfall from COVID, in my opinion, is that it's broken the trust to where I don't trust anybody unless you got the money in hand, man. Like day by day, bro. Give me day by day. I don't give
a pig is an utilitarian.
Okay, well, see, actually, that is the dumbest statement that John White Galt has made. Of course, it's utilitarian. Money, that's an idiotic. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
You gotta work better with White Galt. You gotta work better now.
Money is the ultimate tool.
Yeah,
you get to influence. What kind of bullshit statement?
Yeah, you know. I keep trying to tell people is like, don't look for money. Like, don't do something for money. Money is utilitarianism. It's the basic form of it, right? And
you can buy tools. You can buy people to use the tools.
Right.
What kind of bullshit is that?
Yeah.
Think like a capitalist.
No. Well, your angle.
You old-fashioned Scottish novelist.
No. Your angle's off, man.
Oh yeah.
You gotta pull down,
man. Chance, could you check the email I just sent you?
Yeah, your angle's off, man. Your way angles off.
Matter of fact, I do. Yeah, give me 1 second, Master Kim. I'll do it in just 1 second. I'll just send the picture to myself here. Then you can see. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, none of you got. Hey, White John Galt. If I didn't pay them, you wouldn't have gotten ThorpeCon. You wouldn't have gotten Ava. You wouldn't have gotten any of that drama with OPC Dawn if it was for me. You got a lot of content from me just throwing $1,000 at them. BET. Where's the Boondocks BET clip?
You appreciate it. You get credit.
I'm still trying to figure out how being a pay pig isn't utilitarian.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you don't need a down
Just
payment. You
the
can buy a
image.
car straight
Pigs,
up. Oh my god.
pigs are the ultimate utilitarian animal.
Oh my god. People pay loans for cars? F that shit. Do
There's a
not
guy-
pay a loan for a car. Do not pay a down payment for a car. Please, guys. The interest rates are so high, it ain't worth it. Please.
Hey, Craig, that's the guy right there that's paying day by day. Day by
Oh
day
my
by
god.
day. And so, as I was saying, this guy is choosing to involve big business. And they're happy to take care of
Oh man.
it, right? And I'm happy to take my cut.
Oh man.
But eventually it grinds him down, and now he's paying 2 people for housing as opposed to 1.
And I bet he paid $50 for a haircut too. Shave his whole head for $50.
Nice suit on or whatever you're wearing.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I don't know. I'm
And then
I'm
if
just,
if you were to ask him, I've done stories about how New York City residents running around here writing tickets on truck drivers to help the government. They're making it hard for a truck driver to make a living. Again, they're fighting against fellow brokies.
I saw that. He streams it too. There's this guy on the bike who snitches on everyone in New York.
Right.
It's
And
crazy.
he's snitching, and he's fighting against his own fellow brokies to bloat the government that will eventually come back to bite his ass. Just in front of my house today, not today, but a couple of days ago, I saw some government workers out putting some signs in the street talking about you can't park here unless you have a this or that at the street. I don't know what the hell the sign's for. But if you won't clean your own streets, the government will come in and do it, and then they will put all kind of fines and shit on you if you have your car parked here, even if they don't come that day to pick up the trash. To sweep the streets. And so again, you're shifting the more and more of the power over to the richies while the brokies are fighting each other. The same thing applies like with the super chats, all that monetization, man. You don't know how hard people fight to make sure YouTube gets a cut of the money. Like you don't know. I mean, you know how many people text me, email me like monetization, money, YouTube. You need they want to engage the rich people and think that they're going to come out winning.
Yeah, 30%.
The brokies need to team up and
John,
figure out a way to keep the richies out of their business. That's my opinion. Yeah.
as a result of the brokies, and I also have one foot in the brokey, one tiptoe in the brokey pill as well at times. There's industries that have been stimulated as a result of this, Biden economy. And one we talked about is the ATM business. Remember, the ATM is kind of a matured, older business. There's no money in it, but now there is, because the brokies you have to put smaller denominations like 5s and 10s, and you're still hitting them up $2. And most banks, the bigger banks like the big, most 90% of the ATMs you can only get denominations of 20 and above, right? Where the little corner store will have 2. Oh, this is something for Get Crack to do. And then please pull up the picture of Get Crack's car, and for him to say he doesn't have one, he's effing lying.
I don't. I just have Hondas, man. I don't.
That's part of the ploy. Honda says you get around.
Yeah, I mean the problem is people all my relatives who are poorer than me, they like status. They got all the
there
Teslas.
you go. He may Get Crack may not have red because Asians kind of like the ones that don't stand out as much.
But they like status.
That is the R8. Now you do have a PhD, so you don't need anything like that, and I agree. But come on,
what drove me off of Audis is my coworker had an Audi, and the thing was his wife's Audi kept disengaging, like the whole car would turn on the freeway, and he kept going to the dealership and saying there's something wrong with the electronics. There's something wrong with the electronics, and the dealership was like, no, we did diagnosed it, nothing wrong. And he said, like, okay, if you don't think anything's wrong, why don't I'll sell it to you? And he sold it to the dealership. So a lot of these German cars,
that's a great tactic.
there's something up with them. Like their electronics are like busted or something's up. Is like, and I think a lot of Germans like engineering is hype because now they make their cars in Mexico to sell to Americans.
Okay, because everyone knows that they've got the stamp
yeah,
approval.
it's not true
Yeah.
German engineering anymore. And
Interesting.
yeah,
Damn.
and yeah, I wouldn't trust German cars anymore in North America for that reason. Yeah.
Well, the high elite status and I know you're not Chinese, but in mainland China, they
Yeah.
love all those big boy.
Yeah,
Audis.
they do. But I think they're cheapening out too. They fall into the American like outsourcing and nearshoring, and it's like yeah, I wouldn't trust it. Yeah.
So I stand corrected, but this could be part of the stick too. Get
Yeah.
cracked. That's just part of the stick. Get cracked. You probably got 2 of these now.
Yeah. in work, dude, I there was some guy who was a contractor. He wasn't making as much as me, but he drag raced. He went to Sonoma and it was like a PhD Indian dude was also drag racing. They would talk drag racing to each other all the time. And I knew a guy in grad school, a white dude. He would drag race his Mustang or whatever, and it was like, dude, you guys should hook up. It'll be funny if I saw all you guys drag racing. Like, what the fuck? It's like expensive hobby. It's an expensive hobby. It's like, whoa. You guys are like, you're really into this stuff.
So, John, yesterday I had a call with a very good friend of mine. His name is Jay, but he's Indian, and his real name is probably not Jay. And he's big into the casino game machines and the game rooms and all that, legit and not legit. And so we're talking yesterday, and I was actually on the stream yesterday, so I really couldn't carry a long call with him, but I told him I'd call him today because I said his name is Jay, and I always kind of dance around with, hey, I want to open up a machine. They're called machine rooms, like with those poker machines. In Georgia, those are legal, right? What is illegal is paying cash. So I said, Jay, I want to open one up. Should I do this? Should I do that? I want to get his like Indian Patel stamp of approval, And he said, oh, you need to go to North Carolina. And I said, no, I want to stay in Georgia where it's legal. And he goes, Mike, and this guy, he's not a drug dealer, nothing like that. He goes, Mike, you're always going to be poor with that mindset, thinking of what's legal, what's illegal. I was stunned. I was like, what? What the hell are you talking about? He goes, oh, you just go set it up in Charlotte. And when the police come, you say, oh, you act stupid. Or he says, because law enforcement is so lax right now, because of whether it be the migrants, whether it be everything, it's like a free for all. So these business owners, and I'm using my boy Jay as just an example, they're just running buckshot. I don't know if I said that statement correctly. So if I do open up a game machine room, I'll kind of walk you guys down the road of where I'm going to lease the building at or what I'm going to do. And to have a poker machine room, you have to have groceries. You can't just open up a store. You have to have like a certain amount of inventory to show that you're just not a poker room. And I said, hey, should I just go to and mind you, I know the store business, but I'm asking this guy, what is that balance? And he said, just go buy $5,000 of crap at Sam's Club and just fill up the shelves. It don't matter. And then when I told him I would run the counter, he was stunned that I would do such a thing. And so it's got me scared, like, oh, do I got it the wrong way? But the point I'm trying to mention is I might be doing the initial steps of opening up a game machine room in Georgia, but legally they're called amusement machines. But we all know what they're really used for. It's for commercial gambling. Not that I would partake in that, but I'm just mentioning that. But these guys are running buckshot. He says he has a full casino. There's a city in Houston at the border. He says all the money right now is in Houston, in Texas. They've got all these, like he says he's a full-fledged casino. And and on the phone, it's like talking to a guy that sells drugs. You don't want to make them feel uncomfortable over the phone. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe we should have a different call, or when are you going to be in town? And not that I'm trying to compare him to a drug dealer, but I'm asking him specifics. Are you legally licensed casino in Texas? Which is the question. And he gave me these weird answers. He goes, no, I got a guy. He didn't say no, but he says, oh, I got a guy that handles that. I'm like, what is, maybe just over the phone, he's just very guarded or whatnot. But nevertheless, the reason I mention all of this isn't to show what, trashiness I could be getting involved in. But if it's legal in the state of Georgia, I would love to take everyone for a ride to figure out where the spot I'm going to do, what I'm trying to do, and what's the business model behind it. Because this guy is saying it's a free for all. And he used to do what's called these fish tables. Have you guys ever heard of these video fish table machines? They're gambling machines.
No.
Apparently, it's like a tabletop video machine. Look at get crack, dog. I know you got 80 grand, and you're like, oh, I could go buy a bunch of fish tables. Don't this.
I'm
In
not
fact,
doing
get
that.
crack. You should log
I'm
off
not
this
doing
call,
that.
man. No, come on, this is right up your alley. You'll probably do it just for the
No, I ain't
it's
doing
fun.
that.
But apparently, there's
Yeah.
these tabletop video arcade games that they're called fish tables, and there's plenty of YouTube videos. But people are to play. I think it costs like a nickel or pennies, but they sit there all day and soak up the money.
Yeah,
And
I
it's a
bet.
game. It's not a game of chance, so therefore it's legal. But these guys are killing it. But it's called fish tables, I think is what they're called. He used to write the software for them, but he's big into that. But now he says that this is like kids stuff, that he's migrated away from the fish tables. Now he's got full standing casinos. And I don't understand it. And I'd asked him, hey, is this like a membership club? Like you got to be a private member, it's not open to the public. He's giving me like shoddy answers. So today I'm going to call him again, and I'm going to record the call. In Georgia, it is legal. If you're one party of the call, you don't have to. And this is my boy, by the way, But just for entertainment, I might record the call, and I'll conceal his identity, of course, and I'll give it to John and see if John thinks that there's any content there worth playing. But it's very interesting because he gives me the inside dope of when I had a disagreement with my business partner, and I went to my boy Jay because I want to know the mind of a Patel, and he's like, Mike, don't worry. My business partner's named Roger. He goes, don't worry about Roger. He goes, because Roger's, anyways, he's a very good friend of mine, and I'm thinking about doing this, but I'm also letting him know I'm legit this time. I think I really want to do it, So I'll bring everyone for the ride. And also, sorry, switch back to Stanley's comments earlier about, hey, we can't have a country of entrepreneurs. You're absolutely right, Stanley. And this is my jab at Biden and Kamala. Well, when groceries are 30% higher, everything, Clorox, bleach, light bulbs, everything's higher. I need more money. John knows I got a legit career, but I always have to have a business. But now I need another business that's cash flowing strong. And now I'm going to kind of, to put a tiptoe in this gray area business. That is a very undignified business, by the way. The businesses that I'm talking about is just no one, outstanding would want to kind of get into this stuff. But I'm going to, because it's legal in the state of Georgia, and I think I could do okay.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yep.
Yes. Hey, what's
Much
up, Angel?
better.
And Mela is in the backstage, John.
Oh, Mela, I love your voice, Mela.
Good
Let me
Mela,
address.
I'm in love with your
I love
voice.
your voice, and like I said, you had the same like what was the thing that you said? Oh, tenacity. You have the same tenacity as I do.
Unfortunately, my tenacity outweighs my emotions. There are projects, there are ambitions that I've taken on that have overwhelmed me. What I would advise for anyone is to measure your strength, because you're going to need it when you have ambition. And I'm not just talking about talking to people online. I'm talking about in life. Life. I had no idea what I was embarking upon when joining the military under a war, right? I didn't know I was entering a war. It was peacetime. I didn't know. And this is not the Mela show, okay? Just give me a moment. What I'm saying for a brief moment is that when it comes to ambition, I'm like, hey, I'm going to join the military and I'm going to pay for my own education and can't nobody tell me nothing. But see, then a war hits your ass, right? And you're like, oh, shit, I got a decision to make. Do I have stick-to-itiveness or not? And that's what I'm telling you, Angel. You have stick-to-itiveness. And I'm glad you recognize it in me. God bless y'all.
Okay, let
You
me,
too.
Mela, I have a question for you as a fellow former military person.
Yes, sir.
Why did you join the military?
To get an education.
I see.
I wanted to pay for, my family was telling me, and this is going to be brief, of course. My family was telling me that, okay, we're going to pay for your college and you're going to owe us and you're going to take the courses we tell you to take. They were basically signing me up to be a puppet because they were going to pay for my education. And while I was working at O'Hare Airport, I saw these military personnel that looked extremely happy. And I asked them, about the military lifestyle, and they made it seem gleeful, right?
Well, recruiters are salesmen. You probably
No,
know this
these
by
were
now.
just regular schmegler.
Oh no, recruiters. If you know,
Yeah, the
have you ever
recruiter
been
did
a
sell me.
recruiter?
Say what, baby?
Have you ever been a recruiter? They are literally paid bonuses by the number of people they recruit.
Absolutely, they're very good salespeople. They're very good
Right.
salespeople.
So there's
As
nothing
a matter of
wrong with that.
fact, what sold me, what signed the deal for me was the acronym mattress. They said, "Hey, sign up for the mattress plan," right? And the
Mattress
acronym,
plan.
yeah, there's
I
an
have no idea
acronym.
what that is.
Yeah, there's an acronym.
What is
I
it?
don't know. Has anybody heard of that acronym, mattress?
No.
Okay. Well, it's basically something that I'll have to get back with you later because I don't. If you haven't heard of it, I'm not going to expose it.
Was that sleeping your way to the top?
No.
Oh, Stanley! Hey, Stanley!
I know, right?
It's
And
just a
believe
joke.
Stop.
Believe it or not, I think what attracted me to that acronym was the fact that I wasn't a slut. So I didn't make the, it was like I didn't
love
even,
you, Mela. I love you.
It's like I wasn't a
You were
slut,
gonna
so,
jump on that mattress, right?
all I was fascinated with was
Hey,
the
Stanley,
fact
that was pretty receptive. That was very smart,
the
Stanley.
fact
Sorry.
that all of us are clever. I mean, what's new, right? But anyway, the fact that I was introduced to a term called an acronym that meant something that promises a greater future for myself, in terms of adventure and
Let's
travel.
skip all this. Let me ask you a specific question.
Okay.
Did the military get you where you wanted to be?
I'm retired. I'm good.
Okay. Well, no.
Eventually,
that is perfectly.
Eventually.
One of these days, we will. I've done a whole.
There are some benefits that I've experienced. There are some doors that were open for me just because I'm a war veteran.
Amen.
Period. So, I could be dumb as a box of rocks, but the Air Force doesn't, recruit dumb people. So I mean, I literally have walked into places, not even with my regalia, just knowing that I am a Gulf War veteran. They're like, okay, come on in.
Yep. Let me, and I won't belabor this point, but a long time ago, I had a whole conversation on a Discord. I had a young black woman from England, kind of just trash joining the military as a vehicle. Now, back in the 50s and 60s, the military was a springboard into the middle class.
That's right.
My father springboard from a little town in Georgia, South Georgia, springboard to raise me and his progeny. So I love hearing you compliment the military like you did. It is an option. You just have to take it seriously.
It's rare that I say anything bad about the military. However, it does have its gray and dark areas. And
everything does. Everything does.
Like everything else.
Life does, honestly. Yeah.
But I'm glad to hear you in your success story. I think the military is important. If it's your shtick, don't be joining it because you're forced into it. You made obviously a very good decision, and I love hearing that success story.
That's so kind of you to say.
Thank
Oh
you.
boy, here we go. Here
Hey,
we go,
hey,
Bella.
everybody.
Now,
Hey,
The voice is coming back. Stop getting me hard.
Well,
Mello,
my
Mello
lord.
said she'll be up at Cheesecake Factory in 3 hours.
there she is.
Well, you know, Mela has good enunciation. It's like the classic. It's like, man, I wish people would talk like that more. It's like, this is,
And
yeah.
and look,
You
I
know,
don't think
not to be sexual, but I was always an orator.
and Mela, I don't think like today we like have to stick to a specific topic like earlier this week. I think you can go ahead and like talk more about like your military and all that because I think this is like one of those like
Angel,
big time
Angel,
unscripted
Angel.
shows.
Let's just all get along. That's fine enough for me. Okay.
All right.
What?
Well, I still love you,
I
Mela.
know that you want me to be your puppet and say, "Hey, Mela, talk, Mela, talk." I
No,
know
we
that,
weren't
you
doing
know.
that. Mela, I was.
Where are you trying to stick your hands
No,
to
no, no,
get me
no.
to move, man?
I
Like, come
wasn't
on,
paying.
man.
I wasn't paying
Just
attention to
let
the last
everybody
panel.
take their turn, okay?
No. It was
That was
crazy. I mean, we had to implement a no female like disrespect rule, and it was weaponized against us right after. I was like, oh shit.
that was hilarious, Mela, but I still love and respect you.
Well, better yet, I saw
Thank
Mela
you.
stand up against the, I love American male or American
Oh,
man.
they was,
Man,
they was,
oh, here
oh,
we go. Here we
they was
go,
jerk. It was
Stanley.
unbelievable.
No,
I'm
no,
like,
no.
wait a minute now.
I won't go farther than that. I will say, Mela, in my opinion, you stood your ground.
No,
And,
see,
and
I that's why I
those
didn't pay
poor
attention.
those poor little boys didn't
Yeah,
know what to do with
yeah,
it.
because I was in Ava's stream. I was like, oh, Mela can handle herself. She knows what she's doing. That's
She
like
did.
whatever. Yeah,
That
it's
doesn't
she.
mean it's pleasant. I prefer pleasantries. Do you not care what I prefer? Do you? Do you?
Yeah.
I prefer pleasantries.
Well, here's the deal. Well, Mela, you being a feminist.
Yeah, I mean, she was on.
Don't tell a man
She
what
was
you
here
prefer.
when Dennison was here on the late night. I couldn't control that thing because I was driving. I was literally driving from
They would
freaking like
drive.
truck stop to
You
truck
all were
stop,
driving.
and I was like, "What the hell is going on?" They're teaming up on
They
Mela. It
had
was
their.
like, oh my god.
I mean, they just had it out for me. It was incredible,
And you know what?
and there was nothing I could do about it other than
They're
just
gonna pay.
remain calm. That's
You know
all
what?
you can do. Just
You
remain
know what?
calm.
You taught me a lesson because sometimes I will start to get ramped up and lose
Yeah,
my
you
temper.
know,
And,
yeah,
and the
Stanley.
way you kept calm.
Yeah,
See, you have more patience with stupid people than I do.
yeah, you know, Stanley. You know, when you went off on Ben Thorpe that time, it's like, dude, you shouldn't play with his hand because he wanted to rile people up. That's his stick.
That's true.
And I was like, my take on Ben is like, I'm gonna like fuck with you from remote. I'll be in the backstage, pop on, like disappear, like I'll take you off the panel. That's how I would do it. It's like, but you don't have control over
And
the you don't have control
in
over
the,
StreamYard. You can't do that. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. I lose when I lose my temper.
Yeah,
And
that
Mela,
because he wants that.
Mela,
Ben wants that. Ben Thorpe, that's all
Mela
his gimmick is.
Mela, you're my hero.
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second. She left me hanging at Cheesecake Factory 3 hours.
Oh yeah, the
until
Cheesecake
security asked me to
Factory.
politely leave. Yeah.
Oh man, Cheesecake Factory.
Well, if you haven't noticed, you literally said she left you hanging. It hasn't. You brought it up. She didn't.
No, I'm just being stupid. Hey, Mela.
Hey, yeah. So the thing is, an insult is not an argument. Once
Yeah.
the person insults you, their interest is not in debating a point. Their interest is to well, I'm not an expert in psychology. What I can say, and you can study it as you will, an insult is not an argument. That's the main point. Once you
Oh,
hear an
that's
insult,
debate boy.
you know what is.
Yeah.
You know what it
Debate
is.
boys, yeah.
Okay.
No.
So it'd be different if you're debating a point. Well, what about this?
No
And what about that?
there.
But once it turns into an insult, it's like, okay, I know what this is.
You know what? I totally disagree. Sometimes the insult is the argument.
Sometimes, yeah, if they do it well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if someone if someone accuses me of being miserable, hypothetically,
yeah,
well, that's not a good argument.
Is it my position to debate whether or not I'm miserable? No, I consider that an insult.
Yeah.
Well,
How
no,
dare
but
you
think about
make
it.
that assumption?
That is like an existential ad hoc.
Yeah.
How about if they insult the way you talk or the way you presented a point? You know,
Yeah,
you
they'll do that
sound
too.
like you sound
do
like
that
you
too.
are uneducated.
If I use the word ain't, and then they
But
jump on there.
seriously, that is something that everyone heard, and it works as an ad hoc.
But here's the glory. This is the glory of self-discipline. For instance, have you noticed that there are certain types of people that would say cut off the light as opposed to turn off the light? You know what I mean? There's you can hear, you can actually hear with an educated ear who's ignorant.
Interesting.
So why debate it? It's like, okay, they're ignorant.
Well, there's
Life goes on.
There's a whole joke in the difference.
Yeah, that I can imagine. When I run across people that say things that are not necessarily, I don't even know how to describe it. But what I will say is there is a way for us to communicate with one another through persuasively without insulting. I don't understand.
Well, see,
Okay,
you're a
I
nice
heard Angel
person.
talking. I heard Angel's voice. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Angel.
I just want to say the white John that the real John is highlighting, just ignore that. He's like just a imposture, Mela. But I did want to say I don't think Mela is uneducated, Stanley. To be quite honest, Mela, and don't sound like I want to.
I'm not. I don't have the credentials.
Let me finish, please. Like at times, it not sounding like I want a relationship with you, Mela. But sometimes I do wish I was there next to you to hug you and not make you feel as stressed out, because I know you were stressed out of the one guy who's obsessed with MJ earlier this week, and I don't like seeing you like this personally, Mela.
Well, I've come a long way to when it was first introduced to me that there are unreasonable people online, it was alarming. And sometimes you make a decision to stick to it. You know, it's like, okay, I'm going to prove that this doesn't bother me. That's my goal. I'm going to prove that this doesn't bother me.
That's a very military way of thinking about it.
Yeah.
I love that.
And like I said, I love and respect you, Mela, seriously.
I actually appreciate that you've grown into a very astute man.
Angel is grown, and Bob is getting jealous.
He's grown because
what?
Yeah, he made up with Virgo. You know, he took the high road.
That's right.
Yeah,
he's and Bob is getting mad because it's like, hey, we're over here trying to pump up Angel.
He's evolving. So he's becoming an example as to how to,
Yeah, Bob's jealous.
Remain focused.
You are jealous.
Mela, you're right. He's evolving, especially when he was prodded to play that J. Cole song, whatever that song last night. He refrained from it for a while until he was.
Yeah, he did.
So
he did, didn't he?
That was good.
He did.
That was good, Angel. Shows maturity. Yep.
So Angel,
Hey,
Angel's
he's jockeying for the nighttime security guard. So he
Unfortunately,
wants
it takes
John to think the
time
best
to
of him.
demonstrate that something doesn't bother you. That's the unfortunate part. It takes time, and time is an investment. Um, you know, my personality and whatever affinity that anyone has for me has developed through time. And it's not like I just met anybody overnight on a panel. Over time, people have recognized actually the tone of my voice. Like I could come on a panel and hopefully I'm not jinxing myself. Not that I actually believe that, but my son does for some strange reason. But I, so I'm gonna just be open-minded by using that word jinx. What has occurred is that I can enter a panel and someone will put the overlay on and say, Mela, is that you? And I say, yeah, it's me. They recognize my voice. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with me camming up and shaking my ass and showing my cleavage and my waist to hip circumference and all it, measurements and all. It has nothing to do with that. It's about how I've engaged people over time.
Well, it's mutual growth.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was really. Yeah, but this, like I said, this is not the Mela show, y'all. You all do what you gotta do.
Well, I actually have to give our crackhead a compliment. You called this sort of thing, or you've understood this sort of thing for quite some time. Good crack.
Oh, thank you.
You're an astute judge of character.
Yeah, I got the intuitiveness to run the whole late night shit. Yeah. But
and you have
human psychology is a funny thing, right?
Counselor Crack.
Yeah. I mean, Universal Jones got to take over for me. I'm getting tired of doing this stuff. But okay, Jay Boogie talked about BYD. So I'll quickly talk about that again. When I talked about this stock, Ryan was thinking how do you know this stock would go up? Because it's in a range since 2021. It's in this range, right? You see the square, and it's how do you know it's gonna go up? And I'll tell you why. Because look at this volume here at this point in January 2024. So out of all the Chinese stocks, a lot of Chinese stocks are trash. When you look at their chart, it keeps going down. The way BYD is going, if you're American, you have to look at the ticker BYDDY. The way the volume acted here, look at it. It's still going. It's still protecting that bottom area. So I would say if the Chinese economy improves, I think this stock will break out finally above here and go way ahead. So I'll talk about this again later on. So I don't know if they make good Chinese cars though. I don't know. I can't review those cars. I never driven in them. So I can't say, but maybe they're doing something right that the other Chinese car makers, because if you look at any other Chinese car maker stock, EV stock, they're trash. It's not behaving like this.
But this one is soaring.
Yeah, it's not soaring right now, but at least it's holding a range, right?
Okay.
And that tells me it's building a base. So the longer the base over time, the higher the space. That's kind of like a cliche in stock market terms. Like if you got a long range in the stock, that means it's either going to go up really high or go down really low. I'm betting that it's going to go up once it breaks out. So I'm going to bet on that.
This is interesting.
Yeah. So I'll talk about this stock again. Don't worry. So we'll think about it. I'll show you the other Chinese EV stocks. What the heck was it called? Man, there's so many, and they're trash. They look so bad. The charts. Maybe it's this one. Oh, XPEV is look at this one. Compare that to this one. Right? It's back at the bottom of 2022. This one. It's back at the bottom, yeah. So it looks way different from. Look at this one. This is clearly a low. This is clearly something up. But like recently, it popped like 24%. But still, you're like, should I buy this? You think I buy it at $5? It's gonna go back to 80 or 60? I don't know. So it's something to think about. Yeah.
Yeah, something's coming around the bend that we're not privy to.
Right. And Ryan's kind of like thinking like we're gonna like China's gonna invade Taiwan next year. I'm kind of like, man, all right. I mean, I know you know some military folks, but hey, Mela, do you still keep in contact with some military people? Active.
I wish I did. I wish
Oh,
I did. You know,
you don't have any
what
insider
happened?
stuff?
What happened was, in my first marriage, he really forbid. He. How can I put this? I wouldn't say he was overbearing, but eventually, I was convinced that friends are overrated, and so we lost contact.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I don't want to blame my first husband. However, that's the occurrence. You know, I got married, and after a while, he was just persuasive enough as my spouse to have me believe that friends are overrated and all we need is each other. And so, when you stop going to functions and events with your friends, they assume that you're no longer interested, and time goes on and you just lose touch.
Yeah.
So that's how things happen. I remember
Well, wait,
the
he was
names
in
of
the
people.
military?
My first husband. Any man that I deal with, period, with the exception for one. But there's one person, who was perfect, and for a particular time in my life. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. And I'm not talking about sexually. I'm talking about his level of maturity, because he was significantly. I mean, he was so mature. It was ridiculous.
Was he older?
Can I say this, Mella?
Yeah, definitely. He was the most. He was the most. His. Oh my God. His wisdom was insane. Like basic wisdom. Like, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense type of wisdom. It was just really clear cut.
That's very interesting. That sounds like John.
He was so wild. I was in love with his mind. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that sounds like John
That's
Paul.
interesting.
Okay, Angel, what you gonna say, Angel?
Thoroughly the
I don't know
opposite
if I said this before, Mella, but your little avatar, maybe you should talk to someone with the Kleenex box with the tissues out. I always thought that the whiteness was the air of a lit candle, while the oranges thing was the candle itself.
Oh, actually, it's the title of a book. The summary of the book is that it's a therapist that went to therapy, and that's the title of the book. So, but people thought that Avatar was a beer mug.
Well, I actually thought it was some type of meme.
Yeah, but it's a book about a therapist who
I did therapy after staying online too long. It was like, this shit's crazy.
Yeah, I thought it was some type of like meme for a moment.
No, actually, it's the cover of a book that I found fascinating.
That's actually good to know, Mella.
I'm not technically savvy or internet. I'm not savvy in the way of how to, do my avatars and stuff like that. So this is not intentional. As a matter of fact, my previous call name online was CHARME, charm. And for whatever reason, I think somebody hacked me or something, and it just didn't work anymore. And I had a gold coin as my avatar once, a gold coin, I've had my a picture of myself, believe it or not, at one time.
That's not the right way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
People will take
and
advantage.
I just realized that you know, being anonymous is a luxury. You
Yep.
know, being anonymous is a luxury, and
Well,
when you are recognized for your voice, then you're working with something.
yep.
Well, when
You
you're
know,
recognized for
but
your
other people,
voice,
they
you're
have
no
to come
longer
in.
anonymous.
They have to come in with their image, you know, and so they set themselves up, in my humble opinion, if they are in their prime working years with their families and you know, endeavors,
Mm-hmm.
they're making themselves vulnerable, you know. So but at the same time, if you get to know somebody that can prevent all that stuff, you'll be all right, I guess.
So we got the acronym right here for mattress: money, advancement, training, travel, recreation,
That's the one.
education, security, satisfaction. There we go.
That's what he sold me on.
That's what you sell. Yeah, there you
I
go.
said, wow.
So the military put money at the top.
Show enough.
It did, didn't it, Stanley?
Wow.
When
Well,
I was
no,
working minimum
that's
wage,
like,
that sounded really attractive. See, I was working
I can tell you
security.
right, you go on a deployment, you're not even making minimum wage.
What I'm saying is that at the time, this was before. What is the position now that people who do the security at the airport? What is that called now?
TSA.
Yeah, okay. I was before TSA times, and
Yeah.
those
Oh
were
no,
minimum.
I'm not finding fault. I'm just
Those were minimum
surprised that
wage
that
positions.
mattress was a thing.
So the people that were coming through the, you know, and we're looking for, you know, I mean, destroying an airport wasn't a thing back then. You know what I'm saying? So people were coming through, they're looking elated, they're looking wonderful. Hell, Oprah almost slipped in her high heels. You know, I mean, all types of people are going through those metal detectors and they're looking happy. And here I am stuck in Chicago, you know, like with a minimum wage job at the airport.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, how am I going to work this minimum wage job and afford education for myself? And
wait, hold it. You're
say
here
what?
is the thing.
I
You're
was
not.
18.
Why would anyone ever think the minimum wage is going to afford that kind of opportunity?
This is the thing about being young. Anything's possible. You don't plan it out. That's the problem. See, I was raised in a way that didn't instruct me as to how I could think. I could think for myself. I was raised to follow what it is was planned for me. And the problem is when you're raised.
No.
Say what?
You just contradicted yourself.
Okay, how's that? Because I think I'm holding some things back because I don't want to disparage my family. That's what I'm trying to avoid to
don't
do.
do that. But what I'm
If
saying,
it wasn't for my family, I wouldn't have joined the
let's
military.
just not go there. Let's talk about, I think the minimum wage and the expectations from the
I think it
minimum
was
wage. I think that's a salient
$3.35 an
point.
hour back then in
Right,
1988.
but that's actually the most interesting comment. And I think you figured that part
$3.35 an
out.
hour. How the hell are you gonna put yourself through school at $3.35?
Right.
The kind of school I was looking for. I wanted to go to the University of Chicago, okay?
Right.
And I'm like, how the hell am I gonna do that?
Right. Chicago is an elite school.
Very much so. Very much so. I wanted to be a dermatologist.
Really?
I wanted to create formulas that helped people.
Let me tell you a quick thing about dermatologists. I was surprised. I was being prepped for surgery, and there was like a third-year med student. We got to talking. And so we got to talking about who are the smartest doctors. doctors, and I was shocked because I thought surgeons were. Apparently, dermatologists are the elite, or at the dermatologists and radiologists are apparently like
You know, the
elite.
funny thing, yeah, you mentioned that, and the radiologists are the most vulnerable to AI right now. When I was in school,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh,
biomedical
yeah, I
They
can
can
see
be
engineering,
that.
replaced.
yeah,
Yeah.
because they had to read all these like people's like X-rays,
Yes,
CTs,
I
and
wanted
and
right.
sonograms,
MRIs,
all kinds of stuff.
I
and
wanted a field of study that was irreplaceable, and
yeah,
I
and the
felt
Well,
problem
that
the
is
thing is,
AI,
dermatology is.
yeah,
my original point,
yeah,
I was shocked when I heard dermatologists, they just look at skin. But no, apparently they're like elite. Like
and I
in
think it
the
makes sense
MD
when
profession.
you paired it with radiology. They're looking for patterns. They're looking at your
Yes.
mole. They're
Yes.
looking at your mole, and they're trying to assume like, oh, if I look at this mole, is this cancerous or not? And that's the thing. They have a good eye for it. And the problem is with
So
like
I'm
AI.
impressed that
Yeah, that's the problem.
Mela, saw that dermatology is like, oh shit, that's what I want to do.
No, Mela ain't dumb. Come on.
Well, I didn't. No, I'm not saying that.
I'm just baiting you.
To
I'm
be
just baiting you.
candid, right? To be candid, I must confess what my influence was. My friend's mother, she taught when I would spend weekends at her house. She taught us a skin routine, right? And
Really?
compared to the other girls that were, had acne and zits popping out all over the damn place, our skin was admirable. And I accredit that to my friend's mother, who, just demonstrated one time a routine that's guaranteed to keep your skin flawless.
Oh,
And
what's that?
well,
Yeah, tell us.
it has a lot to do with steaming. It has a lot to do with particular essential oils. It has a lot to do with clean ingredients.
Diet? Does it have to do with diet?
Well, that's what wasn't introduced at the time, because we keep in mind we're 14 years old. Like, we're not gonna stop eating
Right.
French fries and gyros, and
Right.
so she was just giving us she introduced us to exfoliation and ingredients that enhance
Oh wow.
moisture and just really skin protecting. She told us about certain like things that you put on your face to protect your skin, and then you wake up and you wash it off, and you're refreshed, and then you have this weekly routine, and she introduced us to that, and I never forgot it. And then, of course, I also looked up other things and magazines, and like, I want to be like that model, I want to be like this model, um in terms of their flawless skin. And it occurred to me that that's something that's irreplaceable. Everyone wants to have flawless skin. So how could I serve that? Wait a minute. What is, like, what is this thing with people breaking out in hives and acne and all that? What is, so I started exploring my curiosity, and I came to the conclusion that dermatology would be the field for me. um, of course, all that got derailed by the Gulf War, but nonetheless, I have
How did the
to
Gulf
I
War
have to
derail
confess
your
that I
dermatology?
didn't come up with this.
That's an interesting thing.
Yeah, I didn't come up with this wanting to be a dermatologist thing. I didn't wake up
Right.
and say, "Hey, I
How
want to."
did the
It
Gulf
was a
War
series of
derail?
events. It was a series of events that just
How
made
did
me
the
think.
Gulf War derail? Was my question.
It was shocking, to say the least.
Because I was in the first Gulf storm, it didn't derail anything I was doing.
When your expectations are disappointed to such a degree that you're overwhelmed, you kind of say, fuck it. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I got to a point where I was like, I just need to be glad I'm alive. Fuck it. And I just let, come what may happen in my life. Come what may.
Were
I
you
went
on the
from
ground?
my
Were you,
ambitions to come
hold
what
on,
may.
were you on the ground?
No, wait a minute now. We're not going to sit up here and get that
Well,
specific.
no, I will
What I
ask
will
you a
tell you,
direct question. You said,
hold on.
no, don't.
See, I'm not going to be
I
interrogated by you.
was in a war too. I'm trying to
Compare our
send out a
experiences.
How
Your experiences. Look,
did a yes? And I'm
see,
trying
this
to
is how you
relate the
get me
experiences.
defensive, right?
How did Desert Storm or that sort of stuff
Let me
derail your
don't let me. I'm going to
goals and
tell
not
you
mine?
what I experienced
Mm-hmm.
as a woman in an all-male career field of
Were
aircraft
you on the
armament
ground?
system
And the Air
specialist.
Force has never been
Here we
all
go. See,
male.
all you
Air
want to
Force was
do,
one. Air
all you
Force
want
was
to
more.
do is win.
No,
That's
I
all you
don't
want
want
to
to
do.
do.
That's all the fuck
I
you
don't
want
want to do.
No. Okay,
You
come
don't
on.
fucking respect me, nigga. All you want to do is
Oh,
win.
wait. Okay.
Why
Hey,
are you
Stanley,
more
out of
than
all
me?
fairness, that's
Oh, man.
No.
Come on, guys.
Did I use the N word? I
Nah,
asked.
I know
How
you
did
didn't.
being in a war derail your dreams?
Because you're being wicked. And that's what a nigga is. Wicked. Fuck you.
Mella, but please.
Wait, I literally asked a question.
I told you
No,
what
you
I had
don't
to
tell
say.
me.
I
I
told
asked a
you
question.
what I had to
You
say.
want to give me an answer?
Oh boy.
You are interrogating me in order to
I'm not
compare our
I
experiences.
literally
There's no
asked you.
need.
You know
Look,
what?
comrade. There's
I'm
no
not
need
no,
to
once
compare
you
our
look.
experiences. You know what? I'm gonna get off this fucking panel before I make you remember something.
No,
Okay?
you should stay up. You should
Mella,
stay on the panel
please.
and speak your
Please,
mind.
Mella,
This ain't the Mella
please.
show, motherfucker.
No, stay
No,
on the
please,
panel,
Mella. Can
I'm
you stay
interested
for
now.
me, Mella? Please.
Don't be spazzing out like an American man.
Just give Stanley some room, please, Mella. Please, for me.
No, how about just say I don't want to answer the question?
No, I mean,
prevaricating.
yeah, dude, Stanley, the way you ask the question though, it's like you kind of rub people the wrong way sometimes.
What? No, you know what? I'm sorry. I thought she could take
please
it.
don't take offense, Mella. Please,
she was
stay.
in the military.
Yeah,
She
I know
should
what
be
you're
used
saying,
to direct
Stanley.
questions.
I know, but
And honestly, I didn't mean any harm. It was a direct question, which she was in the military, and I assumed she could handle.
Oh man, American man,
My
come
bad.
on, man.
My bad.
Oh, Mella left. Oh, damn it. Damn it!
You know what?
Shit.
You know what? She'll be back. But the
Yeah,
point
she'll be back.
is, I honestly didn't mean any harm. It was a
I don't
direct
think you
question.
did
What the
either.
fuck
Yeah.
is up with that? Well, you're laughing.
Hey,
I
American
feel
man,
bad.
you can talk to John Galt about this stuff. I mean, I finally got some sleep tonight, and I was like, what the fuck? Oh, shit.
Okay, I feel
Not again.
bad.
Not again.
What is it with these Republicans and direct questions?
Well, she actually isn't. That's the funny thing. Like, Dennison keeps comparing you to her. And it was like, what the? And I guess in a way, it's like she's a little sensitive in a lot of sense.
For what?
Like, yeah.
Hey,
I don't know.
Can I add a comment?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Sometimes there's a sensitivity you don't realize immediately.
Yeah, we don't know the
That's one of those
backstory,
things.
and you I guess you kind of hit on something which we're not privy to, and it's like,
Okay, well, how am I supposed to know what the
yeah, you won't know. You won't know, Stanley. And I think I think it's a lot of people that like they don't like Mella or Stanley for just the way they talk.
I like Mella. I don't have a problem with Mella.
No. I think it's like it's some kind of visceral thing where it's like, why are you talking to me in that tone? And it's like nobody means anything by that, right? It's just the way you talk. and it's just like, oh shit.
Hey, I got to give it up to Stanley. Mela did react rather quickly. That was, I think,
Yeah,
that
she
caught her off
did.
guard.
That's true.
Well,
Stanley, I
no,
thought
I
Stanley
did
just
not
hated
mean for that
on
to
men.
happen.
I'm glad
Honestly,
to see he dished out to
honestly,
women for once.
I wasn't trying to pluck strings. Stop
I mean,
laughing, damn
honestly,
it! Now you're upsetting me.
I believe Stanley here. I think it was an
Honestly,
incidental. Just incidental,
no,
yeah.
I don't know.
no.
Sorry. I
What
love
the fuck
laughing
are
on
you?
this shit.
No, you sound like the Joker.
This
All
is the
I'm
Yeah,
first
I
time
saying,
that
know.
Stanley's caused beef.
honestly,
I love instigating
dude,
shit.
I'm
It's like,
being
yeah.
totally sincere. This is. I'm actually kind of surprised because I wasn't even trying to be anything. I was genuinely
Yeah, I mean, I
interested.
believe that. I think you were genuinely curious, and then it just happened to incidentally be a particular imperceptible sensitivity, and yeah.
Okay, well, I
that's
just have to apologize. I had no idea.
American man, you gotta respect all women. That was the rules, wasn't it?
Well, no, dude, I damn sure was respectful.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, that's my
funny
thing.
thing. The funny thing is, like, you look at this banner right now. Like after Grace like weaponized it, you see it's not there anymore. You see that? You see, it's like, you know what? I'm like, what the F is going on? I'm not in charge of the things going on
Well,
here.
let me put it to you this way. If you have to have a banner to tell you to respect women, then you have to read that kind of banner. You weren't raised that way.
Yeah. Yep.
America's problem is home training and bad parenting.
And John is like really old fashioned. He was like, we gotta put it up there. You gotta respect women. That's the right way to do it. And
John
it's like
is
John.
DEI. John is DEI, and he didn't even realize it. Tell me I'm wrong. And I didn't want to mention it, but that's like prime DEI.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know.
And she caught the good Stanley too. She didn't catch the somewhat
Yeah.
intoxicated zombie Stanley that had done the night shift. So she caught the good Stanley too. And I'm not trying to crack on you, Stanley.
The good Stanley. There's only one Stanley, Mr.
And you and Stanley fighting that last week on Labor Day, like that whole stream got like Portia took that whole thing down. I'm like, I have it saved. Like, I don't know if she's gonna try to clip some of that, or I don't know. So yeah, it was crazy.
Well, all I have to say is I will say it a second time. I apologize, Mela. I honestly did not. And shit, my son has come home from college. We're just kind of, avoiding each other as college students and parents do.
Has anyone ever seen the meme "Women be tripping"?
Yeah.
I don't want to go there though.
It's tough. Yeah, women. Yeah, that's. I think that's the reason why John was like that, is because, like, yeah, women. You don't know what time of month they're on, right?
Oh no!
I don't know what.
You know that's gonna pluck my string. You know what?
I know.
I'm not giving that kind of excuse.
All right. Yeah.
Men have bad days too.
Oh, they do. I certainly do. They're on a different cycle, though. They're a different cycle, but yeah, they will.
Mela, I apologize. It was unintentional. Dude, I had no clue. It was an honest question. And I hate it when I ask an honest. If I was trying to be facetious, I'd be laughing and yucking it up, but I honestly wasn't.
Yeah, she'll be back.
I hope. And I don't have to be on the panel.
Well, she was back after the last time. You were pretty placid compared to what happened last time with Mela, so whatever. Yeah.
In fact, there's been many occasions that Stanley's defended Mela. Many occasions.
Oh yeah. And I said the Dennison was like accusing Mela being the female Stanley Cross. It's like they're very similar in position type, and you know, HB was right on, like hitting on the nail. Was like, I think some whites, they do not like a well-spoken black person. Like Stanley and Mela have an upper register, in my opinion, compared to most. So that if you're not shucking jiving like they want, like maybe that's a visceral expression of that, where they're like, what the hell?
Crack, you're breaking the Asian rule. You're supposed to be neutral, not be fan of
I'm not
India,
neutral
man.
at all. I never am neutral. Like people always accuse me of this and that. I don't give a fuck. Like, accuse me then, because like American Man accused me of like double talking on my mouth at one time. I'm like, yeah, I am. Actually, there's a reason for it. I'm shucking and jiving too because I want the fucking subscribers. Oh, Mela, you're back.
All I have
please.
to say
I
is
want to say something.
the people who talk about shucking and jiving are usually shucking and jiving when they do it.
That's right. That's true. Exactly.
Okay.
What up, Bella?
Hi. Being that I misunderstood your intent as to the line of your questioning, I apologize for my outburst, which was uncouth.
It's okay. We can move on.
Hold on.
All right.
What I would like to say, if you please, that the way my mind works online on panels is the understanding of how people use information against someone later, right? So as you're asking questions that I could answer candidly, that puts me in a vulnerable position. What I interpreted you and your line of questioning was that he's putting me in a vulnerable, you know, I'm not interested in being vulnerable. You know, the line of questioning that you had, I would have to answer candidly because I don't lie, right? That's my integrity. I don't lie. You were asking me, you were getting more and more and more and more specific with your line of questioning. And that's painting me in a corner to have to hear about it later. So I would appreciate it that I'm asked general questions, right? If I put a shoe in my mouth, that's on me. But in terms of being asked specific questions, right? Like for instance, say someone wants to know how, you know, whether or not I was a virgin when I got married. Say if someone wants to know what my dress size is or anything in particular, you know, that is information that's used in these circles online against someone later, right? So I just painted you as the type of person that would eventually use the answers that I would give you against me later. And for me to conclude that that's your character without actually even knowing you is wrong. Thereby,
Well, no, actually, I think that's
I have no idea what your character
Your
is.
approach is right. If you don't know my character, you don't. So my feelings aren't hurt, but I have to be more careful because I tend to like peeling onions. I tend to. So, truth, you're right. I don't need to go down that line of questioning. I was just interested.
Oh, this is the next duet.
Mela
for
dropped
karaoke.
off, so I guess her internet's not working right now, and Momo dropped off at the same time too. So, yeah.
Hey, Crack, can I make a statement?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think what really is going to, I guess, bury the hatchet or clear the misunderstanding is a classic karaoke duet with the two.
Oh yeah, dude, I would love it. Mela has a great voice. Stanley, you got to do karaoke.
Does she?
Stanley.
She does.
We know that's not going to happen.
What? Don't deny content, Stanley.
Part of the silliness,
dude. I think content is a killer. You know, all these people stream kill. Dude, do what you want to do. Don't be. To me, content is bread and circuses.
Come on, Stanley. Just
Oh,
play along.
well, Master Kim is pegged me right. I am a bit of an elitist. You got it right the first time, Master Kim.
Stanley, you need to go back and watch the stream and listen to me sing Prince, You're Gonna Die laughing. And I was sober too, by the way. And then listen to American Man. We're out there having fun, looking at an absolute fool, right? And I think that's
Well,
the,
no,
that's
there's
the fun.
nothing wrong with having fun. It's just not my kind of fun. I did watch it a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
so no,
man.
you make sense, and you're right. There's some people that just that is they're not gonna put themselves in that situation.
There are some people who are kind of, in a way, Mela describes it very well. I'm actually kind of, not that open a person. You know, I'm kind of shy, believe it or not.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
I'm an introvert. I know
me
how
too.
to, and dude, when I was in the Navy, I learned how to give a speech to a bunch of people. But sometimes it takes me days when I put myself out there. It takes me a day or two just to recharge.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm an introvert too, so yeah, I get it.
And it's a horrible. It's not a bad thing. Sometimes
not.
it gives me
Yeah.
times to think.
Yeah.
But you know,
Yeah, but, you know,
it would take me like it would. I might have a heart attack if I had to sing. Talking is one thing, singing is another.
Stanley, I'm appalled,
Yes,
you sexist
American
pig.
male.
I'm
Here
appalled,
we
you
go.
sexist pig.
You're a what?
Oh boy.
First of all, I don't know why you brought my name up. I don't know why you mentioned my name for no
Because
reason.
you made the strongest criticisms.
I was just here minding my
You
business.
stand out.
Well, you know,
And
we had a
look-
meeting all about you. That's why, and that's why that whole.
Oh my
like,
lord! Please
respect all
don't.
women-
I don't need to.
Yeah,
be on
it was
this.
that. I'm sorry, American Man. That's why the respect all women crap came up, and
I
that's
know.
why Grace weaponized it. I knew it was gonna happen.
Get crack. I know. I've been watching and listening in the background,
Yeah.
minding my business.
Yeah.
And out
I
of all
know.
fairness, there were 5 others or 4 others on that call. Me too. Just not that I'm
But-
trying to, get involved.
But here's the funny thing. Only one person got blamed. If you notice, right, there was a whole bunch of people on that panel, and the focus was only on the black man. Just saying. I think all
Yeah,
of you
I
guys
get
might
it.
be a little racist. All of you guys, even the black people.
Hey, successful
Even
black
the
man
black
can take
people.
the heat.
I'm not leaving the black people out of it. Even the black people.
Mm-hmm. I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Right? Only the black guy got pointed out.
I should have pushed back. I knew it was gonna
Ben
happen.
Thorpe. Ben Thorpe comes up here. Comes up here. He says all these things about black people, and everyone just showing teeth. But as soon as a black man does something, everybody got a huge
And
issue
you
with
know,
it.
I should have pushed
But
back.
I'm not surprised.
I should have pushed back. I knew what was happening immediately, and I was like, "Oh my god, you're following into his trap." It was
Well,
like fucking shit.
Again,
Only
crack.
Asians know technology, apparently. Oh,
Get crack. If you
The fuck
listen,
is technology?
Yakub, bro.
I've been hearing you talk about this for weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a joke, kind of, Stanley, but like,
Well,
it's kind
I
of.
kind of know where the joke comes.
Yeah, but it's
But-
kind of true in a way because there is a double talk, right? Double speak, and,
Right.
And it's
Of course there is.
weaponized, and it's so weaponized by people, and I think like, oh yeah, the whites like are experts on it now. Asians are more experts on that than anyone, honestly.
Well, like I said before, I look forward to my Asian overlords. Because,
Yeah, I'll take good care of you,
is,
Stanley.
The thing
I'll
is,
take good
it
care of you,
is very.
Stanley. Don't worry,
it
Stanley, I'll
is
take care of
not. It is a new history. It would be a reset.
Yeah, we'll see.
So get cracked. The conclusion was the meeting. So the conclusion of the meeting was American Man bad.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't specifically you though, but it was just like John was like, we got to be old fashioned about it, and that. But the problem was to me is like, yeah, they kind of like bandied like a couple people's names about, and it's just like, well, dude, you know, Mela can handle her own self. It's like that's kind of why I let the stream go when I was over on Ava's stream. It was like, dude, Mela's a big girl. She can handle that talk. It wasn't like I was putting some kind of like Bambi on there, right?
Oh yeah, she throws that flamethrower out there. That's a fact.
Yeah. So Mela's Mela.
I love you,
It's
Mela.
not. It's
That's
not. Yeah. It's
what's
not
up.
like some like 16-year-old like repeating some kind of talking point, and you're just bashing her like completely, right? So you know.
Well, I'm not going to speak on it because then there'll be a week of crying about how bad American Man is. So
Yeah, please don't. Please don't. We don't want to air any more public stuff. But no, American Man, no. It's just a
I
joke.
might just
So it
create a
wasn't.
channel just
Yeah.
for that topic.
But yeah, it's just a joke. It wasn't specifically you, no. But you make a good point though that Ben Thorpe gets a lot of leeway, and I did not like that, you know. And I was like,
you know what?
Let me
You are
explain
not
something.
Ben Thorpe, American Man.
Well, thank God. First off, let me say that.
Thank two gods.
Thank God.
Rama.
But it's not. See, I understand why it's happening. You guys may not understand, but I understand why it's happening the way it's happening. I get it. I understand why Ben Thorpe gets the leeway, and I got to be hung burned at the cross. I understand why. So it doesn't surprise me.
Wait,
you made a good point.
Like that.
So both
you,
well, Stanley and American Man, both of you brought up in different times, control the narrative. You are both exactly right, and that's the problem. Control the narrative. You're letting freaking Thorpe's like go out of line. They just go straight off the path, and it's like you let them do it, and then you just allow them to control it. Yep. So that's it. Yeah. So I don't know.
So listen again, right? I know why everyone had the reaction they had. You got to remember. Listen, it is what it is. I'm gonna let that go to bed. I'm not gonna start telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth, because then there'll be a week of crying about how American Man said this and that. So I just sat back and watched. I watched it unfold. If there's one thing you should know by now, I'm a very observant person, and I sit back and watch many of things, and then just say, "Oh, okay, cool."
Mm-hmm.
But I know what's going on.
Can you?
What's Maverick G talking about? No, he didn't say that. He just said he's getting hung. He's what the fuck?
Stop bragging, man.
Oh my God.
Mavid can, reach for the stars sometimes. He can be histrionic.
Oh my God.
And he's gonna love me saying that, but
so there's a difference between hung and hang, right? All right. Oh my God. I'm so sick of that like issue.
Well, there's a difference between burned and a cross.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure people have been burned on a cross, but usually they're crucified.
Are we really going to get into language?
Well, I mean that's kind of like, well, yeah.
But anyway, Stanley, I'm disappointed in you, you sexist pig.
I'm sure you are. When are you not disappointed in me?
You know what, Stanley? Anytime people start talking about you, I'm the first one to say, get cracked. Anytime someone starts talking about you, I'm the first one to say, leave Stanley alone.
No,
every single time.
You were the first one. What you really mean is y'all can't criticize Stanley. I can. That's what
well, yeah,
I peeped that whole card too.
Listen, Stanley. Listen. You and I can fight, but everyone else can't fight you. That is a problem. You know what I'm saying?
No. You know what? I don't think of them as fights. I think of them as good faith expression of points.
I mean, but in reality, Stanley, I don't truly have any malice towards you. You know, we just,
dude. You know what? I can remember back in the CT days, we used to go at it. And you know who actually sued the Waters? Dr. Blacks. He was like, you know what? American Man doesn't hate you. And you know what?
it was Blacks.
Blacks is actually, that's why I respect him so much. That
No, he's a
motherfucker's
really
smarter
good
than
dude
all of
too.
us.
And not only smart, he's a good dude, you know.
No, he is. He is.
And you know
I
what?
mean,
Once he's like said that, you know, American Man doesn't hate you. I'm like, well, God damn it. What am I thinking then?
Yeah.
And Blacks
'Cause
also
I
stays neutral.
so-
He doesn't help. He doesn't inflame it any further. He listens and stays neutral and tries to say. I mean, I was talking shit about you, Stanley, and Black said, Mike, I find that hard to find. I love Stanley. So, hey, dog, you got some supporters that are kicking knowledge for you. But yeah, I don't mean to hijack them.
I have to do better. I know.
No. I think I caught. Well, for one, I'm responsible for my own belligerent behavior, and I will say this on this stream: we've gotten away with murder. No one mentioned anything when I cussed out Mel. I mean, she cussed me out too, by the way, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Remember the Korean micro dip?
I'm going on mute.
But
Well, no, I was there for that. I thought you were kind of hard on her. You know, you did.
I was, but
now you did.
I
now I have to give you credit. You took her. You took her to a place she didn't expect to go. You did put her on her back heels.
So I will say this: there's behavior that I haven't said these type of words to any human being. I don't even. There's no one. I don't have an enemy that I would ever use these type of words. So I've had to do some introspective on myself and say, you know, no one's putting a gun to my head, and I could always hit the delete or log off, right? Just like Mello logged. She had enough and she logged off.
But let me also. I'm not going to take your side. But I'm also going to say you didn't do anything wrong. I think challenging people, let's see what you're made of. Dude, that's the military. Let's see what you're really made of. Motherfucker, you challenge people. Let's see what you're made of. Sometimes that creates the best of friends. And I'm going to go farther. It very rarely creates the worst of enemies. Motherfucker, I've said some shit. Dude, I once took another officer and just told him to get the fuck off my goddamn bridge. And I actually expected the CEO was there. He was in his captain's chair. And I expected he just pissed me off. And I wanted to pull out my dick and show him mine is bigger than yours. I did expect. And it was the white officer I did that to. The captain was white. I was black. I honestly expected to hear something after the watch. To this day, I've never heard it. The captain did not fucking look up when I did it. So, all I'm saying is you rarely make the worst of enemies when you challenge people, and sometimes you have to do it directly. You might make a very good friend who actually understands you.
Well, you know, Stanley, I think that's more a male thing too, though. I think
Could be.
females,
No, you're right.
wouldn't do that. Yeah, males, that's fine. Females,
right. Good point, Crack. You. Good. You're right.
But yep, a lot of best friends are made that way, though.
But I don't challenge women that way.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that-
you don't. Yeah.
That's actually the story of one of my best friends. Him and I, like when we were 19, 19, 20, you know, we used to fight all the time. And now to this day, him and I are fucking best of friends. Like our daughters grew up together, everything.
I've got a better story. All boys Catholic high school. Motherfucker, this taller white dude, you know, I was, if you think I'm kind of like in my head and dreamy, in high school I was. So this motherfucker I tried to avoid him, and one day we were in line picking up uniforms from the JROTC office of all places. He pushed me too far, and I fucking cold cocked him. And he woke up the next morning, came to school with a big ass lump on his forehead where I cold cocked him. And you know what? In college, we were the best of friends. Sometimes you have to stand up for yourself, show them, there are limits. And that's why I don't, when I hear about boys fighting in high school, even as high school seniors, as long as, they don't whip out guns or knives, fists are fine. They'll figure it out.
Hey, what's up, CKJ3?
My Navy buddy.
I must have scared him away. What up, CKJ3?
No, he'll be back. So anyway, I don't mean to take over the conversation as I usually do.
Hey Stanley, did you think that I genuinely had hatred for you?
I actually did. Not like, I'm going to find him and kill him, but I'm going to be honest, and you're going to have to do the same. You're going to have to do the same thing for Geotron.
Oh.
I think Geotron hates me.
I don't know.
You think Geotron hates you?
I thought you were a Geotron.
Here's the thing. I don't think Lord Geotron. I don't think he hates you though. I don't think that, Stanley.
Geotron. I don't know. Geotron's just extremist in a way, but I like him. He's kind of like the Imperious kind of mode. Yeah.
Well, see,
but I don't think he's a hateful person.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The one thing you're not, American man, is you're not an extremist.
Well, there's no benefit in being extreme. Like, listen, right? I don't know if people realize sometimes I say things just to rock the boat.
Right.
Like I don't actually believe them. I just say things to rock the boat because I know it's going to piss people off. I get into my moments where I start trolling people. I just think people don't understand when I'm trolling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I get into my moments where I start trolling and egging people on.
Well, you
like
got
that
a
one night,
voice.
what's his name was up here?
Yeah,
What's the
American
dude?
man, you got that Brooklyn accent. I think that's a problem. People are gonna think you're serious all the time, though. In general, yeah.
Yeah, but there's tonal differences. You just have to learn.
I don't think most people do.
I think the only one that knows is I think the only one that knows when I'm trolling is Blacks, because Blacks has been around me on the internet long enough, and they're like Blacks and I, speak outside of the internet, and so like I think he knows when I'm trolling, and most people just look at that like, oh my god, but Black's like, oh, this guy's trolling y'all. Like, I mean, because trolling sometimes is fun too. Sometimes you got to do it.
The fuck? You're on a hit list? Stanley is 777
Fuck
like,
Geotron.
Come on, Geotron.
You know what?
He's not serious.
You know what? All that little fluffy, oh, you're on my hit list. Geotron, he'll calm down.
The funny thing was, like, when I
He'll
first
get
came
older.
the first time I came on the CTC, and it was like at the end of the week, that whole week of crazy streams, it was like Imperius was trying to Geotron was calming Imperius down, and it was like, bro, man, I like this Geotron guy because he sounded calm at that point.
Yo, Imperius loves Geotron, if you guys haven't noticed.
They are the same, though. That's why.
You know what, though?
That's why. That is why.
Imperius, I'm going to be honest, and I wish Imperius was here, and maybe I'll just save this till he gets here. Imperius is a white supremacist. Like, I won't even.
So you don't believe his Catholic supremacy stuff? Like, he keeps deflecting, right? He keeps saying, like, if all Africans came here and they were Catholic, I don't care.
Catholic supremacy, dude. I'm born and raised Catholic. I know this shit.
Yeah.
Dude, I was trained by Benedictines.
But you don't think Empirics is
You know,
sincere
they're
about his
dime
like
store Jesuits.
So Stanley, what if it's not supremacist? It's a couple steps down, maybe a different name, but not a supremacist. But I understand what you're saying.
No,
But not
well, what would
supremacist,
be the
but in that
different name?
direction,
I'm
maybe.
interested.
Well, let's think about it, okay? What if it isn't white supremacist as much as I think he enjoys just being around a bunch of knuckleheads? You know, that there's a certain level of enjoyment, and he's in his ivory tower kind of thing going on. You know what I mean?
Well, that would almost sound like me, except
okay, yeah.
I was
so
in
he's
the
going.
military. Dude, I have sweated. If anything, if I'm an elitist, if I'm a book reader, if I tell people, motherfucker, read a book, I've dug holes. I have fucking cleaned a toilet with a goddamn toothbrush.
Stanley, I don't.
The other side.
Stanley, I don't know what a white supremacist is because I don't believe there's any person supreme to me. So when you say that, it doesn't
that's
register.
MAGA bullshit. Basically, my point is there are people like Imperius who will bring up IQ and all this stuff and
hold on.
like a Charles
He has
Murray.
said his next door neighbor
They
is a
bring
very
data to
successful
the game.
African American guy, right? And he speaks the world of his next door neighbor, for example.
Oh, I don't give a shit.
That's a
Dude,
great example.
no,
Imperius is a classist more than anything.
Master Kim.
Yes,
That's the thing, right? People.
There's a classist
hold on,
argument,
Stanley.
There are always
I think what happened
exceptions.
is
Young white males love Thomas Sowell and tell you how smart he is. There is tokenism.
But I think that a lot of black people get to using white supremacy when it's really just classism.
Yes, you're right.
Right? Because here's the thing.
And they're fools for doing it.
I'm a classist as well. If you guys notice when I talk to Ben Thorpe, all I do is talk down to him.
And call him
That's all I do because I view Ben Thorpe as trash. Like I'm like I don't respect anything that he says or does. Right? I view him as trash.
Right.
And that's my class. Like I don't. That's it.
I think in America, class and race are intertwined, and I don't know that they can be disentangled. So Ben is not just white trash. He is white trash who talks about black people like on HB's show, and like somehow or another, he gives the impression, well, you know what? I've been to jail 4 times, but I'm still better than all the culturally horrific black people that when I was in jail, I was the top jailbird, to use an old-fashioned term, because I was white.
Stanley,
dude
what
is
I think
a
you
racist,
don't realize,
and so is Imperius.
Stanley, what I think you don't realize is that a lot of that is just to trigger black people. Because let's keep it real. Black people are easily triggered.
Dude, what you don't realize is if your purpose is to trigger black people, that's racist behavior.
I mean, I'm going to have to disagree.
If your target is to trigger black people, how is that not racist?
Yeah, I just don't care about people that much.
I'm not trying to simp for Imperius, but come on, what he don't fucking say. Hey, I did these N words all around the neighborhood, or this N word was in front of me driving the music.
You think N words are the marker of racists?
Okay, good.
Where's the N word, dude? Where is the N-word or black or slavery in the U.S. Constitution? Yet we have a 3/5 clause and we have a fugitive slave clause. Dude, words are magical things you can imply and not use the word.
Okay, so on the
just because you don't say the N-word doesn't mean you're not racist.
Well, okay. Aside from him cussing out John Galt, which I had a bone with you too, Stanley. You cussed out John Galt too. But aside from that,
do you think I'm a racist because I cursed
no,
out John Galt?
No. I will say that you're not a
And I'll
racist, but
curse.
you're
There will be a
okay.
time when I curse John Galt out again.
Okay, no, not John Galt, but you do if given the opportunity, which happens often, you'll say, "Well, that white boy," and when race has nothing to do with it. Now,
I'll do better than that. Did you watch me tell Angry Snowman and Ben Thorpe that they were the problem with white people in America and white people are ruining America? Were you there for that?
Yeah, Stanley.
I think I saw that.
And I meant
Stanley.
it and still do mean it. White people are the worst thing for America.
Stanley,
They
though,
need
to be
do
honest,
better.
Stanley, to be honest, though, right? Because I don't care about Ben Thorpe. You could talk to Ben Thorpe anyway. Again, I view him as trash, right? Like all the black
And
people
he
that
is
show
not the
teeth with him,
only
I think it's
white trash
despicable.
in America.
But
There
no,
are lots
I
of
get that. But as far as Angry Snowman, I think
Angry Snowman.
hold on,
lost me
Stanley,
when he was
Stanley,
checking
hold on.
out the dating scene
Stanley,
to
hold on.
advise his dude. That is
Stanley,
bad
hold
parenting.
on, Stanley, hold on, right? I think that you misjudge Angry Snowman. I've known Angry Snowman for years in these YouTube streets, and he's not the person that you're taking him for. I gotta stick up for Angry Snowman.
I could be wrong.
I'm telling you, he's not the person you think he is, and I think that if you just heard him out a little further, you would have gotten a different
Angry
impression.
Snowman 1 or 2 days later defending his racism. Did you hear
a lot of that? A lot of that stuff is tongue in cheek. Yeah. Again, right? You got to be
there
around
is a
guys to
time
know.
for being an edgelord, and there are times when you don't want to be an edgelord. And I think if you can't figure out what you're saying, when to say it, and reading the room, that's problematic and maybe a separate problem.
I don't disagree, but I like Angry Snowman is not the guy that
I
you
don't
think
have
he
to
is.
give people benefits of the doubt.
Well, I think you do, right?
No,
I think you do. I think we
look at
all give each
Angry
other the benefit of the
Snowman.
doubt, Stanley. I think we all give each other the benefit of the doubt. I think that's how you end up like making friends on YouTube. Right? If we stopped at 1 or 2 sentences with one another, everyone would hate each other on YouTube.
Well, I will give Snowman
Hey,
the
American Man, that
benefit
was
of
a
the
very good
doubt the
comment.
next time I have a substantive conversation with him. But him being up there with Ben Thorpe, we agree Ben Thorpe is trash. And I won't go there. Ben Thorpe 3 or 4 days in a row, like Crack said, that's just a harbinger of a bad day.
Like so, I think that we got to do a little more listening and don't just take 1 or 2 sentences and run with, oh, I know who this person is. Right? We've heard and seen enough of Ben Thorpe to know this guy is trash.
Touche.
Like I said, right?
Dude, I'm not saying I'm better. I'm just as bad as everyone else with reading or judging a book. So,
Stanley, let's say that you're right about Imperius, for example. And again, I'm not caping for his ass. Let's say you're right. Okay, what then? Who cares? He's still gonna, okay. If he is, he's great on the panels. You know what I mean? Now I like Imperius Light, which is Righteous Muffin, who doesn't brainwash us with all the damn.
Imperius Muffin is worse than Imperius.
No, fucking Righteous Muffin. So Righteous Muffin, I guess it's Tower because he's not trying to fucking crusade us with with Catholicism, and I think Righteous Muffin at least speaks at my level that I would consider myself an average person and shit that my little pea brain can understand and digest. I've got a family, he's got a family. We're all at the mercy of trying to stay within the bounds of the law and not receive any weird certified letters in the mail. And we're all, so I empathize with him more. Imperius is fucking taking his Tony Stark jetpack, and God knows what he's doing, So the point I'm trying to mention, Righteous Muffin is Imperious Light, and he's probably listening to this interview. I love hearing him talk because he's got some valid points. Now, the chimpanzee and all that stuff to get a reaction out of the people he's arguing with, that's a different
the way
story.
he treated
He's not
the
racist.
Right. But now, you make a valid criticism. I went to high school with a bunch of Imperiuses. I mean, literally. So I kind of understand his mindset, his approach. So that's on me because I just know his type. Righteous Muffin, I need to be a little bit more balanced in my criticism. If that's your point, I think you're right.
Yeah, and the point being also, and you did mention about your
But I
story and
also
whatnot.
think that Imperius is a little bit more clever. He can have a black next door neighbor and go to dinner, and he remember what I said about the North. The North likes black culture but hates black individuals. In the South, hates black culture but they like black individuals. That's how I see Muffin and Imperius.
Stanley, I never looked at that. You are absolutely correct on that sentiment.
Well, no, I didn't make it up. I read it somewhere.
But still, that sentiment is absolutely correct. I've never been able to word it that way. Thank you, Stanley. That absolutely makes sense.
Well, I mean, it's a cultural critique.
No, but you're right. Whoever said that is correct.
Might have been Du Bois, but I don't think so. I'd have to look it up. But, it really doesn't matter. Of course, there are plenty of exceptions to those rules.
Of course.
But I think it describes Imperius and Muffin. And I don't dislike Muffin, but he sometimes, and Imperius can too, I get offended when Muffin does it too, but Imperius, just today, or maybe it was yesterday, where he gets into the chat, and he's like, John, you need to discuss. I'm like, who the fuck are you? You don't come on another man's channel and tell him what he should discuss. I find that offensive.
Someone screenshot, or what is it? What do you do when you want to go back and record what Stanley just said? Stanley, which show do we need to go to where you're barking at John? Now, could yours be a little bit more harmless versus Imperius's? Maybe. But hey, we need to. What's the term you guys use?
Facts, Stanley, American man, we give everyone benefit. Look, I'm as big a sinner as what I describe as bad behavior or what I find offensive. I know. And God damn it, I'm working on it.
I don't think that's correct. I don't think Angry Snowman is married to a black woman.
Stop, you guys. You're arguing with Stan. Oh my God. My racial inferiority complex? Oh, that's rich.
That's why he's angry. He's angry Snowman.
Oh my Lord.
People are claiming like he was off his meds like a couple nights ago. It was like, why are you being so belligerent? Are you off your Prozac? It was like, what the fuck? He's on Prozac? Angry Snowman.
Snowman is a great guy. I'm telling you, I've been dealing with Snowman online for about 3 years.
What I've seen of him, he's pretty cool. But it's like recently he's like coming on here and people are like claiming like Flow State, and some other people are like, wait, why are you so belligerent right now? Or like HB or something. I was like, are you off your meds? Like how you know his medical history even? It's like, what the hell is going on here?
Like Snowman.
let me
From what I've
address
known
that
of
last
Snowman,
comment
he's
from
been consistent.
the white John Galt.
He's been consistent on every panel of what I know of Angry Snowman. Just like me. If you ask anyone who knows me from panel to panel, I'm consistent. I don't change for no one because it doesn't benefit me anything.
Yeah.
Well, white John Galt, if Muffin, and you know, I'm too lazy to start a channel, but I don't think they're demigods. As a matter of fact, I think both of them are pretty much examples of what's wrong with America. You cannot blame 14% of a population, or America is 60% of the American demographic. It's way over 90% of representation in the federal government. You can't blame black people for a failed Congress. And anyone who wants to try and do that is full of shit. Thomas Sowell on down. Thomas Sowell's a fucking idiot.
All of these
As a matter of
assertions about
fact, he
Snowman is
kind of
weird.
reminds me of myself. You know, I get to read a book and hang out in a house and fucking make pronouncements. I'm kind of like Thomas Sowell. I'm kind of like your buddy John the Quarter American Man.
Yeah. You're not
too
like Soul.
pompous.
You are just like McWater. Absolutely.
Yeah, and
And that's why you don't like him so much. You and him are the
I've
same
hated
person.
myself since you made that comparison. You took me
American
down
Man?
a couple pegs. You
McWater is not anti-white though. That's just a joke. Don't jump on me, Stanley.
No, I'm kind of going the opposite way. McWhorter, of course, he couldn't be anti-white. I've heard McWhorter chastise his mother, who is a sociologist. He has literally said, you know, my mother. I've heard him say some things about his mother, and it was never like vile. But you know, he went to a Quaker school, and his mother was kind of, you know, crunchy. You know, I've heard him not give his mother credit for raising him to be the John McWhorter that he is, and I find that disturbing.
Well, Stanley, but maybe she didn't raise him to be the John McWhorter that he is. I mean, is that so out of bounds to imagine?
Well, I'm going to say that I think parenting is so important, and it's how I was raised. It's how I've tried to raise my son. My sister has 3 college kids.
You know, Universal
So
Jones.
what I'm saying is, I honestly think parenting is so important that that's one of the criticisms I have of Angry Man and Ben. They're fucking horrible parents.
Well,
When people
I'm not,
talk
again,
about, when
right? I'm not.
Jonathan Haidt talks about kids being on phones and being raised by, you know, social media, white people are horrible parents. If they're letting their kids
I'm not going to start going
be
into people's.
raised, I will do it. You don't have to. I will,
I'm not,
and I feel comfortable doing it.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into that.
Dude, I know white people.
I'm never going to say Angry Snowman is a bad parent. Of what I've seen of him, he loves his children. Of what I've seen of him, he loves his children. He raises his children to be upstanding
your
citizens.
children is not the problem. Loving your children doesn't mean you're a good parent.
No, I get it, but you don't know him, so to call him a bad parent, is
you know what? You
it's,
make a good point.
Stanley, you're being ignorant here. I have to say it. I'm sorry. You're being ignorant, Stanley. You don't know him to just jump up and say that he's a bad parent.
And I should not
that's a
talk
problem.
about I should not talk about him as an individual parent. Let me step back and talk about the culture. Will that
You
make
can
you
talk
more
about the Thorpes, though. Thorpes, you have a lot of evidence. So.
No, I'm going to step
That's
back.
okay. They're free range. They're free range.
They can buy gas for the camper van.
Yeah.
Let me step back from even the Thorpes. I think I'm on solid ground when I say white culture, Euro culture, Western culture, and the very solid the chauvinism. There are people like Amy Wax and even Thomas Sowell and Glenn Lowry. They are Western chauvinists.
Boy, Stanley's a pro-black.
John
Boy, Stanley's a
McWhorter.
blackity black.
No, honestly, dude.
Stanley's a blackity
Honestly,
black.
I appreciate John Locke with the best of them. I just also know he's not a god.
But let me go back into something you said, Stanley, real quick before I lose this thought, right? You mentioned something about John McWhorter and something he said about his mother. And Universal Jones said something that, of course, everyone glosses over because there's a lot of mother worship, even if the mother is a bad person. And Universal Jones said that he dealt with clients and he said that a lot of stuff that he sees starts with mother issues. I think a big problem is hold on. I think a big problem is no. It's just clients, right? Like, and I think that's the problem is that the worship of mothers.
Okay, hold
on.
Because
As if
I don't
some
even
of them
understand what
can't be bad parents.
You are taking Universal out of context.
You're missing the point. You're missing the
don't
point.
have a point.
No, I am. There's this worship.
Mother issues is so vague. I don't even know what that means. Do you?
The thing is, though, is that there's this worship that no one's allowed to address when you do have a bad mother.
Worshiping mother issues.
That's a problem.
Okay, what the problem is? You actually, I would love for Universal to be here and explain what mother issues means.
Well, then let's table that for when Universal Jones come around. How about that?
Sounds wise. So where I was going is, and I think I'll end it here. If you think I'm being racist by pointing out white pathologies, then I guess I'm racist.
I never accused you of being racist.
Control this country.
Are you talking to me, Stanley? Because I never accused you of being
for the
racist.
country's downfall.
Okay, so Stanley, can I explain what I did this morning and just I it's going to hint.
Did you talk about white people?
No, hold on one second.
It's a joke.
So
it's a joke.
So my son, who's a fireman, wanted me to take his puppy that he adopted from the Humane Society back to the Humane Society for some follow-up shots. He gave me the address. I took on my son. We put him in the cage, and I pull up to the Humane Society and the dog shelter, and it was towards the hood. I go there. I get out. I bring the dog. I'm interacting with the people, all white volunteers. Okay, but I was at the wrong facility. So I load back up. I go to the other one in the hood, right? All white people, volunteers. So I'm sitting there waiting for the dog to get a shot, and I'm looking at all these pit bulls that are abandoned, grown-ass dogs. It's heartbreaking. And I'm thinking, wow, thank God this is the best country in the planet. Not many other countries have an understanding or their version of the Humane Society, despite it's a worldwide organization. Many cultures could give two shits about abandoned animals. But I thought, what a great country we are in. I'd never been to an animal shelter, by the way. And then on top of it, I'm thinking, well, these are different type of people, as Joe Rogan would say, all these hardworking volunteers, and they were all white. Now, why weren't there any Koreans or Mexicans or blacks? I'm not sure.
Because they're too busy working. There were rich white people there.
And that's a very good comment. So the point I'm trying to make, I'm using the Humane Society. I'm using mixed society as just an example. These people, they're cleaning the dog cages. They're doing probably the worst of the worst feet, looking after animals that have been just discarded like trash. It's a heartbreaking situation, and not that I need to bring a Debbie Downer here, but yeah, they're different group of people, and they're the ones that keep the society functioning even at its lowest form. I'm using animals as just
So
an example.
you're saying we ought to give white people their props because they run humane
Well,
shelters.
okay. So I do know this, and I'm going to use the Patels as an example. The ones that are here, they fucking love the white boy. Although 1,000 of their British soldiers conquered them, sent food back to Europe, starved those motherfuckers. But they also know that the white man invented the polio vaccine and many other things that saved all of India. With many other diseases. And I don't want to over exaggerate because I know you're very well read, Stanley. So I want to caution myself with what I say to you about history. But the point I'm trying to mention is we're in a Puritan or Judeo-Christian English European founded land that colonized here, and we're part of their culture, but we're also reaping the successes of their culture. All of us maybe not get cracked. Crack's probably got white boy blood in his vein too. The French were in Vietnam until the Vietnamese kicked them out for a while. So the point I'm not caping for them, but to have such a harsh view of them is almost like saying I don't care about myself. And again, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but it's a ridiculous comment. And I know we're on this panel, and people are allowed to maybe say, that's what gets people arguing and debating back and forth. But it's not that I'm white centric, but it's to deny that they don't make areas excellent is just it's disingenuous, and it is a straight up lie.
That is a very good argument, and I'm trying to make it succinct. Historically, dude, I literally have European blood in my veins, if you want to talk about blood. So, would you say that African Americans who got European blood or heritage is a better word, should I, knowing the history of how that happened, should we be grateful?
So I will say this, Stanley.
No, please answer the question.
Okay,
See,
well,
you're not letting them talk, Stanley. You ask him a question, and as soon as he talks, please answer the question.
I was expecting
let him talk. Stanley, let him talk.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, so like here and now, and this is where I'm going. I can't respond anything to the past. All I can say is Anku Yogi, which in Korean means here today, going forward, here today, right? And every culture's got their own version of that word, here today, because what matters is food. I mean, your son just got back from a very prominent school. Here today, how do we grow and get stronger and whatnot? Dragging the past, what the Japanese did to me, or not to me personally, but to my family, or they're dominated, and the Chinese try to come in and all this shit, and it just doesn't do anything. It doesn't advance my son got a 12, he got 1150 on a SAT. We're plotting how to get him up to 1300 because that's what schools are paying attention. They don't want this 1100 shit. It's almost a dishonor. Now to many kids get in the 1100, it's like, oh, good, now I can get into Kennesaw State or just some Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah, for an Asian,
school.
that's definitely dishonor.
That's an insult.
That's a death sentence. It's like, what the fuck?
Come on now.
Oh my god. Yeah, that is.
To retake the SATs at only $80, we're telling our son, but you need to take all these prep courses for it. We're not going to be played like this. But Stanley, I'm so sorry for taking things in circles.
No, that's
None
all
of
right.
us on this call are better than another. We're just sharing our perspective.
Yeah, and the thing you brought up a good point because of the culture thing, because I always try to promote, like, you are individual. You are not your race. Humans are not animals. We are not our genetics or whatever. You can be better than that if you want to be. And that's why
that's at an individual level. people love their statistics and their trends.
Yeah, that's what HB was hating on it, and I agreed with him. It's like if you narrow things down to statistics, are we not better than a robot? That's how AI is built right now.
And the thing is a lot of the interpretations.
Yeah,
data isn't bad. It's how you interpret it. It's how you aggregate
data could be bad too, though. Data could be bad too, though. A lot of garbage in, garbage out shit.
Right.
Can I ask a question to sort of kill my inner racism?
Yeah.
Just because I am a racist, you know.
Yeah, you're racist. All right, thank you.
Of course I am. 100%. I'm an American, right? I'm an American. Listen. Racism is a staple. I'm American. What type of Asian are you and Michael Fujitsu?
Yeah, so I'm Vietnamese, and you know, a lot of my friends have accused me, like, are you part white? Are you part black? Because like it's the funniest thing. It's just like, dude, man, I incorporated a lot of shit when I was in school just to like absorb the best out of everything I saw and try to toss out any bad things I saw. You know, there's good out of every race that I saw, and you can be a better person if you try to. And you know, that's why a lot of strengths can be turned into weaknesses. I talked about my friend, like, you know, he's a wigger, and you know, a lot of white folks, they love extremism because that's what they're good at. They take things, they explored the world, they did that. That's a good benefit. But a lot of times they take things too far, and he explored drugs too far, and yeah, he OD'd. So, you know.
Well, the thing is
well, hold on.
exploring the
Stanley,
world
Stanley,
is a
Stanley,
good
Stanley, hold
thing.
on.
Hold on.
Stanley,
Let me respond to the exploration part.
I just want Michael Fujitsu.
I'll forget, like you, I'm old.
Yeah, Michael's
not so much
Michael
the
Fujitsu.
exploring, it's why you explored. Exploring isn't bad. It's why you explored.
Oh yeah, American man, half Korean, half white, but grew up towards black communities. You know, a lot of Asians, when they come here, all they want to do is waitress, save money, borrow money, and get out of the hood. So you know, I wasn't the only one living there, but that was the mindset. So when guys like I and Get Crack have had, and even Ryan have had, you know, borderline communities living in the hood or mixed communities, that huge teaspoon of hoodness is part of you, you know, despite wearing polos and going to these preppy ass white boy schools like Stanley went to. It's part of you, you know. Hey, you guys get that stab I snuck in there?
Yes.
So it's part of you. So, you know, we enjoy the you know.
Well, wait, I lived in a black neighborhood.
Well, I also think, right? So I also think that because you guys have actually been around black people, you guys understand that not all black people are the same. Because when you start, like, you know, listen, right? Most Americans, their view on race and stuff is from the TV.
Right.
You know, and I think that when you actually start associating yourself with different circles, then you start to deal with people on the individual level.
Yeah.
Well, you make my point, American man. When you watch TV,
how so?
If Americans are learning racism or racist behavior,
I didn't say racism. I didn't say racism.
Okay, well, remind me. Was it about black people?
After they get their race stuff, most of their race stuff comes from TV. Listen, right? When let me.
I won't beat you over the head with what race stuff means. I assume that means either racism as a system or racist behaviors. So race stuff is kind of nebulous. My point.
I don't disagree, but I don't want to go into the weeds, Stanley. That's why.
Well, you know what? I live in the weeds. My point is what you learn from TV is culture. What you learn individually can be culture. It's influenced by culture, but that's a one-to-one. You form your culture too.
Like, let me
finish my point about culture. American culture is inherently racist. it was America was formed. Its economics were founded upon race, and they made laws which makes it racism. America can't seem to face up to this fact, and I think that's the major problem. There's nothing wrong with how we were founded as long as you understand the what, where, and why.
So here's the point that I was making, right? Is that when you watch TV, right, and we all at one point were plastered to the television. A lot of us may not watch a lot of television now simply because we realize there's nothing on the idiot box, and there's a reason why it's called the idiot box. But when we did watch the idiot box growing up as kids, right? If I had to take a bird's eye view, I would think that there were no successful black people and all white people are rich. If I just took what I saw on the idiot box.
Culture.
Right? Because that's what the idiot box tells you until
That's
you
what
actually
American
go
culture
outside.
through the TV taught you.
Right? Until you go outside. And then you begin to realize that there are things are very different. My best friend, right? I because again, I was young once and grew up in quote unquote black culture, which I despise today, by the way, but grew up in black culture. And my best friend, right, white boy, and I realized when him and I started talking after we were done all our fighting for a year, and we really got to know one another. When I hear how he grew up, I'm like, man, I thought I had it bad growing up, but I really didn't. Like I truly had a privileged life growing up. And I think, some of that is when you get older, because when you're young, you tend to think that everything's a travesty. And if you don't get everything you want, that everything is bad for you. And then when you get older, you look back and you realize, no, actually it was pretty good, this and that. But, hearing his life growing up, there was no white privilege for that kid. That's why I don't believe in white privilege, because there was no white privilege. That guy,
Question to you.
What he made it out from to what he is today is just pure blood and sweat from his brow.
Good. My question is, so your one-to-one interaction negates my argument about America being founded in racism?
No. I wasn't saying that to negate your argument, Stanley. That's not what I was doing.
No. I'm asking if your personal experience negates my premise that America is
but I wasn't saying that
fundamentally a racist culture.
But I wasn't saying that to negate your argument, Stanley.
Oh, okay.
I was in no way trying to negate your argument.
Giving me an anecdote. Got it.
Well, no. I was making the broader point that the idiot box kind of has people retarded in how they think of life and people.
Is a transmitter of American culture.
I don't disagree. I mean, the way you're framing it, I may disagree with that, but I don't disagree that the idiot box does emit, American culture. I can't fully disagree.
My framing isn't something you're going to agree with. I don't think you will. I'm literally saying that American culture is fundamentally racist. It has when you meet someone who's racially ambiguous and you ask them where are you from or what race, dude, that happens all the time. That's racist. Now, racist doesn't have to be evil. It means American culture. When you meet someone, one of the first things you think is, ooh, I don't know what race you are. It's racist.
No,
So
to be
don't think
honest,
when I
Stanley,
say America is racist, it's just the way we tend to class people.
when I meet someone, Stanley, I'm kind of more
I'm
concerned
talking American
with
culture. I'm not
classism.
talking American man.
Okay, but I'm telling you, I'm more of a classist. That's where I am. I don't I care about your values and how how you're raising your children. Like Stanley, I don't associate with men that don't take care of their children.
Right.
Like I distance myself from any man that doesn't take care of his children. My daughters, right? I limit their interactions with children that come from single parent households.
You should.
So like
Unless
there's
you're
a
there
whole
to moderate.
right, and so there's a whole ethos that's going on.
Right. And I don't have a problem with that. I think you're perfectly fine. I don't think you're like countering my point. And like I said, I think knowledge is power. Being truthful, being forthright. One of my favorite founders is fucking Thomas Jefferson. He was a major slave owner, and you could argue back in the day he was a pederast. He was a pedophile. However, the reason I like Thomas Jefferson is he was quirky. He was a reader. He liked plants. He was a racist, but that doesn't mean he's not one of my favorite founders. And I think that not knowing what you're talking about or American history, I know all this stuff about American history, and I have been other places, and I still don't want to live anywhere other than America. We reach the same conclusions, maybe for different reasons, but
Hey, John,
America's the best place to live.
Go ahead,
hey,
Michael.
Stanley, can I address? So the white John Galt had text earlier. I'm not going to
Yeah.
lie. Asians are the biggest bootlickers from my
Yeah.
experience. So I just want to push back a little bit because the world's GDP. You guys Google it and you'll see it's China, Japan, and Korea, somewhere in Vietnam and Singapore. So the Asian countries aren't holding the wiener of the white boy or the Europeans. They're growing on their own. In fact, we are very good. When I say we, I'm American, but the Asian countries are competing toe to toe. In fact, there's no longer competing. They dominate the small truck and light duty truck market worldwide. They dominate passenger retail cars. So there's many industries that depending on what index you're talking about. Now you're talking about, and then even here, the reason why kids go get these SATs is for professional licenses and degrees or whatnot. They're in fact not. I don't even know what this means. Is there always going to be some small little Asian kid that's getting bullied and don't want to get beat? Maybe, but I don't understand this. Asians don't swing off the dick of Europeans or
Well, let me put
whites.
it to you this way.
This is strange. You would say this.
I don't like the comparative culture. I think the white John Galt, for all the problems with that name, is the white John Galt.
I mean,
the white John Galt was Scottish. I went and researched the history.
Okay, so this
the
guy
white John Galt, actually, I bought an anthology of his novels. He was actually a real person.
He was a real person?
Yes.
What? Oh my God.
I bought it was $2.99, but an anthology of his novels. They were short novels. So my point is, I don't like the comparative culture. I'm assuming John Galt meant Asian Americans, and I'm not going to
maybe. Yeah, that's probably what it was.
Because Master Kim
get
has
cracked.
a
Hold on, Stanley, hold on. This is really important. I just logged. I don't know what was said. At some point, we said something. Probably me. I'm gonna be honest, but At one point, we just said something. I just got on my laptop and I went to bring up the stream, and YouTube put a censor on it saying this video may be inappropriate for underage
really?
people.
Yeah, I noticed that too when I logged in.
Well, that's a
earlier.
good thing.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Then it might be YouTube trying to do something.
It's
Oh, you
said
know,
by
we got.
the uploader.
Oh, by the uploader.
That's the creator that does that.
Oh,
put
did
it-
John mess up when he? Who started this stream? Was it John or somebody else? Because I wasn't here.
I don't know.
It
Here's
was
the thing. When I,
HB. All I saw was HB on here when I came.
is it by the uploader? I think sometimes that's done by YouTube. I mean, I could be wrong.
Sometimes, yeah, you're right. Sometimes, but
Well,
sometimes
we should
John or
almost
somebody.
always put that disclaimer on that.
Maybe, but then you stop people from doing open panels sometimes. Yeah.
Understood.
Well, that right, and like people see that and they might think it's something that it's not. So I don't know that we should always put that on there, because then that'll lead people to think it's like sexual or
right.
Well, no,
you know what I mean? And I think
if you can
Sometimes
customize
it is,
just say
though.
for language or concepts.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
anyway, I want to get back to my point rather quickly. I tend to look at America as so unique. I don't like comparing it to other cultures. When the white John Galt talks about Asians, I'm thinking about the stellar Asians. Dude, I know a lot of Asians, a lot of Jewish people too, but they tend to be people I like to hang out with, articulate, smart, etc. So, bootlicking, how about, you know what? They don't like pissing people off like the blacks do. You can't call people bootlicking if they have a high EQ, emotional, whatever that is, emotional quotient. I worry when people start doing stereotypes like that.
Yeah.
And one of my son's best friends, when my son, little Asian kid, he applied to Emory to be like a biomedical engineer. Decided to go to Georgia Tech. One of my son's best friends, cool kid. So, there's nothing wrong with a culture that values learning, that values accomplishment. Shit, there's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, John, one thing I did want to say about, the white John Galt also is, this is also public information. Chapter 7 bankruptcy filings or Chapter 11 bankruptcies, you will not see one Asian descendant or Asian business that I'm aware of. It depends on what, maybe in California because they just have such a dense population. Or let's talk about the WIC office or the food stamp office. You're just not going to see Asians there. So why is that? Is it that they don't need food or whatnot? No, they don't take their problems and throw it on the white man's food stamp little program. They don't handle it. So
Well,
so this whole bootlicking, all this shit's actually kind of funny. But with all that being said, it's kind of strange. So, and his comments were, because they were always nice to me. Well, fuck, how about that they're very pleasant and nice and wanted to get to know you or whatnot. Or maybe they haven't spoken English. They want to speak broken English with his dumb ass.
What the fuck is wrong with being nice to people?
Exactly. Stunning. It's weird. Bootlicker. It's strange. But anyways, oh well, that's enough. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, because Asians are gonna be we're raised in Confucius-led households where that value system is placed in. So, I mean,
Should
if you go
start making Amy Chua jokes now?
yeah, I mean, if you go to Japan, the school system and the workforce look the same. The boss is in the head table, everybody else is in the little tables like students. So, I guess that's bootlicking, you know, but that's how it works over there. Yeah.
Fuck
Well,
that.
crack, when you come to America, the school system and the jail system looks the same.
Oh, interesting point there.
That
All
is
right.
bullshit.
Is it? Is it though? Is it? I mean, look, listen. My kids go to charter schools. Like I don't. I mean, those are public schools, but I don't send my children to public schools. My kids go to charter schools, and if we don't have charter schools, then I get a third job to make sure they can go to private school. But it's just I don't know. The public schools and the prisons do look the same, Stanley. I don't know why you're trying to fight that.
Well, he come from a small town, so
I'm
maybe
not
he doesn't
trying
see
to
those
fight
type
it.
of.
But you know what? I'll be the first to tell you, and I think my sister makes the best jokes. You don't know what the fuck is going on. You've been sheltered all your life. So
you're in your bubble, Stanley.
Dude,
Stay in your bubble.
I have literally, I personally, my son has gone to small town public school. So
stay in that
mother
bubble.
and my sister were public school teachers, but unfortunately they taught in rich areas of schools. So
Yo, Stanley is the most privileged white man up here, and he doesn't even know it. He doesn't even know it. Get cracked.
No, I'm the most privileged black man, but some of it is by design. Oh well.
That's all good.
That's why
Stanley.
I kind of dig Master Kim. Dude, I love it. Asian culture, even South Asian, East Asian, and to be honest, Jewish culture. And South Asians they think they are the Jews of Asia. I've heard that term before. They're very pleasant to be around. We can talk whatever. Their culture is real. And some cultures are better than others. No one can deny that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm abnormal anyway because like I have a lot of like anti-authoritarianism sentiments, and so I wouldn't be a model Asian anyhow. So, and I think Universal Jones kind of said like, oh, that's a cancer trait. So okay, maybe it's because I'm a Cancer. All right, fine, whatever. But
yeah, Universal Jones, science and astrology. Astrology is a science.
Momo was like is really he. I was on Ava's stream last night while I was on the karaoke stream at the same time watching, and Momo was like, hey, if Ava wants to sell her paintings, she has to do it between September something and October something because Venus was on retrograde or some shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but see,
oh man, we got some real astrology believers on this panel, man.
I actually think I'm kind of envious because if you can take rationalism and mix it with some mysticism, I think you're a more complete person. And I just can't be that way. I think you are.
Yeah, interesting.
I just can't. I just, unfortunately, that side of my brain is missing.
if Nina's too busy. I mean, if I had Nina on here, Rashu, do some late night like paranormal streams, that would be so interesting. Yeah, because
the new Art Bell.
Yeah, we wanted to be. I wanted but all I got is like weirdos, like smoking dope and going off on like tangents of. You remember Stanley like 2 nights ago that what was that woman? Like she came on, she was like, "Oh shit,
my lord,
conspiracy time!" I was like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah, that
she was smoking something. She was smoking, so I heard it. I was like,
"No, I think it was all natural. I think she was stone cold sober."
Okay. Oh, sure. I'm sure.
That was my impression. She didn't slur a lot.
She was definitely on one. Come on, man. The way she was on something.
Well, she was on prescription meds.
I know it looked like she smoked a bowl at least, minimum something. She
Okay,
smoked something.
well,
yeah.
You know more about that stuff these days than I do.
Anyway.
Virgo was actually funny talking to her though. She was just egging that
she
shit
was
on.
definitely humoring her for real. I was like, oh, this is cool. We got someone
I started
that's
thinking, well, Virgo, are you serious?
I'm sure Get Crack knows this. The Degenerates are streaming right now.
Oh yeah. Let me see. I thought they were like doing something. I don't know what they were doing. Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. This is probably Ava's doing. Yeah, it's Ava.
Factor.
Oh, they're being degenerates as usual.
A wobbly Earth, really? I'm teasing non-it factor in the chat. Earth's wobble, really?
Yes, he's serious. Non-it factor. He's very serious about this stuff. He's not joking.
No, you know what? Momo knows some shit. That dude reads a lot.
He does.
Oh my God.
That's why he's trucking. He gets a lot of free time, right?
Well, no, the bottom line is I think someone said earlier today, that dude has the perfect life. He's almost like a modern day Socrates. He just gets to travel and spread his knowledge. There's nothing wrong with being a nomad. I kind of wish I could do it.
Duale.
Oh, go ahead.
Well,
Yes,
I'm asking if Duale wants to say something. Hey, Duale, are you there? He's muted. I don't know.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Hey, what up, Duale? You did a great job last night, man. We all had fun.
Hey, thank you. I just bought a new microphone and I hope it's working.
Sounds great.
Sounds good.
It smooths
Yes.
out the R's for sure.
Okay. Yeah. I got people were complaining about my connection, so I bought the most expensive microphone that you can find on Amazon, and it just came like 2 hours before, and I just put it in my MacBook and it's working. That's nice. Am I as clear as anybody, or
Duale, we can hear you.
Oh, shukran. shukran. Dankeschön. Yeah, that's money well spent. Yeah.
Hey, Duale, next time you and I gotta sing Habibi and Noodle Line, but you're gonna have to do the verses because I haven't had to speak Arabic since I was 14.
Yalla,
And
yalla,
so,
Habibi.
That is
so,
a very, very classical
obviously,
song. Huh? Yeah, that's a very classical song. Egyptian song. The singer is very famous, Amro Diab, and it's great, man.
Duale, I listened to that song the other day, right? I was driving to work and I found it on YouTube, and people looking over at me, and I'm just like, "Yo, this song is awesome."
Were they running out? Were they running away from you? Yes, awesome. Maybe next time we will sing together. I mean, last night I had a fun, man. Oh, last night was one of the best nights that I had. I laughed so much.
I had fun too. I'm actually surprised that I came up and sang because I'm not a singer. You know what I mean? I don't sing. Like, that's not something I do,
Yeah, but the difference is it was 4 o'clock in the morning in my time zone, and my family were all sleeping. I have to be very quiet, and I put my alarm on 4 o'clock, And it peeped. Alexa said, peep, 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 peep. Oh, did she do that again?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, no, Duale. I was concerned that the wife was gonna beat you if you woke her up. You know, I was like, oh man, Duale might get beat. You know, he's got to be careful. No, nobody, no laughs, nothing. See what I'm saying? Everyone thinks everything is serious.
Beat at the park?
I was making a joke. God damn.
Well, his daughter was there to, defend him.
What?
Okay, well, that got as many laughs.
What's up, 12 guy?
Yeah. It's past now.
This guy
dullards. They're all dullards.
Is today very quiet. 12 man. Hello.
How's it going, Duale?
Oh, everything is good, brother. Today was very nice. We went to swimming with the family. We ate out. We came back. They are all sleeping now, and it's me and you and the other family. Yeah, crowd.
Well, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Hey, Duale,
It's
what
fun.
time is it now for you?
It is 22:10.
22:10.
10 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10. Yeah. 10-10, huh? 10-10 wins?
Yeah, it's already night, man. Family were tired. They already slept. It's me here hanging out with my favorite people. Yeah.
Duale, when are you coming to America, Duale? When are you just going to come over the border? It's open. It's wide open, buddy.
I can't do that, man. I have children, man. Just imagine that I come there and with my children. I'm not coming alone. I have done my visa application like 3 years ago, and it's still going on. I had an appointment on February next year, and I just got email like 3 weeks ago that they put that appointment. They canceled it because lack of staff in the United States Embassy, so in Berlin, and it is frustrating. But I'm not coming from a destitute country. I live in Germany. I have a good job. I have a good life. My children go good school. So why should I even think to do some illegal thing? You know.
I understand, Duale. I understand.
Salute for coming here the right way, Duale.
Yeah, I will come from the front door, man, not the back door. I don't do anal, man.
Here's the thing. I'm kind of okay with a guy like Duale coming the wrong way. Like, the rest of them I'm not okay with. But, Duale coming the wrong way, you know what? We can make an exception for him.
Oh, no way. I will never do illegal
So
thing.
you inviting Duale to your back door, American man?
Oh, God damn it, Stanley.
Hey, 12 man's cool with it. 12 man's cool with it.
The thing is, if you let one do it, you got to let them all do it.
You got some sponsors now, Duale.
Yeah, we got some spot. They could sign for you. We could actually. Yeah, we could help you get through faster, right?
I have family members in America.
Okay. So you got help. All right.
Oh, they are in the army, man. They are good. I got a big family over there. Actually, one of my brothers he owns a company. He's a big company. He's almost millionaire, man. So I'm not worried.
Cool.
Money is not problem. It's just the bureaucrats, man. The papers. So blah, blah.
Yeah, that's how it works.
That's how it works. And that is the right way. That how it should be. You gotta affect everyone.
I personally think you should ask for a key to some of these back doors that just opened.
But
Come on, Stanley. Let's not do this, Stanley. Come on, let's not do this.
What? I didn't mean to offend. You didn't have to speak up.
Come on, Stanley. We're doing good today, Stanley. We're doing good today.
Oh my God. It will be okay. Maybe when Kamala come to the power, maybe things will go smooth,
Oh my God.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe with Trump also.
Duale, if you get Kamala as president, stay in Germany, bro. If you see Kamala become president, stay in Germany. Don't come to America.
If I was now in America, an American citizen, I would definitely vote for Trump. But you must understand me, man. I'm from Somalia, and this guy believes Somalia is a shithole, and he doesn't accept anybody from there. So
No. If you do it the right way, Trump would accept you. But Kamala, if she becomes president, this country is going to shit, and you don't want to be here. Trust me.
Then I will stay in Germany. I will be fine.
Yes, please. It's probably better. Actually, make clear out one of the rooms for me, because if she become president, I might have to come to Germany and live with you.
Oh yeah. We have plenty of rooms here, man. The reason I'm coming to America is not for me. I'm okay. I'm well off, but it's for the children, their future, man. I want them to have more opportunities than Germany can provide them. Yeah.
If Kamala becomes president, the only opportunity our children are going to have is to be slaves. Just remember that. Trust me.
Okay. I heard that.
I'm telling you, Duale. I'm an American. I'm telling you.
All right.
It's not going to be good. No.
I should be not black, so that will be very, very disappointing, man.
Yeah, but watch out.
It's no good. It's no good. It's not going to be good, Habibi.
All right. Okay, I get you. But I think Stanley will disagree. Maybe, yeah. That's why I joined here.
Sorry, I would disagree with what?
You will disagree when I come to my country and Kamala is the president. My children will be like slaves. That's what the American man believes.
Okay, well, of course I disagree that.
Well, not just your children, Duale, all of our children.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah. I'm sitting here watching the Thorpes, and they are smoking in their van.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, that's their thing, man.
America loves a train wreck. Even Stanley likes the train wreck.
I don't understand why.
Just curious.
That trash, man. How can you American people watch a grown-up man who is pimping his daughter? That is so fucking unbelievable.
Well, I could tell you why, but I'm not going to, because it would piss a lot of people off.
Because Americans love watching train wrecks. We've been to watch train
forget
wrecks.
about these people if they don't pop up, at the oddest times.
Yeah, but it is untasty, man. This is disgusting. And the other, they are smoking together. I mean, how can you smoke with your daughter?
Well, shit, people smoke in the Middle East and Africa like chimneys. They smoke more than Grace and Ben.
No. But what he's saying is, how can you smoke with your daughter? I don't understand that.
Because Americans like their children, and part of the parenting problem is they want to be buddies with their children.
There you go, Stanley. Now we're going to get
their
into
children to think of good old dad. Fuck them.
Now you are racist.
Stanley.
Now you are racist.
Stanley, did you ever try to be your son's friend?
But no, you know what, American man. This might have been a few years ago. My son was in 7th or 8th grade, and I told him to do something, and he responded with a dude. Oh, I was like, "What did you say?" I literally, and once he was in, definitely once he was in high school, I didn't censor my language. Basically told him, "I'm not your fucking friend. I'm your father. You
Thank
better
you.
learn the difference, mother."
Thank you.
Oh, hell no. Now, you know what?
I don't even let my kids say yeah. They have to say
Yeah,
yes.
that's a huge problem. No. Oh, but no. American man is
Wow.
right.
Wow.
Motherfucker, you better separate. You better put a divider. I mean,
Yo, I don't let them say yeah to
even
me.
my
Yo, get
father,
crack.
and
Why is
I'm
that so
good
funny?
damn grown.
I don't know. I don't know. Even maybe I'm just like I don't know. I'm not a
I
parent,
don't
so I
curse
don't
in
know if I
front of
would
my
what I would
father,
do.
and I'm almost 60
But could
years.
you say yeah to your parents get cracked?
Oh
You
man,
know what? They better be in a good mood.
No, right? You had to say yes, right?
Yeah, okay.
Like
I don't
it's
know now. Yeah. Oh fuck. Oh, God damn. Yeah.
yeah. Think about it, right? We couldn't grow up saying yeah to our parents. We had to say
American man.
yes. I don't know,
American man.
right? I don't know if it was more out of respect or English language.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
American man, my son, he's almost 10 years old, and he must say not only yes to me, but yes, sir,
Yeah.
in 6 different languages. I can accept only yes. He has to say, yeah, yes, sir.
My
Nah,
dad
See,
was the
my
same way,
parents,
Duale.
the only time I ever used the sir and ma'am is when I knew they were mad, and I might be able to, tip back, like, "Oh shit, yes, ma'am. Maybe she won't beat my ass." That
Yes,
sort of
yes,
thing.
sir.
But they never insisted.
That's right.
As a matter of fact, my mother didn't particularly like the yes sir and yes ma'am. But no,
Hey.
now I hear my mother. If I said yeah, she would turn towards me with those eyes and go, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Oh shit, yes." That's what I mean.
Hey, Duale, do you make your kids stand up when they're in the room when you walk in? So I had this Iranian guy tell me like he had to stand up. He's like sitting in the bed, sitting anywhere. If your father walked in the room, stand the fuck up. You gotta stand up before talking.
My children,
Yo, I've seen that get cracked. I've seen that.
My children are a little bit younger. The older one is almost 10 years old. The others are babies. So
yeah.
But I
okay.
break on the boy. The boy, he is now confused because I was so nice to him until he was 7 years old. I am a different person. He loves me, but he also respects me as a man because at that age, you should be a very controlling parent, especially when you are raising a boy. And he knows. So in the mornings when I come from work, mostly I work at the night. So he is the one who is opening the door for me and greeting me. "Hello, Papa. How are you doing, Papa?" And he's. I think the last you saw him, the last 3 years he realized he's going to be a man, so he has to look at his father. And but the others are still young, still babies, so I don't treat them like the way I treat the boy. I am very strict on him.
Okay.
And he is a student number one.
It's funny. It's funny that you mentioned that get cracked because my uncle was like that. Anytime he addressed you, you had to stand up. Like his son and I, when we were children and he was raising us, anytime we did something and he addressed us, we had to stand up. And I think that's more of like you have to stand up and face what it is like a man. Like, you know what I mean? You can't cower. So again, right? I'm just working through it like everyone else. I'm not saying this is definitive, but I think it's more like you have to stand up and face it. And that's sort of like teaching you about life. You know, you got to just stand up.
So
and
American
stand
Man,
tall.
you think it's a slippery slope where we just keep laxing the rules? Because I'm wondering, like you said, yes, and I, that's kind of like we already slipped too far if we have to argue about if you can say yeah or yes. Like people don't stand up to their like elders when they're talked to, right? And it's just like I kind of wonder, like, oh, maybe it's just like getting worse then. Now we're just like at a point where there's no return. Yeah,
Well, there are things. I mean, I don't expect if you teach kids respect early in their lives, it becomes a habit. And they, by the time they're like 16, 17, maybe they don't have to stand, but the basics are there.
Right.
I mean, you don't teach your kids respect or to respect their parents at 12. You teach them at 2.
But I want to ask you guys, in the primary schools, do you guys also stand up when the teachers enters the classroom?
Oh boy, I think poor
Because
kids get that treatment. I don't think so.
Not in my school.
Because I grew up
Now you
as a
might
child.
stand if the principal came in or headmaster. Yeah, I think you
Forget
did.
about the principal. We stood for the teacher every time he comes in, and we salute him. Good morning, Mr. Yeah. And when the bell rang, we also stood. When the school day is is starting, we also stood for the flag and read some religion thing before even we go to the classes. That's how we grew up. Respect the teacher. They will tell you have to stand up to greet him when he comes in. And now you guys have the students who are shooting teachers. This is unbelievable. They
You want to know
that
what's
still enough.
You want to know what one thing that's lost that I realized, and no, Duale, they don't stand up for teachers anymore. They don't even do the Pledge of Allegiance in America.
Oh, they don't?
No.
Oh my God.
No, the Pledge of Allegiance is done.
It's over.
We grew up, get Craig, and
Yeah.
Stanley,
Well,
you know
hold
too.
on.
We grew
No,
up singing
as a
the
matter
Pledge of
fact,
Allegiance.
I think
at
they actually do
in my
here,
son's high school.
American
As a matter
Man.
of fact, at his high school graduation, they stood and did the Pledge of Allegiance. So in Georgia, it actually happened.
Oh, okay. Never
Yeah,
mind.
here's the thing, right? In the charter schools that my daughters go to, they do the Pledge of Allegiance because the charter schools operate different from
Interesting.
I hate saying public schools because charter schools are public schools, but in the charter schools they operate different than the public schools.
I believe the public schools still say the Pledge of Allegiance here.
A lot of them don't, man. A lot of them don't. But it's also very different, like in the South than it is, because the South is still America oriented, and so I think we gotta kind of make that distinction between like the South and the North and the West, right? Because like the West and the North,
Alaska,
they basically like want to do away with all that. But in the South, we're still very America oriented, and so we still do the Pledge of Allegiance.
I think the Pledge of Allegiance in public schools is hypocrisy. So I'm not for it, but I'm not against it either.
but I believe they do it here, but they're not required to stand up and put their hand over their heart if they choose not to.
Oh, okay.
Hey Stanley, let me ask you a question. In Duale, when you guys had So Duale still has young children. Stanley's son is about grown. I mean, what is he? 19. So he's not like he's grown, but he's
Well, shit,
still in
he's
his teens.
18. He is grown.
Well, I mean, he's still in his teens though. So
He
I
can
don't,
vote. He can vote, and I wasn't going to talk politics until y'all brought it up. So I'm going to force him to vote for Kamala.
Legally, he's grown, but still he's 18. Yeah. So.
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead,
right.
American
And so
man.
exactly.
I mean, when you're in your teens, you're kind of still a child. I don't believe in that. Oh, you're a teen, so you're grown. When you're in your teens, you're kind of still a child. But the question that I wanted to ask is because my daughters, because I'm actually very lenient on speech with my daughters because I want them to speak their mind. I don't want them to not be able to speak freely because then, they will let too many things go because that's what I believe happens when you stifle children's speech is that you kind of train them to let too many things go. And so I don't believe in that. But in saying that, the question I'm asking is, do you guys give your children the look and they know when it's time to shut it all down? Because
pretty much
I just give my children the look to let them know like it's time to shut it down.
Even my dog knows that look.
Honestly,
I'm telling you, man.
Honest with you, American man. I don't have the look. My mother could shut you down if she had those eyes like you just knew. I have to tell my son enough. I don't have the look, but he knows what enough means.
Yes,
either way works great.
Mine, I have two boys and two girls. The first boy is, I told him, how I treated him. The other boy is still baby, yeah. But the thing is, the way I treat the boy is different the way I treat the girls. Most of the time, the disciplinary for the girls come from the mother, and she's the one, she gives the look to the girls. I am so soft with them. Girls, man, babies. They just, when they have problem with their mother, they run to me and they say like, oh, Mama didn't. Then their mother comes and she says, "Hey, stop it! Get the hell out of here! This is my daughter's." So we have like divided. She's going to be strict against the daughters, and I will be strict against the boys. That's our plan.
Well, that's the irony because my wife doesn't necessarily like the free speech that I give the girls.
Yeah, and the raising boys and girls are different. I tell you, man. When you are a man, yeah, it's completely different. I think.
But the problem is, Duale, is that I don't want to stifle my daughter's speech because I don't want them to grow up not speaking up for themselves. Because I think that's harmful.
Well, anyway, they are girls, man. They speak a lot.
Well, the thing is, you have to realize speaking up for yourself is not necessarily the same thing as free speech. You can speak up for yourself, but you don't have to use, the F word. You can stick up for yourself. So, I mean, that is a parent thing. Now, I never censored what my son read or watched. I never used Net Nanny or any of that. But when he was talking to me, there are certain things you will not say. So, our exchanges were different than free speech in my opinion.
Well, yes, Stanley. I agree with that completely, right? There's certain things you're not going to say, right? Like, of course, there's all Of course, there's things that they're gonna do and say with their friends that they're not gonna do with us.
Yeah.
But
Right, and because I'm not your friend.
exactly.
It goes
Yeah,
back
exactly.
to
No, 100%. I don't believe in that friendship model that a lot of
Well, as a
modern
matter of
parents are
fact,
doing.
parents are better than friends.
You cannot be.
Well, in theory, a good parent is never a fair weather parent.
No,
You're a
you cannot
parent
be.
or not.
That's ridiculous. My son, when he does bad, and my wife is telling me that because he doesn't like that I know what he did, because he is not afraid, but he's ashamed that he did that thing. So he begged his mother not to snitch, but definitely she's going to report it, and he takes that very bad. Mom, why are you telling Papa? Because we've done this new discipline, but why are you telling him that I did that? And she said, "Oh, he has to know." So I think boys are definitely follow their fathers, and they're not afraid of the. They are not afraid literally, but they are afraid. So at that age of 10 years old, and they don't like to disappoint the father. So it's just like I was. So but the girls are different. The young girls, they always with their mother, man.
Well, yes, but let me tell you, girls. Well, you know what? Let me speak for my daughters. My daughters are definitely afraid of disappointing me.
Oh,
like,
okay, that's nice, man.
Like the one thing they never want to do is have me look at them and say I'm disappointed in you. They don't ever want that, especially my oldest daughter.
How old are they?
That's probably a good thing, American man.
No, it is a good thing.
How old are they? Are they teenagers?
No, I got one. My youngest daughter is 10, and my oldest daughter is 15.
Ooh, this is the wild.
Honor thy father.
Huh?
The good book says, honor thy father.
Between 10 and 15 is when the girls are so wild. Oh, man.
No. They're not wild because they don't want. The one thing my daughters don't want is for me to come down on them. Like I don't. The thing is, I don't listen. Right? I don't come down on my daughters. I've never spanked them. My oldest daughter, I probably spanked her once when she was younger. But other than that, like I don't hit my children. I don't do any of that because I don't think spanking children is
doesn't work,
beneficial.
man.
Yeah. I don't think that's beneficial. Right.
No,
So
it is not.
So the problem,
work,
right? I actually sit down and have conversations with my daughters and let them know like why I feel this way and my expectations of them. But spanking them is something that I never do because I don't see any benefit and like I'm not gonna be, and they're my daughters, so I'm not gonna be spanking them. Like that's just ridiculous.
Not only
American
that.
man, I'm going to have to give you due respect. That I just.
Hey, Mela.
I find I didn't like it. There are better ways to do it, and I salute you for realizing that.
My theory, not that anybody asked, is that people who resort to the physical when it comes to correcting children's behavior is because they're insecure about their communication skills. It doesn't take much to persuade a child to see things your way. You just have to be talented and gifted enough in communication to do it. A lot of people aren't confident enough in their communication skills, or their temperance as to how they handle a surprise, because that's all children are capable of doing, surprising you, right?
Or maybe that's
It's not like
the
a
way they
child
were
is like
brought up.
plotting. A child is literally not plotting against you. They're just being their sweet little selves. And so the goal is to persuade them to be little beings that you like. That's all. Persuade them to be little beings that you like. That's it. And once you catch them in their formative years, you got it in the bag. And hopefully you're intelligent enough to guide their lives into a prosperous future. That's it. That's the playbook.
Yeah.
We still had hold on a second. We still had corporal punishment in high school when I was growing up, and I hated it then, but I appreciate it now, just like the few ass spankings I got from my father.
I'm glad you mentioned that. You know why? Because there's this theory that some people can only learn through brutality. Do you think that you could have learned to correct your behavior any other way than being brutalized?
Well, I wouldn't do that now as a father, but I don't have kids now, but
I'm asking, knowing the child you were, do you think anything else would have worked other than being brutalized?
Sure, absolutely.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't think it was
Craig,
brutalization, though.
I'm gonna leave because I know that like there are people
I'm getting ready to go. Don't worry. Take care. Bye.
that is looking to say that I'm this way or that way, and so I'm just going to not be up here when she's up here.
Well, no, man, don't do it. Don't think that. Don't think that.
Do you want to have a
people are
American
looking
man,
for
that's
it, right?
given up. Stay
No, don't worry
let
about
bygones
that.
be bygones.
I'm a lawyer for you.
You are a fellow human being.
American man is my friend. I invite him to stay.
Here's the thing, right? But there are people looking for anything, right?
I know, but don't worry about the.
I'll tell you what. I'll make this oath right now, and I take oaths seriously.
You don't have to leave either, Mella. Why make
I
it
will only
personal?
speak when I'm spoken to. Does that do it for you?
No. It's not about that. It's something very different because there are people looking for anything.
We're age restricted right now. Who cares, right?
I will be your panel lawyer. So if there's a problem with American man people, just deal with me.
No, I agree with the way American man. Agree with the way you're doing it and not using spankings. I think that makes you a very good man.
Now, if the kids are actually gonna listen, now you have to know your kid. I mean, if your kids are smart enough to actually understand words and you can reason with them, why would you spank them? Not all kids are that way. So, I mean, part of it is actually knowing your children.
I think spankings come.
There are so many different ways you can punish a kid, and not physically slapping him. There are so many different. You can just take.
Well, I think
you can just switch it.
Talk with them. But I think if you talk with them, right? Like I think if you just talk with them, that's it. If you just sit down and explain things to them, because I think the problem is that a lot of parents feel like I shouldn't have to explain things, and there are some things that you should not explain to your children. Well, you shouldn't have to, right? But some things you just got to explain to them why A, B, and C, right? You don't have to go to the raising your hands and fist to them, because
you can't do
it just doesn't work. Some things you know, if you sit down and just talk with them, they will begin to understand. That's how I view it. I don't know.
Well,
Everyone's
for
different.
me, American man, it made me rebel a little more when I got spanked by my father.
It comes to the boys, and if you beat them, they are just waiting the day that they will be physically also defending themselves, because
That's right.
They are,
Agreed,
But
Duale.
as a father, sometimes of course, you talk to your son. I talk to my son, but sometimes there has to be some punishments because it's necessary, and that punishment will never be a physical. It will be something like, okay, 2 days you are not going to use your PlayStation. Fuck off, and don't talk to me. These kids
nowadays, it's taking their iPhone or something stupid.
They took the technology so dear to them. They can't even live without a phone or without internet, and we have so different options. I say, okay,
I like the mental torture part of it, where you know what?
Yeah.
Well,
Stanley said
I
mental
just tell my
torture.
son, you know, there are going to be consequences, and then
It
walk
will
on.
be as yes. I don't know. And what
You know
there is
what?
take from you.
When I say torture, I'm kind of kidding, but dude, make them think about the consequences.
Yes. Because they are rebellions, especially when they are like 10 to 15. Oh my God.
You did this. I told you not to do it. There are going to be consequences.
This is the punishment.
Just anticipate
Stanley's
at
right.
some point.
Stanley is
I'm going
right.
to let you know what the consequences are.
Yeah. Take their allowances out, or maybe you take them their what they love most.
Fuck your Xbox. I'm going to be way more creative than taking your Xbox. I miss those days.
Last time I punished my son, I took him to a farm. We have a close farm here, and so we just farm tomatoes and things, and I make the motherfucker walk all day. Yeah, this is what I do when I'm free. You are going to farm this farm with me.
I'm gonna say
when 8 to 9 hours the guy was not playing a game, a video game, whatever, and that made him to realize that he's going to farm. The next time he do that thing, Papa said, don't do it again. So it worked. But if I slap him, if I beat him, then the body will definitely, get used to it. And you say, okay, so I will be beaten. So what the hell? And when he's 15, 16, 17, he will stand up like a man. I will tell you can't beat me anymore, motherfucker. I'm strong and I will beat you up. Two men are fighting, man. So.
Welcome back, Mello.
Do you want to know, you want to know something funny? My
Thank you.
and this is kind of just more bragging about, our white privilege than anything. But my daughters, they actually grew up having their own personal pumpkin patching farm and wagon riding on land and everything. Like listen, salute to white privilege, because I enjoy white privilege every day of my life, and so does my children.
Just call it American privilege.
Yeah, America's not racist.
I don't know if I said hi to you earlier, but Hey, American man.
What's up, Angel?
Hey, Angel, we did good thing last night.
It wasn't class privilege. It was white privilege. Nice.
No. Stanley, it was class privilege, actually. It sure was. Because
I'm sorry. I thought you said white. My bad.
I did say white privilege, but I say that just because everybody screams about white privilege. That's kind of more of that trolling thing.
Yeah,
I go in and out.
Don't let people be calling you racist.
You know what I mean? That's more of the trolling thing. But it definitely was class privilege, Stanley, because my daughters grew up and my buddies, one of my good buddies, and we drive around the farm every Halloween and we go pick pumpkins for the girls, and they grew up having that privilege their entire life, just separate from the plebes, picking pumpkins and on their own farm. And then we shoot guns there and everything.
That's American privilege.
Poor people pick pumpkins too. That's a
yes, they do. They pick them. Yes, they do. They pick them at the grocery store. They don't pick up. They don't pick up on their own personal farm and have their own personal hay rides. They don't.
We grow
the
biggest pumpkins in the United States in Alaska. Did you know that?
No. Do they talk?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, no, I was thinking.
I think the last one was like
pumpkins like
1,200 pounds or something like that.
Wow.
Just let me know when it's okay to speak.
Go ahead,
man.
Well, just hop in and use your white privilege.
Thank you for your permission. I believe that he's referring to land ownership as a part of the privilege. Land ownership.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, land ownership. Because he mentioned it's her own.
When I say
family.
class privilege, I literally mean property ownership is a class privilege.
Yeah, ownership is a privilege.
We all believe that. We all heard it too.
But let Mello finish.
I know business owners, right? I know business owners, like serious business owners, and they want to compliment themselves about their growth in their business. And I'm thinking to myself, what land do you own? That's what I'm thinking. Whenever they talk to me about their growth,
okay,
I'm thinking
you have to be very careful with that argument. Property isn't always land.
True.
So a business owner can be a property owner and not own an inch of land. You have property.
So which is more significant, the deed to your land or the fact that you're, a business owner? Like, what's
it depends. It depends on what you value. This is a weird. That's a weird. Have you ever taken? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna say, read Adam Smith.
Well,
Mella,
can I say something, Mella and Stanley, right quick, please? I understand where Mella is exactly coming from, and here's the thing.
Well, then explain it to me because I'm confused. Property is property.
Wait, please, Stanley. Yeah, Mella.
She's talking about land.
That's what I'm about to get on to.
I'm saying that property isn't always land. Which part of that can't you understand, 12th man?
I don't know why, you are, interrupting Stanley. I'm actually adding to the conversation. It's just, you'd think I'm, about to say something different, and that's what a lot of people don't understand.
Okay, wait, hold it, Angel. I don't have to understand. I might not care to. I might not care to understand.
Oh man,
Stanley.
Angel, it was you who interrupted.
No.
I think Phoenix Fish just said just said something very potent in the chat. He said Walmart doesn't own their land.
Yeah,
And
they
that's the
lease it.
thing. They own the
That's my
property,
point.
but they don't own the land.
They
And
own the
so,
business.
right. And so what Mella was saying was actually accurate. She pointed out that I actually was talking about land ownership because the farm and everything, that's land ownership.
Or it's property ownership more properly.
No, it's not. It's land ownership. These people
Land can
own
be
the land.
property, American man. If
So
you own it, it is literally property.
I wanted to ask Mella a question.
If you're making that argument, Stanley, then yes. If you're making that argument, then
was
yes.
my argument.
But there also is a difference between property, right? Because Walmart owns the property, but they don't own the land.
The business is the property. Intellectual property, there are all types of properties.
Got it. Stanley, got it. You're in the weeds.
Stanley, do you think
But like you said, you live in the weeds, right, Stanley? That's what you said. You live in the weeds.
Stanley, do you think I own the property of my mobile home, or do you think I also own the land of the lot that my
Do you own the mobile home?
It's
Do you own the mobile home?
Prove a point.
Okay, no. I need clarification on the point. You asked about the land of your mobile home. My question is, do you own the mobile home?
Let's say that he does.
No,
now,
don't interrupt.
Yes,
I'm talking to Angel. Don't do that.
Yes, I own the mobile home, Stanley.
Okay, then do you own property? Is the mobile home your property?
But do businesses?
No, please answer the question, Angel. Is your mobile home your property? That's my point. Just because you don't own the land, you are a property owner.
I can answer that for him.
Oh my God, we're talking about.
Please don't answer it for him. Please let Angel do it himself.
Why do you want to antagonize Angel?
Why do you think I'm antagonizing? And why do you see? This is almost the same form of disrespect you suffered the other day. Mella, don't be that. You are treating me like you were treated the other night.
Look, I love and respect Mella.
You're woman-splaining.
I'm loving her more as a mom than
that's not my concern, whether you love her or not. It was a question to you, Angel. If you don't want to answer it, just say you don't want to answer and be done with it.
I've been trying to answer it.
Why should he answer the way you want him?
Okay, there you go again, Mella, treating me like a woman.
American man, hasn't Stanley been interruptive of me? I wasn't trying to be interruptive. There was a silence, in between when he got done speaking.
I understand the love affair between you and Mella, but I'm being treated like a woman,
masculinity. You all challenge each other. That's the burden, Angel. I'm just saying. That's the burden of masculinity.
No,
you guys
Mella,
challenge
you don't
each
get
other.
to tell. You don't get to tell me what a challenge is and how to challenge.
And look.
Stop treating me like a woman.
He's actually losing.
He's trying to measure you up, Angel.
You know what? You wouldn't be capable of doing it. Many have tried.
Prime from last night tried to challenge me.
Now, Stanley, I'm going to get blamed for your words.
Negative, because that was just me and him on panel when Noah was actually muted. Mella, he tried to.
Okay, all I ask you, Angel, and please don't take offense. No offense was meant. Angel, if you own the mobile home, you are a property owner. You can always move your property to another piece of land. That's my point.
He owns the home, not the land.
You can go on and on and on.
God
you
damn.
get my point.
He owns the home, not the land.
And 12th man,
he's renting the land.
I was trying to be on topic, Stanley.
That's obvious. And I don't know why you need to clarify. I thought I was clear. Don't
Stanley
complain.
is playing
Don't
chess right
complain.
now.
Don't complain if you're a
Stanley
property
trying to do,
owner,
Mela.
Angel.
But look, the one
It
thing that
rings
I actually
hollow.
was gonna say, Mela and
I don't
Stanley,
care. You know, at this
black
point,
folks
after
always
so many
complain about 40
interruptions,
acres
I
and a
I had
mule,
lost track of what you
you
said,
don't
and I'm
see
kind of uninterested.
my own
So
tribe,
you
my
talk to
Pima
Mela.
tribe, which
Maybe y'all can back.
That's so goddamn funny.
The beaver.
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like this talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a string for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The style on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
That's his favorite word.
Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition, where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
You know, men need to let women sit on their face more.
That is very creative, man.
Yeah, men
Universal
need to let women sit on their face more often.
Well,
It'd
I
be
love
cool.
the elevation of this conversation.
I'm actually not anti that sentiment. I'm okay with that sentiment.
What are y'all? What's going on? What's going on? I'm
Hey, Portia.
Portia, let
Hey,
me tell you
Portia, habibi.
what Portia don't want. Let me tell y'all real quick. Just went to the store. John, who knows what he's doing? HB, he's busy moving.
Portia.
All of this arguing y'all been doing for like almost 2 weeks now. Everybody don't want to argue every day, man. Everybody don't want to do that every day. Like, and it's just like I can understand like some discourse, some back and forth, but like everybody do not want to argue.
What you want us to do, Portia?
Like, can y'all just like chill and like talk? It's just like, why are we always arguing?
Yes, yes.
Testosterone.
Or debating.
I don't think it's testosterone.
Like fighting. It's just like, gosh, do y'all? I mean, it's irritating sometimes. Like we gotta listen to this 24 hours. Like that's why I started to play some stuff to give y'all a break. Take a break. Take a break.
Yes.
Y'all, I'm not talking to you and let y'all get back to it. But I just want to say something. Okay. I just want to say.
Thank you, Portia.
Habibi.
Well, where I was going.
Okay, since we can't talk about women sitting on men's faces, how about nutrition? Are you guys aware of your metabolism?
Very.
Okay.
Are you aware of guys' metabolism, doctor?
I would not be classified as a doctor formally. However, I've studied enough
It's all
to
going to be
know
blamed on me.
that a lot of
American
people
man, I think you wanted to be blamed on
a
you.
lot of
Everything.
people are eating grains, right? Grains and seed oils and all types of, like, for instance, in the grocery store, 80% of what's in there is garbage. And a lot of people aren't taking that seriously. They're not being labeled detectives. And that's all I got to say about that.
Only want to eat good bacon.
Was this from earlier, Portia?
At the motorcade into the rally today, I believe.
For Trump?
Yes, ma'am.
When is he coming back to North Carolina? Because I
Isn't his
need to go.
cognitive decline being
He's
criticized?
walking outside too. Look at that.
I need to go. I need to go to another Trump rally.
Yes, this was earlier, and
that's
He's
one
like
thing we need to
Derek.
agree on.
You
You definitely need to go to many more Trump rallies.
and there's something
Well,
called
at least the Secret Service now are men, not women. Look at these men who surrounded him, man. They changed.
Vance is going to be making a presence this week in Arizona, and I think Trump
Oh,
is going to
damn it.
join
Portia
him
was
in
saying something. Can we
Arizona
let
after the
Portia
debate.
answer what's happening here, please? God damn. Before she blames me.
Damn.
Let Portia finish. Go ahead, Portia.
Portia is Habibi, man. She just
I'm not blaming,
doesn't
I'm
like
not
people
blaming
to
anyone
quarrel
for
and
anything. I'm not
go
blaming
on.
anyone for anything, but sometimes I think that y'all need something to talk about. If y'all ain't
The
got that,
quarreling is unpleasant.
Well, thanks
Who's
for
the
giving me
midget?
something to talk about.
but
Can you back it up a little bit, Portia? I wonder who the midget is.
I'm hot stuff. I'm
Today
always
they
something to
swap.
talk about.
Yeah. We were talking about good to raise children, and then just came and everything was like south.
We were talking about raising children. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
We were like,
you got it. We were having a pleasant conversation about
Speaking of
raising
children, there's Trump.
And I just want to say that I still love and respect you, Stanley, but I think you get too sensitive when you talk about something that you don't want another person to give their opinion
this
on.
Angel.
Angel.
Well,
no,
Angel, we moved on. Here you go.
I appreciate well, Angel has
Just
it on
let it
top of
go.
his mind,
Just let it
and I
go.
appreciate that. Angel, I appreciate your concern.
Look at those beautiful flags blowing in the wind. Look at those sexy flags.
But
Who's the midget
at my
right there?
age,
See the midget?
pretty much know my
See the little
argumentation
midget?
style. I appreciate the
Look,
criticism.
there he is again.
And
American
speaking
man.
of children, there is
you
the
realize-
biggest boy in America. Look at that red
all
hat.
the now Secret Service
They
now
all
are
look like
all-
midget.
Guys can be really intense at times.
Oh no.
I think with
Yes,
she's
Duale, I
very
see it.
positive, very upbeat.
Oh my
And
God,
when
we
it
have to
comes
watch
to
the Degenerate.
conversations that can
Hey.
be deep,
I'm
like she
going
didn't
up,
want to.
man.
hey, I figure if fighting is what we must do, then let's watch somebody else do it too.
No.
But who
This
was
is so
fighting?
different.
They're smoking.
Well, I mean,
What's that in the middle of them? Is that their
Y'all
divider?
know y'all like to turn up.
Is that
no,
a divider?
we were talking about children and raising children. Actually, you know what, Portia, you're up here, and who was it? Oh, Duale. Duale asked a question that you can answer because you work in the schools. Do children stand up when the teachers walk into the classroom anymore?
And they greet the teacher and say, "Good morning, Portia." Do they do that?
Well, at my school, the kids, they have to wait outside the door to be greeted by me. so they're all standing up outside of the door, so they don't just walk into my room and then sit down. So, or like they wouldn't be sitting down and I walk in there. Absolutely not. So like, I stand at my door, they wait to be greeted by me, and then they, you know, all enter one by one and then have their seats.
No, Portia's a tyrant. I respect it though. I respect it.
So you are all Portia. So you are already in the class, and the children come in, or the children were already in the class and you come in. Which comes first?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Portia.
Okay. So, hold on. Okay.
We hear you.
Jesus Christ. So, American Man, what are you referencing? Was there a point in time where children, where kids stood up because their teacher walked in the room, or?
Duale. So we were just going down a list of a few things, and Duale had mentioned that when the teachers walk in a room, yes, Get Crack made mention of because we were talking about kids and parents and stuff, and it evolves, and we had mentioned about standing up when the father comes in the room. Which father is a foreign concept for most Americans. But when the father comes in a room, the children stand up and speak when the father's addressing them. And Duale asked, do the children in America stand up when a teacher comes in a room? And so that which I honestly do remember a time, and I mean I know I'm not crazy, but I do remember a time where children did stand up when teachers would come in a room, just out of respect. But I also understand that Portia's a bit younger than I am, and so maybe the time difference
Yeah.
doesn't register.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think about whenever I was growing up. I'm like standing up when a teacher came. But it's just basically at my school, no children are allowed in a classroom without a teacher in it. And my school is like a total lockdown school. So as soon as the door closes, it locks type of thing, right? So the bell will ring, and if I have a class already, they'll be dismissed. My door will lock automatically. Passing period is 3 minutes.
It's funny.
Then I'll go to the door to open it for the kids, and then we greet them. So like if it's a hug, if it's a handshake, if it's a high five, it's a like a cool little handshake or whatever the case may be, they're already standing and they greet the teacher, before walking in and having a seat. Now, some teachers don't have control. They're the kids, they just bust past the teacher and just jet through the door and run into class. But that's just different teachers.
Can I ask you a question? Hold on.
We never stood for teachers.
Really? I don't know. Maybe
back in the 70s.
I did in elementary.
Let me ask Portia a question real quick. Respectfully, Portia, are you one of those gay teachers that do handshakes with their children and all of that?
No, I don't.
Rap songs and shit.
No.
Okay,
but
good.
Portia,
good,
can
good.
I ask you something?
I figured not, but I had to ask.
You see the video I sent you yesterday?
Yeah, I did. I still actually have it pulled up, I think. Let me see.
Yeah, I wanted
That's very
your
interesting.
opinion on, like, if that was you, how would you have handled that?
Yeah, I know, and I was trying to show it yesterday. Hold
That
on.
shit's crazy, man.
And Portia, I just want to thank you for the intermission/break about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, it's no problem. Sometimes it's necessary,
Portia, look at the comment Lisa Jean has wrote. She said, now they only stand up if they are trying to hide something. Oh my God.
You see, that's what I'm saying, right? I think Lisa Jean knows what I'm talking about.
She's a school counselor.
But that's what I'm saying. I think she knows what I'm talking about. Like there was a time when we used to stand up and just kind of show respect to the teachers. Like I know I'm not crazy.
And
Latino
qualify that within your experience.
What was that,
Stanley,
Portia?
you're not the arbiter of all, sir.
Well, neither are you. You said
no, I
in
kind of
your
am.
time they used to stand up. This is in my
That was a
time.
joke,
In
guys.
my
Everybody
time
calm
goes back farther than your time.
Yeah,
We never stood up.
not every place did it. Like the reason why we
That's my
were already
point.
standing up
We
because
can
we
hear
were
you,
already in,
Mello. We can hear you.
we were already standing up because we were already in class. So the first thing that we do in class in the morning is the Pledge of Allegiance. So once the teacher walked in the class, like we were already standing up, ready for that.
And
that's about it.
that's what I grew up. That's what I grew up, man. They told us that you have to stand up for the teacher and praise him because the teacher is almost a messenger from a God.
There's reverence for teachers, yes.
Yeah.
I just remember
I wanted to mention before I get cut off again that there's this movie called Bright Road. It's a classic movie. I think you all will enjoy it. It stars Dorothy Dandridge, Harry Belafonte, and this wonderful young actor. And that movie is charming for those who enjoy classics. It's very charming. Bright Road.
Bright Road. I asked if you had a clip of what you were referencing in the back chat. If you do have a clip or no,
okay, give me a moment, please. I'll do that right here.
That's a fact, Samuel. When Stanley went to school, like they were still trying to figure out paved roads. So I get the difference.
Oh my gosh.
Teddy Roosevelt era?
Well, I could tell you, Jesus was big man on campus.
Amen. And Stanley was one of the 12 apostles.
Yes, indeed.
I was the 13th apostle.
Stanley was the one that they didn't write about because he was too wild. They had to leave him out.
No, I'm the one who kept challenging Jesus. You know what happens when you challenge Jesus.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That means you were Judah, man. Judah.
No, that's Judas. No, I wasn't gonna betray Jesus. I was just gonna challenge.
Hey, welcome Latino for Trump.
I'm dying over here. Yo, Stanley's an idiot.
I don't know if you want to recap, Portia, or like we could just continue on with Mella's video. Apparently, there's a 1-hour version of the film she had talked about in the private chat that she just posted.
Angel. I can see it.
All right, I just wanted to let you know.
Angel's the producer, man. It's Portia.
Portia, Angel's the captain now. If you haven't realized that.
Yes, I can see it. I'm working with it right now to see what I can show.
Portia, I love you.
So much, Portia.
You got to calm down those producers.
Well, I think we need to calm down the director, Stanley, Latino.
Oh my God, Angel, you have to, which I understand you don't have the capabilities, but you have to learn when to just keep going. Right?
I know, but I just don't want it to keep on happening again, American man.
Angel, Stanley is Stanley, right? And sometimes you just have to keep going, bro. Like, we've moved on.
In other words, don't be stuck on stupid. Don't be stuck on stupid.
Like it's over. I know you're looking for the opportunity to say the word nigger, but
not really.
Oh my goodness.
Not really.
We're past that.
American man.
No, after last night, Angel and I.
That's why we do karaoke and like
Angel played.
play games, and we're about to have
There'll be
just kind of
this
take
won't
a
be a
break.
copyright thing, will it?
Yeah, I found a 3-minute version instead of the hour version of it, and so we're gonna watch and pause and talk and watch and pause and talk type of
Yeah, I
thing.
was gonna say, can you play it straight through? You probably can't, right?
No, because I think if you played it straight through, it could be as like unavailable, or the stream could be blocked in some cases.
Yeah, you gotta talk.
Who cares? We are
I'm playing it right now. I'm playing it right now.
Man, you sure need help. You ain't no better now than you were at Christmas. Shut up. I'm not supposed to talk to you. Nobody's supposed to talk to you. All right then. Don't talk to me. Ah, heck. You don't know the answers anyway. That's what you and that old teacher think. Shut up. I said nobody's supposed to talk to you. But it should.
Nobody's supposed to talk to him, and why you still talking to him then, huh? Why you still
that
talking
the
to him?
Stanley?
If you know the answer, you let me know. But shut up.
That's the Stanley as a child, man.
Yeah, ain't
He's
nobody
being a
you.
he's being a supremacist, Portia.
Since nobody's
The
supposed
guy on the
What's
chalkboard.
3 times 8, sir? Off the dome. What's 3 times 8? What's 7 times 2? 4 times 7. Y'all know, if you don't know, I'm a math teacher. So, yeah, I'm a math teacher, so you know this is right up my lane. I'm gonna have to watch this movie. I've never heard of it before. Okay, let's see.
I could use the answers. You ain't gonna talk
I
to
could
me, and I ain't
use
gonna talk
answers.
to you. I'm just gonna happen to mention some numbers, and you're just gonna happen to write them down. 9 times 5 is 45.
This is kind of like the kids in your class the other day. They were
9 times 5 or 45. Is, boy, is. 3 times 8 is.
I will say this kid does have some really good handwriting. Wow. I mean, his writing is very good. He writes better than high schoolers.
Yeah, that's what stood out. What stood out to me is that he called them boy is.
I'm thinking like, you know, down south we say boy and girl a whole lot. However, this handwriting is stellar. I have seniors, 17-year-old, 18-year-old kids that don't even write this good. Now, that's
when I was a liberal, I felt offended that some white guy called me boy.
Yeah, that's what happens when you take cursive out. I think cursive needs to be brought back.
Yeah, they need to teach all these kids how to like write better, man.
Well,
I get that we do this in first grade, but like
I would show y'all pictures. I just don't have no sample work.
Well, I don't get why they took. You know what? Schools are weird, but I understand because they're just dumbing the children down.
Yeah, that's their
But
job.
like, there's so many things that they took out of school that did not need to be taken out. Do you remember
like
growing up where they had the
civics, for example, civics and music?
Yeah, physics, music.
Oh man.
Well, I don't know. Here's the thing, right? I don't know how important.
Especially.
I don't know how important music is. Like, I get it. Angel, hold on. I don't know how important music is. I get it, but like, Black people put too much stock in music. And so, like, I think music is actually not good for Black people. Way too much stock in that nonsense. And there's no real median for them to become successful.
American man, I thought of an idea, but I know they're not going to do it because, I mean, the whole point of us is to waste money on a daily basis. So I thought finances would be a good thing to teach kids.
No, never going to happen, bro.
Oh, I know.
Never going to happen.
Because, you know, I already gave you the answer why.
Did any of the schools, like any of you on the panel attended, included like wood shop or an elective?
I took drafting.
Drafting?
Yeah, drafting.
Yeah,
I had to carry around that stupid P-square. It was embarrassing. But I enjoyed the class.
Yeah, I make my daughters take up second
I just wish
languages.
I had a locker to store the T-square in, you know.
Let her study Mandarin, man. Mandarin is very important now. Or Hindu. Hindustani
It
or
is.
Urdustani, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you enjoyed it is all that matters, and as long as you pass through, Portia.
Yeah, in a metropolitan city, urban city, as they say, when you're carrying a T-square on a public bus, you know, some people might use that as a weapon. I've seen students threaten one another with their T-squares. I've seen that, you know. It was
Can
very
you watch the
alarming.
video?
But yeah, drafting
Portia,
was
can
one of
you
my
watch the video?
wood shop. I guess yeah. That's yeah.
You can make a weapon out of anything, basically.
I've heard. I watched Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, Portia, you can play the video, please.
Yeah, it's
Play
a good
the
movie.
video,
It really
Three
is.
times
Portia.
8 are 20. 9 times 5 are 45. Is, boy, is.
Is, boy.
24. 3 times 8 are 24. 7 times 2 is 14. 7 times 2 are 14. 4 times 7 is 28.
Well, why is that black kid
You won't do the arithmetic for me, but you will
calling
do
the
the
other black
logic.
kid boy?
All right.
Why is the one black kid calling the other black kid boy?
That's a Southern thing. But what I will say is that he was correcting him from saying R. You know, that was the. But I get what you're saying. The fact that he was calling him boy, it was indicative of how Southern people refer to one another. So, you know.
Well, I have friends, and when I ask them about their sons, I will say, "How's the boy?" Yeah, so I
Yeah,
don't.
but they are
I don't
all
know.
boys. And both of them are boys. And they are not grown up, so I don't feel
Yeah,
anything.
but
They're boys. I mean, what do you call him? You call him a girl?
No, the teacher kid, I think.
Hold on, right? I think
All
we're
right.
missing something. I think we're missing classism at work here. That's what I think, right? Because he's that black kid teaching the black kid the numbers and teaching him how to speak. He's looking at that black kid as a child, and that's why he keeps calling him boy. That's what's happening there.
It's indicative of the time period. You know, crap rolls downhill. And, you know, that young man was referred to as boy, and thereby when he's prepared to antagonize another, he's going to refer to him as boy. It's psychological.
It's the same. It's the same thing with the N word today.
I don't believe that. I
it's
think
the
it's
same
more
thing.
of.
It's the same
I
thing
think
with
it's
the N-word,
more of.
bro.
I think it's more of. He's like, look, I'm teaching you something, and you're speaking as a child, so I'm calling you a boy. That's
No.
what I think it
But
is.
it's a slang,
I mean,
man.
I know Stanley is, but I don't think the rest of y'all are from the South. So,
I was born in Memphis.
we
Remember
still-
that portion?
well,
I lived in Florida.
I
for a
grew
year.
up down south.
but you asked the question, so I would assume that you would know. Like, but like for us, we say boy all the time and girl, and we find that, you know, most folks that aren't from the South, they find offense in something that we don't.
That's what I told you when I lived in
And
Florida.
I didn't necessarily find it offensive, Portia. I don't like the mentality that you could
Right.
just
So, like, the
call
thing is
someone lesser than you.
Well, right. So that's not how we use
This
that
is
term.
like from the 50s or something, right?
So yeah, and then, so like basically, like we could just say at school yesterday, one of the kids was out of the class. Boy, what you doing? Go back to class.
Don't be a
Yeah,
presentist.
we up here. We
Girl,
do
don't
what
play with
New
me.
York.
Don't
We
play
say
with me.
son. We
That's
say
just
son.
right. So that's just how we speak. It's not like
Exactly.
I'm the slave master or whatever.
Exactly. Now, if they call you little boy or little girl, then that's when it's time to
That's a
confront.
different.
It's
Yeah,
like,
and if let's use HB for
Don't let
example,
no-
if he said something inappropriate, I'll be like, boy,
Never let no man call me little boy.
stop.
Yeah,
Just
but
whatever. But it's not.
Portia,
We're looking
do
for.
you call a grown man a boy?
Huh?
Grown? Do you call a grown-up man a boy?
It's not about calling him a boy as an insult. It's just a response, like I just said. So if I'm up
hey, boys. Now, does that sound offensive? Hey, boys. That sounds
It's not
affectionate, right?
It's not the same, Portia. It's not the same coming from a woman, because if a woman calls you a boy, then that's kind of
I'm
sexual.
gonna stay
in
out
a
of
way.
it because can't nobody.
This is a
Now,
What's that, boy?
symposium on the use
you
of the
see,
word
he
boy.
said I call my husband a
Oh,
boy.
I don't care. I'm a grown-up man. Nobody's calling me a boy, man.
That's just how.
I don't let no man, but if a woman call me a boy, fine.
Yeah, that's just how.
I don't care, man or woman. Nobody's calling me a boy. I was a boy once. I don't want to be again.
Yeah,
my wife called me. My wife said, "You little boy."
I'll be your boy for at least a night.
Because you are a girl.
You'll be a boy for a night.
I'm a girl
A
too.
fuck boy.
Yeah, I'm a girl too.
No bullshit.
A fuck boy.
No, you are not. You are a woman.
Hey.
I will call a grown-up woman.
It's
And grown man.
Is right.
Exactly.
Well,
It's about the context. Yeah.
I don't know. I think. Here's the thing, right? I think sometimes things are used and people use it comfortable, but like women are okay calling you a boy, but as soon as you call them a girl, then it starts becoming this weird space. And so I think we just have to be careful, like how we're using it.
I think it depends a lot on how you say it. Like if you say, "Come here, boy," or it's like, "Come here,
Like,
boy."
I've not.
You know what I mean?
The context of it, yeah.
I've not heard a single woman say, "Oh, he called me a girl. It's so endearing." Like,
Well, I will tell you this. It depends, right?
you're Latino. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, of course. I know. I feel
It
that's why I'm
depends
laughing.
because you have to keep in mind that you don't know where they come from, right? If they're Southerners and that's how they express themselves, that's something to take into consideration, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you. I moved to
Absolutely.
Florida
I
for a year.
get that. But I think there's just like certain just standards that are like just kind of flipped around where we make excuses one way and then want to be serious the other way.
I'll tell you something that really shocked me is that some people are offended by the term good morning, right? Because they would prefer grand rising or something like that.
Oh my God.
And that's
Who
when you
says
get
that?
that's when it gets kooky. That's when it gets
Who the
kooky.
fuck says that, Mello?
That's pro black babble.
I know, right? And you get kooky.
That's a black thing, bro.
It's like, wait a minute. You're gonna correct me about wishing your day well? Are you crazy?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
That's it, man. The
That's
reason
fucked
why
up,
they think that
Mello.
is because they used to say when they used to kill people in the slave. That's the reasoning that they think, and it's like I never ever in my life ever thought that shit. Like I just say good morning just for a gesture, man. Like,
well, again, it's
I'm wishing your day well. It's like,
so
what's the problem? But in their mind,
you can't say Merry Christmas too because of Jesus. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, in their mind, the word morning is what's that get hooked on phonics type of thing, right? It's like the phonics of it all. It's like, well, morning means that you're anticipating dread, and it's like, hold on, like try not to get hooked on phonics with me. Let me say that I'm wishing your day well. Is
I
that okay
never
with
heard
you?
that shit
No,
before, Mel.
there are people that have corrected me about saying good morning, child. It was crazy. It was like, you text or you type or you say good morning to somebody, and next thing you know, I prefer to say grand rising. And
Good
it's like, okay,
God.
you're a power freak. That's what you are. You're a power freak. Why can't you just accept that we are in good standing and I am wishing you well in your day? Why can't you
The
just accept
census,
that? Because you're a power freak.
the census came over here. The census came over here asking me,
Narcissist.
all these questions and shit, right? And and she was like, "You Latinx?" I'm like, "Nah, no, 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 no. I'm Hispanic Latino, man. There's no Latinx over here, man." Like I felt offended. I'm like, what's up with this
How does
Latinx
that
shit?
work? What does that mean?
I don't even know. The whole
Um,
reason why they do that is because words in Spanish are abbreviated based off like a man or a woman. So they'll say Latino, that's like man. You understand? And that represents man and woman.
And then
But when you say
Latina.
Latina, it's just women. So they're like, oh, why is it that the word always has to empower a man first? And it's like, dude, like you only the people thinking this shit this way. Like I've never ever in my life, like
yeah.
lived life thinking this way.
Can I get in the
Control freaks or
conversation,
something
please?
else, man.
That's why you say amigo and amiga. Two different things. Two different
Yeah, but when you have a
people.
group of boys and girls, it's amigos.
Can I get in this
Yeah.
conversation, please?
You got
I just want to quickly say, unless if you're from the South, then you obviously would know how they say it. But I'm not from the South, so I really never knew that they would say boy and girl to each other all the time. So but I just think that with what cultures do and what they say to each other is like irrelevant to us not in that area, like us not being from the South. We don't know like
irrelevant. The word is irrelevant, not unrelevant.
irrelevant. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm not.
Correction.
Believe it or not,
Thank
it's
you.
for edification. It's
Yeah.
not for
Because
embarrassment. It's for edification. That's it.
Well,
I used
thank
to be
you,
the type to get mad when they
Mella.
corrected me, but now I take that as knowledge.
Well, thank you, Portia. Anyway, not Portia, Mella. Thank you, Mella, for the correction.
Portia, if you're out there, can you continue the video?
It's a good movie. Capture the link and watch it for yourself later on when you can.
All right.
John put a link in the chat.
Dorothy Dandridge is the school teacher, right? And there's a troubled youth, and I don't want to give away. My son hates when people explain a movie to him, so I'm not going to explain the movie. I would recommend that it is a clear demonstration about how students respect their teachers. That was my point of sharing the video. This was
Yes, ma'am.
it was demonstrating how students respect their teachers. That's all I was doing. That's it.
Well, the video I sent
So
Portia yesterday.
Mella, what do you
That
think
video
about the
was
Little
crazy.
Rascals?
Oh wow, that was
The Little Rascals, you ever heard of them, right?
yeah, they were the characters themselves were mischievous, but when it came to Miss Crabtree, she was adored, and that's cool. The teacher was adored.
How
You know
about
what's
all the kids
interesting?
loved her?
Yeah,
You know what's
she was
interesting
adored.
about the Little Rascals? I've never got the affinity for it that Americans have.
The movie
Like I don't
that Disney made, yeah.
Americans' obsession with the Little Rascals.
It's a trip. It's a trip.
Like I don't think it's
I
a
mean, now
bad
that I'm an
movie.
adult, it's a trip. When I was little, I loved it. I'm not gonna lie. I used to love a lot of things that, as an adult, I understand differently. So
American man. So you're an American man that
American man.
don't see why Americans love the Little Rascals. That
No,
doesn't make any sense.
I don't get I don't get the big brouhaha about it. Like, you know, I hear a lot of Americans talk about it as if like it's the greatest, one of the greatest movies ever. Which again, right? I'm not
No,
saying
it
it's a
ain't none of
bad
that.
movie.
But
I
American
thought
Man,
that.
have you ever
I didn't
seen?
watch
Have you
the
ever
Latino.
seen?
movie. I saw the series, but I didn't watch the movie.
Yeah, I didn't
Have you
either,
ever seen?
Mel.
Go ahead, Latino.
Have you ever seen Day Day's Kids?
Day Day's
Yeah,
Kids or
Robin
Day
Harris.
Day's
Day
saw
Day's
Kids?
Kids
that.
or Day Day's Kids.
No, I don't.
Little
I don't.
ghetto ass
Robin
little.
Harris talking about test tube babies.
I've
Um, did
never watched.
anyone
I've never watched Bebe's Kids.
Yo,
did
man, look
anyone
it up. It's
watch
a
the
cartoon, man,
PJs in the
with some ghetto
90s?
ass little bad kids in the hood.
I don't.
No,
I'm
I
not.
didn't.
I don't partake in those in certain movies.
But you gotta admit, the Little Rascals was better than SpongeBob.
Like
Yeah,
Latino for
definitely.
Trump. That's like me asking you, did you
If
watch
you had
Blood
to
In,
be
Blood
forced,
Out? Come
if
on,
you
come
were
on
forced
now.
to watch one or the other, like I would take Little
And I know
Rascals
you
over
watch Blood In, Blood
SpongeBob.
Out, Latinos for Trump. We all
If you're
watch it.
talking about the series, not Portia, Mella, I never saw the Little Rascals show growing up, but the movie, yeah, that
Because
was a
you're too
childhood staple.
young.
I've
Too
not ever
young
seen
for all
those.
that,
Not ever.
Angel.
I was 4 years old at the time when the Little
It's
Rascals
like
movie came out, so
just
it was a staple of my childhood. 12 Man.
I saw the
Yeah.
Popeyes cartoons, but I didn't see the Popeye movie.
But
You know,
Portia, did you ever
Mela,
watch? Did you ever watch the PJs?
no,
With Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, the animated series with Eddie Murphy.
no.
On
Well,
Fox.
I'm pretty sure like there's a lot of episodes on YouTube that you can look up. It's literally just called the PJs. It's
Does
an
anybody remember
abbreviation
Uncle
of the
Skeeter?
projects.
well,
Nobody remember Uncle Skeeter?
who? Your mic's
Uncle Skeeter.
not
Uncle
You
real
Skeeter
said
good.
on
Uncle Skeeter.
Nickelodeon.
Yeah, I remember that. Nick show of the late
Pete and
'90s.
Pete. Pete and
Can
Pete.
Latino.
someone turn Latino for Trump mic up?
Pete and
Or
Pete.
maybe he can turn it up.
What else? What else was it?
This is
Alex.
cultural, historic media that we're talking about, right? Like some things are
Face.
culturally historic, and a lot of us aren't aware of it. You know,
Like Pete and Pete was the thing in Nickelodeon, a show I used to watch when I was growing up. Two little redhead kids.
I heard one professor called Casper the Friendly Ghost a racist.
I only
he's
remember
white.
the animated
It's not
presentations. I
it's not
didn't see the
culturally
movie.
it's not culturally
They got rid of
historic.
Aunt Jemima. They got rid of Aunt Jemima, and they still got Little Debbie on
You
the
guys
box,
are
man.
wild. Like
Stop
I don't
playing.
know what you're
That's
talking
a
about.
good
Like,
point. Now
God
they
damn.
they took the scarf off Aunt Jemima, but Little Debbie
Mhm.
still got them damn pigtails. What's up with that?
Come on, man.
How come Little Debbie can't get a perm?
You talk about
That's
cultural
because
characters.
that's because
Like that's
that's
some sort of
because
cultural thing.
Simon,
You
shut
know,
up, Simon. Shut up. That's because white liberals do what white liberals do.
The Little Debbie was actually someone's
Don't be
daughter.
shouting
Aunt
with your deep voice.
Jemima
What's wrong
was
with you, bro?
Aunt Jemima was somebody's ideation, and Little Debbie was actually the corporate owner's daughter.
Just like
That
Wendy's.
was a picture of his actual daughter, but Aunt Jemima was someone's ideation. You know, their
Didn't
idea of what a woman cooking pancakes
Mela,
supposed to look
Right,
like.
and so was Little Debbie. Little Debbie ain't somebody's daughter.
They're trying
Little
to teach
Debbie's
Look it up.
women how to
Look it up.
someone
That's what
in
it's telling
someone's
you.
mind. Nobody's daughter looks like Little Debbie. I haven't
I don't
seen
know
a
if it's
single
true or
daughter.
not.
I haven't seen a single daughter in America,
Have
black, white,
you?
or yellow, look like Little Debbie.
But then again, if you go back to the
Yeah, because
60s,
it's a
All right,
cartoon
you got it.
character.
You got
listen,
it.
if
I
you go
mean,
back to the
goddamn.
60s and
What's
70s, that
wrong
Aunt
with you?
Jemima character used to be the lady that used to work for the white folks in their house.
That's a
So,
crazy.
I mean, are they wrong for that?
I mean,
Taking cartoon characters and try to compare them to real people.
I think it's just figments of people's imagination that they put on boxes, and people
Well,
snowflakes
no,
think too
American
far.
man. Aunt Jemima was a real person.
Oh boy.
Oh my
And I
God.
also
She was
want
a
to add
made-up
on.
character, son.
I want to add on about the little Debbie.
You
thing
guys
that
really
you said,
think Aunt
American
Jemima
Man.
was a real person
She's not a real
or
character.
Little Debbie?
She was a
Those
character
are
made
all
up.
characters, figments of
The
one's
only one that is real
imagination.
out of all those people is
But
Wendy.
you said the little Debbie was the real daughter of the corporate founder of Little Debbie,
No,
right?
Wendy's is.
I don't
Wendy's is.
believe that.
No,
I don't
Wendy's
believe
is. It's
that.
not. It's not
But
Little Debbie.
It's a
the
figment of
American
people's
Man.
imagination.
American Man, do you believe the restaurant, the fast food chain Wendy's was named after like Dave Thomas's real daughter?
No, it's all
Yes, it was.
it's all a figment of people's imagination. I don't
Come on, American
I don't
man.
believe that stuff,
No,
bro. Like they
it
tell
really
y'all
is.
a story. Here's the thing: you guys don't realize you get told stories to make you guys spend money. That's what ends up happening. You
I don't
guys
spend
get
money
told
because
these
that's his daughter. I
heartwarming,
just want a burger.
feel-good stories to make you guys spend money. Oh, this is Dave's daughter. Let me go spend money there. That's
Have you
all
ever
gay.
eaten a
It's
Wendy's
all
burger?
fake.
Have you ever eaten a
So
All I
Wendy's
want to
burger?
eat is just a burger. I could
What
care
the-
less about his daughter.
What does this
I
guy
like,
do?
I like Mrs. Butterworth better myself because, it comes out as a black bottle, but the more pancakes you eat,
Like
the
they tell
whiter
you
she
a
gets.
story that makes you feel good, so that you will be a consumer.
Look, Dave, right? Dave helped who was it? Kentucky Fried Chicken do his chain, and then from there he took some money, and then he made Wendy's, and he named it after his daughter.
You talk about
And
the
he
Colonel.
started his own chain. That's how
No.
Wendy's became a thing.
Okay, if you believe that, I'm okay with you believing that.
I mean,
You
he
know
said it
how
out of his
you know
own
how
mouth.
old he was when he started that shit?
But I think a lot of it is stories told to make consumers.
Hey, Simon. Hello, Simon. Simon,
Goodbye.
I think.
Hello, goodbye.
No, Simon, please stay.
What?
Like an American man. Look.
History lesson.
Hello.
American man, Simon, I think it is the first time he called the channel. Maybe.
I can't
Simon,
understand what you're saying, bro. I really
Simon gets banned on panels all over YouTube.
Simon is a pretty, and I think this is the first time he joined us, so I think you should listen to him. Yeah. Hello, Simon. Welcome, brother.
How you doing, bro? Where you from?
You know where I'm
Sound
from.
like
He smoke hashish.
I don't. That's why I'm asking. Why would I ask if I don't know? What?
I'm
Gentleman has
my
joined
brother.
the channel.
I am a Jamaican.
And Jemima was named after Nancy Green, who was
Yo, salute, John. Thank you for having me.
Nancy Green, who was hired by a corporation to make syrup and other things.
I'll be booted in about 20 seconds. Don't worry about it.
Simon, please stay. You are the
God willing,
guy here.
No.
You are the only
I ain't built for these panels. Like, y'all do some stupid shit.
God
willing,
hey,
John.
Simon.
What up, John? What you got for us, homie?
What's up,
No,
Tough man?
Simon is too good for us, man.
You're damn right. I'll get booted. Come on, like someone said,
You're too good,
send a
but then
cash
again,
out.
you get on here. Make it make sense, Mister.
Send a cash out. Like support John's channel.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The shameless plug. What was I going to say? Man, I'm just not joining. I've been running
You've been gone
around
for
all
7
day.
hours. Jesus Christ. Wow.
Oh man, that's nothing.
And it's only the beginning, Simon. Only the beginning.
Simon, we 24 hours. We're replacing CNN.
Yeah, begin to cut your toenails and do all that healthy stuff. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah, we are international here. I'm from Germany, you from Britain. We have Americans here, so this is CNN, man. International.
I can't understand what you're saying for real. Like,
Simon, where are you from, Simon? I think I've been on here when
I'm
you've
from
been
London. I'm from London.
London. Oh man, I was in London a couple years ago. Yeah, I was in London I think damn, I'm trying to think where we stayed. It wasn't Wayfair. Wayfair's area, I think.
Yeah.
But we went to Brixton, but we didn't stay in Brixton while we were there.
Brixton is like a hot spot for black people.
Yeah, I know. That's why we went. A lady friend of mine, she wanted to go to
They sell
Brixton.
yam and all that shit over there, man.
Yeah,
like, they got markets. Like, yo, that's the hot spot. I ain't even mess with that shit.
So if I go to London, that's where I should stay away from.
I don't fuck with black people. Like that.
There's a bunch of Caribbeans in Brixton, right?
Yeah, that's a hot spot for black people. I'm telling you, bro. Nah.
That's why
they sell yam.
Where all the white people sell snapper. They'll do all that shit. Like, they are mad.
Yeah, I went to Brixton,
Where all the
bro.
white people stay at. That's where I want to go.
They stay in Kensington and Chelsea.
Chelsea.
Chelsea, yeah.
Simon, are you Arsenal fan or Chelsea or Tottenham?
I can't understand what he's saying to me, man.
He's trying to ask you what football team you follow.
I don't follow no football team.
There you go. That's your answer, Wale.
I just heard la 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 la. That's all I heard, man. Jesus. That's all I heard, man. Yo, man. I don't know where. I just heard you, Israel. That's what I heard. That's what it is. It's like, yo.
Hey, John.
You are an Arsenal fan or Chelsea fan.
I'm gonna be real. I don't know.
Hey, John.
What's that?
Are y'all done blaming me for all of this mess? Y'all done?
I've been enjoying it, American.
No one blame me for shit, American man. Sit down.
John.
I have a different topic, if that's okay.
Please.
Go ahead, Mela.
What is the best present you ever gave to your parents for their birthday?
Money.
A painting.
Like the present that they responded in a way that was beyond belief. Money will do it.
I don't have parents.
The best thing you can ever send a mom is a painting, because every time she looks at it on her wall, she's gonna be thinking about you. So I love giving gifts through painting.
Mela, the best gift that I gave to my parents are grandchildren.
Okay, there we go.
They were so happy.
What is the best? So thereby, the best present that your children can give to you is grandchildren, right? So
That
when it
is the
comes
best gift
to
that
your
I gave, yeah.
birthday and they give you nothing, and you're waiting
Just their
around,
love.
like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand that sentiment. I truly do. It's just really funny how, that sentiment extends to others, but when it comes to your own personal birth date and you're sitting there like, hey, where's my present? You know what I'm saying?
I find it kind of funny how women like gifts too much.
Facts.
No, let me get out of here before I get blamed.
I was just on another guy's stream earlier today. Let me see what the name of the shit is. They were talking about some immigration thing.
I can tell you. Go ahead, John. We figured that out. Let me just say this. I can tell you the least favorite present I ever gave my mother was when I brought a white woman home. Well, to be fair, a small hat.
Man.
Yo, that's real. That's real.
Was she outspoken about it, or did she give you a look?
Oh no. Black people are very racist, but we're not allowed to talk about that.
That's crazy.
But
That's crazy.
Nah, it's real. It's not crazy at all.
That's crazy. I brought an Asian one time to my house, and my dad.
Mella, to answer your question,
Angel, hold on. When I brought a white woman home, she wasn't trying. She was kind.
That's
you know what I
crazy,
mean?
man.
She didn't be rude or anything, but it's not her thing, Mella. She wasn't with it.
That's sad, bro. I'm sorry you had to go through that, bro.
Black chicks.
Because once the baby is born,
they are innately like that. You bring a white woman home. God damn, it's a problem.
Yeah,
it's a real fucking problem.
Small hat. I don't know how they are, but was she hot? At least.
Don't matter she's hot or not. Like
Duale, I don't.
My mom should be thinking it's like.
Duale, I don't.
Decent girl over here.
I don't bring.
The first thing they're thinking is.
Hold on, Simon. Duale,
Simon, shut up, man.
Duale, I don't mess with chicks that aren't hot. The chicks that, I've banged a few, but they only get banged. But I'm not bringing a chick home that's not hot. That's weird.
My man.
You're not hot. You're not coming home.
So the mother may give you the look, but the father was like, "And you, man, you did it."
Nah, it's not that. They're just innately thinking like, "Yo, this is gonna be an interracial shit." So it's like, "Yo,
no,
like."
I don't
That's what's
man.
down.
My 10-year-old son, if he brings a beautiful woman, I don't care what color she is, I will be like, "Oh man,
you're lying,
that's what I'm saying, bro. When I
You
was
are
when I was in
lying.
my younger days,
I'm not lying, but my wife will
Latino,
like.
tell us. Hold on, watch
when I
this.
was in my
Latino.
younger days, man, I brought an Asian home, and my dad, after she left, my dad gave me 5, and he was like, "Can I ask you something?"
That's what I'm talking about.
He's like, "Can I ask you something, son?" And I'm like, "What? What you gonna ask me?" I'm thinking it's something serious. He goes like, "Is it sideways?" And I'm like, "Nigga, I haven't even gotten there yet, bro."
Damn.
But we never had that issue, bro. My brother went out with white girls all the time. My brother's black as this.
No.
Ain't happening.
Yeah. Well, can I answer Mel's question?
How their children
I just wanted to be with my roots.
Is that for me, T? Hold on. Is T asking me that? No, T. I'm actually very tribal, and so I wouldn't procreate with women outside of black. To be honest.
I'm the same way. I didn't want to.
Now,
agree with
I
you,
like
American
all
man.
women, but I like when it comes down to procreation and all of that, I'm only gonna procreate with a black woman and keep the black with a black woman and keep the black race moving.
Yeah, but still, if even any woman that you are interacted with, your children will always be black. I'm black. My children will always be black, even if I get the Chinese.
But there's.
All right. So the question is why. So question is why. So
why? Because I do believe in race purity, and I'm okay with white people being race pure. I'm okay with Hispanics being race pure. I'm okay with that.
Wow.
I have
I'm
absolutely
okay
no
with
problem
everybody
with
being
that.
what they race, bro.
Yo, that's in line with the KKK. Like, you're about like black purity, like white purity. Like, what you're in line with all that sort of stuff.
Okay. Then I'll be a Klansman. No
Yeah,
problem.
same here then.
No problem.
So I got a mixed race child. You got a problem with that?
They asked me the question one time, right?
Why does it have to be a problem?
They asked me the question one time. They said, when your daughter grows up and she bring you a black dude home, are you gonna get mad about it or pissed off? I said, no. As long as this black dude is educated and not some ghetto ass Tyrone, I don't give a fuck. And another thing, he gotta have his father in his life.
Exactly. So like dudes turning around and go, yo, I'm about purity. There is no such thing
Yeah,
anymore.
I am
You
about
know, I mean,
purity. It's okay. It's
yeah.
okay, Simon, for everyone to be different. Just because you have a mixed race child doesn't mean that I want to slaughter you or your child, Simon. It
I
doesn't
don't.
mean that.
But the
It
point
just
is,
means that
though,
everyone's different, and
right?
that's
Yeah,
okay.
I'm just trying to understand. So it's just like you're saying, like you got this objective, right? So it's just like, okay, cool. But what sense does it make in a
This is
world
why I don't
where
like
that doesn't
black
make
people,
sense?
because they just can't
Yeah, you
understand.
don't like black people because you're not black. Like at the end of the day, like what you're saying don't make
No,
no
I'm
sense.
not black. I'm American.
There you go.
Well, American man, I actually have to side because I understand that you're for race purity, but if you got married and had kids and your son or daughter came home with a white man, I'm scared you tried to tell him or her of your son or daughter that they cannot date that other individual. So
No,
I feel like a strict parent.
you guys are wrong.
You
You guys
wrong.
are
He said
wrong,
for
right?
himself.
Thank you. For
Like, I
myself,
don't know if you
if
guys heard him say that
For
from the
yourself,
beginning.
but for your kids, you're fine even if they date the opposite race.
But he never said his kids, Angel. He said himself, just like I said myself. The same thing. That's why I have a Dominican wife.
Hey, you know,
all right.
Yeah, but that is total delusion. Like at the end of the day, it's like, oh,
Can I tell
it's
you
like
guys a story? Can I tell you
Go
guys a
ahead,
story?
John. You're the host as of right
You know,
now.
I was sitting
Yeah,
on my
go.
front porch one day, and it's one of my Airbnb guests was checking out. He's a Palestinian guy he was going to Ohio State at the time, and he said, "Man, everybody in my family 100% Palestinian. Period. Point blank. We don't mix. Palestinian through and through." And I thought about like, damn, like there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I can actually appreciate it. But I thought about how like, you know, I juxtapose that with how in America where no one talks like that. American man is saying, I'm for purity. Same as the Palestinian man. The Palestinian man doesn't have to say I'm for diversity. Hell no, he ain't for that. Right. And everyone is questioning an American man by, you know, well, what about your daughter? What about you this? No one would dare question that Palestinian man, and he was outspoken about that shit. Right. And it's just interesting. Just a thought that came to my mind, you know.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
That's
Thank you for
actually a
pointing
great
that out,
story.
and thank you for noticing. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry if I
Here's the thing,
understand, but
right?
if
Even Latino for Trump sat up here and said he believes in purism. No one said a word. They just honed in on me. Pay attention.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, American man, but I was just trying to get to the bottom. If you're for purity yourself, then good
My
on
kids are
your
American
end. At the end of the day, American man.
Let me say, I don't think you have to apologize. What I think it goes to is that how much people have been propagandized. You know, like back to when Queen Latifah made the song UNITY. 30 years later, we're singing diversity, right? Like, how the hell those are polar opposites. How do you go from one to the other? Without being propagandized. You have to be propagandized. It's the only way, right?
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, that's a cool statement, man. I mean, the thing is like, you know, Queen Latifah ain't shit, to be fair. Like, she's been a very successful.
But she had black singing UNITY.
Nah, but she ain't shit. Like,
It doesn't matter. Everyone can have a point at some point. She had black screaming UNITY. And 30 years later, they're screaming diversity.
Man.
The hell you go?
You think she for propagated that shit? She had nothing.
John.
It's not about her. It's about people believing in unity.
Yeah,
and
John,
now
you
believing
giving
in diversity. Man, like you just can't go there like without
John,
someone.
you're giving her
guiding
too
you.
much credit though. Like,
I'm not giving her.
you want to?
No,
When do you think? When do you
I
think?
hadn't mentioned, okay, look, if I hadn't mentioned her, if I just said 30 years ago, people were singing UNITY. 30 years later, they're singing diversity. How the hell did they get there?
Yeah, but look at the 70s. Wouldn't you
right?
think the 70s was the breaking point where there was more interracial, sexual
Maybe. I can't really speak
experiences with
on
other
that.
people and stuff? Like that's what I thought. I thought the 70s and the late 60s was that point. So it gets you to thinking like, what made that happen? And to me, I think was this civil rights marches with all these with Martin Luther King and stuff. That's what I think made the whole.
But even after Martin Luther King, she made the Unity song.
But people ain't really checking what's going on. Like, like,
let me
wait a sec. Like, she wasn't even in a position to understand what she was doing when she like bust that track. You get what I'm saying? You know, when she done that, people thought she was heterosexual. Like, people were buying her records, thinking she was heterosexual.
Yep. Tell them what it is, because that's what I always thought she was a straight woman. You know what I'm saying? And then that movie Set It Off came on.
Hold on for a second.
Let me make a comment.
No, I think
Simon, you on something?
No, I think Simon is probably missing something, that she probably was whatever she is now back then. But society made people more or less inhibit those behaviors.
The rainbows is part of diversity too.
Right, you just had to be a little bit more, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's like to inhibit some of your bad behaviors. If you have children, you do it in front of your children. You don't show them all your bad behaviors.
Celebrities get buyback. Celebrities get buyback.
Yo, let me make a comment real quick. Get Crack, if you're listening, this is what I was alluding to earlier. Pay attention. John just pointed it out, right? Nobody questions the Arab man. The problem is, Get Crack, is that everyone thinks they have to bully a black man into folding. And that was the problem why everyone's been crying for a week. Because I did not fold. I rest my case. Get Crack, if you're listening, that's the whole thing. They all want to fold the black man. Sorry, you can't fold me.
Well, I was never trying to fold you, but you seems as though you're trying to fold me. As though you think you know what I'm actually going to say, American man.
Angel, this is bigger than you.
Angel.
This is bigger than you. You're a peon in all of this. This is bigger than you.
Yo, all right, so let me go.
I'm just playing around with you, but American man, you don't read my mind at all. So I just want us to stay cordial from here on out, man.
That was the crying. Get Crack.
Yeah,
a black man's supposed to fold.
This dude is acting like a victim. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what's going on. Angel, chill. You get what I'm saying? You can't look. I'm a black man. You can't turn around and say shit. Because you've been given every fucking opportunity in the fucking world to do anything you want, but yet you want to turn around and go, "Oh, I'm a victim." All right, play that shit. Play that.
Simon, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about, Simon?
You're just babbling.
What are you talking about, Simon? Simon, you understand me? What the fuck are you talking about? Attacking my boy Angel?
What the fuck am I talking about? Look, black.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Black people play victim all fucking day long, bruh. This.
How am I playing the victim, Simon?
I ain't talking about you, but somehow it came into
Simon. Angel is not black.
One at a time, bro. Look, Angel said something, right? So Angel was like, "How am I?" Okay. Why did you say that in the first place? Angel, are you there?
He's there.
Ding, Angel.
Ding, ding.
I'm still here, but it's just now you're not making any sense of what you're saying or trying to say, Simon. Because I'm not trying to play the victim. I'm trying to get a message across. And two, I think you are taking it in the wrong direction, man.
All right. What's your message, bro?
I was just trying to send a message to American Man that seems like he tried to get me to fold of what he thinks I'm about to say a lot of the times, but he doesn't read my mind, does he? Nah.
Who has the squeaky doors and the beer drops? Like we can hear you
Like, I
pouring
still
your beer,
respect American Man,
your
but
squeaky door.
I still respect you, American Man.
Since most people in the United States, it's such a big country, we don't often get a chance to go abroad or don't have the need to desire to go abroad. Can you give us
should go abroad more.
Yeah, I agree with you. But since we're going to live vicariously through you, since you're in London, if we were to come to London, give us like the top thing you would suggest that an American would go see?
Parks. I would say parks. I would say we have like boroughs which are just filled with space where you can just walk around and see some shit and not even think about some shit. America is kind of like wild. Like, so I know like there's certain places.
What would you suggest? Like, name a place that we want to look it up. Like,
all right, Kensington and Chelsea. Let's say
Kensington, Hyde Park. You know, when I first went to London, I went to Speaker's Corner. I've mentioned that before.
Don't go there, bro. Don't go there. For the crazy people. Yo, who's that dude? Hafaz? He does that shit all day long.
Yeah.
Yo, bro.
Yeah,
don't get around crazy people in any like
John,
population.
I've seen many speakers from there, and they all seem to be mostly peaceful to me.
Nah, they don't live in a house. Like,
not anymore.
Most of them,
John,
that's why they're on a pedestal. Like, do you know what I mean? Look, we gotta check this shit. Like, most people that like talk, they don't really have shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't really come from shit. They don't have no background. Like, they just talking because they can.
Is that really a corner for Islamic extremists anymore, from what I've heard?
I don't know what you're talking about Islamic extremists, but I don't know. Like,
that speaker's corner in London.
What he's talking about is, what he's talking about is that it was known. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this. It was known as a place where you could go and exercise free speech. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, of course. But what he's talking about, he's leaning towards something. Okay. And that is really problematic. You can't like do that. Like, I don't know. Like, I get like some people have some sort of preferences, but you can't turn around and just lean towards the right like that, because it's just like that's just not how it works. You know, I mean, you can't look. This happens everywhere in the world, like in terms of like Islamic extremists or any type of fucking extremist. Like, you can't just lean towards that shit just because people want to speak their damn mouth or their feelings. That's wild. Like, you need to step the hell back. Like, that's what I'm talking about with this KKK shit. Like, because that's off. And I don't know who do this. I really don't. But I'm just saying, like, yo, you need to step up. Unless you're part of that faction, step the fuck back.
Are you talking about American Man, Simon? Because he had just dropped off.
No, I don't know. I'm not.
He's a 12 man. He's talking about 12 man who asked them the.
I can't understand what you're saying, bro.
But John, can I go back to can I go back to two quick things, John? I want to go back to. I want to quickly go back to Melo's question. I want to go back to Mella's question. She asked a little bit ago, what was the greatest gift you had ever given to your parents for their birthday? My parents never really asked or wanted anything, so I didn't give them anything growing up. And so don't think of it as a bad thing. They never really wanted anything, so it's them who really didn't wanted anything from any of us, including my brother and sister.
Well, Angel, you can give them.
Angel, I give you
That
credit.
was like the gift to them when I was born, and some people think it's a curse.
No, Angel, you can give your parents that duet song that we just played last night, you and I. That will make them very happy.
As a friend, man.
Angel is a product of his generation. Never taught to respect his parents or make them something in school, even if it's just a drawing. Right? In a cartoon.
Wait. That's the complete opposite. You can't speak about Angel like that. That's the complete opposite. How dare you even fathom that stuff?
How dare I?
Because you sound like you don't even know who you're
he just said he never gave his parents anything.
Because they never asked or wanted anything, 12th man. They never asked or wanted anything because I was their gift to them. My mom loved me as a kid, and so did my dad, even though he was a much worse parent than our mom. But they felt us as human beings were the best gift to them. So that's really what the gift was of us being in their lives.
Just being there, you think? You just being there was a gift. Okay.
Angel, material.
What are you putting up, Joe? What is that?
London is a beautiful city right here. This is
Yeah, you're damn right.
Man, London is a beautiful city, man.
I wouldn't want to live there.
No, man.
Nah, you want to live there. It's solitude. That's where it is.
It's a beautiful city, man.
Man. Most of your celebrities come over here and live here. You don't even know about it. They ain't even about it.
My brother, we can't afford to live in London, man.
I don't know what
the first time I was in London, right? I was lost. I can't remember where I was staying. It looked like hell. I was staying in this area somewhere around in here.
Yeah, man. No, if you ever want to come to London, look, hit me up, man. I'll take you on a whole tour. I've been born and bred. I'll show you everything.
Hell no.
I never forget, man. I was somewhere in London and I was lost. I wasn't even far from where I was staying in a hotel or something. And they had those little Vauxhall cabs. You know what I'm talking about, right? The Vauxhall, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that made by Rolls Royce? I can't remember if they're made by Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they had the Vauxhall cabs, and
they take it. The Chinese have actually taken over that shit. So, yeah.
Anyone know what the Vauxhall cabs look like?
So why would anyone want to live in the UK if the Chinese is taking it over?
Because it's prosperous and you ain't got no damn game in your damn city because the Chinese are taking over that as well. You ain't got no games.
Anyway, so
money.
When I went there, I want to say London was made at that point. It may have been 65-70% white.
Yep.
And I remember, and this was London. I'm not talking about the UK. I'm talking about London. Was still.
I'm a black man in London. I'm telling you, bro.
If I had to pick a place to live in the UK, John, and probably be Scotland.
You bogan, nigga.
Well, back in those days, London was still again majority white, and the trust was still there. And I talk a lot about the lack of trust in America, and probably the same thing goes in London. The same. And I'll never forget, I was lost, and I wasn't far from where I was staying. But as you can see, look at these buildings; they all look kind of the same, right?
Yeah.
Nice
Yo,
big.
where I live, look. I told
This
you,
is
like,
expensive right here.
yeah,
Very
Looks
expensive right
just,
here.
John, it looks just like that in a lot of American places too. Just like that.
I live around white people, bruh. Look, I don't live around black people. You can do what the fuck you want.
Dude, you live in London, man. How many white people are there?
What? Listen, they're courteous, man. They don't play me like that shit. Like I ain't doing no ghetto nonsense. Yeah, I know that.
You live with Pakistani and Indians, man. Come on, stop it, man.
No, I ain't around you guys. Do you know what I mean? Like, yo, there are parts of London and pockets of England where you'll get whole Indians. I ain't messing with you.
Which part of London? I asked you before, which football you support, because I will definitely know which part of London you're from.
Right, I don't mess with your culture, man. I swear to God.
I'd rather live in the woods than any fucking city. You know what I mean? They all suck to me.
I don't mess
all
with
cities suck.
culture. Like I don't. Like I really don't. I'm clean. Like I stay
John,
with
John, wouldn't you rather live in the woods than where you live than anywhere?
One of these days was 12th man. But you see these buildings here, right? We're right here in London, and again, I was in London, and I was kind of turned around. I didn't know where the hell I lived, where the hell I was staying. So I went up to one of those Vauxhall cabs. The Vauxhall cabs. Let me show you what a Vauxhall cab. Master Kim, you ever seen a Vauxhall cab before?
It's not Vauxhall.
Is that the traditional?
Like you got
with the
your
headroom?
accent. It's Vauxhall. It's not Vauxhall.
Nah, like I don't know. I don't know what a box cab is or whatever it is that you said, John.
This is the traditional London cab. You recognize this, right?
There you go. Yep.
I mean, I think this is a Rolls Royce.
They make new like that. Those are newly
You
made.
getting that shit? You're paying off the cuff. Like as soon as you jump in that cab, right? They're clocking it. Like, and it
I'd
takes
be embarrassed to ride in a car like that.
Well, you could be embarrassed as you want, but it takes like about 4 years for anyone to actually drive that shit. Like, you gotta do some extraordinary shit just to drive that shit. So you could be embarrassed as you want. But
You can see the Rolls Royce kind of front to that motherfucker, right? You can kind of see it, right? Can you kind of see that Rolls Royce Bentley type front?
Anytime you come over to London, you jump in a taxi, like as it says on the front, like they're the most safest motherfuckers you could be around. Ain't no fucking Uber driver or like what the fuck's going on right now? Like because you know
they don't allow Uber in London.
You sound lazy, nigga. I don't know if I want to.
Look, I love and respect you, Simon, and like I'm happy to have seen you over here this morning. I know it's nighttime where you're at, man.
It's not morning over here. It's like 11 o'clock.
Yeah, that's why I said it's nighttime where you're at, because I know you're in a different country outside of the U.S.
Yeah.
We're at 8 hours, 6 minutes, 21 people in the audience. Show some love to my co-host, HP2N.
Yeah.
I'm John Galt. And our wonderful
hit the like
Jay, right?
Thank you, John.
Yeah, we see the videos, we see the shorts, and all the views, and we really appreciate it. And I tell you, it's kind of a labor of love. We had the white John Galt in the audience earlier today, and he was talking. Again, I appreciate everyone in the audience.
Your panelist the other day, though, he is going crazy.
What are you talking about?
Name BH or some shit like that. I don't know, man. He just
What's his name?
Wild.
Who are you talking about? What's his name?
BH or some shit like that. I don't know.
HB. He's talking about HB, John.
He's like, yo, He's like, yo, you guys can't be like running like chicks off our planet.
Yeah. You know, that is something. That is
You have
something
to.
that,
Hey,
yeah,
British.
you know, that is something that that's not him, man. Look, I'll take the arrows for that, right? Like, don't blame him. Blame me.
You can't say arrows, John.
Right?
That's
Don't blame him. Blame me. You know what I'm saying? Because women are 50% of the audience, right? And we have our wonderful editor, Portia J. Hit the cash app for Portia J, by the way.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, beautiful pot.
Again, like
baby.
One of the ways and the reasons in the that we're able to do 24 hours is because of Portia J.
Yes.
And so if you guys get on here and engage in too much debauchery, she is an honorable woman, by the way. She don't want to hear all that shit.
Yeah,
you get it. Do you think your woman? Hey, hold on. Do you think your woman want to hear all that bullshit?
No way.
No.
Right.
No.
Right.
No.
So she don't want to hear it either. Right. So that makes sense to you, don't it? Right. And when I put it in those terms, it kind of makes sense. Right.
Yeah.
You wouldn't subject your woman
to that. Absolutely, John.
I love this platform,
right.
John.
So that's one of the reasons why. Again, why I say like don't blame him, blame me. Because that's one of the reasons.
But he got wild, man. He killed the whole thing.
All right, we'll try to straighten that up. But the point still remain. Like women do bring something to all of our lives. Most of you either chasing women or you got one, right? That's right. And most of you,
no, Simon British. So Simon is definitely the Q thing. No, we respect women here, bro.
Right, most of you get up and spend your whole working day supporting that woman or that child, right? And I understand you want to come up here and you want to get your rocks off. Maybe you want to say some things you can't say to your wife or something like that. And understandable, but just be respectful of the women that are up on the panel because we are trying to build something.
Absolutely.
We're trying to
He's patient. He's patient, Portia.
So I don't think there's too much to ask, right? Maybe it wasn't wordy.
And if you can't respect those rules, then jump the fuck off.
Right.
Country.
We try to make the show valuable enough for you, though, that where you'll be willing to, kind of respect the rule, And I hate to say rules, but let's just say decorum, right? Let's just say
That's a good word, John.
Right. So that because again, Master Kim, you here?
Oh yeah, no, yep, absolutely listening.
Master Kim, one of the things that really led me to, and again, it wasn't about women because shit, I don't talk about women that much, but someone like Scott Linton, right? You had him up on the show, Ken Watson. Those guys, they have a brand as much as they have a business. Would you say that's fair?
Well, yes, absolutely, and they would be cautious about what panels that they go on and
right.
want to return to. Absolutely.
Right. And so we're lucky enough to have these type of people, and to provide this kind of information. And we're doing it for free. Like, you don't have to pay to come in here.
At this point.
And so, we want to maintain that and grow that. And so, it's not censoring. It's just, maintaining rules of decorum. I think that's fair.
Yeah, John, and just don't be worried about subscribing to their pay. I mean their live chat and all of that shit because they're gonna put more rules on you if you get monetized. So you don't want to do that. That's just my opinion.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with rules. Rules are good. What do you expect to like? Rules are good sometimes, many times.
Hey, Master Kim,
rules are good.
Over in the UK, and you can't figure out
the other day that you telling us earlier today that the guy told you, the Indian guy saying, Master Kim, that's why you're not. What did he say? Because you don't.
Oh, he said you always going to be broke if you think that there's a difference between if you keep on thinking legal, illegal. basically saying do business, don't worry about the legal, illegal.
Yeah.
Hey,
Go ahead.
John, the reason I called in real quick, and I most certainly didn't want to shift gears, but I just, American
No, it's
Man
fine, Meskin.
and Latinos for Trump, they're making sense. This is what I mean. I wouldn't want to wish this upon my worst enemy to be a half-breed. It's not fair. And when these adults are indulging with other groups and having mixed kids, they don't realize what a conundrum they put that kid in. They're not white. They're not whatever other half culture that they are. They're caught in between, right? Everyone
Master
wants
Kim, it's too late. It's too late, Master Kim. We're already a mixed country.
My God damn.
12 man. I know you want to give it to sister. I know you want to give it to sister.
Master Kim finish, man.
Let him finish. Let Master Kim finish.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the reality of a mixed kid is you never hear the other side of the story. You don't hear about how much they are teased and bullied and all that shit by the black community, kind of by the white community too. When they get older, they become these good-looking people praised by society and all the commercials, but it's a fraud. These kids go through torment. That's why they end up marrying the blackest person they can find or the whitest person they can find. They want nothing to do with being mixed again. And they will continue. Now, not everyone.
You really truly believe that shit?
Okay, so I went to all black schools in Detroit. You should, if someone was mixed, they got absolutely beasted on.
What's that got to do with anything?
So I know that you've got a mixed kid, and because your own indulgences, you hooked up. I guess what I'm trying to say is these kids are going to have a very difficult life, being caught in between two separate cultures.
My kid don't have no difficult life. What are you talking about?
Well, are you your kid? Are you your kid? Are you living your kid's life?
Oh, okay.
It's too late. It's too late.
Can I just rebut? So
what I'm saying, American Man. Yeah,
I got kids, bro. Do you have kids?
Kids. Yeah, yes, I am. I'm half.
So it sounds like you're kind of disappointed.
No. All my kids are white. They've all migrated.
Yeah, but I don't care if your kids are white. I'm asking you, are you disappointed?
No. I'm disappointed at my life and what I had to endure being mixed. I wouldn't want to wish that upon anyone.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Well, I want to bring up something because down south they had breed yards that were specifically made for growing like an ultimate worker or cotton picker or however you want to call it. And it's already way too late to get, like a lot of people have black and a lot of Asians have black. It's too fucking late, man. You're not gonna...
Wait a second. You're talking about cotton picking and it's too late? That spells a lot of shit to me.
No, wait a minute, because we've already been mixed breeding for like 300 years or more, 500 years. So it's too late to get a pure race. Like I got black in me, man.
Okay, no one is talking about a pure race. I'm talking about mixed breed.
You're probably part of that shit, right?
Let's talk about pure breed, pure race. I'm saying if a black
it's not
man
gonna
looks like a
happen.
chubby white girl and have a mixed kid, that kid's going through hell. You never hear about those stories, but anyone that
Why is
says
a
that I'm
kid going through hell? What are you talking about, bro?
Okay,
Unless you
okay,
you're
so
supposed to be
if
the
you go-
father, right?
No.
So unless
If you go back and listen to the stream, all right, I said a kid that's born mixed, half this, half that. I've witnessed a half black kid, half white kid have turmoil, especially in all black communities. They get teased, harassed, everything. Okay? When they get older.
But that's only in America, friend. That's only in America. Mixed kids, they just follow their father.
Yeah, we're all basically. I bet.
I don't know.
Hold on a minute. I bet if you look back at your DNA, and you'll have another race in it There's no doubt in my mind that probably 90% of you.
No one is saying pure, okay? But
it is the mindset. Mindset of the parts, Mr. Master King. When you believe that there are races, whites, blacks, blah blah blah, then definitely that will be a problematic. But when your mindset is only
to be
only one race are human beings.
Hold on, Duale. Here's the thing, like.
I just don't get it, man.
Here's the thing, the other day I was at Drink Lounge and I brought up a woman on the stream and she was Yemeni and Trini.
Yemeni and?
That's an interesting mix, a Yemeni and a Trini.
Trini? What's Trini?
Trinidadian, sorry.
Okay.
And
Middle Eastern and African, yeah. Okay.
Middle Eastern, area, Caribbean, whatever, right? African, whatever. But not even completely African, right? There's a lot of Indian or whatever in Trinidadian people, and that's such a diverse mix that you end up having to choose because the mother and the father didn't stay together, so she ended up being with the mother. So she ended up growing up being partial Trini. But she's not fully Trini. And there is some conflict there, some tension among the fully Trini people. You're in Brooklyn and all these Trinidadian people that look a lot different from her. Yes. She's half Trini, so she don't necessarily identify with him. And she's not like a Muslim woman.
No, that has no. First of all, Mr. Galt or John, a Muslim is not a race, man. It's a religion.
But that's right.
You think?
But I understand. Look. I'm not even talking race. I'm just talking cultural, right? Forget about race. Just the cultural differences between a Trinidadian and a Yemeni man. Like those are two totally different. Now she was spawned out of
two different ethnicities. Yeah, two different ethnicities, two different cultures. But I will understand.
Right? Like, there's carnival in Trinidad. There's no carnival in Yemen. Those people wouldn't allow it.
They do have a carnival. They got to show up, man.
That's incorrect. But you can understand what I'm saying, Duale, when I say that those are two totally distinct, different cultures with very little overlap. Right?
Different cultures.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Cultures are different.
Right? Forget about the race. Forget about the race. I'm talking the culture. And you can understand what the child that comes out of that would be totally conflicted because the parents probably aren't going to be able to stay together because the Yemeni man is going to see the world a whole lot different than the Trinidadian woman. So now the child is going to be with one or the other parent, and she's going to adopt that. Whatever that parent is, be Trinidadian, that's typically what it is. Not all the cases, but typically.
Mr. John Galt, you just do that. Look, my wife is half French and half Somali. Look, she's a half white French and half white Somali. She's a mix. Her father is a Somali, and her mother is a white French woman. But she identifies herself as, of course, as a nation, she's French, but ethnicity, she identifies herself as a Somali because her father is a Somali. Most of us, we follow the father, thing. And my children are also 1/3 white, black, African, French, blah, blah, blah. But I don't raise them like they are mixed children or whatever race that they... I don't believe in race thing.
Black, right? We're not talking about your children. We're talking about your wife. Your wife probably had a very terrible upbringing being a half-C.
No, she's not. She has a stable father, stable mother, and treat her like anyone.
Okay, her
She did
and peers, not her mom. And come on, we're talking about people want to assimilate, people want to belong, and when you're caught into like this Magellan floating Magellan, that you
my
think
father
that because of course you married a. Come on, you ask your wife that. What was her thought? Ask an actual half breed. Hey, how was your? You'll find out much different.
I asked her, and the whites that she grew up told her that she's beautiful, and the blacks that she grew up, she's beautiful. That problem is only in America, Mr. Master King. That really thing. You don't have that's why I just can't believe it.
Yeah,
because,
maybe this is just an American thing. I can't speak for how it would be in Germany. I've never lived in Germany, but I know it is an issue in America. Where the kids are, more or less, they more or less have to choose a side, and they oftentimes don't fit neatly into either side. I think that's fair to say. So,
let me tell you one thing. I've been married to my wife for the last 14 years, and she never ever think white and black. No way. It's totally she only thinks, she got. We don't think that way, here, and that's your problem, guys. And I'm coming to that country with my children with that mindset. Oh my God!
You might not think twice, Duale. But we're getting more and more tribal. You may not even have to deal with it by the time you get here, Duale. You may not even have to deal with it.
No, I will not deal with it, but my children will deal with it when I bring them to that country. Mr. Kim, they will make fun of my children because they are also mixed. Oh, fuck that.
You're obviously black.
Well, you probably would live in
5% black.
You probably would live in Somali neighborhood, right?
I'm coming. No. I definitely like to live in a black neighborhood. I don't know why, but I just love the black American culture. Maybe I was like my Mr. Master Kim can tell me, but my previous life as a Hindus or a Buddhism, maybe I was Tyrone on a Rayleigh. I don't know. I just like the black culture. It's me.
It's a little bit more laissez-faire.
Like the swag, the chicken, the movies. Oh yeah. So if I'm coming to Texas, maybe 2026, 27, and HB and Porsche are going to welcome me there, hopefully. So it's a mix. My children are 75% mix. Even myself, I mix. I'm somehow there is some Arab blood with me, some East Asian with me. We mix people. We are not. We don't believe the pure race thing, man. What the hell?
What do you think about this Palestinian that does?
I told you before that is a specific Arabic culture. Do you know the Arabic? The Arabs. No, that Palestinian guy cannot marry an Egyptian woman, even though she's an Arab. He cannot marry a Syrian woman, even though this is a tribal thing. It has nothing to do with race. It's a tribal. They married their cousins, man. Forget about their.
Yeah.
So that has nothing to do with the race thing, man. When he told you we only deal with our race, he doesn't mean the Arab race or the Palestinian race. He means the family, only the family. So, look, if you go to United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, they all married their close relatives. So that has nothing to do with the culture or the religion anyway. So,
I've been
very close society. I will say it is very, very close society. Yeah.
I've been on this immigration thing for a very long time. I was actually on a stream today, and the guys were that's what prompted me to hop on their panel because they were talking about immigration. and not many people talk about immigration. And again, it's just one of those landlord type interest topics, special interest topics, I guess you could say. So I saw, I've been on this kick that they're going to provide free housing for the migrants. I think not free housing, but they're going to provide them like Section 8 voucher capabilities. And the more and more I think about it, I think about why this Section 8 waiting list has been in almost every city has been pretty much the wait list has been closed for years, decades in some cases. New York was 15 years. DC was at least 10 years. And you really don't have a lot of landlords, let's say like me, John Galt, your urban landlord, that will rent to these people. I've shown you enough that I don't have to explain to you why. But along come the migrants, and the cities want to reopen their Section 8 vouchers. And I've shown you articles. You remember the guy Ebro, the Senegalese guy who was renting to, I'm quoting, his people. And he had them in a cellar living, I think 30 people to the cellar. Was it 30? I can't remember. Then he ended up taking over Bronx Library. And so I said, man, they're going to have to give those people special exemptions or somehow put them in the front of the line for the Section 8 because someone will rent to them. And I just think about over the years, man, over the last year or so, I've had so many people, hey, I have 3 guys need a room. They work for me or whatever. Sometimes I rent them a room, sometimes I don't. But they're willing to live 3 to a room. No American. Two Americans, unless they're homosexuals, two men, straight men aren't even going to rent a room together unless they're just absolutely dirt broke. But here I am rented 3 men that work at a restaurant, and some guys willing to make arrangements to pay for them. So I said, man, the private sector is clearly going to have to solve this problem. But how do you do that? How do you jump these people to the front of the line and things like that? And, clearly some of them will have caught charges before they are eligible for Section 8 or whatever. I'll tell you the Section 8, I think that's going to be the avenue that they are allowed, that they are able to reduce some of the sting, the pressure from the migrants. You got to reduce some of that pressure. And I'm using actually the words that the New York City officials used when they had to remove some of those people from Floyd Ebbett Field. They had so many migrants. I think they said we got to get some of them out there to depressure the system. So here's what is interesting. I just noticed this on the news about how they're going to be housing migrants, some of the qualifications. You might take a look here.
But there is a code of conduct in these locations, and if individuals are in violation of that, then they are dismissed from our care.
So there's going to be a code of conduct, but again, in many of these inner cities, there is no code of conduct for public housing. I remember in DC when there was a woman, her grandson was caught selling drugs. They tried to put her out, and they said no. And they changed their rules. And even if the federal government rules won't allocate money to people who've been convicted of a felon on a Section 8 lease, these cities will pay for it anyway. And so although they're saying there will be codes of conduct, I suspect what they are talking about is to remain in compliance with federal government rules as it relates to crime. They're going to fund these people either way it goes because they're going to justify it being cheaper than keeping them in hotels. Anyway, just a thought and kind of a continuing series as this migrant situation continues to evolve here. Any thoughts about that? Any thoughts about just the migrant situation in general, guys? I think Tough Man is on mute here.
Is the illegal immigrants or the legal ones?
That's one of those things, Duale, where I think that Americans, the government can make anyone legal. They can make anyone illegal. So arguing about illegal versus legal, you're almost playing into the arms of the people who are playing this game with illegal versus legal migration.
Well, as far as I know, the illegal ones are those who are coming just like from Texas, Arizona, whatever that in South border, and just applying for asylum. Well, some of them may be genuine and they need protection, yes. But the legal ones are the ones who are following the paper, how it is, and the law, just like me and my family, yes. So, fuck the illegals, man. They delayed my application, man. There are no Islam here. So, personally, I would say, what the heck, man? The last 3-4 years. Hey, John, if the border was just closed like 3 years ago, I would be right now in America. But because of that, no. So the illegals are really doing bad things to the genuine people who want to come to the country legally.
Well, it's like Master Kim just told you. It's like Master Kim told you. He said, you're going to stay poor a long time following the rules. Is that right, Master Kim? Is that what you said?
Master Kim, are you there?
Anyway.
Hey, guys.
I was actually just
How is everyone? Saying hey to me in the comments. My YouTube isn't connected to my StreamYard, but hey, how's everyone?
What's up,
Well, I was actually just about to remind everyone and introduce you and welcome you on the panel. And also was going to ask John, what's that video that you have showed or have shared that said Denver, no license, no registration, no problem? Are you going to be playing for something for us here in a few minutes?
Yeah, I'm going to play that. One of the things I've been noticing, and I've streamed it from DC, and
fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special Simp Edition, where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
No, I really like it. What do you think?
No,
what do you think about that, Lo?
I want to shout out Universal for making that. He told me.
Lord, come on.
I didn't know that commercial was coming out at all, and I thank him for making that. I was a little surprised. I'm not gonna lie at the tease comment. Everything else was hilarious, amazing. I loved it. Yeah, shout out to let me do a blanket on live. Somebody buy a blanket for me.
Personality, and I congratulate you on the little commercial they made for you.
Oh, thank you, Angel.
No, you should marry that man.
I should marry Universal for making me that commercial. No, that was really sweet, but marrying is a little crazy.
That's your naughty, brother.
I wanted to see your sticker, so
yes.
I think
my God.
I might have one picked out.
Ooh, child. My sticker from Lowe.
I'm not gonna give an explanation on it because it's kind of fucked up.
Come on.
Sticker, so
yeah, go ahead, Amira. Amira is my niece. You just look like my niece, man.
Hey, Lo, before I get to you,
this is your sticker, Duale.
Osama bin Laden. Oh my God.
No, it's a pirate. It's a pirate.
Oh, child, I love it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give the explanation of why I picked that. But what'd you say, John?
I'm gonna get to you in 1 second, Lo, but my memory always fails me, and I know why you're up here, so I know why I want to talk to you. But a thought just came to me, Master Kim. I was going to one of my properties today, and this guy that you've probably seen him on the stream when the Thorpes came to DC, and he's a white guy, slim, skinny white guy. He was in my garage. You actually went by the house. You went by the front of it, but you didn't go by the alley where, I have a garage back there where a guy rents part of the garage. And this guy that used to work for me, he's at the garage, and he lives in one of my properties. So today, I go by one of my properties, do my thing, as I have to do. And so he's talking shit to me, and I realized that he watches the stream. Now, he's been living in my...
How funny.
They used to work for me, Master Kim, And so he's just talking today, but he doesn't work for me anymore, I had to let him go. He run his mouth a little too much in front of the customers. And so I had to let him go, and he wants to get back working for me. And I've talked about him, several times before. Very skilled guy, but he doesn't have anywhere to go. And so he may be listening right now. And so he's listening to me on the stream, and he says, I ought to get on your stream and talk shit about you. I said, well, come right on. Right? Come on, man. I want to hear the story. What do you have to say? And so he comes on, and, he tells me, I'm going to tell the story about this or that. I said, man, that would be good content for the people that talk shit and think you're lying and blah, 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 and things like that. I said, this would almost like legitimize me, give me hood credit, because he wanted to talk about how I mistreated somebody, whatever. And all the while he's living in my house, and I haven't asked him for not one penny, because I know he doesn't have anywhere to live, and I could go and just throw his ass out. I hope he's listening. But I haven't. And in 6 months, I ain't throwing him out, because I appreciate the work that he did for me for the last 3 or 4 years. And so when you lay your head down to sleep tonight, if you're listening, you understand that I could have brought holy hell to you like I would bring to anyone else. But I haven't. It made me think about that when I read that fucking slumlord comment, right? It made me laugh, Master Kim. But Master Kim, people talk all kind of shit. A lot of times too, you handling business. Sometimes the people that talk the most shit are the ones that you're paying. You ever realize that, Master Kim? Are the ones that you give credit to, right?
Absolutely, because they lose perspective, like homies talking shit, but not realizing that he's sleeping in your house, rent free at the moment.
Or you'll be back next week begging for a cigarette till your food stamps come out. But this week you talking shit because you got a little money in your pocket. I just don't think that many people understand, what businessmen have to go through so that we can pay.
I wouldn't even give them a cigarette, John Galt. It's not like it used to be.
Anyway, Lolo, I wanted to talk to you. It really was my fault the last show. I know I didn't give you guys enough information, but this time I'm going to be right on point, and I'm going to make it a little bit more concise. We're just going to do a bathroom this time with American Man if he has time.
Right.
We're going to, because I have a bathroom that's nice, but I only want to lead you in the direction of where I think you'll go. I'll let you get there organically on your own without me.
Okay.
And
so it's still going to be me and Kimmy, though, because I know she did email us and said, what she said, but I wasn't sure.
What did she say? I can't remember. Yeah, I can't read all them fucking emails.
I think she said for the bathroom, that she would, but I wasn't sure for the rest of just like the segments, I guess. But regardless, I'm still in for it. It doesn't matter. Like I like reviewing your Airbnb, so.
And so with this one, hold on, Angel. With this one, Lolo, we're really gonna do more immediately what you suggest. But I was thinking about with the thing that you probably will suggest, maybe we have like some crowd participation. Assuming you suggest it, I think you will. I think you'll highlight.
I always love the crowd participation. That's fine.
And somehow maybe we can, I don't know, maybe we do like some kind of crowd participation award for the select.
Okay, I like that idea actually.
So everyone is like now getting a participation trophy, John?
Not everyone. We talking about one person.
No, I'm just kidding. Because I just was in this world of the liberal leftist extremists. Like everything is like being classified as a participation trophy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So, John, did you watch the video back of us doing it? And like, can I ask like what your favorite piece of advice was, or any piece of advice that you took from our reviews for that Airbnb?
Yeah. I watched bits and pieces of it. Kimmy Cakes talked to me probably more about it than what. Hey, what's up? Oh, hold on 1 second. What's up, Chicago Hustle Master? I was on your stream earlier today.
No, I seen you. I came through the karaoke, but
yeah. Oh, you can't.
I didn't jump into the panel because I was tired because I was driving home.
Next time you have to jump on there. You smoking or driving? Huh? What you smoking?
I go to the car wash, man. Don't bother me, man. Don't bother me.
you know, man. Yeah. I don't follow a lot of rules these days. Everybody else breaking. I figured I follow the ones I choose to follow. Hey, man, how business been going, man?
It's been a little sad this week, but I'm gonna make something happen because I got a challenge going on, so I got to make something happen in 31 days. Yeah, it's been a little slow-mo this week.
I was talking to an Uber driver the other day. I was headed to the airport, LaGuardia, JFK, and he was telling me how he said he did some shit he wasn't supposed to do. Sorry, excuse me. Like he went back to the rider's house.
Oh, you don't do that. Oh,
I know. I think I got this shit recorded, man. And I'm gonna go back and listen to it. It was his thought that Uber told him it was gonna be super. What's it called? This shit when y'all premium paying? What's it called? This shit. You know what I'm talking about? Was a lot of surge, right?
Pricing,
right?
Pricing.
And so he got boom. I got a surge, and then he drops him off and like no surge come through or whatever. Like whatever the process is. So he goes back to their house and like, yo, like, what did you get charged or whatever? Versus like what I got paid. And he like, that shit was against the rules, and I think they confirmed it.
Yeah, you can't ask the passenger how much they get paid. how much they pay. I mean,
hey, Chicago hustler.
Just make your money. You know what I mean?
But I'm saying like, you have to at least think about like, I'm taking this guy to the airport. How much is he paying Uber versus how much?
That's a way that you could, find out without asking the passenger. I mean, a lot of drivers don't know how to do this stuff.
So how do you find out?
I haven't said this on my channel, but I'm gonna say it here. This is the easiest way. You accept the trip. You know they're going to the airport. You know how much you're getting paid for that trip already. So if you want to find out how much the passenger paid, once you get there, before you get in the car, open up the passenger app. Act like you're ordering that same ride to the airport from there. See how much they paid. Simple. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't like that they're paying $100 and you're getting $20 for it, cancel the ride from there. Keep it moving. Grab the next one.
But that's not going to be an exact, with that algorithm. It depends on the person. They could be getting a discount, whatever,
Yeah, because
there's some variability there, right?
It varies. Like, let's just say the other day, I ran into a $30 surge. But I brought that surge all the way from the suburbs, all the way to the city. It was not searching in the city. So that same passenger that I got for $50, because I got a $50 ride on that $30 surge. You know what I'm saying? Did not pay. If it was another driver on the area, they would have paid less. But because I was the driver on that area with a $30 surge, they ended up paying over $100 for that ride. You know what I'm saying? So because I was the driver with the $30 surge, but you know, it depends. You know what I'm saying? How much? I mean, the apps are gonna charge an arm and a leg to the passenger, and we're just gonna get what we accept. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to accept the trip. Like yesterday, they sent me a $30 trip. That was a good paying trip, but it was going to South Parliament City. That's the south side. I'm not going over there at 1 o'clock in the morning. You know what I'm saying? So we don't take those type of trips. You know what I mean? I caught another one that was a $51 trip for 70 miles. I did not take it because it was at 3 o'clock in the morning. By the time I get over there and come back, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm not making no more money.
And let me ask you a question. How did you do during the Democratic convention, man? That should have been good money for you, right?
I made good money. I made $700 that day.
You said you made how much?
I made $700.
Damn.
On that Saturday for the convention. On that Sunday, I made about 5 something. On that Friday, I made about 4 something. You know, yeah, it was good money. You know what I'm saying? Depending on where you was grabbing the rides. You know what I mean?
I think the last time you were on here, you were telling me that someone had messed up your door or something. That shit cost you like shit.
$1,000. It's still messed up. I'm not fixing it. Not yet, because it's not something that I need to put $1,000 into right now. I go open the door and close it. I don't let no passengers open it. Okay, you know, I don't let no passengers open it. I just tell them to go around and go the other side. But I already bought the part. The part came out to $495, and the rest is labor. You know what I'm saying? Guy, everything all together is $1,150, something like that. So all I gotta do is pay him the labor and fix it. I don't got time for that right now. I got time to make money. Like right now, I'm on a 12 cake challenge on 31 days. So I don't got time to go stop at a mechanic for them to fix the door that I go open right now manually. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta keep it shaking. You gotta keep it shaking.
I gotta keep my wheels rolling. I could do that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Next time. And it's not $1,000 that I want to spend. If it was something with the engine, transmission, then I gotta fix it right away. But I could drive passengers around. My car is clean. My car is nice. And the inside, like, you know, it's nothing. It's nothing with the engine. Nothing to fix right now. That's wasting money.
Last time you were on here, I think you had a little snafu with the hood boy. They broke your phone or something.
Hold on. That train didn't let me hear you. Hold on. What you say?
You dressed up today. Do you normally dress up like this when you're driving?
I do this when I'm on a challenge and I want to get tips. So it works for the tips. I mean, I dress like.
You think it serves you better when you're dressed up driving?
Yeah, they respect you more. They treat you differently. People tend to tip you more because you're more like a professional driver to them when you pick them up. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just having a t-shirt or a white beater or shorts.
Them flip flops kill me, bro.
Sometimes these things you gotta work your way into the money. So since I'm on a good earning base right now for 7 days. Today's my 8th day of the challenge. Today I'm trying to make money and I'm trying to make people give me tips. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to force them to give me tips. So today, actually I got to start my live stream. I'm late 4 minutes. I could start it when I'm talking to you guys. Hold on. Let me put this down because I don't smoke.
We're gonna come over and take a look at your live stream. Hey, don't strike me, bro.
I got to start my live because they waiting on me. Hold on.
Don't strike me, bro. We might come over and take a look at you later.
Whatchamacallit? I do this once in a blue, dressed like this, and I get a lot of tips. I get a lot of earnings. You know what I mean?
Have you seen any Venezuelans in Chicago yet?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of Venezuelans out here.
Have y'all had any problems with them?
Not me, but
I mean, have you heard about like the Venezuela? Somebody posted something on Twitter.
Yeah. There's something that happened. And I haven't talked about it, but I'm gonna talk about it a little bit.
Give us a preview of what you're gonna talk about.
Alex, welcome back to the channel, man. Walker, how you doing? I'll be back. I'll be with you guys for a minute. I'm on another live over here. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. You know what I'm saying?
Tell them where you at, by the way.
I'll be right with you guys.
Tell them where you at, by the way.
What happened here was, you know, everybody talk about this old block. You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous and you can't go in there, and you know, you get got, whatever the case may be. That people scared about this old block situation. So what happened was that a group of Venezuelans, gang members from out there, went into old block with little motorcycles, with guns, you know what I'm saying? And nobody did nothing.
Is that true?
They went into 61st. They went into 61st and took over a building, took the people out, and now they're in there. That was a gang members building.
Motorcycles and guns,
So,
did you say?
Hold on to it, man.
That people are here, that Chicago is dangerous and all this and all that. Yeah, the Venezuelans are doing stuff here, but they doing it to the gang members, the people that everybody is scared of. But the gang members are not doing nothing back. They scared. So, you know what I'm saying?
Why do you think they're afraid?
They're afraid because they know that, you know, because the thing is about it, like I always talk about it, right? When you're a gang member, or you're affiliated with anything on the streets, you're respected in your circumference. You're respected in your block and your four corners. You know what I'm saying? Because they know what you're about. Because, you know, in high school, you make a name for yourself. You know what I'm saying? But when somebody else comes in, right, and don't know who you is or who you about, and you don't got your people around you from your block, you're not a gangster. You know what I'm saying? So you fold, and that's what happens now. All the
So you saying they folded to the Venezuela?
Members here in Chicago are not doing nothing to the gang members from Venezuela, and that's what's happening here.
So you're saying they folded to the Venezuelans?
Yeah, they taking over in certain areas, but it's in the bad neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? They showing the bad neighborhoods that they could get in, and you know what I'm saying, and they not doing nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's showing.
Police are not doing anything about it.
You know, we don't need to be scared. You know, because everybody just doing it to themselves. All these gang members are doing it to themselves. They killing each other. They not doing it to people from outside because, you know what I'm saying, they don't step out these circumferences. You know what I mean? Yeah, so that's what I see. That's what I'm seeing. You know, the Venezuelans are doing stuff here, but they doing it to people that did something to me. Remember what happened to me?
Yeah.
A person. I'm just working, making my money. Guys, I'll be with you guys in a minute. I'm on another live stream. I know I'm here. Linda, Randy, how you doing? Dustin, all of you guys, welcome to the channel. I'll be with you guys for a minute. I know I'm supposed to be on my live, but I'm over here. Welcome to the channel. Hit that like
button. Tell them where you at. Tell them where you at, Chicago Hustle Master. Tell them where you are.
I'm in the expressway right now.
No, tell your chat where you are. You shout me out.
I'm if you guys want to check out, I always tell you guys about the guy, you know what I'm saying? My brother from another mother, John Galt. Go check out his channel. You know what I'm saying? Go subscribe over there.
The Urban Landlord, by the way.
That's it. That's in the live. I'm in another live. So if you got, you know, I'll be in this live in a minute. I'm heading to the car wash. I'm gonna end this other live in a minute. But you know, I'm working here. Give me a chance. What is going on? Yeah, I lost my train of thought over here. What I was talking about.
Now you were saying you were talking about what happened to you in Chicago when the guys robbed you.
You know, the Venezuelans here, the gang members that came here into Chicago, they showing the people that try to do harm to me, a working man, and is doing something for their family. It's not outside on the streets looking for trouble. They showing those people that they not about it. They not doing it to people like me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? But they going into the bad neighborhoods and taking over. That's what's happening.
So in other words, they kind of, in some ways, it's good for you in that the police are kind of toothless at this point. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Let me put your Cash App up on the screen. Man.
JP, how you doing,
Money
my
on
brother?
both
How you
streets
doing?
right now.
I'll be with my live in a minute. I'm in another live. I already explained it, but I'll be with you guys in a minute.
Hey,
I'm
all
not
you
letting
people,
you guys, you know, I'm working here.
hey, all you people that when you get to Chicago and you get to the airport, you're too damn scared to get in a car on your own and ride around that ghetto ass neighborhood. You gonna call somebody like him. And he out here doing the Lord's work. He got last time you were gonna come on our stream. What happened to you? Somebody robbed you. They tried to you put that on your stream, right? Somebody tried to rob you.
Yeah,
Right?
I put some of it. I didn't put all of it, but I put
Right. They broke your phone and all that kind of stuff, right? And then you had a driver that messed up your car door. Like people, this is a business challenge, and like, man, I had people steal TVs, all kind of stupid shit, and like it sets you back in business, right?
It set you back. I mean, because I'm not gonna say that, like I came out the next day to work, but
you have to, right? You had to, right?
You're a human being. You know what I'm saying? There's 4 guns in your face.
Yeah.
So it slows you down. I used to work more time, more hours, longer. You know what I'm saying? Now I cut my day shorts. You know what I'm saying? Because certain time of the day I just don't want to be outside. You know what I mean? But yeah, it does set you back. You know what I mean?
Do you think the crime has affected your ability to make a living? Like if there were less crime in Chicago is a big tourism town.
Yeah, but it does not. It does not affect. Not me per se. It might affect somebody else. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think it affects somebody else but not you? You're all
because I'm still gonna come outside and hustle. If a person would have been through what I went through, you know what I'm saying?
You think most people would have quit?
Most people will not come back and do it. Most people will not come.
You think most people would have quit? You think most people would have quit after being robbed the way you were robbed?
Yeah. Definitely, 100%.
Yeah. Master Kim, man, you want to chime in here, Master Kim? You have any questions for Chicago Hustler Master? Because I know you've been robbed at your line of business.
Oh yeah, and I think what Chicago Hustle does is just keep it moving, tighten up those emotions, and don't think about it. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's got a big family to raise, and he don't got time to think about his own personal safety and happiness. That becomes irrelevant. I hate to say it. He keeps it moving, and like he started the stream with us. He's got a deadline of some cheddar. He's got a goal. He's got to hit by the 31st. This man is driven. By him saying that made me sit up in my chair, be like, damn, that's what we all need to set these monthly goals. And look, he's grinding. This is a beautiful thing. But as far as the armed robberies, yeah, he has to wipe that and don't even think about it too much, because you're right. If he thinks about it, they're not going to get in that car again. That's a wrap. But he's smart.
Well, there's the fact that Chicago has always been corrupt, Master Kim. I mean, going back to the G days and the mafia, it's always been a corrupt place.
Master Kim, there is a balancing line, right? Chicago Hustle Master, I think I talked about this with you. And then on one hand, you have to balance your safety, and like your wife, your children are probably concerned about you going back out there in the streets. And you have to be concerned about your safety too, right? You may have a little bit of anxiety about going back out there. But on the one hand, you have to balance your safety and all that, making a living with, you have women and children of some ages, varying ages, I would imagine, that look up to you. And they need you to go back out there. And I would imagine that you don't want to appear afraid or scary. And my dad got robbed, too afraid to go back out there. And I wondered, did that play into like your thinking in any bit? You may not be able to hear me now. He got the train overhead. Chicago, he's on mute. But Mexican, that's one of the things that that I've had to go through. Like a lot of times, people would do stupid stuff, threaten you, stuff like that. But you got to get back out there, man. And there is a balancing line, as I said, between being stupid. Like you went back to the store after it was robbed, and you were unarmed. But then there are people that depend on you at the same time, right? So you kind of have to go. And you have to put that fear aside, And
yeah, John, just like you cleaning up after that homicide in one of your properties, you had to tighten up and just push it forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Same mindset. Now, I would say that Chicago Hustle is different because the situation that happened to him was much more involved. It wasn't like they flashed a pistol one time and that was it. It was much more involved than that. But Chicago Hustle also looks at how many days are in the year, and he got one time. How many years? When's the last time this has happened? So he has to chalk that up too. And I'm not trying to desensitize that Chicago.
No,
Hustle.
but that don't happen every year. So.
Yeah.
I was a while ago in New York, and that was a long time ago.
He's tougher than anyone I know. I mean, that's a fact.
Have you seen, Chicago Hustle Master, have you seen people like drop out of Uber because of something like what happened to you?
Yeah. A lot of people don't come back. 95% of the people won't come back to do it. Due to the fact because their family members will tell them.
That pressure.
And then they got their family members telling them not to come back to it. And then they feel the fear that it will happen again. You know what I'm saying? So they will not come back to it. Because like I said, I came out back the next day. But it's that I'm a human being. All of us are human beings. At some point, sometime, we all got fear. You know what I'm saying? In this life. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how gangster you is. I don't care how big and bold you are. You fear something in life. You know what I'm saying? So 4 guns in your face to come back out at nighttime to drive all over again overnight.
Yeah.
These same neighborhoods that this thing happened to me. You kind of got that little inner fear. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, what happened? Yeah. You're always on the lookout, moving differently, you know what I'm saying? Visualizing different, now you're looking at people coming to your car, even if they passengers, like, hold on, now I can't open my doors. You got to tell me, you know what I'm saying? Like, after that happened, I mean, I'm here, but I put that PIN code on my app. So now you come to my car, you got to give me a PIN code. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah. I don't care about no name. Don't
Let me
come
ask
to
you.
my car. You know what I mean? Now it's a PIN code.
One more question. I know you about to get to your stream. You said that the Venezuelans are more or less making it safer for people like you.
I'm not saying that's making it safer, but it's showing these people that, you know what I'm saying, why you don't get into with people like us instead of messing with people that's just trying to make a living. You could do them dirty, but why when people like us come through, you guys are not coming back at us?
So can you say that a byproduct of the Venezuelan coming in is that
there's the gangs? There's a big gang out there that is making it over here.
And that's what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about these little stupid gangs, Bloods, Crips.
Right.
I'm not talking about these stupid little gangs that I'm talking about people from Venezuela that is used to carrying AKs, rifle guns every day.
But it sounds, but
these are the people that's coming in now. These are the people that's taking over.
But it sounds like though, if
I don't like it, I want something to happen about that, because if they take over, it's not gonna be any different. It's gonna be worse.
Don't they keep the criminals from robbing you?
But then they start doing it.
Then they start, or they'll probably just start extorting.
Yes. So because the thing is that when you're trying to take over an area, you're gonna take over the most strongest person first. And then after that, that's when you go into the little. So once they take over, if that happens, because the police ain't doing shit. And the gangs ain't doing shit, because they would have took all those Venezuelan gang members out of that 61st building.
Why do you think they didn't take them out?
They got AKs and everything up in there. Police don't
the gang members got AKs?
I mean, if they do, they're not doing nothing with it. Because if it was me in my neighborhood, they're not doing that in Little Village.
If I was the FBI.
What about like Beverly? What's that South neighborhood where all the firefighters and police doing? Are they doing it down there?
They doing it in Rockford. They do it in bad neighborhoods. They doing it, and basically, this is what I'm gonna tell you. And I'm, you know, I don't know where the sun is coming from. I think it's from this side.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
But I'm because I gotta get to my live. I got a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you get to your live. Yeah, go ahead.
So a lot of people left. But anyway, I'll be with you guys in a minute. Give me a second.
You'll get them back. You'll get them back.
Yeah, they'll come back.
Let me put your cash app up here. Let me put your cash app up here, by the way.
Be safe out there, Chicago Master.
Go ahead.
The police need to do something about the Venezuelans. Because if more of them take over, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be worse. It's gonna be bad. You know what I'm saying? If we think Chicago's bad, imagine implementing those gang members in here. Because remember, there's no room for other gang members in Chicago. That's why there's no Bloods. That's why there's no Crips here. There's no room for other gang members. There's too many different organizations out here. You know what I'm saying? So imagine implementing one more that is rival with everybody that's over here.
So basically, the cartels are taking over.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That building that they took over, that's a big gang members building from here, from Chicago, from 61st.
Is that a black gang member building, white gang member building?
And what I was trying to say is, this is what I'm gonna try to say. This is what I'm gonna say. And I'm a bluntly person. You know what I'm saying? The Venezuelans are going to black neighborhoods and trying to take over African American neighborhoods. That's what. Because the thing is that this is what happened. This is what happened when they first got here. Right? They killed one kid. One 14-year-old. This happened a while ago when the Venezuelans first came here. They killed him right there in Garfield Park.
That's the hood, right? That's where you were robbed.
Yeah, they don't. Those kids wasn't doing nothing. His mom was selling water on the corner. So they killed that one kid. Police didn't do nothing. And it was African Americans. Right? So what happened was that now the gang members that came, that got through, and they are here, they not going to no other neighborhoods. They going to Garfield Park. They going right here to Martin Luther King. They going to Rogers Park. You know what I'm saying? They going into African American neighborhoods and doing the damage.
That's your thought. And what
that's
makes
my opinion, my thought.
Yeah, I understand.
I think it's because that kid that they killed for no reason. Things happen. These Venezuelans,
you're right.
These Venezuelans know each other from out there. You know what I'm saying? This happened when the Cubans came. Remember when the Cubans came in the 80s? And all the gang members and all the shit came over here. And you know what I'm saying? Now everybody out here was on the fear because all the violent people from Cuba was out here. That's what's happening again, but with the Venezuelans. All the bad ones are coming in now. I'm not saying the good ones. You got a handful of Venezuelans that came here that they want a life. But the ones that got into the crack, the ones that they don't want out there, they let them in.
But why do you think they're going to the black neighborhoods?
I just told you. I believe it's because of that kid. And
What do you
that
mean? They killed him and there were no consequences to them?
there was no consequences.
Hmm. That's very interesting.
Behind that. And the mom was just selling water in the corner.
So why did they kill him?
They mistake them for another gang member. Because you know they got rivals. You guys, you got rivals out here. You know what I'm saying? You got the Spanish kids that got the little wig in the back, cut their hair completely, and they got a little wig in the back. You know what I'm saying? So apparently this kid had one of those haircuts, but he's not from that. He wasn't from that. He's a Venezuelan. He's a Spanish kid that's trying to, cut his hair or whatever. I don't know. I can't really speak, but I believe it was that. I believe it was the little wig. I mean, I call it the little wig, but they call it something. You know what I'm saying? But it's a big gang thing out here that got that thing. I don't want to talk too much because I'm in Chicago and then I get seen. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to deal with the gang situation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I believe that that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? But they went into bad neighborhoods because if I just mentioned to you, they took over the 61st. They went into Old Block. What are these neighborhoods?
Yeah.
They went to Rogers Park. What is this?
But people from the outside, man, they hear about Old Block and Garfield Park. You were robbed there. They think these would be the gangster ass areas where
passive income. How you doing, my brother? Free love.
Why don't they go to little Boys Village or what's that part? Boys Town. Wouldn't it be easier to take over Boys Town?
I don't know. They might get hit with a titty. Did you see the video? Somebody left a fake titty somebody dropped the titty in the back from Boys Town.
But wouldn't it be easier to take over the LGBT neighborhoods than Garfield Park? You know,
I don't know what's going on. I'm not with.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I just don't want them to come to my neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care. Everybody got to live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But don't come to my neighborhood. They already took them out of my neighborhood. They went to the gas station next to stuff out of there.
What do you mean they took them out? Who took them out? The Chicago police took them out?
No, not Chicago police. Park Ridge police.
Who?
Park Ridge police.
Oh, you don't live in the city. Okay, I got you.
No. Park Ridge police took them out of the neighborhood because they were flooding the neighborhood. But they took them out.
Damn.
Yeah, they took them out of the neighborhood. They don't.
Damn.
Because the thing is that everybody got to live, and I'm just like this. I'm bluntly. Everybody got to live, man.
Yeah.
But when you're looking for survival, you're gonna do whatever it takes to make it happen. So if you from another country and you come in here and you're in the streets and you stink and you want to get a hotel,
can I ask you?
You're gonna go upside the head somebody and get that money.
Can I ask you a question, Chicago?
You know,
yeah, make it quick. Make it quick to us, man. What's
because I gotta go to my live.
Remember,
I'll join you guys maybe later.
Go ahead, to us, man.
50 Cent made a bunch of videos about Chicago. Do you think a lot of that stuff is more or less true or no?
I don't know. I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Chicago, there's a lot of stories about Chicago, but that's back in the day stuff, man. That's not now.
Well, let me ask you this before you go. How do you think it all turns out? Do you think that the Venezuelans take over large parts of Chicago? They offer little resistance?
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen? There's gonna be a war in Chicago between the Venezuelans and all the gang members here. That's what's gonna happen. Because they're already having talk about that 61st building. I don't want to talk too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of stuff going on, but we on live and
I understand. You gotta come back and get in the chat.
And I'm in Chicago and I'll be recognized all over the place. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, oh man, I heard you talk about us over here. I'm not talking about nobody. I'm not mentioning no gang members. I'm just saying that, you know, it's not gonna happen. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, he
not gonna happen.
Man, I always appreciate when you join Chicago.
I'll tune in. You know what I'm saying?
I'll probably see you a little later. Hey, next time you have to get on the karaoke. You know that, right?
I'll try,
see you
man.
in
I'm
the
not a
chat,
good singer. All your viewers might leave.
That's what that'll make it. You get more followers that way. Hey man, thank you
Be
very
safe
much.
out there.
You
All right,
guys,
man. You guys have
in
a
it,
blessed one, man. I'll catch you
Chicago
guys out
hustling
next
master,
time.
man. He's out here working
Be
hard.
safe out there.
Yeah, be safe. There you
And
go.
thank you, Chicago Master. That was great.
Yeah, it's always good when he joins, man. Like, he always, people that work like that, transactional type business, they have the best stories,
John, may I ask you a question? I don't know if
What's
you want
up?
to say it online. What's up
Yeah.
with Wicked? When's he gonna come back? He's got excellent content, just
I
like
know.
the gentleman that was just on.
Chicago. Yeah. I think I wasn't really prepared for Wicked, but he doesn't come on very often. I said, let me get him up and at least get some of the questions that I have for him.
Now, remember, you were supposed to reach out to him a few days back.
Wicked? What's that? He was up here the other day, right?
Yep, he was and he put his email in the back chat.
Oh, did he? I hope he
But
did.
I got his email. I'll
Oh,
screenshot
send it
and
to me,
send it.
Mexican. Shit, when after the stream is over, I don't know if I can.
So Wicked is funny because he's down, but he knows both sides of the fence. He understands. I mean, he's legit. Obviously, he's very legit, but he also understands what people do on the other grimy side too. And he gives that insight. Excellent insight.
The thing about what I found interesting about Wicked was that, like, he works in a job where you have to be willing to ratchet up extreme levels of violence every day. And that's very difficult, to get up every day. Football players don't even have to do that. They got to get up for 2-3 hours to be willing to inflict maximum damage on someone.
And face danger every day just trying to work an honest job. John, that's terrible.
Danger is one thing. You could wear a uniform, a shield, and bulletproof vest and all that. But the facing the where you have to inflict damage on someone else, that's very serious. Most people are not willing to do that, are not able to do that. I say, if they had to beat a man with a baton, they wouldn't be able to do it. And to go work in an environment like that where you have to do that.
Well, I'd be able to do it, John. I just don't want to do it.
And that's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't want to do it. And to be willing and able, I mean, I think it really changes you probably for the worse. To get up like that every day, emotionally, to get up like that. It has to do something to you. You ever thought about that?
Well, there's always someone trying to do something to you, John.
Yeah, that's true. But now when you're making a living, he has to go to work under those conditions. That's kind of difficult. It'll be difficult for me.
I don't know if I'd go back to that job, John, if I had to face getting robbed every day. Fuck that
Beat
shit.
up and kill. That's probably even more difficult. Beat up and kill.
You see Nate's text?
Wiki grew up around them gangs. Now he works in the prison system.
Yeah, that's
man.
Common, yeah.
You almost probably have to grow up, in a very rough environment to work in an environment like that. I don't think you could grow up in the suburbs and go into a criminal environment like that. It would just be almost foreign to you. Just the things people do. K.R. Dobby.
Well, I think, John, people join certain jobs like CEOs and other stuff just because they have a narcissist problem and want control over other people.
Yeah, that very well could be part of it. That very well could be
I
part
bet
of it.
that's a small part. I bet people, it's a job. It's a good paying job. And if you live near penitentiary or the county, I would love to work for that. You know what I mean? I'm sure that plays into it too. One thing I did want to mention, I had a buddy, and I'm not trying to dismiss what 12th Man's saying, 12th Man, so I'm sorry. I had a buddy of mine in Michigan, one of my
Don't ever be sorry.
He was a white guy, and he's always done dirt, always just kind of a dirty, grimy guy, but never caught a case. He went to college and everything, and he became a cop and ultimately a detective. And this is my boy. And one day I asked him, because my brother's an attorney, and I asked my boy, his name is Steve, he's a detective. I don't want to say which department he's with, but I asked him, I go, Steve, is it true that cops play dirty and plant weapons and dope on people? And because I'm his boy,
they used to.
Okay, hold on, 12 man.
Yeah.
But because I'm his boy, he gave me a legit answer. He paused for a minute to think how he could answer it. He goes, Mike, what if we know that a guy's a dope dealer, but we can never catch him? You know, some of these guys, they can go years and years, never catch with dope or drugs or anything, but we know he's dirty. And he just left it at that, meaning that the guy that they do plant shit with is dirty from top to bottom, but they can never get him. You know what I mean? Not that that's right by any means, but he was just being real with me that occasionally maybe they do plant some dope or gun or both or one or the other, but the dude is dirty as all heck.
Yeah, no, I can see that. You know, just
not
out of
that I agree with that, you know, but I'm just saying.
Master Kim, hold it down for one second. I gotta get another beer here.
What's up, 12th man? Hey, 12th man. So who runs the dope game up in? Is it a bunch of Asians bringing up from?
Well, I think you really need to watch the 50 Cent multiple series on Stars to watch how it began and how they were mixed up with the mafia and all that shit. 50 Cent tells the whole story, man.
Okay, but
and
like
it's multiple series.
Okay, does 50 Cent got anything with dope coming to Alaska?
No. Well, we got plenty others though. But no, 50 Cent just told the story through other mediators, okay, Master Kim? It's not like he was actually there or anything. But
hey, 12th man, if you don't mind me asking, the dope that comes or the weed or whatever, does it come from Vancouver up to Alaska? Like a bunch of Asians do it? Or
no, we
Mexicans
grow our own here. We grow our own here. We got legalized weed.
All the hard drugs, how does that get there, generally speaking?
I'd like to find out. But I think the people at the top know, they just want it to happen.
I'm just wondering if my homie Shrimp Boy's descendants are bringing stuff up to Alaska.
I don't know who's doing it, but it's probably cartels.
Yeah.
I would 80% bet that it's cartels bringing the fentanyl and all that shit to Alaska, which we are number one in the country for fentanyl deaths per capita, that is.
Now, 12th man, I did notice you were on camera a little bit ago. If I'm not mistaken, and maybe John can step in, you know, if you want to step to the sisters, man, you got to get faded up. Do you know what a fade is by chance, 12th man?
Are you trying to tell me I need a haircut?
No, but a specific haircut. You got to get faded up. Which nowadays
I used to have one.
Does that mean to get punched out these days too, right?
I like my hair. It keeps me warm during the winter.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No, and I'm not trying to insult you at all. I'm just trying to say if you go towards fine black girls, you gotta get that hair away from them ears and get that little tattoo coming up the neck. And I'm kidding.
If I find a black girl that wants me, then I'll discuss it with her, not you, Master Kim.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. But these are activities you would do before it to attract that attention. So, anyways, enough about.
Well, I got 5 dates on this channel. How many you got?
I'm a married man, but hey, I guess I need to read the back chat. Jeez, no, 12th man, I'm actually being silly, and I will not talk about you getting faded up. I'm being silly, so sorry, 12th man.
That's right. I knew you was being facetious.
Yep, that's right.
The women like that woolly look. 12 man, you know, beard, just the unkempt look. 12 man.
I think that one called me a Sasquatch and you banned his ass, I think, or something. Get the fuck out of here.
What's
What's
up,
going on,
Nas?
John?
415.
How you
What's
doing,
up?
man? Man, I just got a call. There's another guy I went to high school with, Russian cat, OG'd last night with dirty fentanyl.
OD, you say?
Yeah, it was a Russian guy. Oh, he dirty coke. He was doing below and it was fucking laced with fentanyl.
Damn,
This is the last 2 years. There's like 12 guys in San Francisco that passed away.
Oh man, I have an OD story. Shit, I don't even know if I want to tell it. Maybe I probably shouldn't.
Is there Venezuelans in San Francisco too?
Say it again.
Is there Venezuelans in San Francisco
There's
also?
not. No, we didn't get hit with Venezuelans. We get hit with more Chinese and a lot of like Russians, so ex-Soviet Union people. It's crazy. Like I see them, like Russians, and I see them. They're like coming illegally. They tell me somehow they get a cartel connect from Russia. They'll call. They meet up in Tijuana. They wait there a couple of weeks, and they get here in San Francisco. Yeah, yeah. So there's like a lot of Chechens, Dagestanis, Azerbaijan. Like, if I had money, I'd bring all my Armenian family. But it's like I can't handle that shit right now. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I saw a man OD directly across the street from the methadone clinic the other day. I'm trying to see if I can find that video. See if I can find it. I mean, he was literally.
I seen a lot of that stuff. I used to be very hardcore in underground party scene in San Francisco, which is run either by Hell's Angels or by Shrimp Boy people. So that party scene, man, there's a lot of people. Like I see, like last few years, I'm telling you, the people ODing or a lot of people took their own lives.
Why would they take their own life?
Man, when you party that hard, when you're on chemicals, you don't sleep for days, man, your brain don't fucking think no more, man.
Yeah.
It's like
that's what
chemicals fuck you
fentanyl
up.
does to you. Yeah, fentanyl will fuck you up, man.
Yeah, but fentanyl they give people for when they do after cancer, man, with chemo and radiation, they give you fentanyl. Right?
But that's medical fentanyl. There's a difference between medical fentanyl and street.
But the difference is like when you start doing medical, you get hooked on it, then you try to buy that shit on the street.
Mm-hmm. That's terrible. Terrible.
You ever done that fentanyl before, Nas?
Fentanyl?
Yeah, at that party. You ever done that shit?
No, I never. I mean, I tried I've started like heroin, opium. I tried oxy, but like I've done a lot of cocaine in my life, but not of that stuff. No. I
don't even touch cocaine anymore because it's probably got fentanyl in it. Like
honestly,
no good cocaine.
Fentanyl is just like I heard about it like 4 or 5 years ago. I was locked up during COVID in Oakland. There's like a bunch of people were there for fentanyl. So yeah.
Are you afraid to do coke now?
I'm done with the hardcore. I'm not afraid of it. But just like, man, when you done so much of it, man, it's like there's no. I'm afraid to do anything from the streets. Like I know people died from Adderall pills because it was laced by fentanyl.
Unless it's state inspected weed, don't do it. Like it's okay to smoke some weed, but make sure it's state certified. You know, I don't even trust weed off the streets anymore.
Yeah, you can't even do weed because even weed. I'm telling you, they gotta sell. There's so much competition, so they lace it with harder stuff, so it'd be stronger.
That's right. Yes, sir.
It's fucking amazing, right? You can't even fucking smoke weed anymore.
You can't, because there's a lot of it's like schizophrenia goes up like soon as they legalize weed in the States, man. Schizophrenia like doubles in the States.
Yeah, but hey guys, don't smoke that wax or anything like that. I heard the higher doses of THC causes psychosis.
Man, I've seen so much of the OD shit. I mean, you can see this woman here, she fucked up. I was streaming the other day on Georgia Avenue in DC, the day I was going to meet Roz's girl. And I streamed, it was a young girl fucked up. I mean, leaning, young girl, under 35. Still had a little body, little something going for herself if she could straighten herself out. But this may have been probably the saddest picture I've ever seen, like the irony of it. And I'll show you this picture. Let me see if I can find it. Can you see that picture there?
Yes.
Yeah. That dude laid the fuck out, right? He drunk. He on that whatever the hell he on. Fentanyl or whatever, right? About a block down is a methadone clinic. But more to the point, what I want to share with you is, look what's right behind him. You guys see that?
Blow it up a little more, John.
I'm not sure if I can blow it up any more than what it is. Let's see.
What's it say? Can you read it?
Let me see if I can read it from ScreenYard. What that says is it's an advertisement for naloxone, Narcan. You see that? It's an advertisement for Narcan. You know what Narcan? Everyone knows what Narcan is, right?
Yeah, we all know what that is.
And right in front of this OD or passed out, drugged out individual is an advertisement for Narcan. Wake his ass. Sad world out here. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. Yeah.
I would cut funding for Narcan and just let them die. I mean, they're weeding out their own, John, by doing that shit.
Homeland don't play.
Yeah, that was an interesting photo I saw. I'm looking for the other one. I saw this guy like maybe 2 weeks ago. I mean, he was damn near dead. And he was directly across the street from is that him? Let me see, is that him? No, that's not him. Anyway, interesting. This whole drug addiction thing is very interesting. Nas, stories from San Francisco Bay Area. I'm sure there's something good out there.
Yeah, San Francisco's a wild place, man. He was always nuts, but right now it's on a different level.
Yeah, I'd never carry Narcan because I want to see them weed each other out. If they did that to themselves, then so be it, man.
You let him die. You let him die 12 minutes.
I'm just saying, John Galt, that, if they did that to themselves, then, no love there.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna carry no Narcan. I got enough shit to worry about, John Galt.
I don't blame you on that, 12 man. I don't blame you on that.
Like, you should have a bug out bag, and I worry more about that than a bunch of dumbass drug addicts.
What do you keep in your bug out bag, 12 man?
Well, a good knife and a couple of days food and tactical flashlight, preferably a lightweight one, a way to light fires in the rain, and stuff like maybe emergency bag.
How do you light a flyer in the rain?
Well, it works.
How do you light a fire in the rain?
Oh yeah, that's always good. But also, a diesel heater works great, which I sell, by the way. I sell diesel heaters for a living.
Where do we buy your diesel heaters from?
Well, I can't tell you my secret.
I mean, if someone wanted to buy a diesel heater from you, you wouldn't sell it to them?
Well, I don't want to give my secret away online.
You don't want to sell it to anyone online?
No, I do it. I just sold one a minute ago.
There could be some people on here who want to buy a diesel heater from you.
Not in Alaska, though, John. I mean, it's pickup. It's pick up only. You know.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Give me the money. You pick it up. See you later. Right. But
Hey, Mexican, you in Atlanta?
Most
Yeah,
of the
South Atlanta.
heaters have been
Yeah.
set.
I'm
Most
looking for
of
tickets.
John, most of the heaters I've been selling to are moose hunters. So, yeah.
What, Nas 15, you think about going to Atlanta? 415, going to Atlanta? Nas, you going to Atlanta? Was that Nas talking about Atlanta? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can
Yeah,
hear
yeah. I was saying that
Yeah,
one of my
we
best
got
friends
you.
moved over there.
Say that
Gonna
one more time. You have what?
How you
Nah.
like Atlanta, Master Ken?
Good, good. Is your boy Armenian or is he
He's
white,
a Ukrainian small hat.
Good, good. Tell him to join me in the machine room. In Georgia,
Yeah.
they got those video machines, those video poker machines.
Yeah. I was telling him about that stuff. Yeah, he knows. He could never understand how Indians control that stuff.
Hey, I'm gonna get my Master B license soon. Hey, you know what?
How much is the gambling license? Is it like alcohol license?
So I shouldn't use the word gambling. That's the wrong word to
Okay.
use. Commercial amusement, right?
Yeah, amusement.
Yep. So when you, John, if I ever get hit by a truck, my step-in Master Kim is Nas. He knows everything about small retail and all the grimy stuff. So he's the step-in if I get sick. So it's called a master license. There's a master license A and a B, and I think the A is when you own the store and they bring the machine to you, right? And then you gotta sell like candy bars and stupid stuff. And then the B license is when you own the machines and all you are is just a vendor. And it's a revenue split, like a 50-50 split. 50% goes to the master license that owns the machine, and 50% goes to the store owner. But the master license, the vendor, he wants to put machines in your store. So there's things he will do to entice you to allow him to put a contract in your store. Stuff like that, which we can talk about offline.
But can you still get this license from the state, or you gotta buy a store with it? Because like alcohol, you can't get it no more.
Okay. Okay, good question. The Master A license, you can get it. If you open up a store, you can get it. But it's the B license, the vendor license, you cannot get it. You have to buy one from someone, and they're going for like $5 million right now, if not more.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yep. But it's the store guy that makes the money too. It used to be just the vendor, but now the store guy too makes money big time. But the store owner's got to work it. You cannot let employees do your job. You know what I mean?
Okay. And it's run by Indians mostly, right?
Well, at the store level, yes, but they're trust me, everyone's trying, especially if you go towards Atlanta, there's a group of North Indians, kind of Pakistani, Kashmir Indians that are Muslim, but they're Aga Khan, kind of like a Hindu Muslim. You ever see them before? Aga Khan. You ever heard of that faith? They're Muslim, but it's a different sect of Muslim called Aga Khan. But they're in North Atlanta, big in the store business. But whenever you see someone, there's like someone from Ghana or a Russian guy or a bunch of people owning a store, oh, they're just in it for the machines, So you'll go in some stores, Nas, and they're just janky and dirty, and you're like, who shops here? No one. Look at their poker machines; they're loaded with people. In Georgia, there's no casinos. There's nothing like that. So we got big agriculture community, and they all gamble, all of them. Not everyone, but you know what I mean.
They gamble under the table like the Chinese do at donut shops.
Yeah. Okay, so they use these amusement machines,
gas
right?
station.
The customers come in. Yeah, that's correct. And they put money in the machines, but when you win, you're supposed to win just like some cigarettes or potato chips or gas. You're not supposed to pay cash, but all of them pay cash. And then the customers come back and put cash in the machine. Not that I agree with that, and that is illegal, but that's what they all do, by the way.
Give me 1 second, y'all.
And these machines are legal in Georgia. We're probably one of the only states that it's legal throughout the whole state because they're also tied into the lottery. So, and you Google Georgia commercial gaming arrest or commercial gaming, you'll see it's huge in Georgia, absolutely huge.
Georgia? I feel like Georgia is such a shitty state. But that's just probably my bias, and like I just hear like common tropes about like I don't know. I've never been there.
Okay, well, I don't know what to say. Someone somewhere said something negative about Georgia. Okay, I don't know what to say. It depends on what type of lifestyle you live, right? And the people that hate really just depends on where they live and what do they do for a living, and if they don't got much crack, and then they probably hate whatever. And don't matter what state you live in.
Hey, you said if they don't got that much crack?
No, I said it depends on what type of lifestyle that they're living, and if they don't got much cracking like going on, right? If they're not
cracking, like
cracking,
cracker.
if they don't got a lot, if they don't have high level employment, they don't own, just like, but they could be anywhere and they think it sucks, right?
Yeah. But I feel like if you had a shit ton of money, you wouldn't be in Georgia. Because it's like you can't even do that much shit with a lot of money in Georgia. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what kind of cool shit can you buy in Georgia? It's like being a multimillionaire. You can buy bitches in Georgia. Like, it's probably like 0 bitches in Georgia you can buy.
Well, Atlanta, dog. Atlanta's like an apex city, like Dallas. I mean,
Wait, how far is Atlanta from Georgia?
Atlanta is in Georgia.
Really?
Atlanta is in Georgia.
Oh shit! I didn't know that. Okay, never mind. I hear a lot about ATL, so there are a lot of chicks.
And Buckhead. So keep in mind, Coca-Cola, FedEx, Delta Airlines, UPS, they all have their federal corporate headquarters is in Atlanta. So yeah, it's off the hook.
There's a lot of money in Atlanta now, right?
Huge.
I feel like I heard a lot of upper class black people are in Atlanta. It's like
absolutely.
I heard Atlanta's like the Wakanda for black people. Heard that from somewhere, probably TikTok.
Yeah, maybe anything. I mean, a lot of positive things are being said about Atlanta. There's no doubt about that. But just like anything, you're going to have an acceleration of business, acceleration of crime. You got acceleration of everything. It's just the natural ebb and flows of growth. You know what I mean? But I will say you get a better value for a home in Georgia than other states. You know what I mean? Up north. What state do you live in, Lasagna?
California.
Okay, yeah. So compared to California, everywhere else is just a better value for
not really because
housing prices.
I mean, I think that because it's cool. California's cool. You know what I mean? Like beaches and shit. Like, would you rather live here or in what's the state or Tennessee? You know what I mean? Tennessee's like the middle. Like, there's no beaches. There's like nobody wants to live in Tennessee. So it's like Yeah, you could probably get more bang for your buck in Tennessee. Like, do you really want to live in Tennessee?
Oh man, your mic is messed up. But I think I got the gist of what you're saying. But go right ahead. Hopefully your mic is better.
All I'm saying is black people that wanted to Chicago.
God damn.
Yeah, his mic is messed up. And let me see if I can update his mic cancellation. That could be what it is. Let's see. Let's try that again. Otherwise, I'm going to cover this article right here that's showing on the screen. I think it more or less falls in line with what I've been telling you guys. Lasagna Killer, are you better now? You sound better, I should say. I think that
really?
worked.
I do sound better?
Yeah, I think you sound better now. That's better. It was the mic cancellation, echo cancellation. Go right ahead.
What was that sounding like? Like robotic or what?
Yeah.
Damn, okay. It's funny you said that. I was playing Fortnite like an hour ago and someone said, one of my friends was saying you sound robotic.
Yeah.
It's
It's the echo cancellation. What type of mic are you using?
I'm not sure of the model. Why? Is it still dog shit?
No, it's good now, but I'm just wondering what kind of mic are you using?
Let me see. Hold on, let me go to my options.
You're not using a mic on your camera.
Logitech G733.
Okay, so all right, so for that type of mic, you need the echo cancellation off. It's like an external mic, or on your computer or something.
Yeah, external.
Okay, gotcha. All right, go right ahead. What are you saying?
Oh, I was just saying that if you're a black dude that's got some bread, you should probably go to ATL because I heard that's where like upper class black people go. Like I was telling Michael, I was Mr. Chinaman. I would like like I heard that's like the Wakanda for black people, like ATL.
What do you think about him? Is Atlanta the Wakanda for black people?
Oh no, I would say Atlanta's been off the hook regardless of the movie or it's a beautiful area. It's a lot of opportunity, especially north of Atlanta. It's off the hook. So, but to say it's a Wakanda, yeah, you'd love it. Come on over here, Lasagna. You sound black. You would love it here.
Thanks. Probably would.
So I take it you're not a fan of I almost said Wakanda. I take it you're not a fan of Atlanta, Lasagna.
I mean, yeah. You said fan of black people or ATL?
ATL.
I don't know. I've never been. I might be a fan. I think black chicks are cute. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
They got pretty big asses, so I mean, I rock
with
that, John.
You like a better? Yeah, you did say that. Yeah. I was gonna say something. I can't remember, so I'll jump into this article here. How about this? I like covering this stuff here. This is right down my alley. This is my bailiwick, as they say right here. I tell you, I was on a guy's stream earlier. He was talking about this, and I've been telling people. I say, this is a country now where force is going to win. You're not willing to exert your force and your will on people, and then someone would just run you right over. What did Chicago hustler master say earlier? He said the Venezuelans went into the black neighborhoods because they were unwilling to stand up.
John, can I ask you a question? What do you think black women think about Venezuelan men? Do you think it's going to be a new wave for like Venezuelan men to like swoop up all the black chicks?
We're unique, bro. We're unique. That not to sound anyways, racist or whatever. And I'm not talking to black people. I'm not talking them down. I'm saying that black men are very unique in that their women don't find them interchangeable. And that's my opinion. And when black women talk about swag and shit like that, like, what they're talking about is just probably like some cultural or some traits that no other group of people can like mimic that. So, and again, I'm not arguing pro con, and I'm just
Wait,
saying.
can we define swag, John? What the hell? I know what swag is, but like, how
Yeah,
the hell do you even?
it's relative, right? Swag is relative, right? But for whatever the black women define swag, which is probably largely overlapping, I don't think that any other group of people would be able to mimic that to satisfy the black woman's desires. Does that make sense?
Do you think every black man is born with swag from birth?
No, but what I'm saying is that the ones that have it naturally, that is what the majority of black women want. And so you can't manufacture it. It's just natural in a way, in my opinion. Right? That's just my opinion. I'm just one man. I don't know anything about, white men or Korean men or anyone else. There may be something unique about them that their women are so drawn to that they can't find it anywhere else.
Is there a YouTube video of an example of swag?
As I say, I can't debate that. I think all this shit is relative, but subjective and stuff like that, because the same black man that doesn't have swag to a black woman, he may have a whole hell of a lot of swag to another, right? But I think there is just something, among black people, black women, that they're looking for in a black man that is
Hey, John?
Yeah.
I also think it's a certain level of game from that culture. So, for example, I'm using Get Crack as just an example, or others. They've had to. I mean, like he scooped black girls because he also knows the culture's got some game. That's very important. So even the non-black guys that scoop sisters, they have to come at it from that game angle and that certain swag angle that is almost like hijack a little bit of, like I said, a teaspoon of African American culture, and then they get it. You know what I mean? Not all, but ones that do get that, it's because they've had exposure to the culture and they know how to kick some game, proper game, that is.
Yeah, that's true, John.
What the hell is proper game?
Well, Master Kim, let me interject here. Philippe, the guy that comes up on the show, he was here yesterday. The Netflix guy is about to be working at Netflix, $750,000 job, right?
Damn.
No, he doesn't have much game with black women. This motherfucker making $750,000. He's always making a lot of money.
Is he black, John?
Yeah, he's black. I've been knowing him half my life. Yeah.
Well, wait, for $350 a year, he can buy bitches. He don't need
$750.
Damn, $750? John, he don't need game.
What I'm saying is that he gotta have swag, though. He gotta have something. You know what I'm saying?
John, I've been more with black women than Armenian, Russian, and white girls combined.
Yeah, it's different. Like they looking for something. I don't know. I can't define it. But again, he's making a lot of money. He does nothing with black women. He can't get her.
Wait, you're telling me he hates black chicks?
No, I didn't say he hates them. I just say he can't.
He can't get them.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, John, let Nas explain that type of proper game to be stepping to black girls that I think exists.
Yeah, you got to be confident. You don't give a shit. It's like you got to be. That's the number one thing. They can smell confidence on you. You can't be fake confident and just coming up. They can smell that, because I know a lot of black dudes that were lawyers and they could only talk to white girls.
So black chicks only need confidence to get at them.
Now, confidence is very important. It's not just swag, but you got to be confident, man. It's like you're not gonna fake confidence, man.
And you can't come off as being soft, whatever that would be.
Yeah, you can't be.
You can't be soft. You have to be assertive, and it doesn't hurt to know how to dance, at least, and know. I mean, it doesn't hurt to understand that culture. I mean, that's vitally important.
Yeah, if you lack some of those areas like dancing or that confidence. Well, you really can't like that, honestly. Like, you can't like that, but maybe you can like the dancing, but you can just, you can compensate for that in other ways. But you gotta have that confidence. It's like key, I think, for all men. But maybe it's skewed a little bit more extreme for like Black women, in my opinion. But anyway, not to get too deep in the manosphere here.
So John, I was talking to this Black chick one time, and then I said if we should go to McDonald's. She got mad. She goes, "You're gonna take me out to McDonald's on our first date?" And I was like, "Yeah, what's the problem with that?" And she was like, she said that's ghetto, and that she wants to go to a steakhouse. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, hey, who wants to go to McDonald's? Sino Rain says Ava killing the game. I saw Ava's stream today. The other day, today I think that she was doing very good numbers. You have to give her very good. You have to give her kudos for that. I saw her. I think she was discussing.
Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Jennifer Nichols.
And
I'm Kyle Clark. The landlord
called
an out-of-state slumlord by Aurora's mayor.
Let's go and get into this. It started playing in my ear.
Where a Venezuelan gang has been active. This development was first reported by our partners, the Denver Gazette.
Talking
about the Aspen Grove.
Pause it because someone just joined the stream here. Let's see. We got Medium E. What's up, Medium E? What's going on?
What up, John? How you doing, man?
Oh, one day at a time, man. One day at a time.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump on real quick because I saw y'all was talking about swag and stuff like that, and I saw.
Okay.
I mean, if you have some young kids around you, they're using a word called Ritz. I think it's RIZZ now.
Yeah.
Riz. I'm sorry, Riz. Right?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. It's what swag is, and I think somebody on your panel was just asking about that. What is that? And it's different from each culture, right? So I went to HBCU. We had people with swag, and then I have some friends that went to PWI.
But what do you mean by swag? What does swag look like?
Swag is like how you carry yourself, how you dress, how you talk to women, or men, or whatever the case be. It's just like how you communicate and you get their interest, right? So I went to my friend. He went to the University of Alabama, and when I went and saw how they interact with the population was mainly, white girls, it was different. It was totally different. So you go from an HBCU and try to talk to some of them white girls, they don't vibe, they don't jive with that. I'm wearing Jordans and tall tees and long shirts and big jeans, and my friends is wearing cargo shorts with flip-flops. And it was just like a different ballpark. It's like, dang, this is a different culture exchange. So, I mean, it is different for different cultures. And I think the Black culture is unique to where, people like it until they don't like it anymore. And then they go into the other widely more accepted swag or, Riz type deal. So I just want to add that in just from my knowledge of being around women and
great.
stuff like
That's
that.
excellent insight.
Yeah, man.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys think that Black chicks are more generous with their money, or do you think they're more stingy with their money?
Generous by far.
You said are Black chicks more generous?
Yeah, with their money.
Ooh. Dang, that's a good question.
I say yes. If they care about you, they really do anything for you.
That's true. That's true too. That's true. I mean, I don't have a lot of experience with dating outside my race. I'm Black, as you can see. But
I know a lot of Black girls that were putting money on the books of their guys for like 10 years, man. White girls not doing that.
Hey, now it's 415. Were you working in prisons or something?
No, I did a year in the county.
But what do you do for a living now?
What's up?
What do you do for a living now?
Now I just got my record clean, man. I'm just getting back into it. I used to do QA, test the software. Then I was like, I don't know. I'm just working here and there. But I just got my record clean like a few months ago.
When you say working here and there, but what do you make how do you make your money? Doing what?
I was working doing transportation, catering and a bunch of stuff, like, you know, small
Mm.
jobs.
Gotcha.
Yeah, now it's all legal business, man. I'm not going back in.
What did you go to jail for, by the way?
I mean, I told you I was partying hard, man. You have a lot of drugs on you and stuff.
And they put you in jail for
A
drugs?
lot of powder, man. A lot of powder.
How much powder did you have? Did you go to jail for?
What's that?
How much powder did they get?
Well, I had like what I had 2 8-balls on me, but it was like I was in a fight, man. I smashed the guy's nose. It was pretty bad. It was like that was combination. Yeah, but and I had that shit in my pocket.
And you went to prison, or you just?
I was in a county. I was in like in Oakland for like 2 years. For 11 months. I was there for COVID.
What was it like in Oakland? What was it like in Oakland jail during COVID? You had to wear the mask the whole time?
Yeah, we wore a mask for everything. And then they let go. It was like there was like 120 people in each module, but like during COVID, they let like I think 60 people go. So everybody had their own cells during COVID, and then they give us a lot of breaks. Like it's pretty weird.
It wasn't bad being in jail during COVID, then, huh?
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Yeah, it wasn't bad.
So you had to wear the mask 24/7.
Not in the thing, but like when you go, like to when you meet up with people, like but not in the cell. You don't have to, but like when you go out, you have to wear.
So anytime you're out of the cell, you had to wear the mask.
Yeah, they made you wear a mask. Yeah.
Did you have to get vaccinated while you were in jail?
No.
They didn't force you to do it.
They didn't force. You know what? I was like when vaccine came out. As soon as like I was coming out, and I came out like in August 20th, 2020, and vaccine was still just coming out right then.
Okay, that makes sense. I was about to say because it seemed like you was in Cali, like they would make you take.
They made like, man, I'm telling you, I couldn't. You couldn't apply for no job. You couldn't do anything without a vaccine.
I'm saying, like, when you're in jail, did you get out just in time, or they would have forced you to take the vaccine?
I think they might have forced me if I stayed there for another 6 months. Yeah.
Crazy.
Would you take it or would you?
No, I don't take it. I had to. You know what? I come out. I had to take it because a few of my relatives were battling cancer.
Already?
No, I had to, like, as soon as I came out, because my close relatives battling cancer, and they were like, "Please do it. You know, we can't have it." And I was like, "Man, I knew that shit was poison all the way."
So they begged you to do it, and you did it anyway.
Yeah, I just did it for them, man. I couldn't take that shit. I knew it was all fake. Even watching CNN in jail, I knew that shit was fake.
Yeah, I relate to him on that, bro, because I did the same thing, John. I'm gonna be honest.
You did? God damn, boy. Well, I wish I could have talked to more of you guys.
Even I knew that shit was bullshit, but I did it for like my, I let my family down for going in. They were already pissed off for me. So
yeah, I feel bad for you guys for that.
Yeah,
no, I feel bad for you guys. Like a lot of people felt like they were forced to do it. That's very unfortunate.
John, I took both of them, and I actually feel stronger because of it.
Yeah, okay.
Not gonna lie, I kind of have a conspiracy. They're making people take it because they know there's people need to get stronger. So like, I don't know. I think it increases like your power level a little bit. Not gonna even lie.
But I mean, I thought I seen. Did you see when they were talking to Fauci in that court proceeding? And he was talking. They were talking to him about like all the stuff that he was suggesting, and it was like no science behind it.
Well, I don't care about science. I care about how I feel. I feel good. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get that, but it was just you know what I'm saying. He was talking about the mask and stuff like that. When the mask came out, they were saying you need to have a special mask. It was really really profound stuff I saw on there. But yeah, I got you. You feel better. I know a lot of people that feel getting the booster shots 2 or 3 times feel that way too. So I got you.
John, I was locked up with a lot of Oakland pimps. Man, they're fucking. No, they were fighting cases like they were facing up to 20 years, man. It's pretty insane. They changed it from pimping and pandering to human trafficking now. So it's pretty insane. And most of the idiots got caught up because they were online telling people that they were pimps.
Lawrence said he took it twice. He got really sick. Never would take it again. I do not feel stronger either. Okay, well,
I didn't get stronger, man. I got COVID 3 times after I got the vaccine.
Well, John, you know what they say, right? You gotta get weak before you can get strong. It's like when you beat, it's like those dudes that kick trees and shit. It's gonna hurt and then it's gonna callous over. The same thing. It's like no pain, no gain.
Folks, we have a true believer here. A true believer.
No, I was just gonna ask you a question about these pimps. Like, you were in the pen with a lot of them. Did you learn any game from them, or did you pick up any nuggets about women?
Nas, maybe you muted, but we're gonna play this video here. Again, like, it's gonna come down to strength. Are you willing and able to exert your will upon people? If not, then well, hey, if you can't defend it, you don't own it. Let me see who's joining here. Tough, man. All right. Let me play this video. Someone's about to train tracks, apparently. All right.
And I'm Jennifer Meckles.
And I'm Kyle Clark. The landlord, called an out-of-state slumlord by Aurora's mayor, has now agreed to give up control of one of the apartment complexes where a Venezuelan gang has been active. This development was first reported by our partners.
I predicted this, by the way.
The Denver Gazette. We're talking about the Aspen Grove property, which was shut down by the city last month. According to documents the Gazette obtained under Colorado's open records law, the city of Aurora has agreed to drop dozens of charges against the owner, Zev Baumgartner, for failing to maintain that property at 1568 Nome Street. In exchange, Baumgartner has agreed to waive his right to a speedy trial, and Nome Partners LLC has agreed to sell or lease that property.
Give it up. Give it up. In exchange for the government not cracking the hammer on your ass, give it up. That's what the landlord just agreed to. He said, look, man, hey, in exchange for dropping all these fines and punishments against me, I'll give up my ownership in this building where you allow the problems to fester by letting the damn criminal gang take over. Give it up. Look at all these cars double parked and shit. Look at this shit. Trash. The landlord didn't throw that shit down. No, he didn't do that. Look at all this shit hanging on the balconies. Look at all this shit.
But this ain't the same one where they ran in there with the rifles and guns and stuff, is it?
This is one of three.
One of three? Oh, okay.
There's 3 buildings in Colorado that this company CBZ Management out of Brooklyn. Let me look up their website, CBZ Management, so I ain't bullshitting you. CBZ Management. Let's see what they got on their website. There they are. Slumlord motherfuckers, I guess. You got people in the audience probably saying, these slumlords. Slumlords. I know they look at their website. They don't even have...
Wait a minute, John. Are you saying they're gonna charge you with being a slumlord like these immigrant motherfuckers?
That's what they did to these people, right? So you take that for what it's worth. Here at CBZ Management, we strive to provide people across where? What? No way. No way. What? Colorado. Is that where
Just don't let them on your land. Like, I would never rent to any of those times.
Is that where I'm showing you where they just gave up ownership? Gave it up. Said, we'll give it up. You can have it. We agree to sell in a fire sale. Master Kim, he's gone, but imagine when these people put this building on the market and everyone knows that they must sell it, the price is going to be low, low, low. It's the way it goes, right? And here these people are. We help our tenants, all of our tenants, find and secure their next apartments in their preferred locations and then enjoy them well into their future. That's what they have on their website. Our services, rental collection, repairs and maintenance. Well, slumlord, people call them. Let's see what the Colorado availability is. There's probably some of the apartments that they've gotten taken over.
But they don't have no respect for the property they're renting, John.
Oh, they have.
That's the problem.
Look how nice these apartments are. Look at that. Why would they do all of this just to let it be taken over by gangsters?
Drugs, human trafficking, all the deplorable things.
This is the one that was taken over by the gangsters right here, Aspen Grove. Right? Aspen Grove. Let's take a look at Aspen Grove. Man, that's fucking nice. That's nicer than some of the kitchens I have in my place. Stainless steel. Got the pull down faucet. Nice. A quartz or granite type countertop.
Is that a suntan machine on the way? Right there, John.
No, I don't think. It's nice. It's decent. Working class housing, as they say. That's fucking nice.
Working class, my ass.
That's nice right there. Come on now. That's nice. The migrants are going to really be living very well right there. Look at that. It's nice, That's, not bad. An outdoor space. A small kitchen. Nice. Nome Street. That's it right there. Nome Street. You see it? Nome Street. That's the one that the migrants took over. Nome Street.
Migrants aren't taking over Nome Street.
See if I can copy that address and see if I can go there at some point.
I think we have them in Anchorage too. Galt.
Hey, Medium E, did you hear what the Chicago Hustler Master said about the migrants in Chicago? Medium E may have stepped off. Lasagna Killer, did you hear what a Chicago Uber driver said about the migrants, the Venezuelan migrants in particular, said in Chicago?
Yeah, he said he wanted to kill them all.
I don't know if he said that. I didn't hear him say that. So I'm not going to say he said that. You mind
let God sort them out.
I'm going to drink a little Four Roses. Do you mind? You guys mind? Look, we're at 10 hours.
I don't mind, John. Yo, John, I was going to ask you a question. Okay, would you rather, if you had two options, cheers. If you had two options, would you rather Venezuelan immigrants or what is that? Where's that word? I just had it on top of my tongue. Or would you rather have reparations for black people? Yeah, you can only choose one. Which one would you rather have?
Venezuelan immigrants, by the way.
Damn, John.
I've said long ago, like, man, I've talked to my friends about this. Like, I wouldn't take reparations, honestly. I wouldn't do that.
You rather take Venezuelan immigrants over reparations? Holy.
I mean, you present me with the dire choice, but of those two, yeah, okay, fair enough. Give me the immigrant. Right.
So, John, you'd rather have Venezuelan immigrants than reparations, just to confer.
Yeah. Give me the immigrants over the reparations. Yeah. I know a lot of people aren't going to agree with that, but that's just my point of view.
Think nobody agrees with you on that.
I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised.
It's because, John, you're the only person that wants to be rich. I mean, I feel like, no offense, but finding a rich black guy, it's like finding like I don't know, what's something difficult to find?
A needle in a haystack or something.
Yeah, like a rare Pokemon or something.
Someone says, well, why, John? Why wouldn't you want, that's a very easy question for me to answer. I always say this. Would you be willing to put your name on a public list as having taken reparations, like the PPP list?
Hell
I
yeah.
didn't take PPP.
Put me on all the lists. Give me all the money. I don't give two shits.
Man, I ain't saying anything wrong with it. You do what you got to do. You do, whatever makes you feel good, right? I don't want anything from anyone other than what I can earn from them, honestly. And I think it would be bad for the country to just give someone arbitrarily something by taking from other people.
There's a good point to that, John, because a lot of these people would just give it to the drug dealers and then make the cartel even more powerful.
Chris Reed says, well, John, when you be out of work and out of house room and nothing coming in because of what you said, you be bragging for recreation. I'm not sure.
He meant reparations.
Well, Mr. John, when you be out of work and out of house rental and nothing coming in, bro, I'm a software developer. Shit, I developed some of the biggest, some of the websites you probably, some of the people, I guarantee you, there are people in this website right on this cat right now that have been to some of the websites that I've developed. I cut this motherfucking stream out right now and go right back to doing that. That shit always gonna be in demand, I think. I feel like it will be. I think it will be. Software developers always.
Can you develop
John,
software?
I'm sorry,
John, is that the type of apartment you want to own, John? The one in the picture?
Someone, no. You know, that's a big management company. I'm just a small guy. These people own a lot of apartment buildings, so they're a little bit ahead of me. That would be out over my skis. I've owned a small apartment building, but nothing as big as that. So, Clue Channel, I don't need government money. Yeah, I agree with you. It always comes with strings attached to it. Someone says, Lindy Lou, are you drunk, 12 man? 12 man, you drunk?
Are you drunk?
No, they asking, are you drunk? I've had a 6-pack of beer, but it's just Miller Lite, man. It's very light, very light.
You're drinking that pea water then, right, John?
Low in calories, 12 man, low in calories.
Low in calories.
Again, Chris Reed, like, I'm a software developer, bro. People always calling me about jobs and stuff like that. Again, I shut this stream down right now. And I have plenty to do. Hell, I got something to do right now. I'm just here hanging out with you guys. Matter of fact, we're at 10 hours, 19 minutes. And as Chris Reed says, all of this shit that I could be broke, in reality, I'm hanging out with you guys, and I probably should be.
Thanks for that, John. You're a great American.
Chris Reed, like, there's no vanity to me, bro. You know what I do? Like, I've shown you pictures. I clean shit and piss after people. There's nothing vain about me, bro. I do things that you would not do. I guarantee you. You go back and look at some of my streams, you see the dreadlocks I pull out of drains, and I've talked about the murder scenes. I even went to the apartment building in the murder scene where I cleaned up.
Blood.
It's always going to be a place for people like me, Chris Reed. I really believe that.
Did you report it to the police? That's one of the things.
No, I didn't report it, but it was reported by the time I got there because they had to get the dead body off the site, right? So, you know what, Chris Reed?
What ethnicity were they, John? The people?
Oh, they were black. They were black. Yeah. Again, I can't find the stream. So what I'm going to do is next time we're streaming live, I'm going to go back to the apartment building on my scooter again, just like last time. And I'm going to show you it again so that Portia can, and touch the
You
stream.
have to be careful with those scooters, Don. A lot of people eat shit on those.
What?
John, we've been missing HP today. Where's HP?
Oh man, he was on a little early. He's probably just getting a little rest. By the way, you guys, we're 10 hours, 21 minutes. This is probably a second stream for the day, and we try to do hard to stream 24 hours every day to give you guys some content. So wherever you are, whenever you want to chime in, tune in. There's something for you to see online here live on the Urban Landlord. I'm John Galt, my co-host HB, and our wonderful editor Portia J. Make sure you show all of us some love here, because again, this is a labor of love. But people like this show, know that they're appreciated for what they're doing here. We see we have 26 people in the chat. And we've been putting out videos after videos of my travels to New York, and of course HB traveling all over the Midwest. And we want to put out more and more. I had some ideas. I was talking to a friend of mine today about the studio that I have, one of my properties that I want to build out. Someone says my speech is auto chopped. Oh, is my mic messing up here? I do have a lot.
No, you sound good.
Oh, okay, all right. You know what? Let's go back to this Venezuelan article here. I think this would be interesting, and we're right at the point we can skip. Let me play this now. You can see my tab. Let's see. You can. Perfect. All right, let's play this.
Kyle Clark, the landlord called an out-of-state slumlord by Aurora's mayor, has now agreed to give up control of one of the apartment complexes where a Venezuelan gang has been active. This development was first reported by our partners at the Denver Gazette. We're talking about the Aspen Grove property, which was shut down by the city last month. According to documents, the Gazette
We just showed you the Aspen Grove, right? We just looked at it, right?
obtained under Colorado's open records law, the city of Aurora has agreed to drop dozens of charges against the owner, Zev Baumgartner, for failing to maintain that property at 1568 Nome Street. In exchange, Baumgartner has agreed to waive his right to a speedy trial, and Nome Partners LLC has agreed to sell or lease that property and pay up to $60,000 for the cost to clean up and secure the complex. The Gazette reports the agreement said that the apartment's owners may then re-tenant the building, move people back in as long as it's up to code. The landlord blamed the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua for taking over the property. The city insisted it was actually years of neglect from the landlord.
Years of neglect from the landlord, as opposed to the gang. But the biggest point I want you to notice is that they use the propaganda-like term slumlord. What the hell is a slumlord? Do you think those people bought that building, made it look nice, as you saw in those pictures that we showed you, to have it taken over by a damn gang? Records show that they were calling the police, the city government. Hey, help me out here. Fucking gang is taking over my building. The police don't want to do anything. And yet, here in the news, they call these people slumlords. It's truly amazing. I've been called that shit all my life.
That's very sad. That's very sad, John.
Like, all my life. And again, I've cleaned up murder scenes. I ain't killing anybody. I went there and cleaned that shit up so that other people could have a safe place to live. And I just listen to how they call these people slumlords, where when they got in business over there in Colorado, they had no intention of being taken over by some Venezuelan gangs. But yet here they are, and now the government and everyone takes the side of the gangs and tell these people that they need to give up their property or pay big fines to the government who didn't do anything, who they paid taxes to, for years. Think about how many taxes these people likely paid to the Aurora County government.
I would, John, I would do a joint task force between ICE, the ATF, and the FBI, and maybe even the CIA, just to go take them out and deport all their asses.
I see your clue channel. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about the news clip there. But one of the things I noticed is that they enlisted a really democratic law firm, the management company. And the more and more I think about it, it's like, damn, this democratic law firm that they hired is more likely to be willing to advance the narrative. Hell, they set up Michael Flynn, if you remember Michael Flynn, the same damn law firm. And they're more likely to go along with the agenda of the Democrats than he would be their client, just like Michael Flynn. And it's very difficult to tell who's telling the truth here. John thinks about money, weed, property. No, I don't, man. Bob, I think about, Bob, yesterday, let me put the link in the chat. I need to get Bob up here because I didn't get the chance to finish my conversation with Bob yesterday and my man Philippe. And I didn't get an email from either. Well, I didn't get an email from Bob. And I was hoping to get an email from Bob. But Bob, what I think about more so than anything, you very rarely hear me talk about money. I don't talk about that shit. But I do like to talk about building things and things like that. And when you were in the chat yesterday, I thought about Bob would be a good person to team up with my buddy Philippe. They're both Morehouse guys and similar disposition and things like that. So, and there's nothing in it for me, right? I'm stepping aside, letting you two guys talk. So that's kind of my disposition, Bob. Not money. Now, weed, you're probably right about the weed. I got to have the weed and a little beer. I'm out of beer, by the way. I'm going to have to get out of here. Guys. I don't have any beer, and I do have things to do otherwise.
Wait, John, don't you think that's a common trope, especially for black men?
What's that?
Weed and Miller Lite.
Black men drink Miller Lite? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I drink this shit because it's cheap.
Damn.
You put me onto something. No, I drink it because it's cheap.
As long as you know it's not real beer, John.
I have what do they call that? Like a hand to mouth. When I'm otherwise, bro, I couldn't sit here with you this long if I wasn't occupied. To be honest with you, I can't even watch the TV. I don't know.
Very interesting individuals.
I'm like high energy, as they say. Like I just can't sit still without moving my hands or something like that. So,
ADHD, bro.
Yeah. Portia, I can run it to 12 hours. It's fine. To 11:55. That's an hour. You guys, you see Portia is in the chat. She's everywhere. You guys show some love to Portia, our editor. We see the views.
Portia is the best moderator ever. I see her everywhere.
I don't even have to prod 12th man to shout out Portia. Everyone shouts out Portia. So you guys show some love to Portia in the Cash App. Last night, I saw the people in the karaoke. I was on the karaoke for a while myself. We couldn't have had that done without Portia. So you show some love to Portia there.
John, when are we gonna play the organ game again?
Oh, yeah, Portia's in the chat. She may be able to answer that question. I gotta go clean up a couple of rooms. That's what I gotta do.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you have a mate for that, John?
Oh man, I spent so much time here with you guys. I figured I should do some work You know, I even take my bike sometimes. I don't even cut the battery on. I just ride it without the battery just for exercise, you know.
That's nice.
Only when I go up the hills do I cut the battery on, you know. Anyway,
yeah, I don't blame you. We're getting old, John.
You gotta keep exercising, you gotta keep working, man. You know, gotta keep working. No, I have some interesting ideas that I think we want to try out on this show. Of course, we got the ideas about the fantasy football. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. I'm looking at the chat. And I really, really want to do this Shark Tank version of the show. Lasagna Killer, what do you think about that? You're a young man. What do you think about that? I know you don't have much. Yeah, a Shark. Someone said Galt Tank version of on the show here. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's cool, but wouldn't you have to have guys with ideas or people with ideas?
Well, we're gonna have people that are coming to the show with their ideas, and have someone like Master Kim.
Wait, is there actually cash prizes? Because I can't come up with an idea. Or is there?
Well, the cash prizes could be you may collaborate with someone. You may pitch your idea, and someone in this show may collaborate. May say, "Hey, man, but John, I'm sorry, Lasagna Killer. I'm reading a couple of comments." Chris Reed says, "But Mr. John, remember they support themselves now. You and thank you and Mrs. Porch for letting me be here." I don't know what he's talking about. The Clue Channel, pedaling an e-bike without power is nasty work. Bro, let me tell you, I thought that was going to be the same thing. I have a cargo bike, and this motherfucker is like, I hauled an air conditioner on that damn thing the other day. It's a $3,000 bike, give or take. And it's light, man. Whatever the material, carbon or whatever, fibers, whatever the hell they mean out of. Yeah, it's light, man. I can just pick it up very easily. What else we got? The Porsche Apprentice. I like that. Man, how much do you spend per week on marijuana? Why don't you hit the catch up, man? You always ask me about how much money this or that, telling me. Why don't you, bro? What's your name?
John, just tell him none of your damn business.
You know what? Send that cash out. Buy me a quarter ounce of weed. Hey, do something. You hear a lot. I really appreciate you. Monk. You're a monk, right? Bro, like, man, listen. What could I say to this?
Just tell them none of your damn business.
John, I would smoke weed, but I can't because they drug test me at my job, so I can't do it.
Yeah.
That sucks for you.
White Galt, I got a car. I've been on stream in my car, right? It's 15 years old, but I do have a car. Anything else, White John Galt? What? Anyone seen me in my car before?
No. I think I did one time, but I think he was in an Uber or something, John.
Yeah, I usually ride around on Ubers, man, but I do have a car.
What is it, Cadillac, Pontiac?
Drop a Volvo,
Volvos are really good cars. I like Volvos.
That's all I drive right nowadays. Right now, Volvo and nothing, right?
I like Beamers.
Nah, I like Volvos, man. Let me tell you, this crazy story. I got a story for days. I like John Tavy. I like John White Galt, man. I wish he would come up on the panel, man. I love people that challenge me, bro. Like,
why does he call you John Tavius?
I don't know, but I like
government name.
I wish he would come up on. And look at that portraits and she remember me in my car. Yeah, I've been in my car. My car was on this stream when Ben Thorpe came on. And I like White John Galt. I like people like that help and challenge me and shit like that.
John, was he in the Benzo or no?
Oh, yeah, he was in the Benz. What do they call it? The Benz RV or whatever. It's not RV, Sprinter type van. But the White John Galt, man, you know, I do appreciate it, man. If you notice, I keep answering your questions. I'm guessing you get some kind of enjoyment out of that, and I do too, right? I'm the wrong nigga like that. Like I am that nigga that like look for like confrontation and want to encounter it or approach it. I ain't gonna run for you, bro. Type all your chats in. I'll put the link. You see the link right there. You can jump on it. I'll drop all these motherfuckers and we have a back and forth. Whatever you want to talk about, man. You could be my tenant. This could be my fucking tenant. You know, I told you one of my tenants. I saw him today. Guy used to work for me. And he didn't want to tell me he was watching the stream, but the motherfucker ain't smart enough to not tell me, you know, too much that I was able to deduce.
How did he find your stream?
Say what? I'm sorry.
How did he find your stream?
Man, you know, maybe he's just on YouTube, you know, and maybe he just, you know, found, you know, my picture is up here, right? And so my picture is up here, so he was able to, you know, all you gotta do is go to the live and you're gonna see that. And so maybe that's how he saw me, but he also saw me when the thoughts came over to my place. Maybe he's seen the thoughts before, I'm not sure. And again, you know, this is the kind of the risk, you know, that someone like me takes, right?
Gross.
Because anyone can see me and you know, these type of things can happen. But in his case, you know, I used to pay the guy, you know, with cash and fringe benefits together. I hope he's watching. So because he can't refute this shit. I paid this motherfucker like, let's just say about $100,000 a year total, housing and cash money, right?
For what? What did he do?
He was just, you know, I run a business. I run a short-term rental business. And I will say, man, he's very good. You know, if anybody's in the DMV area looking for someone with good, they want to build something, and you know, he's very good. You know, to this day, I can't say anything negative about him. But when you hire people and people work for you, particularly when you have like, you know, A1 type people working for you, you know, like real serious, you know, people that are really good at what they do, you're always going to have friction. You're always, it's just part of doing business. And he's very good, very, very good. And so there was always going to be friction. And so ultimately, you know, I had to let him go, but he still needed a place to live. So he still lives in my place right now to this day. And I haven't asked him for $1 in rent, you know, for various
You're
reasons.
worse than the government, John.
In what way?
You're letting him squat at your place for free.
Well, you know, there are business reasons behind it.
Well, John, I think you're begging to get sued.
In terms of what? Who's going to sue?
In terms of if you want him to go, then he won't go. Just say I'm a squatter.
Members only, and we could talk more about it, you know, but I can't really talk more about it. But I am letting these comments get away from me, and I'm kind of being amused by the White John Galt. So I'm going to kind of address some of his comments here, as well as Chris Reed. One more thing, Mr. John, and I'm going to leave it alone. If they could abolish property tax, how come they can't abolish school tax? You know, on one stream, we did the we did a critique of Ballou High School. It's not far from where I live here. It's close to some of my other properties. And we went through all the employees, and they were just like bullshit jobs. All these people making $60,000, $70,000 a year. And that is why they can't abolish the school tax. Who's going to hire these people? What are these people going to do if you get rid of all their jobs? The counselors, the school administrators, the truancy officers, the this and that, the that and this. That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of people that can't really work anywhere else but in the school system where they're protected. And you want to get rid of their job, then what? Point a little drink here, by the way. So then what do you do, right? So that is what I term the long welfare handoff. They're technically not on welfare, but they're not doing anything that is really productive or worthy of paying them the salary that they are earning. So it's like, make work. And make
John,
work.
can you play this YouTube video?
What is it about? Tell me about it. Tell me about the video.
His name's Eggy. So,
Yeah.
you know who Eggy is?
Nah, but it's hard for me to play other people's videos on here, You know how that goes.
Shit. No, it's like a music video. Well, Eggy,
no,
it's called Failure to Launch. So this guy never got married, and then like he's just talking about like, how it's hard for the common man. And he's kind of like an internet like kind of sensation, or he's like internet lore. But he came out with the music video like a month ago. A lot of people thought he died. Well, I thought he died, but he just got older, and now he kind of looks like a wizard.
Man, it's very difficult for me to play this shit because you be amazed that every day I get on. I almost curse. Every day I get a message. You copyright this year, copyright that, and I respect property rights. Don't get me wrong. Hello? But like, I don't know. You miss one and they ding your ass. Every time. Master Kim, I tell you, one of my tenants or whatever is he watches my stream, and he didn't want to let it out that how much he watches, but I know in talking to him, he mentioned the stream from like early on. I said, "Damn, you've been watching for a minute, huh?" He mentioned HB, and I tell you, Master Kim, he wanted to get on and hate it, and everything he wanted to hate about. I said, man, I wish you would come on and tell this to the audience. He kept trying to more or less threaten me. I'll tell the people on your panel about this and that. I said, yeah, come on. Please come on and tell them about this. I want them to hear it. Anyway, Master Kim, what's up, Master Kim?
Yeah, hey, that's funny. Sorry, I had to eat dinner. So is he gonna eventually come on, or once you kind of said bring it, and he just choked maybe?
I think he choked. Yeah, because I promised him. I said, I don't throw people off. Everyone knows. Like, Master Kim, you ever see me throw anyone off? I put Stanley backstage from time to time, but
very talented, almost too talented. I think it's kind of funny, but I think you're like the schoolmaster dealing with a bunch of retards. So I get it.
And so I was challenging. I said, man, come on. And I started, and I pulled my phone out and I said, let's do it right now. I go like, I'll just log on right now. You tell them what you want to say. He backed down. All right. I was going to let him get on here and say whatever the fuck he wanted to say. And he backed the fuck down. Ain't that some shit?
Absolutely. So someone typed, Master Kim, are you in the Detroit metro area? No, I grew up in Detroit metro, so I know everything about Michigan, if you're from Michigan. But I'm in the Atlanta market.
Yeah. You know the what? Lindy Luce. She asked how many employees do I have. You know, in my business, by and large, I deal with a lot of trades, man. I had my electrician over here. Mexican, did you see when I had my electrician over here?
Yeah, when he came in and then he spoke to the Panamanian gentleman.
You remember,
He was cool as hell. Yeah.
You know,
10 plus years, right?
15. Yeah, that's what he said. I didn't even remember shit. I deal with so many people. You know, I got multiple electricians in case because he's busy, man. Like I ain't his only client. He don't work for me. He got other people. So when he too busy to work for me, he get a big job. I got to find somebody else, right?
Yep. Hey, John, do you mind if I say something? I don't want to say something to be racially charged, but
you know, me, Mexican, me and you, we go back and forth. I like having back and forth.
In your neighborhood, which is mixed, right? All career professionals, right?
You've been around here, Mexican. It ain't all career professionals.
I will say the only people I saw at 9 a.m. were white people watering the lawn, jogging. It gave the false illusion that it's a white community when it's not. But they were the only ones up that early doing shit. It was funny. Washing their car. It was funny.
Mexican, he been in my neighborhood. Like, so you saw a couple of my properties, right? You did. You saw.
So that. So I went by the one that you told me to go by, and then I stopped by the one that you had done the show with the Thorpes. And then, but I'm surprised that military base is so close by. Man, that's a dicey area because all the government employees. I would hate to get an offender bender with someone. They might be like the alphabet agency and get it, or the IRS, and all of a sudden I'm in too deep.
You know, like right there, if you the house where you met, where I did the Thorpes, behind that house is an Air Force base. You know, I guess it protects DC or whatever. That's why you can't fly over DC. And where I am is like the highest area on this side of town. You know, it's very high. You know, you probably had to come up a hill to get to, when you got off the highway or whatever. And so when you got there, like the Popeyes and all that shit, if you'd have gone left, that's where Homeland Security is, overlooking the Air Force base, right? And so it sits up high. And so when you're on the interstate, you can't blow your car up and hit the Air Force base or Homeland Security the way they have it, what they call it,
right.
And all that kind of
right at the interstate.
Right, yeah. And so, but it's right in my, like Homeland Security, man, is right in my. Yep. Both of them, those are very important assets for the country. Homeland Security, and they built that after I bought these places. Imagine that, Mexican.
Hey, John, can I ask you a question real quick? I keep on feeling like Grace. John, can I ask you a question? So, I forgot which one of your houses, but right down the road there is a little bodega called Top 10 or Top Hat or Top something, Top Spot with a red sign.
Was it the one like when you left the house where you the Thorpes?
Yes, it was on. I guess driving. Yeah. It was on the left, had like a little bodega, but it had a modern looking sign, and it was called Top something. I was like, man, that's a good spot right there. They looked like they were one of the only very few bodegas there, man. I was looking to try to set up shop somewhere.
I'm trying to think which one that was. That's when you talking about the house where
Top
you passed.
Market or Top Star.
No, I'm trying to get a reference to like the house that you passed by, the one with the Thorpes.
Yes. After I left the house from the Thorpes, it was on my left-hand side, driving towards the Popeyes.
It's on the left. Oh, it's on the left-hand side.
I think. You know what? I think I took a picture of it too. Let me see.
On that street is that building I told you about, where the Chinese own the building. They say like rent your dreams. It's like right up from that house with the Thorpes.
Yeah.
Let me see what else we have in the chat here. Someone mentioned about my Volvo. You know what's crazy, Master Kim? This is a crazy story, Master Kim. How much time? Oh, there's someone else. Master Kim, I had a tenant, right? He was I'm trying to think, what did he do for a living? I can't remember what he did for a living, but when he moved in my house, he wasn't working like a regular. He was a photographer. That's what he was, like an independent photographer. So he moved in my house and he said, man, look, I do photography, but I have plenty of money. He showed me his bank account. He had like $250,000 in his bank account. And he lived in my basement, right? And he died. He had cancer or something. And he smoked a lot of weed. And so people, looted his apartment, my apartment, that where he lived. I should say that. And they stole everything that they could find, any money that he had left around, blah, blah. But he left a Volvo and a motorcycle. It was a Honda motorcycle. Let me see if I can show you a picture of this motherfucker. Honda motorcycle. Let me see if I can show you a picture. And I got a story behind this. If I can find this motorcycle, I'll tell you otherwise. Let me see if I can find this motorcycle. Master Kim. Damn, I may not be able to find it. That's amazing. I know I had the picture, but I'll be damned. That's fucking amazing. I can't find it. Did I delete the picture? What? But anyway, so the guy left, all these things behind. People looted, everything he had in the apartment. He hanging out in the neighborhood with the people in my house. But he left a Volvo and a motorcycle. And for years that Volvo sat because it was parked on the street, not behind my house where he lived. And someone said, hey, what are you going to do with that Volvo? I said, what Volvo? He said, your neighbor died. There's a Volvo on the street. Master Kim, this Volvo has sat for 4 or 5 years. Never cranked. I went in, my small hat carpenter, I mentioned him before. He knew a locksmith that was willing to open the doors, give me a key, even though it wasn't my car. And that car crunk up like it was brand new. Seriously, Volvo. 4 or 5 years just sitting on the street. Never been driven. And I crunk it up like it was brand new. So after that, I said, man, like that is a car for me to have. So now I drive a Volvo. I ended up buying one for myself. I mean, I kept that car and I drove it for a while. And then I bought one for myself. It's a good car. Yeah, so I like the Volvos, Master Kim. How old is the bike? The bike is brand new. I bought it online on the stream here. Look at this damn boy. Like, this white junk. Didn't I just tell you I bought a Volvo after that? Yeah, well, I drive a different Volvo. You're right, that Volvo. Although, though, the law does allow me to claim cars and shit left on my property. That is right, Master Kim? Right?
Yeah, but I think that there's like a certain lien, or because if someone abandons property, then maybe to get clear title or something, there might be something you need to file with the Secretary of State. But with all that being said, the stuff that's abandoned is abandoned.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, but
this white young Galt is like, he's so typical of the American youth or the American men. Instead of jumping up on this panel and asking you questions, how could he better his life? And you've talked about this before.
Oh yeah, rather than just
agitate,
say stupid shit. Yeah.
And I appreciate you being in the chat, but you could improve your life right here. You got Master Kim up here. He's giving you free information. And you'll be trolling, bro. Like, hey, the choices are yours.
Hey, John, all I could say is after seeing some of your assets, I'm scratching my head. How much does this cost? And then not to mention how many you have. I was just absolutely stunned. So obviously there are no vacancies in the area. Does anyone not pay their property taxes, or are the small hats so on top of it that just people don't get caught slipping? I guess what I'm trying to say, you can't find houses like little grandmas want to sell in the house or something like that. I mean, how did you buy all those houses in that area? Because when I drove around, none are available.
I tell you, it's a crazy. It's like,
or is it city zoning doesn't allow you to market
man,
properties?
you know what it is, Mexican. And this is a good lesson. I'm so glad you asked me that question because this is a good lesson for the people out here in the chat. Just like that 15-year-old car that I drive, the one that I bought, the white junk car, I bought that one. I told a story, Mexican. I don't know if you remember. I rode the train all the way out to Chesapeake, Virginia. That's about 2 hours from DC. And I paid $4,000 for a Volvo XC90, way out Chesapeake. I hope that answers your question, the white junk car. And so now back to Master Kim's question, a more relevant question is, in DC, Master Kim, you know what I noticed? And, I'm a very good observer of patterns. In software, you have to be an observer of patterns because you have to write patterns, right? And, everything is a pattern. You're going to a grocery store, the software that operates Food World, it's the same pattern of software that operates Piggly Wiggly, right? Someone's ringing up shit.
Yes.
They're paying for it. They get changed back. The pattern is the same, right? You go to the movies, you buy a ticket for a movie, you select that movie, you pay for it. The pattern is the same, right? And so with housing, what my approach has been, I buy the grandma houses. In DC, like everyone wants a brand new house. These are affluent people, Master Kim. You understand? You're not affluent people. They want a brand new car. They want a brand new house. They want brand new everything, right? You understand, right? And so, Master Kim, let me tell you, my approach is if you can live in it, I'll buy it. If it's livable, I'll buy it. That's what I'm looking for. I don't want nothing brand new, all fixed up. I don't want to buy what you fucked up. Because a lot of these contractors, they come in, they fuck shit up, make it look pretty though. And then you buy their problems. You understand what I'm talking about, Mexican, right?
Oh yeah, yes.
And so what my strategy has been all along is buy what the market kind of discounts. And so every house I've bought has been like someone's lived in it, didn't maintain it, didn't keep it painted, and things like that. When no one else wanted it, but people like me are flippers. And I said, well, I'll give you a better price than a flipper because I'm going to make money all night long on this house. The flipper got to turn around in 9-12 months. So he's got to build in a lot of cushion. Well, I don't need as much cushion as the flipper because I got a long-term perspective. I've been doing this 20 years. And every house I bought, man, it's been like something that almost no one else in this market would buy. Honestly, Mexican, I had no competition. On every house I bought, no competition. None. I went in the house and like, listen, Philippe, you remember I told you like me and Philippe, we two different niggas, like we ain't cut from the same cloth.
Yeah.
Like, he a good friend of mine. And I tell him to his face, I'm telling he might be watching. And I tell him like, man, we different niggas. I gave him a house. I walked him up to the door. To the house is where I'd probably worth like $900,000 right now. Don't lie, Mexican. I just bought a house, you know what I'm saying? This house right here where I'm sitting, like, serious, right? Like, seriously, where I'm sitting right now in this house, I just bought this house. And I said, a lady came to me, they were living in the house. She said something, John God, I got to sell my house. I'm fucked up. I said, what? I said, you fucked up? I said, what happened? I said, she said, water bill fucked up, taxes fucked up, and blah, 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 blah. And I just bought this house where I'm sitting right now, Mexican. And so I told my buddy Philippe, I said, Philippe, I got a great deal for you. The house didn't even have heat, Mexican. I didn't even know at the time, but it didn't even have heat. And I told him, I said, look, this would be a great house for you. You get it for basically a song. But he couldn't see it, Master Kim. He ain't that type of nigga that I am. You know, like, he couldn't see it. It was kind of a hood area at the time, you know, not necessarily hood, you know, but it was, you know what I mean, Master Kim, you know, and he couldn't see it. It wasn't for him. He's a guy that can go out and make $750,000. What are you going to be doing, you know, with this, right?
Yes.
Nah, I passed. You know, he didn't want to deal with these type of ghetto people. And I just bought this house, and you know, and you really understand this, Mexican. Like, it's like we talking shop here. So I just bought this house. So what did I need? I needed time. You understand that, right, Mexican? Right? You need something. Like, you just close one deal, and now someone else comes to you with a good deal. What do you need? You need time. You can't go back to the bank and say, "Hey, I know I just bought this house from you, but I got another deal. I want to buy this house," right? They're gonna say, "Well, you just bought one, so you're gonna have to wait a little bit," right? And there how it go, Mexican?
Yep, that's right. Let it cash flow.
Seasoning, as they say, right?
Yeah, that's right. Seasoning.
Mm-hmm. You got these niggas, and man, these niggas really, they don't even make me sick. They like really like get me stoked, Master Kim. So I really appreciate you guys in the chat. Nuts. The White John Galt, he's gone now, it looks like. White John Galt, hit the Cash App or hit the link, one of the two.
John, I really believe that the White John Galt is probably Stanley. I'm not gonna even lie.
No, I don't believe that shit.
Stanley would do something like that.
So anyway, Master Kim, you know, I just bought this house where I'm sitting right now. And this lady was in a bind and she was about to lose her house. I just bought one. So I said, well, I need time. So I wrote up the contract, but I knew that she needed money and she needed some money immediately to save her house, to keep whoever was about to take it from her, from buying it. So I gave her enough money to save the house. And then I had to give her some walking around money. You understand how that goes, Master Kim. So I had wrote like a long forward dated contract. Give me a lot of time, but I'll give you some money so you can live your life until I can get my finances in order to buy another house. So I can season this loan that I just bought and then close on yours. And she said, cool. And that was the story right there, Master Kim. Like, I bought myself some time by giving her a little money, a little bit, so she can have walking around money, so she could live that life she's never lived before, right? She inherited a gold mine. And I just need a little time, and I bought myself that time, and I ended up with like $1 million property at this point. I mean, I had invested, don't get me wrong. Man, I've done some things, Master Kim, you know what I'm talking about, that I can't even tell you on the stream, just to keep that house and, you know, to keep people from trying to take it from me. But my guy Philippe, you know, he wasn't cut out for that. He could go make $750,000. I didn't have that, you know, that's not me. So,
hey, John, if you don't mind me asking, and I'm assuming that your father and family had done a very similar occupation. I know you guys had a bunch of properties.
Yeah.
Who do you think's a better property manager, you or your father? I hate to ask such a blunt question. Or is it two different types of properties, two different economies?
Man, Master Kim, you know, I'm gonna tell you that the answer to that by telling you a story. And man, I wish I could get my mother on here. She always be trying to join. I'm somewhat glad she don't, because I be getting high and drinking beer, and she probably be like, "You need to slow down." And one day, man, I think I've told this story. Maybe I haven't. It was a lady working in the medical office, Master Kim. And my mom and I, we went to go pick up the rent from the lady. And I was a young boy at the time. And she went in there to get the money. And I guess the lady gave her some bullshit story. Maybe she sent me in there. I can't remember. But I know what we did afterwards. We went in that motherfucker and took the doors and the windows out. And I was a little boy. I said, damn, mama, you gonna lay these people with no doors and windows? She said, hell yeah. They paying me, fuck them. And that shit hardened me like a motherfucker. Like, that, as Michael Savage would say, that's when the worm turned. You know what I mean?
Amazing.
Like, yeah, hell yeah. My dad would never do any shit like that. He wasn't hardcore like that. But my mom was hardcore. Maybe because she had to feed me, you know. And but she was hardcore, man. And I probably escalated a little bit. She, you know what's crazy, Mexican? Like, you know, over the years, I don't have to deal with this shit anymore. Because, you know, I told you these motherfuckers pay me day by day, week by week and shit like that. But over the years, she's told me, she's like, you know, we'll be talking. I'm pouring a drink, Mexican. I ain't using the bathroom. I'm pouring a drink. No, my mom is from Alabama, Roz girl. She's, we're both from Alabama. I brought her with me. She didn't bring me. I was chasing a woman and she ended up following me. That's how that worked. Anyway, shit, I forget what I was going with this, Master Kim. I forget, Master Kim. Anyway.
About taking the windows and doors out?
Yeah, we took the windows and doors. Oh. So, Master Kim, you know, so over the years, you know, I've had tenants and I've told some of the stories and shit. And what's ironic is my mother has a very good living today. Very good living. You know, she's retired, has a pension and shit like that. And she'll often say to me, like, I wouldn't be doing what you're doing, but I'm like, you did? I remember coming along with you, right? But her life is made now. And she can't understand the struggle or the things that I have to do that hell, she seeded it in me. You understand what I'm saying, Mexican? Kind of like your mother taught you how to run a convenience store business. And you've had to do some shit, I know, because you told me. And your mother can't necessarily be mad at you because she introduced you to this life, as they say, right? You know what I mean, Mexican?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, just very interesting.
It was almost like a mixed story. One, you know, go to school, you know, so we don't have to do retail. But then, hey, Mike, you got so many kids. You need to get a store. You need to get keep these cash flowing businesses. You know, John, there's one story that my mother did tell me in my adult life that kind of shook me to the core, almost like the Asian tiger mom thing. And I forgot she was upset at me about something. Maybe something to do with money, something to do with my family and stuff like that. And she goes, Michael, a man without money is nothing. She didn't say anything about hard work, education, God, you're my son, I love you, nothing. Like, it was like she was this cold tiger mom when she said a man is nothing without money, contrary to what we grew up as Christians learning, right? And she goes, your wife and kids won't respect you. And the way she said it was almost this desperate plea to get through to me. You know, keep your accounts positive, keep on top of your property taxes, you know, on commercial properties, you know. And it was the way she said it, and it wasn't this faithless, godless person, but almost like it hit home, which is true. No one's going to respect you. You're weak. You're not even a man. And I hate to say that because it goes against all of our Christian thinking and believing in the gospel, but it shook me to my core. And that's one thing I just remember to the fullest. And that mean-spirited statement is very helpful because it reminds me, if you're not bringing home the bacon, wife and kids aren't going to be around for long. Every argument I've ever had with my wife was how she spent money and different views of money and investment. But anyway,
So Master Kim, is that a good thing? Do you really want a chick that is only there for money? I mean, I think in my opinion that's a sad existence. You're basically doing what I do, right? You're not really paying for sex. You're just paying for love. You're just fooling yourself with extra steps. Because I think what your mother told you is really fucked up. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, it has to do with being a provider, right? A man needs to be a provider. A man needs to
Why does a man have
the
to be a
family.
provider?
Well, it's
You
a
know,
family man. It's a family man.
I think this is a young man, and he's asking some good questions. So don't get frustrated with him.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah.
absolutely. So it's most certainly a completely different perspective. So what I'm saying, and that advice was to a grown man with a family. So this wouldn't be the same advice to you because at your age you have to go get an education, develop some high level skills.
Why would I
right?
have to do that?
Oh well, maybe you don't. Generally people want to develop high level skills so that they can earn a very good income
I don't
for
see anything
themselves.
wrong with me making 50K and I meet a woman that makes like 40 or 50K and we both work and then we buy like a decent house, like a all right home, and then we live, and then we're not so stressed out, right? Because my father, like he did pretty well, but like I didn't like almost he was at the house, but he was like almost like non-existent because he was always like focusing on work and stuff. And yeah, we had cool shit, but I mean, you would think, because I grew up kind of like, I wouldn't say like super rich, but I grew up like kind of well off. Like I would never want that for myself because like you take so much sacrifice for that. It's really not worth it. We're all gonna die anyway. This is why I fuck whores, because it's like while I'm still young, my dick still works. I'm in pretty decent shape. I want to take advantage of it. Because who knows, I might die at 35 or 40, right? And what am I gonna do? Just have a life of just going to school and just like slaving away because my mom told me that a man is not a man without money? I think that's kind of brainwashing.
Okay, well, it's a different culture, different time, and but that means something to me. It means nothing to you, and that's understandable. No big deal. You have a different. That's what the beauty of the world, right? Different people, different motivations or whatnot. I will say that $50,000 is like the working poor to a degree. It used to be considered pretty good money, but here we are today. Geez,
Well, that's
I'd have a
because
heart attack
you
if I
have a
made
woman that
50,000
doesn't
a year.
actually love you. No offense, like, you know what I mean?
Okay, so you're saying stuff that you don't know, but you don't know, so that's why you're
I
saying
mean,
it.
you're saying 50,000 is not a lot. I think it's enough if you have a partner that is also willing to work with you. Now, if you have you just said you argue with your wife about her spending money. Like, if
No,
your
no.
wife
What?
knows that
Okay,
making
so
money like.
what I said is the arguments that I've ever had in my life with my wife have been about money and raising a family. So although I'm overly simplifying it to money, there's more to the story. So the reason I'm saying all this is that my need for income and the velocity and the volume and income is great because I've got a big family. I've got how many cars I pay for, how many car insurances, how many iPhones. So my scale is much different. So I have to be very motivated. That's my reality that I chose and I love,
Isn't that a
different than
lonely
yours.
existence? Isn't that a lonely existence?
So you're asking questions that I don't even know you, and I don't think I'm obligated to
I
answer
think
such a
you are
silly
lonely.
question like that.
I think a man with that much weight on his shoulders is a very lonely man, because deep down that you have to provide for these things, and you can't tell your wife about your problems or your kids, because what are they going to do about it, right? So I'm pretty sure you're very lonely because you have such a big burden, which is
Well,
kind of that's pretty
versus
fucked up life.
that's just a very
versus dying
belligerent.
of age like you, Lasonia. Keep
Lasagna, that's just a
doing
very
that, you're
silly
gonna die
comment.
of
I
age.
plan to never get in that position, because I've been close to that
Yeah.
position, and then
While swinging your dick everywhere, you're not
I've
gonna
tasted
get in that position.
well
Give me a break.
I've tasted that
You're
loneliness
gonna
and
die
that
of
pressure,
age
and
just like Easy E, dude.
I don't think it's a happy life.
Okay, well, hey, and the beauty about this is you get to construct a life that's going to make you happy. And the life you live, I don't know if it's right or wrong. That's for you, right? I'm not going to criticize you for it. And hey, you for each their own, as they say. I was expressing to John my business background and maybe some comments that my mother told me that has helped me in business because I own quite a few businesses. And in certain situations, and in this particular situation, my mother's reminding me to pay my property taxes on my commercial buildings because I'm going to lose buildings worth quite a bit of money over petty ass summer taxes. So anyways, and you wouldn't understand this stuff because this isn't the type of stuff that you're into, but as it relates to me talking to John and maybe other people's on the stream, it's putting things in perspective.
I don't know. I think I was just making the comments fucked up for someone to say a man's not a man without money. That's kind of
Okay, well,
That's
the
weird.
different. Hey, so some people say a man's not a man unless he can bench 300 pounds. Okay, there's other men that say, hey, man's not a man unless he knows how to change his own brakes, right? So, hey, there's a lot of different perspectives. This is one of them. No big deal.
Hey, the white gun John Galt, man, look, I've answered many of your questions. I would love to have a back and forth with you. So I'm going to put the link in the chat. It's already there, by the way. So feel free to jump on, man. We can have a back. I'll let you challenge me as much as you like.
He won't come up, John. He never does.
I don't understand that, man. You know, like, I would love to get on. Sometimes I go through live chats, and I would love to get on that guy's channel. Sometimes I'll click on it, and there's no StreamYard link on that. Move on to the next one. Sometimes I want to get on and have a back and forth, but not in the chat. Like, it doesn't give me what I'm looking for. And so for you, Dwight John Galt, like, I'll save you some typing time, some keystrokes, and come up, man. If you don't want to be on here with anyone else, I'll put everyone down, and we can have a back and forth, no problem. I think I've been pretty
Hey, John.
open with you guys.
You could be getting dissed in stereo. We got Lasagna up front, and then Lasagna's probably the white John Galt himself behind the scenes.
No, John. I remember I talk, like, I said a lot of crazy shit. Like, when I'm here, I wouldn't say that.
I invite the trolls. Come on, trolls. Yeah. Come on up.
And wait, John and guys, and even Master Kim, you know I'm not trolling at all. Like, these are legit questions.
I like you, Lasagna. That's why you up here. And I wish that fucking troll would come on up. Come on up, the white John Galt. You taking my name? You put a different color on me, I guess. You put your color on the name. That's fine. I don't mind.
He's too scared, John Galt. He's scared.
That would be great. You know, like, we haven't had many like back and forth. Well, I haven't had many back and forths, and I often ask for that. Like, hey, matter of fact, this is probably a good time. We're 11 hours, 18 minutes. Why don't you guys give us a critique? John Galt, this is your time. Critique the show. If there's, you are the real John Galt. You can have it. You are the real white John Galt. If there's anything, any critiques, any feedback you want to give on the show while we have another 40 minutes or so, I welcome the feedback. It'd be great, particularly from the white John Galt. Anything you think we should do better? And a shameless plug. I'm John Galt, and my co-host is HB2N. You can see our cash apps on the banner, and our wonderful editor, Portia J. We only ask for contributions to keep the stream going. There are some incremental costs or costs that we must incur to keep the show going. And, I've upgraded the site so we can have multiple admins, so that when I'm not around, HB or Portia or Crack can keep the show going. That's not free. But we wanted to provide content that whenever you join, there is someone live you could jump on and debate with. For people like the white John Galt, you can come on right now. We'll give you the next 35 minutes to go back and forth with me. You don't get that. You can't even watch TV and go back and forth with the people that you probably scream and throw your shoes at it on the TV. So you feel free to come right up, the white John Galt. Anyway, Master Kim, I tell you, I'm not answering any more of your questions here. You can come up. Master Kim, what's the business environment looking for you right now? I have some thoughts on the business environment from my point of view. How about you?
So, good question. I think it's confusing because I've got people looking to do stuff, but it's kind of funny because I'm thinking, man, you need to wait till what happens with interest rates in the election. But the small business owner, like I said, my boy Jay, that's looking to put up more of these casinos or whatever he's doing in Texas, it's like they're on fire. And I don't know if it's that they've created kind of a money wheel that they constantly have to grow and invest stuff because I guess they can't take the money to the bank, But that's a different type of business. I shouldn't even talk about that on this open stream. But it's very odd. One of the places that we were looking out for, one of the other businesses that I mentioned to you, they came back to us and said, hey, someone's coming in from Texas. They want to lease out 30,000 square feet. And, we're being pushed out of the deal. And, we agreed we could lease out the 30,000 square feet, although it's way beyond our budget. It's just stunning. People are cranking along and it's very confusing. I don't understand it, because you hear people whining, right? I mean, I whine about the cost of groceries and consumer goods, but yet we see people trying to boss up and grow. It's very confusing, to be honest with you. Oh, no, there's more to it. The guy would have had to build a wall separating the 30,000 square foot facility, and he was going to build a mezzanine, and it probably cost like $250,000 to accommodate us, and he balked. He said, forget this, I'll just lease out the whole building or keep it closed. Sometimes businesses are left alone and closed and vacant and abandoned than what's going to cost them to lease it out. So I'm so sorry, John, you'd asked a simple question. I gave kind of a garbled answer.
Mute Mexican. I just saw a comment in the. I did say thank you to Cam. This must, I was just thinking, is this Cam the King? I think this is Cam the King. Cam the King.
Oh, damn.
Cam the King. I know I responded to your email. I don't know if I talked to you, but I did respond to your email. I hope you got that. If you didn't, matter of fact,
pretty clever, John. That's pretty clever. Yeah.
And matter of fact, I've commented on this stream. I even showed what Cam did. Master Kim, were you here when I? Why is that shit, Cam? Give me 1 minute. Wait a minute. 1 minute. Wait a minute. 1 minute, Master Kim.
Only 1 minute.
Look. I didn't even show this, but I did show other things. So Cam the King, I can't. This is Cam the King. Someone pushed said, I'm sorry. Cam,
you noticed Cam the King disappeared, and all of a sudden, guess who reemerged? The white John Galt.
I showed Cam the King everything. I showed Cam the King. I'm glad you're back. Look, Cam the King sent me these. I have not consumed these yet. Oh, you can't see these. There you go. There you go. He sent me some vape pens. And I told you guys about the weed eater that he sent me. I did tell you guys about that, and I told you guys about the safe that he sent me. I told you about that. I showed you the weed. You remember the weed I showed you guys? Look at that, Cam. I shouted you out many times. I could have sworn I emailed you to thank you more than once. But someone says Cam can barely form sentences, so maybe that's not him. But anyway, if that is or if that is not Cam the King, again, I do really appreciate everything. Everyone, all the super chats. The super chats that we did receive, the cash apps for, and I'm speaking for Portia and HB here as well as myself, John Galt. We appreciate everything, definitely indeed. Thank you everyone. Portia, I can. I like a little confrontation, Portia. I can't help it. What can I do, right? You know what I mean, Master Kim? Some people just thrive on a little confrontation, and that's me. A little conflict. It's just, it's just me, Master Kim. I can't help it.
Yeah, John, also keep in mind, certain people, you've been respectful of their privacy. So I know you've given shouts out and then you've dialed it down. So, even when you mentioned Cam, I think you've also kind of dialed it down because they're haters. Why is Cam sending you shit, right? So there's only so much you could do to put someone on blast before you need to also assume respect their privacy.
No, I appreciate it, man. Honestly, man, I really appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I started talking about Andrew Tate, and he drew the whole, not necessarily a Venn diagram, but a diagram of sort about the riches versus the the brokies, and we're all among the brokies here relative to the richies, right? There's no one here sitting on $150, $250 million. No one here. I don't think. And so my solution to that, people always say, well, what is the solution? What can we do? You know, we can come together to form a community, and there has to be some synergies. If you have, there are 800 subscribers, give or take here, right? Let's say 100 of us are active. That's 100 active people can, hell, you could buy a commercial building. 100 active people could buy a commercial building, right? Am I wrong? It'll be like a little gay. Am I wrong, Mexican?
That's exactly correct.
And so, you know, for all of us brokies here, as I started out, you know, for the people that started out, you know, they were here early on. I told you I wasn't going to do anything.
Well, John, I'd like to say that I'm never broke. Carry on.
There you
So,
go.
John, can I address this real quick? And then this is for Lasagna. Lasagna, when John uses the expression, or me, you know, because being wealthy or being successful is a matter of perspective. You know, I'm successful until the 15th of the month because Georgia wants their prepaid sales tax. They want it. Otherwise, they're going to fine me and audit me. So I've got a lot of cash flow until I give them their money. So the point I'm trying to mention, a lot of things are a matter of perspective. So John uses the analogy of the brokey, or hey, where you know, my version of that is I'm making and losing money all in the same breath, because as you own a lot of businesses, it's just a matter of perspective. What barometer are we using success? So the reason I'm even speaking, not that anyone asked me to explain that, is when John says those brokies, he's not saying that we're all broke as much as we're all striving to get to the bigger level, that we've got just bigger liquidity on hand, and we don't have to ever use our physical business cash flows and whatnot. So I'll mute. Sorry, folks.
No, that's fine. You don't have to mute, Mexican.
I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think you can have that many assets without being a neglectful parent, especially with like a lot of children. There's just not enough time in the day. It's not feasible.
Well, if I can double my money on something, I feel like it's not worth my time.
From my own experience, my father only had 3 kids, and like he only had like one business, and he had to spend so much time on that. I can't even imagine having like multiple and then having 6 kids. That's what I'm saying. Like, like opportunity cost is a very like common term in business, and like I do think that you have to like take an account of opportunity costs. Like, yeah, you might make a lot of money, but then you're also sacrificing other things.
Well, you know, normally when the term opportunity costs, what do you got, the Mega Million winning ticket, and in lieu of that you decided to go to work or something? I mean, you know, generally speaking, the opportunity cost is very okay, yeah, I could put it in this and gain a 7% or spend time with my kids, and yeah, it's a matter of value. But when it comes to earning and generating money and income to support the whole family, that's clearly what's needed. I mean, I don't know where you're going.
Do you
with
really
this.
need all those cars? Do you really need all those iPhones? Do you really need everything you need? I don't think so.
Okay, so to a man that's got 6 kids, I need 6 iPhones. Yes, we do. Yes, I do, and my kids do. So it's the type of lifestyle we're living. You're living a different sort of lifestyle. That's why you're just like hating up on the most simplest thing. By the way, it's
I'm not.
It's kind of
Okay,
funny,
look,
to be honest.
Master Kim, I'm not hating.
You got nothing but negativity, say.
No, I'm just saying that like I don't think that's a fulfilling like life to like
okay, well,
have
good.
the
Stay in
mantra.
your fucking dusty California and your $50,000 year job working at a warehouse.
I don't think the mantra of if you don't have money, you're not a man. I don't think that's
okay.
A
So
good way to live.
you're offended by people that are driven and really inspired by their mother. I was inspired by that because she woke me, you know, up to say, hey, you know, at the end of the day, this is important because you've got to be a supportive family man. You know,
I mean, if you don't see anything wrong, if you don't see anything wrong with that sentence, then I don't know I think that's a personal thing that maybe once you get to your
Okay,
old age,
so
you'll
how about
realize
this?
that it's a stupid
So
statement.
there was someone else on the panel that had mentioned about buying some country land and possibly building kind of a bunch of houses for himself and he and his wife and maybe his adult kids. I've seen that. It's a huge thing when you're able to give 2 acres to your adult kid on your property. Say, hey, leverage this against the bank, get a construction loan, turn that construction loan into a mortgage after you're done building, right? That's a huge advantage that I would love to help my kids out that way. You may not have that help because your father's raised you and God knows what you turned out to be, but I would want to help my kids tremendously. They deserve it.
I think every father wants to help their children.
Yeah, so
I don't think you're unique in that sense.
And what helps the kid saying, hey, oh, I got your back, but when the back that I think a lot of young people need is financial assistance and a boost up. They don't need this fucking I'm there
Not
for you.
really. I think
tangible,
what
real ways to help them.
No. I think what most people, especially nowadays, what they need more than money is, I guess, like more like I guess support, not in the monetary
What
way,
type of
but like
support? No. What type of support exactly? Most of the people I know, their problems need money and financial support. All of the hey, I'm there for you. That's all just like brokey people stuff, as John used that word earlier.
I mean, I think like as long as you give your kids, like, if they want to go to college, then they can. But if they don't want to, you could be like,
Oh
okay,
no, that's already addressed. That's already we're already beyond that. We're talking after the fact. Them going to school and living maybe a decent middle class life. That's not the issue. The issue is the challenges of young adulthood. I'm there for them.
I don't understand what you mean by the challenges of young adulthood.
Okay, so I use the analogy of buying a big enough property that if I wanted to section off 2 acres to give to them, and if they wanted to do a new construction, they could do that.
Why would they want that? Why would they want that? What if they don't want to live in the same state that you're living in?
Hey, Master Kim.
I said if they choose to.
Hey, Master Kim, this guy, he's going to give you a hard time. He's a young man. I think the better approach for him would be, since we don't have a lot of time on this stream, I hope he comes back on the next stream. And then I think there's a better way to approach him, because he's willing to come up here. He's willing to ask questions, which means presumably he's willing to listen. But I think the way that we are approaching him is probably the wrong way, if that makes sense. He's a young man.
No, John, I think it's a good conversation. I think Master Kim has been fair to me. And I think
No. I'm not saying no one's been fair to you, but we only have about 16 more minutes. 16, 15, 16, yeah, 15, 16, 26 minutes. 26 minutes.
I'll join you on the new stream.
And so you don't have to leave now. You don't have to leave now, but to fully flesh out the conversation, because it's good. You're a young man, and I think that you're actually part of the demographic that we want to appeal to.
Yeah, maybe I could help Master Kim out. Maybe I'll help him realize.
Well, I think what you can
the true
help
meaning of life.
Well, I think what you can help some of the people that are older than you, that may even have children your age, is how to, bridge that gap and speak to, people your age. So it may be informative. But we'll transition this show out in the last 15, 16 minutes or so, 26 minutes.
I agree, John. I think that it's important to reach out to younger folks and try to help them along the way. I mean, if we're not doing that, then what are we doing?
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, this is a young man. Like, I can tell he's fairly intelligent, because a stupid person would have ran off by now. You'd have ran off. Yeah.
Well, guess who disappeared out of the chat since you accused him of being Cam? Isn't that funny?
No way, not. Why did he disappear? We can't prove it was him or not. He could have stayed here.
Well, he's gone. He quit chatting maybe since that time span, 10 minutes ago.
You know what's interesting? There's a guy named
left.
No, lasagna's here. There's a guy named Colin Cowherd. Anyone ever heard of him?
Sounds very familiar.
No, sir.
Colin Cowherd. Anyone ever heard of him? In the chat, you
No, sir.
Well, anyway, Colin Cowherd talks sports. He's a white guy. And over the years, he's become somewhat disconnected with the sports culture. Right? You know, just imagine Master Kim, you started out in your 20s. Stanley said he's heard of Colin Cowherd. Yeah. DJ MFB said he used to listen to him in LA. And so Colin Cowherd used to talk about sports, and when he was a younger man, and his children were younger, maybe they weren't even born at that time, he would really be into sports and talking about sports and, you know, really into the athletes. But as he got older, he kind of drifted away because he didn't want his daughters associating with the athletes. He even said that in one of his episodes, one of his shows. But one of the things,
kind of weird.
Well, you know, he saw the dark side of athletes, if that makes sense. And he said, now I don't want my children, my daughters involved with these people who take steroids, do drugs, or whatever. And so
John, are you trying to say we shouldn't watch football this year?
No, I would never tell you not to do what to do. I don't tell people what to do. But anyway, I used to listen to Colin Cowherd almost religiously, if you can say that word, if that's fair to say. And he had a saying one time about athletes. He said, if you don't run, they won't chase. And he was talking about an athlete that was facing some sort of a scandal. And he kept running from the scandal. And he says, man, as a reporter, I'm trained to, if you run, I chase. I chase the story. But if you don't run, I don't chase. You can end it right there. The story can end right there. And I somewhat take the approach like that with trolls. I ain't running. You don't have to chase me. I'll put the fucking link in the chat. You jump your ass up here. I'll put everybody down. And you can say whatever you want to say. I was talking to a buddy of mine today. He said, man, you know, you don't put anybody down. You might put them backstage for a second, but then you bring them right back up. You don't ban people. I was on last night Here for the Tea. Like, man, I think Here for the Tea was like, I don't take that shit on my channel. I don't run. You don't have to chase me. I put the link in the channel. Anyone want to jump up on here and say whatever you got to say. I'm not going to run from you.
No one trying to chase you, John. Come on, man.
I ain't going to run from you. God damn it. You know, I ain't going to run from you. It just ain't. Yeah, I'm just not going to do that. So the trolls, like the other day, I had a fucking troll on here. You remember that fucking troll? Does anyone remember that fucking troll? Does anyone remember?
Yes, sir.
Motherfucker. Does anyone remember what I told that motherfucker? I said, man, do what you gotta do, man. I'm not about to fucking run from you. You don't want to report the channel? Cool, that's fine. But I'm not about to bitch out to you while you holding some troll army over me, man. Do what you gotta do, man. Like I'm not bitching out like that. Man,
they do that though, John.
What about his married?
They have a whole army of trolls, John.
Like, what about his married motherfucking way? But you got to tell these motherfuckers, man, I ain't running, man. Like, you can stop chasing, man. Look, I'm right here, right? Here's the link. Hit the link. You come up. We let the fucking troll up on the link. He can say what he want to say. I wish I had been where I could have laid him up. You know, HB did a wonderful job, masterful job of taking on the troll. But I'm like, hey, bro, do what you got to do, bro. Like, I'm not going to fucking run from you or tap dance to you, man. Like, when I started this stream, like, one of the first fucking streams I did was, like, by YouTube analytics. Like, I'm not living like that, period. I'm not about to be told what to talk about and all this bullshit. Like, period. I talk about what the fuck I want to talk about, what I think is interesting. And anyway, you know, off my soapbox here. Master Kim, we got 19 minutes. What do you want to talk about, Master Kim?
Yeah, sorry, I went to go close the laundry room door. Yeah, just very interesting because obviously you're open to the public, and I think it's funny. And I guess one thing also to put things in perspective. So the reason why I guess a lot of times we're talking about money and business and stuff is because you are a businessman, and no one's asking you about the gospel of Lutherans or whatnot, and I'm a business guy, so a lot of people are either stock traders or business people or real estate people. So generally speaking, a lot of businesses spoken about on this program, which also people are interested in the net result of money and whatnot. So and that's what's going to happen when I think you have business people. I've never portrayed myself as being like the world champion Duncan Yo-Yo professional. No, I'm a business guy. That's all I know, unfortunately. I play sports, but my hobbies are my kids' hobbies. That's my life. I love it.
I'm gonna get into this.
Great, Master Kim.
That is good. That is good, Master Kim. By the way, Master Kim allowed me to take my kids to a bull riding event, Master Kim, at the Barclays. Master Kim, I had never been to the Barclays before. You know that?
Oh, you told me about that. Yeah, I heard it was a good event.
And like Master Kim, honestly, my kids later were talking about bulls and shit.
Probably want to watch you get them cowboy hats.
Hey, Master Kim, can I ask Master Kim a question, John Galt?
Yeah, go ahead. We got 18 minutes.
So, Master Kim, do you know anything about Kung Fu fighting?
You know what? No, I don't. I did take Taekwondo, and that's why I called myself Master Kim, because it was like a spoof from the 90s of all these over-the-top Asians fooling the public on this masterful Taekwondo or karate or Kung Fu, when really it's the MMA that just beast on people. I've wrestled in high school, and I did a little bit of freestyle, and I would go to regionals. I never made it past regionals, but I love wrestling, so wrestling will just stomp anyone beyond martial arts. But I'm sorry, answer your question is no. I know zero Kung Fu.
Anyway, I was saying, Master Kim, like if I hadn't started this stream, I probably never would have taken my kid to a bullfighting event. And like I said, like after the event, they still talking about bullfighting. They had never been in any shit like that,
Well, yeah, John, you got to be careful because sometimes the bull will jump into the audience and tear people up. I mean, I've been to several Cheyenne Frontier Days, and yeah, if that's not I mean, it is Cowboy Days, Cheyenne Frontier Days. Yeah, you gotta be careful.
A little bit more tame, hey, Master Kim, I don't know if you know this, but you could actually sit down right when the bull come out. There were seats in the bull arena. Did you know that? You ever been to a bullfighting event before?
No, but I saw the new one. The PBR's got like fireworks and like almost doing it like WWF wrestling or something like that.
You could sit down like what I guess you would call it on the floor, but you're really where the bull is stomping around. But you're basically they built like basically a like front row seat to the bull coming out of the cage.
That's right.
That shit is amazing. That shit was amazing, man. You know what I mean? Me and my kids.
Go what? John, watch some Cheyenne Frontier Days. That's where the real bullfighting happens.
And Master Kim, you know what I'm saying? Like, Cam the King, the microphone I'm speaking on, the bull riding event, the things you brought by, if nothing else, I'm probably not the most persuasive person, but there are other people that will pick up, kind of the template that I'm like presenting here. And they were taking and run with it and maybe even build a bigger, tighter community. But I do feel like in some sense that there is kind of a template being laid that, you don't often see on the internet. And as the country, I should say, gets more and more tribal, I think these type of networks would become much more valuable than the super chat business model.
Well, John, I think tribal is worldwide. It's not a specific demographic. I think people.
We got my man Get Crack up here. I would love to Get Crack and Master Kim comment on that last statement of mine before we end this stream. We have 14. Less than 40. We have 13 minutes. By the way, almost at 12 hours. You guys show some love. HB2N, our resident trucker host, and me, John Galt, and our wonderful editor, Portia J. Craig, what do you think about that comment I make about that? Like the network of that you build, like on, say, a social media platform like this, may be more valuable than the super chats. I'm talking to you through a mic that Universal Jones sent me. What do you think?
Yeah, if it works, I mean, but I don't know. People on the internet don't use it as a real tool, right? I don't think so at this point. Yeah.
Well, hey, John,
you
also keep in mind, earlier, Get Crack was telling people to hold their gunpowder on that natural gas transaction or HB. Where are you going to get anywhere telling you play-by-play on what to invest in? And I forgot what that natural gas stock was or whatnot, but it's absolutely stunning. And hopefully there's some people that were in front of their PC, open up their Schwab account, and are going to follow that stock or whatnot. There's nowhere else on the internet. Get Crack and you aren't trying to sell a course. You're not trying. There's no hustle in it, and I think it's great. I don't mean to hijack your time as well, but
no, you're right.
Absolutely great. Just to put in perspective.
Master Kim, you're right. Master Kim and Crack. Do you remember when Lindy Lou talked about opening up her brokerage account?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how hard it would be to talk someone her age into opening up a brokerage account? You know how fucking hard that would be?
Yeah,
Charles,
it is hard.
Like a trick.
Charles
Schwartz. Like a trick to me. Charles
Schwartz spent billions of dollars on sales reps to get people to do what Lindy Lou did. Am I wrong? Crack?
Yeah, you're right.
Right. And if nothing else, it was a benefit to her. And, I think, that whole Andrew Tate diagram that he built out, the riches versus the brokers, we're all somewhat brokers here. Many of us are doing better than others, comparative, but we could all stay in the game from the knowledge that some of us have that we can give to others for free, like Craig did for Lindy Lou, right? And, that was, again, I always go back to those were the reasons why I started the channel, to be honest with you. Lindy Lou says, thank you for the advice. It's a Saturday afternoon and then Saturday evening, Lindy Lou, Saturday night, actually, Lindy Lou is here with us. Again, I think for me, that's worth more than the super chats, to be quite honest with you, Anyway.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. Yeah, you can use it for good things, but most people on here don't. They're just here babbling about, I don't know, that other guy who comes on here to troll us and then talk about like Michael Jordan and Larry Bird for the rest of the day in his channel and shit. Yeah, most people don't. So,
Get Crack is right. That's why he's my homie.
He's
almost right about everything.
I mean, we had Cam the King offering the 0 turns. I don't know how that turned out. I don't know who ended up getting those 0 turns. He did send me a little swag. I'm not here for the money. But for the people that that complain about the the rich versus the brokies, I think you have to take more proactive measures than just in investing in your 401k. That's just my opinion. What do you think, Brad?
Yeah, we'll see. What do you think? You're gonna change people's minds, man?
No. I can't change. I can't change 1,000 people. I probably can't change 1,000 people's mind. But in terms of the way,
I'm sorry, John.
But in terms of the way people look at things, maybe 1 or 2 people, 3 or 4 people,
Okay.
10 people,
Yeah, all right.
HB commented on he took your trading advice and he did well with it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I hear people. I've had people privately and in the chat comment that like they're taking notes when you're talking.
That's good.
When you're talking, right? And I think a lot of people are looking for unfiltered advice in a world where all the advice is more or less propagandized. And
yeah, because they want to sell a product in the end, right? Their product are views, their product are super chats, their product are donations. Yeah, that's the real reason. Yeah. So and that's just like the model of the hedge fund we were talking about before, and it's like, because why are the hedge funds who underperform the S&P 500, why are they making money? They're making money because you're paying them for advice. Even if that advice is good or bad, it's the marketing that sells, right? I'm a hot new hedge fund.
Even more.
You see.
Even more importantly than that, you have to be going to assembly meetings and
Craig, you see what's
willing to run for office and all that good stuff.
You see what's on the screen right there?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. City of Springfield. All right.
Now, Linda Lou says she took notes. You have Black Knight says I take notes. CKJ3 had Master Kim talk to some of his relatives behind the scenes on a business that they bought.
CKJ3, I don't know if it's his family, his friends. These guys are loaded, man. So just funny, but I mean, you hear CKJ3 talking every day, closing out a trade, this and that, very modest, don't talk too much. It's just funny. I love it, man. Get cracked. Do you remember there was a show when I first started watching, when I joined, that Get Cracked kind of summarized, hey, this is kind of a very interesting economy. Interest rates are here, there. You need to be doing everything possible, firing on all cylinders, whether it be full employment, whether it be real estate, whether it be the stock markets, index funds. And it was to almost have to have your hand in everything until we see how this economy shakes out. That was like a call to action. And I can't remember what episode that was, but it just reminded me why I'm here is to learn, and that's not to diminish anything that John said as well, but I just remember specifically that. I was like, yeah. And if a guy like Get Cracked, for me, he doesn't need us to kind of break it down like that. I was like, heck yeah, that was and this isn't to diminish anyone else's comments either, by the way.
Get Cracked is a little, maybe a little pessimistic here today, which means maybe we have some more to work on here. But anyway, we're at 11 hours, 54 minutes. I think
John Galt, I think you have to be